This has got to be the gutsiest guy anyone has ever seen. Just one man, storming the royal palace to demand the king's head. Anyone who dared to block his path was met with a simple flick of the wrist, and poof, their head was gone. And this silver-haired pretty boy with the street-style drip? He's none other than the demon king, Demios. He commands legions of powerful demons numbering in the millions, so a human king is basically nothing to him. He'd wipe one out just for fun. But here's the thing. Even though he's the demon king, he just wants to live a completely normal life. However, his attendant Alex desperately wants him to succeed his old man as ruler of the demon realm, training him brutally since he was a child. Anytime he failed a mission, this guy would teach him a lesson using pure, unadulterated brute force. Because of that, he still holds a serious grudge against Alex. But Alex is his most loyal subordinate, so the most he can do is rough him up a little. He can't actually get rid of the guy. Frustrated, Alex suggests that if Demios won't be king, then his future son can do it instead. He points out there's still a princess in the castle, so just leave a kid here and go. In 20 years, Alex promises he'll train the boy to become the next demon king himself. To be honest, Demios was a little moved by the beautiful princess, but then he remembered he'd just sent her old man packing a few minutes ago. He figured in 20 years, his son would probably want to kill him to avenge his grandfather. Yeah, that's a hard pass. Luckily, our guy is sharp and handsome, so he managed to dodge that whole tragic father-son cliché. Since he's done with being the demon king, Demios decides he'll become a hero's companion. Because who would ever suspect the hero's sidekick is the actual demon king? The hero fights monsters up front, while Demios just follows behind, collecting all the glory. No work, all the rewards, what an easy game. He's thrilled with the future he's mapped out, completely ignoring Alex's desperate pleas. The two then found themselves a carriage to begin their search for the chosen hero. Alex is on driving duty while Demios kicks back, living his best life. Suddenly, Alex asks a question that really grinds his gears. Why are we taking a carriage when we can fly? What a dumb question. They have to hide their identities. Did he want the whole world to know they're demons? Alex was speechless, pointing back at the ruined castle. And whose mess was that back there? What part of this exactly screams stealth mission? Demios just plays dumb and goes to sleep. Seeing this, Alex reveals some more intel to him. Apparently, even heroes have a class system. Their strength is determined by the purity of the blood flowing through their veins. The very first two heroes saved the world over 60,000 years ago. Since then, their descendants have continued to inherit that sacred bloodline. The purer the blood, the greater their power. They receive massive financial support from wealthy nobles and merchants. On the other hand, those with diluted bloodlines are considered defective, forgotten, and tossed aside like rotten fruit. After hearing this, Demios remarked that being a hero sounds like a huge pain. It's way worse than being a free-spirited demon king like him. Alex just sighed, too tired to argue. Of course, it's freedom when you dump all your responsibilities on your subordinates and run off to party alone. A short while later, the carriage stopped, and Alex turned to wake the still drowsy Demios. "My lord, we have arrived." From a high vantage point, the two looked down on a peaceful village. This was Joric, a small trading town outside the military zone. Demios, still not fully awake, was literally drooling. He asked what the hero situation was like here. Alex replied there were only two families, one near G rank and one defective family. Demios looked around and sighed, disappointed there were no D rank families here. On the street, the noisy chatter of villagers caught their attention. For some reason, dragons had recently started attacking human territories much more frequently. Countless fortresses had already been burned to nothing but ash by them. Demios was confused. He thought dragons were neutral between demons and humans, so why attack now? But Alex didn't know either. His last trip to the surface was 80 years ago. Something major must have happened in that time. The two then decided to stop at an inn in town. The owner greeted them with a big smile, welcoming them to his establishment. Alex bowed politely, asking for a penthouse suite. Their young master is very selective. The owner smiled, but inwardly scoffed. "You must be from out of town. The penthouse is extremely expensive. And those clothes? They must be country bumpkins." Before he could finish, Alex opened a treasure chest from the castle, instantly shutting the innkeeper up. His attitude did a complete 180. "Jean, escort our guests to their room at once." A young man came rushing from the back, tripping over his own feet. "Ah, my apologies. I will escort our esteemed guest right away." He nervously picked up his hat and bowed his head. "Hello there." He stood up straight, trying his best to look presentable. "My name is Jean. Please, just call me Z. I'll take your bags. Right this way," Jack said cheerfully. The news about the challenge castle is making things loud. Who would have thought a legendary dragon would actually appear? Alex just laughed at his partner's concern. But there's no need to worry. A super famous S-class family lives right here in this village. Well, that's good to hear. Reaching their destination, Jack gently opened the door with a bright smile, welcoming them into a lavishly furnished room. Please, come in. This is the main highlight of the Golden Pavilion, our attic suite. He beamed while still carrying all the luggage. To be honest, this is my first time being put in charge of such distinguished guests. I don't know if it's up to your standards, but I will try my best to serve you. Please call if you need anything. But suddenly, Demigos spoke up. Hey, yes sir? A sinister smile crept across his face as he stared right at Jack. You have a bloodline, don't you? Jack answered honestly, not trying to hide it. Yes, I do. No wonder the kid felt so different. The search for a hero was officially over. Demigos asked in a quiet tone. For someone with a bloodline, you're awfully weak. Since you work here, you must be from the fallen hero family of Joric. Your clan must be full of nothing but impure descendants. He asked a question that left Jack completely bewildered. What is your blood's purity level? The boy shyly scratched his head. I'm an F-class. A defective product. Suddenly, the entire building was hit by a mysterious inferno, forcing all three to look up in shock. A massive fire dragon appeared out of nowhere, burning a huge swath of the sky. People below began to panic, their voices rising in a terrified scream. The dragon's coming right for us, Mom. Jack summoned all his courage, stepping in front of the two men. You have to run. But Demigos just pointed at the blaze. You said the dragons were gentle. I'm not so sure anymore, he said, confusing Jack even more. Don't worry. His eyes glowed red again, that same eerie smile on his face. I will be your supporter, so you can become a hero. His once gentle gaze was now completely unpredictable. Besides, I was already looking for a hero. This must be destiny. Jack heard those words without a trace of fear. Accept my offer, and I will give you the wealth and fame you've always craved. I will erase your reputation as a failure. He looked directly into the boy's eyes. You can either waste your entire life, or accept my offer and change your fate. A fierce internal battle raged behind Jack's tormented eyes. This was his one and only chance. He remembered his suffering siblings, abandoned by everyone. Why did their parents even have kids? In the end, they were all just failures. He was lucky he hadn't starved. Brother, where did Mom and Dad go? I'm so hungry. A chance? That single thought was enough. Jack fell to his knees, bowing his head before Demigos. Please, take me under your wing. I am just a nobody, but I will give it everything I have. I swear I will not disappoint you. Jack's face was a mask of sheer determination. If you wish, I will offer you my very soul. Demigos was extremely pleased. I was just about to ask you for that. He glanced over at the brutal dragon spewing fire outside. Then today will be your debut. Go hunt that dragon. Shouldn't he start with a goblin or something? As Jack bowed, Demigos raised his hand and conjured a magical contract. Then let's make a deal. It appeared instantly, filled with 5 ridiculously unfair conditions. Jack hesitated, a feeling of deep unease washing over him. This contract was completely one-sided. Demigos narrowed his eyes. Sign it. If you accept, the contract is sealed. Jack's mind was racing, but his eyes kept landing on 2 words. Fame and fortune. Tears streamed down his face as he made his choice, shouting his name for all to hear. Jack Holy Big. Immediately, his name burned itself onto the contract. The plan was in motion. Demigos was still smiling, satisfied, as he pointed to the giant dragon that terrified Jack. Now for your debut performance. Go kill that dragon. What? Alex finally decided to speak up. Master, a human can't possibly destroy a dragon. Demigos raised a finger, a smug look on his face. I know that. He only needs to pretend to kill it. I'll be the one who does the real work. He laid out his seemingly simple plan. First, Alex would approach the dragon, then drop it right in front of the defective product. At that moment, the reject will swing his sword at the falling dragon. Finally, the crowd will go wild as Jack stands with 1 foot on the dragon. After he presented his plan, the other 2 were speechless. So, the defective product just shows up and kills the attacking dragon? Alex calmly stated the hole in the plan. But everyone will get suspicious if an F-ranker like him suddenly kills a dragon. And besides, wouldn't a D-rank hero partner make you too famous to live a quiet life? Demigos said nothing, turning to Jack with eyes full of contempt. Why are you suddenly looking at me like that? Jack asked nervously. Without hesitating, Demigos violently ripped the outer layer of Jack's shirt clean off. At that moment, Demigos casually grabbed a large cooking pot from nearby. He put the pot on his head, then used a laser to slice 2 holes through it, turning it into a mask to hide his face. The result was that Zek looked absolutely absurd. A pair of underwear for flair, a pot for a mask, and his school uniform repurposed as a cape, and just like that, the masked hero appeared. Demigos declared that a true hero needs a cape and a mask. Now, no one would notice the appearance of a mysterious hero. Wasn't that a brilliant plan? Alex followed Demigos' lead and started climbing the wall. "All right then, I will go bring the dragon over," he said, then turned back cheerfully to the still hesitant hero. "Come on." Zek, beet red, froze in his tracks and asked again, "Are we seriously going outside like this to fight a dragon?" Demigos glanced around, feeling like something was still missing. Just then, he spotted a broom handle nearby. Without hesitation, he threw it right to Zek. "Here, a sword," Demigos said. Zek reached out and caught it, but his entire body trembled. He couldn't believe his own ridiculous appearance. Demigos' expression became deadly serious. "Just stand still and hold that broom, even when the dragon is right in front of you. Do that, and I'll give you more fame and money than you could ever possibly use." Zek was sweating buckets, but his eyes were unbelievably firm. He had a strange feeling, as if everything was spinning out of his control. A second later, an invisible surge of power flooded his mind, making his hand clench as if it could destroy anything in its way. Every single cell in Zek's body seemed to boil with intense power, as an extreme desire rose up from within. Threads of light flickered in his blood, as if the heroic instinct that had always been dormant in his veins had finally awakened. The figure standing before Zek was a demon king with a sinister smile, yet he felt absolutely no fear. For some reason he couldn't explain, Zek's eyes suddenly lit up, and he let out a loud, unrestrained laugh. "Looking at your eyes, I'm starting to find my courage, as if I can really obtain that fame and money," Zek thought to himself. Demigos was just as resolute, pointing like a war god and ordering, "Go forth, my subordinate." "Yes, sir." Outside, a fire dragon was rampaging, causing the people to suffer and cry out for help from any saint who could hear them. "Save me." Desperate screams echoed from everywhere. The giant dragon didn't stop, continuing to spew fire and burn the village to the ground. Almost the entire village was engulfed in a sea of flames, and the sky itself was stained a fiery red as the destruction spread. The dragon beat its wings, flying everywhere and breathing fire from above. Alex stepped out of a barrier, standing firm on a crucifix, his eyes tracking the dragon. Even though he didn't want to get involved in this mess, he was forced to act. Without a moment's hesitation, Alex threw off his cloak, revealing dozens of thorny arms sprouting from his back. With a terrifying calm, he held his hat down and shot straight toward the dragon. In the blink of an eye, Alex landed securely on its back. His gentle expression vanished, replaced by one of pure, brutal determination. Alex's thorny arms rose high before plunging straight down, piercing the dragon's hard scales and digging deep inside, slowly approaching its heart. The magic arms wrapped tightly around the dragon's heart, but the beast seemed completely calm. "I have grasped your heart. You cannot resist my commands. I will ask you this first. Why did you appear in this place? Is there not a pact between dragons and humankind?" Suddenly, Alex's calm expression turned to one of pure shock. On the dragon's body, a strange purple substance began to emerge, confusing even Alex. "What is this? This dragon is definitely not normal," he muttered to himself. The dragon began making bizarre noises, speaking in a language Alex had never heard before. His expression grew more grim than ever before. "How can a dragon like you possibly know that filthy language? What are you, really? Something isn't right here." In the sky, flames swirled violently as the dragon began to thrash about wildly. Down on the ground, Zek was still standing there, watching patiently. He gripped the broomstick, his face dazed as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Suddenly, whispers started up from behind him. "What is that?" 2 kids poked their heads out of a house to look. "Who is that? Why isn't he running away?" More and more eyes fixed on Zek, causing him to break out in a nervous sweat. Is he going to fight the dragon alone? Is he a hero? The whispers made Zek flustered. He covered his ears, trying not to listen. Isn't his outfit a little perverted? Or is he just some kind of freak? Shame and fear swirled together inside Zek. Demigos, sitting on a large barrel, began to cheer at the top of his lungs. "Masked hero, go save our Joric." Demigos' shouting caused everyone around to start cheering along. "Masked hero, a hero has arrived." Zek heard those words, and his hands tightened their grip on the broomstick. Despite the shame and fear, he stood his ground firmly. "This is a once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity. I can't let it go." That thought echoed in Zek's mind again, fame and money. In the sky, the dragon thrashed wildly, its tail lashing out before it dove straight down. Its roar shook the very air as it lost control in a sea of fire. Alex was starting to feel his strength drain away. Controlling this dragon seemed completely impossible in this situation. And just like that, all of Alex's remaining arms shot upwards once again. This time, hundreds of thorny limbs latched onto the dragon, tearing through its hide. He decided to use a high-level technique to end this thing now. The 100 demon hands. Hundreds of thorny arms tore into the dragon, even hooking its eyes, trapping it in a living prison. But the dragon kept struggling, still spitting fire. Alex lowered his head, his face grim. He knew this had to be the final blow. His thorny arms drove deep into its body, plunging straight for its heart. The dragon roared in agony, trapped within its own sea of flames. But then, Alex stopped. He realized something was terribly wrong. Purple tendrils spread from the dragon's body onto his arm, as more eyes appeared on its face. Alex was stunned when the dragon actually spoke. "Get ready." In its final agony, the dragon uttered a cryptic warning. "You must have seen the one you thought was dead. He has returned." Suddenly, its eyes turned a lifeless gray. The purple tendrils shot upwards, latching directly onto Alex's face. His eyes sensed something, even with the cells covering most of his face. "So that's how it is," Alex muttered under his breath. Down below, Demigos watched Alex struggle with the dragon and let out a sigh. "What are you doing, Alex? Hurry up, the audience is waiting." He yawned, then picked his nose mockingly. "Are you trying to sculpt a dragon? Why is killing one taking you so long?" The dragon let out a low groan. Its roar sounded like its body had been completely consumed by the purple filaments. Its eyes were completely lifeless, a cold, empty gray. Alex's thorny arms were still latched firmly onto its body. The sky turned into a sea of fire as the dragon plummeted downwards. Alex pointed towards it and Rich followed his gaze. "Get ready, it's coming." Rich gripped his broom, bracing himself. His hands tightened, ready to swing. The dragon, still falling, tried to spit one last burst of fire. Rich was terrified, but he steadied his nerves. He was sweating bullets but stood his ground. "I don't want to die." Hearing that, Demigos let out a sinister grin, which only confused Rich. His expression was more confident than ever. "I give you my word of honor. No matter what happens, I will not let you die." Power flared in Rich's eyes, and something on his hip began to glow intensely. His hands tightened on the broom, his heart filled with resolve. "I can do this." Rich took his stance, swinging his broom into the Moonlight Return's first form. Meanwhile, high above, Alex was still wrestling with the filaments stuck to his face. Furious that he couldn't control them, he roared, unleashing the power in his eyes to destroy the cellular covering. But Alex's arms were already out of control. Eyes suddenly appeared in his palms, morphing into more of those purple filaments. Those filaments took over his arms, turning them against their own master. Alex gritted his teeth, his remaining arms fighting back against the corrupted ones. Through it all, his mind remained clear. This is getting annoying. His eyes began to glow, resolve hardening as he prepared to fight this monster. Together, they plummeted towards the village below. He unleashed his blood demon art again, the 100 demon hands. His arms extended, surging with even greater power, knocking away the purple, eye-covered filaments. Alex's main hand gripped the cellular layer on his face, pulling with all his might, but it refused to let go. Demigos, still oblivious to the situation, simply sat there and waited. Alex roared in pain but refused to submit to this damn parasite. All the while, the dragon continued its dive, getting closer and closer to the ground. People inside a house screamed at Jack. "The dragon's attacking. Everyone, run for it." Hands trembled as they faced the incoming dragon, people screaming all around. "Get to the hallway, now." Finally, Demigos noticed something was off, looking up at Alex with concern. "Hey, Alex, what are you doing? Easy now." He was getting worried. Alex didn't look right at all. Alex was still struggling against the damned parasitic filaments. As for Rich, he was ready to face the dragon. Power flooded his arms, and his mind was filled with unshakable resolve. "No matter what happens, I will hold my ground," Rich told himself. His mind flashed back to a sunset long ago, when his father taught him with an old sword. "Moonlight," his father said with a gentle smile. "This sword art is our clan's secret technique. You must learn it, for the day the Demon King's army invades our world." A sad Rich turned to his father. "The other kids in the village say I can't ever become a demon slayer, that our clan can't either. But that's not true, is it, Dad?" His father replied gently, "People can say whatever they want, but our Holy Rich clan carries the sacred blood of heroes. I am certain you will become a demon-slaying hero." Even though he was gravely ill, his father did his best to pass on his faith. "Continue to train hard, my son." Rich smiled brightly in the sunlight. "Yes, father." Now, he was facing an incredible danger. He gritted his teeth and swung the broom with all his might, unleashing a strange light. Moonlight. Return. First form. Just at that moment, Alex finally tore the cellular layer from his face. Demigos was also ready for action. He used his destructive eye power to lock onto his target. From the village below, a beam of light flashed upwards, shooting straight at the dragon. Seizing his chance, Zik launched a ferocious slash backed by sheer determination. His broom slammed into the dragon, and a chunk of its body simply exploded. As the colossal dragon crashed down, everything around it was obliterated, walls crumbling under its immense weight. Zik had squeezed his eyes shut for the killing blow. He slowly opened them, stunned to find himself alive, and a wave of embarrassment washed over him. He turned around in a daze, unable to believe the giant dragon corpse lying behind him while he stood in a pool of its blood. That's when the cheers started. "It's a hero!" Villagers peered out from their homes, shouting in unison, "He's our savior, a true hero. The gods must have sent him to us. Long live the hero!" Zik was stunned, his head spinning. Behind him, Demigos faked a few coughs to get his attention. He quietly reminded him, "Aren't you going to change and run? The mysterious hero, remember?" Flustered, Zik bolted and disappeared from sight. Alex, however, understood it all, watching from atop a cross as the destroyed half of his face slowly began to regenerate. He looked down at the scene below, a deep sense of unease washing over him. The dragon's head was still there, but it was definitely dead. But what truly worried Alex was that purple fungus. The dragon's corpse was now being consumed by its own fire. The one thought to be dead had returned. The next morning, the sky was clear and cool as Demigos woke up, stretching to enjoy the fresh air. "Man, I slept well," he thought. Alex placed a cup of coffee on the table, asking gently, "You're awake, sir? Please, have some coffee." Demigos just froze on the spot, completely dumbfounded, which made Alex chuckle. "They say humans start their mornings with a cup of coffee," Alex explained. Demigos let out a surprised little "oh." Just then, someone rushed in to report, "Sir Patia, there's a problem." That name made Demigos whip his head around, his face suddenly lit with excitement. The entire village is out searching for the mysterious hero. They want to make him the official hero of the village. Demigos looked at Zik's filthy clothes, unable to hold back his question. "What on earth happened to you?" Zik scratched his head, explaining with a weak smile. "The village was a mess after yesterday, so I was helping clean up. Manual labor pays okay." Demigos calmly brought the coffee to his lips, saying nonchalantly, "It's fine. Everything is still going according to my plan." The sunlight streamed in, making him squint as he looked towards the sun. Demigos couldn't help but let out a sigh of satisfaction. Waking up to sunlight and good coffee. Mornings in the mortal world really are something else. All this, while the room around him was completely destroyed by the dragon. Alex, ever respectful, added, "The coffee is brewed from the dragon's tongue and left eyeball. I'm glad it's to your liking." Outside, the villagers were hauling debris from the wreckage, shouting at one another, "Let's move it! Can someone help over here?" "Oh no, my house. Mom, where are you?" People struggled to recover from the attack. "Why is this so heavy? Quit your whining and move faster unless you want to be here all night. Just a little more effort." A woman brought out bread, kindly saying, "Eat something, then get back to work. Thanks." Another man hoisted a basket of rocks, yelling, "Out of the way!" An old man dropped off some stones and cheered, "Let's go, Zik, there's still a whole pile left." Zik, carrying a heavy load, still managed a cheerful reply. "Yes, sir." Demigos watched the villagers bustling about and noted, "They're trying to rebuild this shabby little village." Resting his chin in his hand, he said to Alex, "That useless bum is working hard." Alex stood beside him and simply agreed. "Yes, sir." Alex then told Demigos what he had learned. "I spoke with him yesterday. Apparently Zik has been doing all sorts of jobs since he was a kid. He came from a poor family. Laundry, cleaning, plumbing, grave digging. There are very few things he hasn't done. He even worked at a tavern once." This information sent Demigos deep into thought. After a moment of silence, Demigos suddenly spoke up. "Then it's decided." Alex had no idea what he meant and looked back at him. Demigos lazily announced, "We've found our hero. It's too much trouble to move, so let's just start from this village. It's small and boring, but it's starting to grow on me." He declared happily, "This is my starting point." Alex suddenly froze, his face filled with shock at what he was seeing. Demigos had stood up and was now walking and singing cheerfully. "Shall we get going?" Demigos said, "Just leave the rest of the work to Zik." Alex, confused, had to ask, "Go where?" Pure joy was written all over Demigos' face. To sell the dragon hide, of course. Isn't dragon skin incredibly expensive because it's used for gear? Our goal is to be in the top 2%, Alex said, pointing up to the sky. The Hero Bureau already collected it all last night. This made Demigos roar in absolute fury. They did what? Alex quickly explained. The dragon corpses are too heavy for normal people to move. Then what was the point of killing it? Demigos trembled, pointing forward. Let's go. Alex began to tremble too. Yes, sir. Where are we going now? Demigos' eyes burned with killer intent, his voice a low growl from hell. We're going to tear apart those grunts at the Hero Bureau. Alex quickly tried to stop him. Wait, Master. Alex was shaking in his boots, thinking, oh no, the Hero Bureau is the main headquarters for all heroes, no matter how strong the Master is. Fighting them alone was far too risky, and if they found out the Demon King was gone, it was all over. Alex quickly forced a smile. My lord, you did say you would side with the heroes. So what? Alex scrambled to explain. In the human world, you have to register with the Heroes Bureau to even be a hero. If the Bureau vanishes, who's going to recognize you as a hero? Hearing this, Demigos just blanked out, completely speechless. He then turned back around, hand on his chin. Really? Alex was sweating bullets, thinking, did I just stop a demonic apocalypse? After a moment of thought, Demigos had an idea. Then let's go there. Alex couldn't believe it. Again? Demigos flashed a demonic grin, his long tongue out. We'll just conquer the neighboring country instead. Alex was floored. I thought you wanted to be a hero. We leave tomorrow. Can we please just go back underground? Later, in a field of flowers, Alex's voice called out, Lord Demigos. When he got no response, Alex tried again, Lord Demigos. Still nothing. Finally, Alex lost his patience and yelled, Lord Demigos. The Demon King wasn't having it. Getting feisty, are we? Alex snapped back. You've traveled the human world long enough. Why can't we just go back to the demon realm? Everyone is waiting for you. Destiny arrives in 20 years. We don't have time to waste. You must quickly master the Demon King arts to rule the world. Demigos flopped down on a pile of hay, looking incredibly annoyed. This isn't your business. Why should I do everything you want? Alex replied. Because it's inevitable. The 665 Demon Kings before you prove it. Both demons and humans accept this as the natural order. He just enjoyed the breeze and thought that if everyone got their way, gods would be useless. I'm just doing this for fun, you know? Just accept it. There are no more Demon Kings. Hearing that, Alex quickly spun around with another idea. Then get married. At least produce the 666th Demon King. Anyone will do. Demigos instantly snapped. What? Anyone will do? How dare you speak to me like that? You're a true demon. Now get lost. Alex shot back. Not until you give us an heir. I'm not going anywhere. Demigos didn't argue. He just closed his eyes and smiled. Fine then. You can stay here as my attendant forever. Alex wouldn't quit. Or, how about I find a wife for you? How about a woman who's a perfect match for you? Demigos roared. Mention marriage one more time, and I will personally destroy the demon realm. Realizing he couldn't win, Alex went quiet and focused on driving. Suddenly Demigos asked, Hey, is that even possible? Alex was completely confused. What are you talking about? Demigos' face turned red, shyly bringing up that princess. Alex didn't remember at all, asking, Which princess? Demigos' face went bright red. He looked away, struggling for words, while Alex was just completely lost. Huh? Seeing Alex wasn't getting it, Demigos lost his patience, flailed his arms, and yelled, I mean, can humans have babies with demons? Alex let out a surprised, Oh! Before answering, of course they can. Hearing that, Demigos' eyes practically started to glow with excitement. Alex happily explained. The way humans and demons reproduce is exactly the same. Normally, the male's testicles secrete semen. When the sperm meets the female's egg, it forms an embryo, and the baby is born after 37 to 42 weeks. Demigos was clearly not listening. Getting impatient, he put his hand over Alex's mouth to stop the sex ed lecture. Alex's expression suddenly shifted. And besides, if you wish, you can transfer your demonic seed into another person's body. So intercourse would guarantee a pregnancy. Even a deep kiss has a 50% chance, and a light kiss is 25%. Hearing this, Demigos was absolutely floored. What? Even a light kiss can cause a pregnancy? Alex held up a finger, grinning. Even just holding hands can get someone pregnant. At that, Demigos' entire body collapsed, leaving Alex utterly confused. What is wrong with this body? That demon seed almost got me in huge trouble. This body feels like it was born just to continue the bloodline. Damn it. This body's purpose is too obvious. Kill and make babies. The more I learn, the more I absolutely hate it. Alex looked seriously at his master behind him. This body is a blessing. You are the faith and the savior of our demon realm. This perfect body is a divine gift. But Demigos immediately shot back. Blessed, my foot. I'm just another demon who happens to be born once every 100 years. Demigos looked to the sky and exclaimed, I hate having all these expectations shoved on me. What about what I want? Suddenly, a scream sliced through the air, making both Alex and Demigos snap their heads in that direction. A girl was sprinting toward them with a whole group chasing her. The men chasing her looked absolutely vicious, riding on horseback with menacing grins. Hurry up and grab her. The girl was exhausted, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, Help me, I'm being chased by bandits. Alex saw this and turned to Demigos. A beautiful young lady is in danger over there. We have to help her, he urged. But Demigos shot back suspiciously. And why should we? It could easily be a trap. Don't you think this is a little suspicious? Alex had no idea what he meant. What? Demigos coolly analyzed the scene, a woman suddenly running to them for help. The damsel in distress, a true fantasy classic. Was there a problem? Demigos continued laying out what he'd observed. No, there's no shelter around here. So where did they even come from? The forest is miles away. The mood turned serious. Demigos hit the core of the problem. More importantly, do you really think they didn't spot us while chasing that girl? Neither of them had seen the attackers. Demigos squinted at Alex suspiciously. You set this whole thing up, didn't you? Using that girl to force him to produce an heir. Alex just turned and sneered. What kind of person do you take me for? I am Alex, the greatest strategist in the entire demon world. I'd never stoop to a plan this awful. The girl who was being chased ran right up to their carriage, giving Demigos a momentary jolt. She clutched the cart's railing, her face a mess of tears. Brave warrior, bandits are chasing me. Please save me. Demigos coldly replied, I'm not a warrior. I'm a hero's sidekick. The girl looked stunned before her wails grew even louder. Mr. Hero's sidekick, please, you have to save me. The bandits want to take me. Demigos changed his position, resting his chin on his hand, showing zero enthusiasm to get up and help. But we are a high-level legion that only hunts dragons. We don't do these small-time jobs. The girl bowed her head, cursing, Why are you so picky? Demigos' sharp ears caught it and he shot to his feet, pointing right at her. Did you just curse at me? Huh? The girl looked bewildered. What? No, I was just begging you for help. Suddenly, an axe flew from nowhere, sinking into a wooden barrel next to Demigos. Demigos whipped his head around at the sound, his eyes fixed on the axe that had just pierced the carriage, his face showing pure shock. In that exact moment, a strange new voice rang out. Hey, kiddo. A group of savage-looking bandits on horseback came charging in. They just laughed, taunting him. Look at his pale face. If you don't want to die, then take your garbage luggage and get lost. What is with that outfit? You from the future or something? Demigos glanced at the bandits, his lips barely moving. My precious luggage is damaged. You? His voice dropped to a terrifying low. You will burn for all eternity. As he spoke, the bandit leader was immediately swallowed by purple hellfire. The gruesome scene horrified the nearby girl, who could only stand there and watch, completely frozen. The bandits, so arrogant moments ago, were now paralyzed, watching their leader writhe on the ground, screaming in agony. It's too hot, put it out! As the others prepared to rush in and douse the flames, Demigos' voice stopped them cold, making them break out in a sweat. You can't put it out. It doesn't matter who tries, or what magic they use, this fire will never, ever go out. You can't die, either. You'll just burn like this forever, until the end of the world. So, who's next? Who wants to be incinerated with him? The bandits were instantly terrified, scrambling onto their horses to escape. I'm sorry, please spare me. He's a demon. Run for it. Seeing the bandits vanish, the girl couldn't suppress an amused smile. Demigos shot her a look, annoyed. All right, you can go now. The girl quickly stopped him. Wait, Mr. Sidekick. Those bandits have taken over our temple. All the priestesses have been enslaved, and our holy relic is gone. Please, eliminate them and save our sacred shrine. In response to her pleas, Demigos just picked his nose and flatly refused. No, I don't do chores. The girl got so angry she crushed the carriage railing. Losing patience, Demigos turned to his subordinate. Let's go, Alex. Yes, master. As they prepared to leave, the girl rushed to stop them again. Hold on. She was sweating, trying desperately to keep them there. You mentioned a dragon, right? Could you possibly be with that hero in the loincloth? The temple seized by the bandits is the temple of the dragon god, the supreme golden dragon. If you drive them out, we will reward you with the helm of the golden dragon. Hearing that, Demiorgos stopped in his tracks, a flicker of interest finally in his eyes. What are you doing? Why are you still standing here? Elsewhere, heavy footsteps climbed endless stairs, ragged breaths echoing in the air. Master, Alex panted out. Demiurgos, standing calmly on Alex's back, simply replied, "What?" Alex was exhausted, barely breathing. "Can't we just fly there? Come on, how could we?" "I'm not the Demon King," Alex screamed in desperation. "At least let me carry you normally. My legs are about to snap." The debate between master and servant echoed through the mountains. "Hey, I am the pride of the demon world," Alex reminded him. "I thought you said you weren't the Demon King." Sweat was pouring down Alex's face, his expression full of doubt. But his suspicion wasn't without reason. He looked up at the girl, still running effortlessly without even breaking a sweat, which made Alex wonder. She'd been running non-stop for 30 minutes, up a mountain this steep. How could any normal human run like that while humming a song? But before Alex could finish his thought, Demiurgos, still standing on his back with hands in his pockets, spoke up. "It doesn't matter who she is. I have no idea what she wants, but if she dares tell a single lie, I will personally skin her alive." Demiurgos paused, looking to Alex with a question. Was the true golden dragon also a dragon who worshipped a god? Alex frowned, catching his breath. "Not exactly," he said, "but it was close, like how Demiurgos was worshipped in the demon world. The true golden dragon was the divine dragon, ruler of all other dragons. But for nobles, the dragon clan, and humanity, there was only one true god. That was the creator god, the one who birthed this entire world." Hearing this, Demiurgos just looked up silently, the harsh sun beating down on him. After a moment, Demiurgos mused that the god must really favor humans. Demons and dragons were apparently just supporting characters. Alex immediately shot that down. One should never doubt the gods. They are the only truth. They are perfect love. If they were bathed in the god's light, they too would receive that special favor. Demiurgos went quiet, lost in thought before reaching a conclusion. A pretty strange way to show love, wasn't it? But Alex, undeterred, pressed on with his mission. As they reached the summit, Alex finally announced that they had arrived, and then he completely collapsed. Demiurgos casually stepped on his head, sneering. "You're this weak?" Poor Alex could only groan, pinned under his master's boot. Demiurgos then looked forward to see an ancient, imposing temple. Demiurgos calmly walked inside, tossing a comment back to Alex, who was still on the ground. On the way down, "You're the one carrying me." The two pushed open the stone doors, Demiurgos' eyes lighting up with excitement. "Where are the bandits in the golden dragon's armor? Show yourselves." But Alex warned, "Master, be careful. Something feels off." Just as Alex predicted, the stone doors slammed shut behind them, plunging them into total darkness. Out of the gloom, a pair of glowing red eyes appeared. A powerful, blonde-haired woman staring them down. "That was a long trip, wasn't it? Seems your subordinate is smarter than you." Demiurgos remained calm, a broad smile never leaving his face. He shot back, "You look just like a mountain bandit occupying this temple. So where's your armor?" The woman hovered above, gazing down at the two men. "How dare you be so insolent? Do you not understand your situation? Kneel. The one before you is the divine dragon, the ruler of the dragon clan, the mother of all dragons, the one and only true golden dragon." At this, Demiurgos' calm expression shattered into pure shock, eyes wide, jaw dropped. Behind him, Alex was just as stunned, stammering, "The divine dragon, the true golden dragon, our lord, we're in serious trouble." The divine dragon just laughed, her voice filled with amusement. "Are you surprised because this turn of events exceeded your pathetic little expectations? You foolish mortal." Her eyes gleamed with excitement. "If you know what's good for you, then beg. I'm not an unreasonable person." Demiurgos just rubbed his chin, looking thoughtful. "A divine dragon, huh? Interesting." Seeing his expression, she grew even more smug. "So, you finally understand? To atone for your sins, I command you." Before she could finish, Demiurgos cut her off with a sneer. "The hell is that? Dragon Law or Mother of Dragons or whatever? I mean, I want some cool titles like that too." He turned to Alex with a huge grin. "Every time I introduce myself, it feels like something's missing. Lord of Darkness, top 2% of extraordinary men. What do you think, Alex?" Alex nodded, his eyes filled with admiration. As expected of my master, the divine dragon, completely ignored, began to tremble with rage. She pointed a shaking finger at the two of them, her voice filled with fury. "Hey, stop messing around and beg for your life. Don't you want to apologize?" Demiurgos put on an innocent face, then replied, "Did I do something to you?" The furious divine dragon roared, reminding him of his recent crime. "Yesterday, you killed a dragon. I am the mother of all dragons. You killed my child." At this, Demiurgos just let out a small, dismissive laugh. "You're making a big deal out of just that?" Suddenly, the true golden dragon pushed off the air itself and floated up. She shot forward, getting right in Demiurgos' face, but he didn't even flinch, his confident smile unwavering. She stared him down, snarling. "Just that? I see you've chosen death." In an instant, a wall of fire erupted, completely surrounding the three of them. "This is the Golden Jade Realm," she declared. "Even a demiurgos like you stands no chance against me here." Alex stared at the flames, gasping. "The Golden Jade Realm? My God, this is the true Golden Dragon's personal territory. We're on her home turf. Fighting her here is incredibly dangerous." The true Golden Dragon smirked. "Your subordinate knows a lot. Now kneel." "You." Number 66. But a sudden comment from Demiurgos left her completely baffled. "You know who I am, and you're still doing this? If you're the true Golden Dragon, then your hide should be useful after I skin you. Get ready, because I'm about to peel it right off." At those words, a defiant glint appeared in her eyes. "You dare." Demiurgos simply raised a finger to her lips and spoke. "But first, don't you want to apologize for disappointing me?" The true Golden Dragon, confused and enraged, yelled back, "What in the world are you talking about?" Demiurgos immediately denied all accusations. "No, really. I didn't come down to Earth just to cause trouble." He insisted he only came to the village in peace to meet the hero, but her child showed up, breathing fire and destroying everything. What was he supposed to do? It was pure self-defense, and when her child was on a rampage, she was nowhere to be found. Yet now she dares to lure them here for revenge. She deceived them by posing as a witch, only to suddenly claim she's the dragon god. He says she's the one who needs to apologize. Did she really expect him to just kneel and beg for forgiveness? Did she think being the dragon god meant she could do whatever she wanted? He wonders if all dragons are this arrogant. Next to Demigos, Alex agrees, saying his master is absolutely right. Alex calls her out for thinking she's always correct just because she's powerful, and assuming anyone who resists is wrong. What does that even mean? Besides, the dragons were the ones who forgot the peace treaty with humans and broke it first. She's the one who should be asking for forgiveness. Demigos sighs, staring her down. So, as the dragon god, will she apologize to the people of Rossi Village for her child's actions? Her defiant attitude is already wearing him out. Like mother, like son, Alex continues the verbal assault. He knows she's not their birth mother, but is this her way of dodging responsibility? Is she just going to keep blaming them instead of owning up to her failures? The cornered true gold dragon finally snaps, yelling if they have any shame. Just because kids misbehave doesn't mean their parents are the problem. Alex fires back, comparing her to clueless parents who ignore their kids, then act shocked when trouble starts, claiming, "He's such a good boy at home. It's because of people like her that all parents get a bad reputation. This isn't an issue they can just ignore." As the representative for all dragons, she must apologize for a rogue member of her kind violating the sacred peace treaty. In fact, shouldn't she take full responsibility and step down from her post? This perfectly timed assault from Demigos and Alex leaves the true gold dragon fuming, her ears bright red. Flustered, she mutters that it's not that serious. She's left wondering if she's somehow the one in the wrong. Seeing his chance, Demigos turns to leave. "That's right, you were wrong, so let us go." But she stops them. "Wait." The true gold dragon suddenly has a proposition. Since he came all this way, she asks if he will hear her request. Demigos looks at her coolly with one condition. Apologize first. At his demand, the true gold dragon is so furious she's rendered completely speechless. Demigos immediately turns his back, coldly stating that if she can't even apologize, then forget it. Seeing him actually leave, she panics and calls out, "Wait, hold on." A flicker of satisfaction crosses Demigos's face. The true gold dragon hesitates, then finally chokes out, sorry." Out of nowhere, Demigos reaches out and pats her on the head, leaving the dragon god completely baffled by the gesture. Demigos smirks, playing the bigger person. "Well, I don't like it much, but since you apologized, I'll accept." The true gold dragon's face twitches as she starts to sweat, muttering that this is weird, but she'll let it slide because she's just that generous. Satisfied, Demigos smiles and finally asks, "So, what is it that you want?" The dragon god's expression turns deadly serious as she makes her request. She wants Demigos to hunt dragons. After a moment of silence, he scoffs in disbelief. The golden dragon, the god, the law. Their mother is asking him, the demon king, to hunt her own kind? Did she really think he was stupid enough to fall for such obvious nonsense? This had to be a trap. She'd lost her mind. This foolish dragon. Alex speaks up from the side. Is this because of those purple parasites? Alex remembers seeing something parasitic clinging to the other dragon's body during their fight. Maybe that's what's driving them all insane. The true gold dragon doesn't deny it. That's right, she confirms. Something is terribly wrong. A faction known as the Headliners has rejected peace, and the dragon from yesterday was one of their victims. Her gaze drifts off, lost in a painful memory. The Headliners, she explains, are dragons who were deeply scarred by humanity, losing mates and children. While some conflict was unavoidable, these dragons are now completely blinded by pure rage. They're trying to reignite the war by infecting peaceful young dragons with a strange, powerful magic she's never seen, turning them into living weapons. She looks at them with deadly seriousness. That's why they must capture the infected before any more innocent young dragons are forced to die as miserable tools of war. Hearing this, a sinister smile spreads across Demigos's face. He finally understands what she needs. A hunt. So the Headliners are manipulating peaceful dragons, driving them berserk, and forcing them to attack humans against their will, and she wants him to capture them before they're all killed by humanity. The true gold dragon doesn't deny it. Demigos replies without missing a beat. So, what are you going to give me? His eyes flash with cold intent, even as a smile plays on his lips. Where's my fee? There has to be one, right? The true gold dragon frowns, her tone suspicious. What do you want? And just like that, Demigos held up 5 fingers, making his terms crystal clear. 5 dragon scales. He explained that the most powerful weapons have always been forged from dragons. For everyone he captures, he takes 5 scales. And that's not all. He also needed dragon-forged weapons and armor worth more than 100 gold. His final offer, the dragon mother went pale. After a moment of stunned silence, she broke out in a sweat, blurting, "What? Are you some kind of swindler?" With a snap of his fingers, Demigos's voice turned to ice. "Think whatever you want." Instantly, a contract materialized between them. The terms were simple. Demigos would capture the dragons harassing the human cities and castles, then bring them to the golden dragon. The agreed-upon price was 5 dragon scales and weapons worth 100 gold for every single dragon he brought in. Payment would be made the morning after the job was complete, but if the contract was broken, she would become his slave. Demigos smirked, his eyes flashing with a wicked challenge. He explained she only needed to speak her name to seal the deal, a deal with a devil, with her very soul on the line. The golden dragon just sneered, her voice firm with resolve. "I'm aware." She then spoke her name, the divine golden dragon. As the words left her lips, the contract dissolved into purple smoke, sealing the pact. Seeing it was done, Demigos grinned with satisfaction, looking right at her and declaring, "The contract is signed." He and Alex turned to leave. "Open the gate," Demigos ordered. "I'll sort this out in a few days." But suddenly, the golden dragon called out, "Devil!" Demigos stopped in his tracks, turning back to wait for her to continue. Her eyes pleaded with him, "Please, capture them alive. Don't cause any more deaths." He looked at her, a brilliant smile spreading across his face as he replied, "Of course, my dear client." A moment later they were outside, Alex trailing behind him with a worried look. "Things didn't go quite as planned, did they?" Alex asked. "Nope," Demigos replied, just before a sudden realization hit him. "Oh, that's right." He bolted back towards the temple, shouting for the divine dragon. But the gate had already sealed itself shut, leaving him stunned. Demigos roared in pure frustration. "She still hasn't given me the golden dragon's helmet." Alex paled, reminding him, "We're not dragons, we can't get back into that realm now. That dragon tricked him again." A furious scream echoed through the mountains. "One of these days," Demigos yelled, "I will rip that smug look right off your face." Later, inside a derelict castle, an angry shout rang out. "You're selling weapons now?" Demigos just gave an awkward laugh, clasping his hands together. "That's right." Alex looked at him, totally confused. "Why?" Rich just stood there, completely lost. Alex finally lost it, grabbing Demigos and screaming, "Why in the world are you selling weapons again? You abandoned all of us," he yelled. "Just to come down to the human world and sell some weapons?" Demigos shot right back at him. "Hey, when humans hunt dragons and forge weapons, what does that feel like to you? This is business, you brainless fool." A monopoly on dragon scales is the ultimate weapon the golden dragon just gave me. His eyes lit up. Oh man, how much am I going to make from this? I knew it all along. Well, at least the first 2% of it. He explained she promised him a pile of weapons if he just caught a few dragons. It was basically free money. The more he talked, the more excited he became, almost drooling. War breaks out every 100 years. Selling arms is the most profitable business. It never fails, right? Hearing this, Rich could only scratch his head, wondering to himself, catching dragons is considered a freebie? Demigos whirled around to face Alex. And you idiot, have you still not figured out who I am? A cunning, dangerous smile spread across his face. Selling weapons is just startup capital for my real plan, he revealed. I don't plan on being a merchant for my whole life. Have you forgotten? He asked. One watches from the shadows, while the other holds all the weapons in the world. Hearing this, Alex's expression completely changed. His face lit up, his eyes filled with nothing but admiration. I knew it, Alex said. So that's what this is about. You haven't forgotten, hell, Demigos then commanded. Then hurry up, take that useless kid and find us a good storefront. Go. Without a moment's hesitation, Alex cheerfully scooped up Jack and hurried away. Alex and Rich leaped down from the castle and vanished. Demigos watched them go, finally letting his true thoughts surface. Why was he even bothering with all this? The ultimate goal, of course, was to become a landlord, the owner of the best building in this whole fantasy world. I'm so glad you're an idiot, Alex, he thought to himself. A little while later, Demigos was stretched out comfortably on a bed, swinging his legs with a quiet, scheming smile on his face. Outside, the sun was high in the sky, beating down on the earth. Demigos just laid there peacefully, staring at the sky and letting out a small laugh. His mind drifted back to the first time he met Jack. The kid's apology still echoed in his head. I'm sorry, my rank is only F. I'm just a worthless piece of junk. Then, the image of their battle against that dragon replayed in his memory, every moment in slow motion. He recalled the image of the golden dragon begging him, pleading to capture them alive to prevent more bloodshed. Remembering this, Demigos smiled silently, his eyes half closed in thought. Under the blazing sun atop a ruined building, Demigos mused he'd created a stable income source and saved that foolish hero. So it was done, he could get rich without even moving. But what was this hollow feeling? Was it a craving for blood and slaughter? Would he feel better if he killed everyone in this town? In Demigos' mind, his vision of Zik began to twist and change. Suddenly, a deep, muffled voice echoed beside his ear. Destroy them all. A cold energy filled the air around him, making Demigos look around in confusion. The voice spoke again. Annihilate this world. In his head, the image of his old demon army appeared with sharp clarity. Make humanity your slaves. Turn the human world into a hell. Only then can you end this cycle of death and rebirth. Deep underground, where the sun hadn't shone for 100 years, Demigos stood, staring blankly into the void. He then closed his eyes and coldly declared, "Be silent and disappear." As evening fell, a blood-red sunset covered the sky. A footstep stopped, and a voice rang out. Here it is, a new weapon shop. Its owner had died during the dragon invasion, so the shop was bought up for cheap. Demigos stretched and let out a yawn. Not too bad. You found it pretty quick. I haven't even had a chance to sleep yet. Alex covered his face, speaking shyly. Once I heard the real plan, I was too excited to sit still, you know? Let's work hard together for it. Alex looked at the storefront, calculating. If we get Zik to help out, this place could become a really nice shop. Can Zik even fix houses? Demigos nodded. That's right, he used to be a carpenter. Alex couldn't believe it. Really? So young and already so skilled. He's incredible. But isn't the bloodline level passed down through generations? I mean, even if pureblood parents have a child, that kid could still be pressured class, right? Alex admitted that was true. And conversely, there were cases where the child of a pressured class hero and a saint became the ultimate victor. It's all random. Demigos pressed on. So is there any hope for those seen as failures? Just because a family is pressured class, is the child automatically branded the same? Alex shook his head. It's a bit vague. Skills aren't inherited, but assets are. A family that consistently produces high-ranking warriors or saints would have wealth comparable to kings. With that kind of money, they could raise their children's hero or bloodline levels through various means. Demigos looked up. So in other words, even if a child is pressured class, they have a chance to succeed? Alex nodded. That's right. But since Zik calls himself pressured class, he's probably already been classified as a hero. Suddenly, Demigos erupted in a fit of rage, roaring in pure frustration. Those pathetic humans use money to decide their own hero levels? Why do we demons always have to lose to people like that? Why, you bastards? He muttered an apology and let Alex go, but his body was still flushed red with anger. Let's drop it. The demon world doesn't matter anymore anyway, so where's our hero? Alex answered hesitantly. Ah, well, he's around here somewhere. At that moment, a steaming bowl of noodles was set on a table. Zik, beaming, stood behind his very own noodle stall. Seeing the two of them, he paused his vegetable chopping. His face smudged, but his eyes crinkled in a smile. Master, you're awake. Demigos was baffled, wondering why he was suddenly selling noodles. Zik explained sheepishly, I had some free time at night and wanted to try it out. Besides, the income is pretty good. Demigos quickly sat down at the counter and ordered a bowl. Yes, master. Zik moved with practiced speed, chopping onions, slicing meat, and adding broth. In no time, a delicious-looking bowl of noodles was placed before Demigos. Here you are, sir. The rising steam and fragrant aroma made his mouth water. This is... noodles? He took a bite. The flavor that hit his throat left Demigos stunned, his face overflowing with pure bliss. So good. This is unbelievably, insanely good. Hearing this, Alex couldn't resist. Really? Then I'll have a bowl, too. The moment the flavor touched his tongue, Alex froze, his eyes wide. He immediately shouted, This is amazing. Zik quipped, Forget being a hero, you should switch to this line of work. I'll take that as a compliment. Watching the two eat with such gusto, Zik's heart swelled, unable to hide the happiness on his face. Demigos, mid-slurp, paused as Zik spoke up. Master, thank you so much. Thanks to you, I could buy uniforms for my little brothers at the warrior school. They were the only two kids without uniforms. It always made me so sad. They acted indifferent, but they were so happy when you gave us the money. Demigos asked about the warrior school while he ate. Zeke explained, Yes, it might sound boastful, but I'm sending them both to a private elementary school for warriors. He knew he wasn't strong, but he believed the two of them could become real warriors. So, he would bet all his money on their future. As they were talking, a sudden scream pierced the air. What's this? There's a fly in the noodles. A man slammed his noodle bowl onto the ground. He never wanted to eat at this dump, but he was starving and had no choice. But look what he found. The woman beside him whined, I told you I didn't want to eat somewhere so filthy. Seeing this, Rick quickly tried to explain, his voice shaking with worry. My apologies, sir, but there really aren't any flies around here. Before he could finish, a bowl flew straight at him, and Rick could only shield his face. Demigos sat silently, watching the whole thing with a cold stare. The man, feeling bold, stepped forward with a furious tone. What's that? Are you trying to say I'm lying? Do you have any idea who my father is? All it takes is one word from me, and this pathetic stall gets shut down. Immediately. Suddenly, the man froze, his eyes locked on Rick before shouting, Wait a minute, isn't this guy from the Holy Beach family? The woman next to him sneered. You mean that powerful family? Oh, right. I didn't know any of them were still around. The people around them started whispering. Oh my God, the Holy Beach family? What's going on here? Since when did a hero start working as a cook? Hearing their words, Rick's gaze fell as he quietly corrected them. It's not beach, it's command. The man just laughed, clearly enjoying himself even more. Oh, I know, the pathetic B-listers. Their father begged my family for a job, and you're out here selling this garbage on the streets? How disgusting. Like father, like son, some hero. He's a noodle-selling hero. Seemingly at his limit, Demigos slammed his chopsticks on the table, startling the couple. He turned, his voice ice-cold. I think I hear a fly buzzing somewhere around here. The man yelled back furiously. What? Did you just call me a fly? Are you asking me to rip your head off? Demigos didn't say another word, simply raising his hand while the two looked on, confused. Demigos's hand clenched into a fist, his expression turning glacial. Time to swat a few flies. With that, the man was sent to the afterlife without a single scream, leaving Rick standing there in absolute horror. The woman beside him shrieked in terror, hiking up her dress to run away as tears and snot streamed down her face. But Demigos had no intention of letting her escape. He raised his hand again, a mysterious black circle appearing in his palm as she was slowly sucked into the void. Demigos gently closed his fist. A few strands of her hair lingered outside for a moment, and then they too vanished. Demigos spoke coldly. Those who don't respect heroes, the very people who risk their lives for them, don't deserve to live in this world. Alex stood nearby, silently observing every move Demigos made. Ignoring the shocked gasps from everyone around, Demigos turned back to his bowl and continued slurping down his noodles. But after one bite, a piece of paper floated down into his bowl. It read, A dragon has appeared at Leah Castle. You must depart at once. Seeing this, Demigos jumped up, slammed his chopsticks down, and said cheerfully, "Hey, weakling, close up the shop. Our first super important client mission is here. Let's go make some money." Rick quickly replied, "Ah, yes sir." The bright moon shone in the night sky as a vehicle sped down the road. Inside, Demigos and Alex were flying forward. Alex's gaze fell on Rick's trembling hands as he sat beside him. Rick looked back at a relaxed Demigos, completely flustered. Alex's eyes were still glued to him. He couldn't help but finally ask, "Are you nervous?" Rick scratched his head, admitting with a stutter, "Yeah, I guess so. I never thought I'd have to face an orc or a goblin, let alone a dragon. Before meeting you and Master Demigos, I never even dreamed of it." After a short pause, Rick continued, "You probably won't believe this, but every time I look at Master Demigos, I just feel this immense confidence radiating from him. It's like he's thinking, it's just a dragon, what's there to worry about? But me, if I saw it, I'd probably be too scared to even move." Hearing this, Alex smiled and said something that baffled Rick. "It's good to be scared. Rick, no matter how you feel, Lord Demigos has chosen you to be a hero. You may not always feel worthy, but you are definitely the leader on this adventure. So be confident." Rick blushed and stammered his reply, "Yes." Alex gave him an encouraging look. "That's a weak answer for a leader. Speak up." Alex's group continued to race down the road. A moment later, Alex called out a quick warning. "All right, this turn takes us almost to Leah Castle. Hold on tight." The vehicle took the corner at full speed, forcing Rick to squeeze his eyes shut and grip the reins for dear life. When he slowly opened his eyes, a massive castle stood before him, encircled by a colossal white dragon. The beast was being swarmed by headliners, roaring in pure agony. Rick leaned forward, utterly shocked by the scene. Did the dragon already destroy the castle? What about everyone inside? From behind, Demigos pointed casually, his voice calm. "Relax, they've all gathered on the other side." Alex, standing nearby, figured a castle this massive had to have a few G-rank heroes inside. They probably helped everyone escape safely, so just relax. Demiurgos yawned, his tone a lazy command. "The stage is set, the audience is here. It's showtime, get ready." The weakling just sweats, not daring to talk back. In front of the castle, it's total chaos, full of screams and curses. Damn it, where did that dragon come from? Is this the apocalypse? The townspeople are freezing on the cliffs, their faces flushed with emotion. "Get warm blankets to the injured, now. It's so cold, I feel like I'm going to die." Amidst the chaos, an overweight man starts praying desperately. "Oh Lord, please make this storm stop. Have you truly forsaken us?" From the distance, another voice cuts through the noise. "Even the king left us to fend for ourselves, so why wouldn't God?" In another corner, someone else complains, "It's so hot, like being stuck in a sauna." The king sits comfortably on his throne, while mages from the Holy Land use magic to ward off the extreme cold. The king scratches his face in annoyance. "Hey, where are those heroes who went for the savior? God, it's burning up. We have to get back to the castle." An elderly priest steps forward to report. "They've likely been killed by the dragon. I can't reach any of them." The king explodes. "What? Then you handle it yourself. If this keeps up, I'm going to die from this heat." Suddenly, a shout rings out. "Make way! Make way!" The king freezes, completely startled, and there's Wretch, making a grand entrance on a chariot driven by Alex. The crowd roars. A hero has arrived. The king just leans back, stunned. With a glint in his eye, Wreck's chariot flies right over the king's head. The king is just stunned, muttering, "A hero? Seriously? You're just a weirdo in underwear holding a broom," he screams in rage. "They're getting away, catch them." The protective barrier breaks, letting in a blast of freezing wind. "Hey, it's freezing. Recast the spell, hurry," the king yells. The old priest kneels, too weak to argue. The king's face is purple with fury. "How dare they fly over my head? I hope the dragon eats them alive." Outside, a young boy held tightly by his mother points into the distance. "Mom, look over there." His mother looks, confused. "What is it?" Right before them, the chariot hurtles toward the dragon and the castle. The boy asks, "Is that guy really fighting the dragon in just his underwear?" Everyone around them just stares, jaws on the floor. "You've got to be kidding me. Don't tell me that's the hero who's supposed to beat the dragon and save us." Up on the chariot, Wreck is shivering, rubbing his legs together for warmth. He turns to his companions, whining, "It's so cold and so embarrassing." The shame is making it even colder. Wretch grits his teeth as he sees the people below, frozen solid. He thinks to himself that too many people were caught, they couldn't escape, they're all gone. But then Resh looks up and notices something huge. Their group is closing in, just a short distance now from the massive dragon. Just then, Demiurgos speaks up. Alex, weakling, get ready. He's lounging on the chariot, totally calm. The plan hasn't changed. Weakling, you're going to stand right where everyone can see you. Alex, you'll capture that hero Lanlin and drop it right in front of the weakling. Then, he'll finish it with one sweep of his broom. Got it? Rek is so cold his nose is running. He thinks to himself, I knew it. This plan sounds way too familiar. Demiurgos, still lounging lazily, turns to Alex. And you, Alex, don't screw around like last time and force my hand again. Alex replies respectfully, You can count on me, my lord. He then waves a hand, creating a purple spatial rift as he slowly rises. He reveals his true demonic form, standing tall on the chariot and declaring his intent. Last time, this humble servant struggled a bit because I misjudged their state, but I will not make that same mistake again. But Demiurgos' voice cuts in, stopping Alex cold. Don't kill it, he orders coolly. I want it captured alive. A murderous look crosses Alex's face as he replies, Understood. In that case, I'll just beat it within an inch of its life. Alex then turns to Resh, who's still shivering in the corner. He takes off his hat. That dragon is massive, so things are about to get a little messy. Make sure you plant your feet and don't move. And with that, Alex steps into the portal, leaving with a simple, well, see you. Resh can only stammer, a little messy. Plant my feet. Demiurgos now turns to Resh. Stop the chariot, weakling. He gives a lazy wave. I'm gonna take a nap. Go deal with that dragon, and make it quick. Rek hesitates. But, Sir Demiurgos. A distant roar from the dragon sends a chill down his spine. He hugs himself tightly, timidly asking, Could you maybe come with me? I feel like I'm about to pee my pants. Deep down, he knew he was going to be scared to death facing that thing. High up on the castle, creatures called headliners cling to the dragon's body. Hearing the commotion, all of them turn their heads towards the sound. Alex emerges from a rift, suspended in midair. His gaze is locked, slowly closing in on the dragon as the headliners sense the approaching danger. Instantly, they harden into sharp spikes, launching themselves straight toward Alex. But with incredible agility, Alex weaves from one spot to another, effortlessly dodging every single one. If any managed to touch his face or body, they were instantly disintegrated by his power. After a few exchanges, the dragon finally drops the castle and crashes to the ground. A massive cloud of snow erupts. Standing nearby, Zek watches the beast fall, his hands trembling. In the freezing wind, he grips his broomstick, jaw clenched and speechless, but his heart is absolutely pounding with pure excitement. This was incredible. But the thick smoke blocks his view, and Zek starts to wonder, has it even begun? He quickly turns, calculating his next move. He needs to find a spot where Sir Alex can easily see him. Suddenly, Demios calls out, Runt. At the same time, Zek grabs his wooden shield. Before he can react, Demios explains from the cart. Don't you always carry that thing around? A hero should at least have a shield, you know. Isn't this your father's? Demios points at the shield, and a purple energy suddenly envelops it. Zek just stares at the shield, now wrapped in Demios' magic, completely and utterly confused. Demios explains, It's a protective magic barrier, strong enough to block the Dragon Clan. Hearing this, Zek is moved to tears, about to voice his gratitude. But before he can get a word out, he realizes Demios is already fast asleep. Zek quickly pushes off from the cart, not forgetting to wish him, sleep well. Sir Demios, I'll definitely do well this time. He needs to hurry to the designated spot so Sir Alex won't be kept waiting. He scans the area, searching for somewhere obvious high up and right in the center. He quickly spots the perfect place that fits his requirements. Zek sprints toward his chosen spot, but in his haste, he trips and comically rolls the rest of the way like a ball. Just then, the dragon slowly rises to its feet, roaring in pure agony. The agitated headliners start to snarl. Alex shows no mercy, stomping on them with brutal force. His hands move like blades, slashing relentlessly at the headliners. His eyes are cold, holding nothing back. But suddenly, the eyes of one headliner change, glowing a menacing red. A moment later, it launches a surprise attack, catching Alex off guard and forcing him back a few steps. At that moment, all the headliners on the dragon's body completely vanish. It roars, shooting straight into the sky, kicking up a blizzard of snow. Suddenly, a massive hand materializes from the swirling smoke. It immediately clamps down on the flying dragon's mouth. Alex appears in a flash, leaping into the air. He flies straight for the dragon, his eyes filled with resolve and a glint of killing intent. As he gets closer, he unleashes his magic, and countless purple arms manifest behind him. The demonic look in Alex's eyes becomes even more pronounced. Alex decisively strikes, leaving the dragon no room to resist. It plummets from the sky, causing a series of shock waves as it whimpers in agony from the immense impact. With one of his arms now deformed, Alex slowly approaches the beast. "You recover fast," he mutters. "Is it because of your size?" The dragon just roars again as if trying to answer. Without hesitation, Alex raises his hand. Time to end this, he decides. From a distance, Zek watches Alex take down the dragon, completely stunned. "Absolutely incredible," Zek whispers from his perch on the cliff. "It's terrifying. Sir Alex is handling that dragon all by himself." Suddenly, Zek's eyes fly open. He glances behind him, where the townspeople are cheering wildly for him. "A hero. The hero has saved us." Zek is baffled. "Are they winning? We're saved. Go, hero. God has answered our prayers." All the townspeople are shouting, moved to tears of relief. "Our hero." Hearing the cheers, Zek is completely shocked. He realizes they're cheering for him. The shouts grow louder. "You can do it. Go." But to Zek, Alex is the only real hero. Not him, who's just standing here, trembling in fear. He thinks to himself, "I'm so jealous. I want to be a hero just like him, to save people and bring them hope." As he's lost in thought, a cry for help, "Please save me," snaps him back. He quickly looks toward the sound. A person is nearly frozen solid, only half their face visible as they beg. "Please save me, Sir Hero." Elsewhere, the dragon's tail whips out, forcing Alex to fly back to dodge. It slams into an iceberg, shattering it to pieces. Zek hears the crash and whips his head back toward the fight. Huge chunks of ice rain down on Alex, forcing him to keep dodging. Alex looks annoyed and mutters something under his breath as the dragon's foot slams the ground. Snow billows up as it lets out a world-shaking roar, speaking in some untranslatable tongue. Alex stares intently at the dragon. "So, you can recover indefinitely, as long as the host isn't dead. Is it a parasite?" Alex assesses coolly. "You're basically just a zombie dragon at this point." The dragon's massive foot touches down as it changes direction, screaming in pain. And all over its body, the headliners begin to reappear. Alex realized they could multiply endlessly unless torn from their host. A true zombie dragon. But the dragon stood tall against every attack Alex threw at it. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. If he couldn't kill it, there was only one other way. He'd just have to chop off all its limbs. The dragon slammed its feet into the ground and shot into the sky with a deafening roar. Its mouth gaped wide, diving straight for the cliff where Alex stood. Without a moment's hesitation, Alex unleashed his 100 hands technique. Countless arms erupted from his back, coiling together just before the dragon could connect. The smaller arms merged into one gigantic hand, clenching into a fist before swinging hard at the dragon. The punch carried devastating power, smashing the dragon straight into the ground below. Not done yet, Alex activated his 100 demon hands. Giant arms relentlessly pummeled the downed dragon before merging into one, grabbing its neck and hoisting it high into the air. Suddenly, a surge of white power began to gather inside the dragon's mouth. Alex didn't seem to care, staying completely focused on his own technique. The dragon unleashed a powerful blast of ice that shook the very heavens. Z, watching from a distance, was caught in the shockwave, thrown back onto the white snow. He coughed, struggling for breath in the bitter cold. At that moment, countless arms shielded Alex completely. His eyes flashed with cold resolve. "Time to end this," he declared. The giant hand tightened, making the dragon howl in agony. Alex's eyes widened as he unleashed the ultimate 100 demon hands, a technique from a single living demon. The single hand instantly split into 3, each moving in a different direction. 2 hands swiftly grabbed the dragon's massive wings. It was a spectacular sight. The dragon, completely restrained and unable to move. It could only scream in pure agony. Alex showed no mercy, slamming it back to the ground. "Reverse flow finger," he yelled, as the giant hand rose once more before bringing down the great demon descent fist without pity. The villagers watching from afar could only stare in disbelief as the dragon finally fell. Rick was also stunned, frozen in place because it all happened so fast. Then it hit him, oh no, this was no time to just stand and watch. Rick sprinted toward the person who had cried for help. He had to save them, and fast. When he reached them, he saw the person shivering violently from the cold and tried to reassure them. "Don't worry, I'll get you 2 out of here right now." Rick touched the block of ice, and the cold shot through him, making him shudder. So cold. He sighed, then noticed a young man who was no longer alive. He had died while trying to save the girl. The other survivor spoke weakly, holding up a red-faced, crying baby, pleading for him to save the child. Hearing the baby's cries, Rick quickly used a broom handle to smash the ice. His strength shattered the ice into tiny pieces. He tried to calm them. "Hang on just a little longer. I'll get you out right away," he said. But in his heart, he knew the grim truth: he'd have to leave the father to save the mother and child. Elsewhere, Alex and the dragon were still locked in battle. Z calculated, "Lord Alex will be here soon. I need to save them and get back to my post." A white light started to glow from the dragon. Recognizing it, the villagers screamed in terror. "That light! Get away, Sir Hero. That's the same light that destroyed our castle." The light suddenly intensified, blasting out a shockwave that was rapidly approaching him. He quickly raised the enchanted shield from Demigos to block it, but it didn't last long. The shield shattered, sending him flying back several meters. From a distance, the villagers could only watch as the light wave approached. As it crashed down, all they could do was scream. Even the king felt the chilling air, crying out, "It's so cold." Chunks of ice began forming around the dragon, causing it to cry out in pain. But Alex stood firm, his voice as steady as before. "It's a bit difficult to maintain this skin I've preserved for a battle 20,000 years from now. How annoying." Meanwhile, Rick, buried in snow, let out a few groans. He slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was still alive, probably thanks to Lord Demigos's magic shield. He shivered. So cold. Suddenly, Rick's eyes shot open. He remembered the child. He struggled to sit up in the snow, frantically looking around. Seeing the baby still crying, he couldn't help but feel a wave of relief. The child is still alive. Looking at the mother, mangled but still clutching her baby, he cursed under his breath. "Damn it! Ma'am, hang on, I'm coming." But as he tried to stand, he realized something was terribly wrong. He looked back and saw that both his legs were shattered and frozen, and one of his arms was broken too. The ice on the dragon began to crack and move. The villagers saw it and stumbled back in fear. "It's coming back!" Someone screamed. "Sir Hero, run!" But over here, Rick clenched his fists, determined to save the child. He was a hero. He might be useless, but he would save that child. The villagers' desperate voices echoed. "Sir Hero, watch out! Sir Hero, this way!" Rick forced himself to crawl closer to the child, his heart filled with resolve. "Maybe I can't save everyone like other heroes," he thought, "but I will definitely save you." Meanwhile, Alex was observing the dragon, planning to use its power once more, only to be met with mockery. "Don't you realize that power is useless against me? That's why you are always used by humans." "You foolish dragon god," Alex sneered. A white light erupted from the dragon again, this time even more powerful than before. Jack held the child tightly, but the terrifying blast of power sent him flying into the air. His eyes were squeezed shut, his body buried in a pile of freezing snow. Suddenly, a fur coat was draped over him, making him open his eyes in surprise. He looked at the person standing before him, his heart filled with a storm of emotions. "I truly don't understand how they think they can defeat me. They're as weak as candles in the wind, extinguished by the slightest breeze, yet they still dare to sacrifice themselves to save others. Could it be we truly lost to them all those years ago? I just can't understand these humans," Demigos muttered. Jack looked up at Demigos and gave a faint, weak smile. "Lord Demigos, I'm sorry for not arriving in time." "I'll try harder next time," Jack said, before collapsing from exhaustion onto the white snow. A second later, his eyes fluttered shut again. But then he shot bolt upright, his body still covered in white bandages. "That dragon! What happened to that dragon?" Jack yelled, frantically scanning the partially destroyed room around him. "Is this Lord Demigos's room?" Jack scratched his head, completely dazed. "Wait, why am I here? Did I pass out?" His eyes suddenly shot wide open, fixed on his heavily bandaged arm. Jack's jaw dropped in disbelief, and he quickly threw the blanket aside. His legs, now stitched back together, lay right in front of him. "I thought I was crippled for good. How is this possible?" As Jack mumbled, a voice cut through his thoughts. "Well, that dragon god isn't so bad, is he? This stuff isn't as useless as I thought." "Yes, I suppose so," Jack replied, instantly recognizing the voice belonged to Demigos. He quickly sat up, looked down, and called out to Lord Demigos. Jack's eyes widened in pure shock at what he saw. Hearing the call, Demigos looked up from a pile of assorted weapons with a casual greeting. "Yo, you're awake, huh?" Jack raised a hand, confused. "Yeah, but my body, how did it?" "Oh, before that, what happened to the dragon and the child?" Jack asked, feeling like he had too many questions. Demigos gave a slight smile. "The dragon and the child have been taken care of, so you don't need to worry. If you're all rested up, get down here and clean this mess. We still have a shop to open, don't we? You useless bum." Hearing those words, Jack's face went completely blank for a moment. A second later, a happy smile spread across his face. Just seeing his master's face made all his worries disappear. From then on, they continued their missions from the dragon god. Jack stood firm on their familiar vehicle, ready to fight the vicious dragons while citizens screamed in panic all around them. "Run! Someone save me!" Demigos simply stood by, pointed, and calmly gave the order. "Useless bum, attack!" Jack immediately yelled towards Alex. "Sir Alex, I'm ready!" From a purple magic circle, Alex dove from the sky, attacking the dragon before him. With lightning speed, Alex took down the dragon with a single, decisive blow. Every time they killed a dragon, a mysterious person would appear to take its body away, though no one ever knew how they managed it. From the ground below, Jack looked up at the room and called out. Master Demigos, who had just woken up, rubbed his eyes and looked down quizzically. While he was picking his nose, a sword fell from the sky in front of him, followed by a whole barrage of weapons that made Demigos look up. He then noticed Jack cheerfully carrying in the new equipment. The morning after slaying a dragon, a mountain of weapons had appeared. Seeing Jack's actions, Demigos gave him a satisfied thumbs up in approval, and just like that, they continued their journey. A brightly colored dragon appeared right in front of Jack. Already used to situations like this, Jack stood his ground, found the right spot and shouted, "Sir Alex!" Alex heard the call and leaped into the air, sending the dragon back to the earth with a single hit. All the while, Demigos was blissfully asleep, ignoring everything. More weapons continued to appear, and the horse-drawn carriage kept rolling down the road. During one snow dragon hunt, Demigos casually dropped a flash bomb, easily obliterating the creature. And so things continued. A dragon was killed, weapons appeared. The cart sped on, and Demigos remained lazily asleep, ignoring the world. More weapons appeared in front of the house the next day. One afternoon, under a fiery sunset, Jack was still busy selling noodles to the locals. In front of the stall, Demigos and Alex were busy devouring bowl after bowl of noodles. Seeing that scene, Jack couldn't help but smile. Just as Demigos was focused on his meal, a piece of paper landed in his bowl. It read, "Sun Castle has just appeared." With his mouth still full of noodles, Demigos stood and shouted, "Let's go." They immediately got on the carriage and headed for the new dragon. Just like every other time, Demigos was comfortably asleep, paying no attention to his surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open and he commanded, "Attack!" In a dramatic battle, Jack faced a ferocious dragon covered in monsters, its jaws wide open to swallow him whole. And the fight wasn't over, not by a long shot. Next up, a terrifying fire dragon. With blinding speed and incredible skill, Zik launched himself high into the air, unleashing his Demon King technique. He landed a devastating blow before the dragon could even react, letting out one last scream as it fell. One by one, the dragons were defeated by his hand, completely unable to fight back against the relentless assault. After the brutal battle, Zik collected tons of priceless weapons. Still bandaged and covered in blood, he walked off the battlefield. Behind him, a dragon's corpse lay still. Suddenly, a voice from a cheering crowd made Zik turn his head. "It's the dragon hunter. God must have sent him. He saved Doria Castle, and now our village. He's amazing." Meanwhile, Demiurgo stood off to the side, watching Zik approach before offering a few words of his own. "You did great, for a weakling." Zik high-fived Demiurgos with a huge smile. Soon, their team's reputation spread, making them the most famous crew in the region. The three of them, Alex, Demiurgos, and Zik, all stared off in the same direction. Alex spoke up, "Is it finally done?" This was the first branch of the demon's weapon shop. And with that, they were officially open for business. Inside, the space was breathtaking, with thousands of glittering weapons displayed on racks. Zeke was stunned. "Whoa, this place is so luxurious, Sir Demiurgos." Demiurgos, hands in his pockets, turned to praise Alex. "I didn't expect the inside to be this amazing. You must have put in a ton of effort. No other weapon shop around here can compare, not even the ones run by major guilds." Demiurgos cracked a sinister smile. "Oh, really? Well, either way, you two are the ones managing this shop." Alex and Zik were shocked. "Us? What about you, sir?" Demiurgos leaned back with a smirk, his hands behind his head. "Hey, when have you ever seen a boss do actual work? I just want to sit back and count the money. Besides, if you're hesitating, you two were the ones so excited to manage a shop, not me, right?" After getting the answer he wanted, Demiurgos relaxed and let out a happy laugh. "So that's settled then. Now work hard and make this shop the best it can be," he said. Just then, a voice called out, "Sir Demiurgos." The laughter stopped as he turned to see Jack. The man was scratching his head shyly, asking, Could I keep working at the counter after I finish my work here? I still need to earn money for my twin siblings' tuition fees. Demiurgos replied instantly. Whatever, do what you want. Then he turned and ordered Alex. Alex, go get the thing I asked for. That afternoon at the shop, the sunset painted the sky red. The three of them gathered around to look at the item that had just arrived. Zik couldn't hide his awe, whispering, "Whoa." The item on the tray pulsed with a dark purple aura. Looks incredible. Demiurgos stepped up and lifted the shield. As his hand made contact, purple sparks flew. He held the shield up and turned to Alex. Read. Alex began to describe it in a flat monotone. Doomslagen. Forged from dragon scales acquired as a hunting reward, combined with emeralds, rubies, and unparalleled craftsmanship. This is an SS-class shield, an item that only true heroes are worthy to wield. It was crafted by Hammett, the #1 blacksmith of the entire underworld. Alex continued, saying the shield could withstand 3 to 4 attacks from a demon king, and could even block their ultimate attacks. So the rumors were, true dwarves really are master craftsmen. But the underworld Alex mentioned was actually the demon realm, a fact Zik completely misunderstood. Zik struggled to catch the shield as Demiurgos tossed it to him. Hey, weakling, hold it steady, Demiurgos said. Suddenly, a flash of purple light exploded in front of Zik, forcing him to squint his eyes shut. When his vision returned, Zik was horrified to find himself in a dark, endless void. Where am I? He panicked, sweat beading on his forehead as he called out. Sir Demiurgos, a gloomy voice echoed back. A human? You are the one who has summoned me. Zik spun around in terror. Behind him was a colossal, bloodshot eye looking exactly like the one on the shield. The eye spoke slowly. My name is Doomslagen. I will accept you as my master, until the very flame of my life turns to ash. Zik's jaw dropped, unable to believe what he was hearing. Master? Before he could recover, the eye shot out blinding lightning, making Zik cover his face. When he opened them again, he was back in the shop, looking around in utter confusion. Where is Sir Demiurgos? The question went unanswered. Instead, he heard only Demiurgos's cold warning. It's coming, block it. But Zik just stood there, his face a total mess of confusion. Before he could figure out what was happening, Demiurgos casually waved his hand, sending a massive blast of energy straight at him. Zik's face went pale as he instinctively threw the shield up to defend himself. Instantly, the eye on the shield began to glow brightly, blocking the attack completely. But the force was so insane it sent Zik flying backward, smashing straight through a brick wall. All Alex could do was scream. What kind of boss demolishes his own brand new shop? Demigos just shrugged, completely unbothered. Just a little test, he says. And from the pile of rubble, Jack's hand slowly rises. He climbs out clutching a shield with a huge grin, waving his hand. Sir Demigos, this shield is absolutely incredible. It's so amazing that even A-rank heroes, heck, even G-rank, would kill for it. Demigos nodded, looking satisfied. Even at 1% of its real size, I bet it could stop my spear of annihilation. Then he coldly calls out, worthless. Jack just cheerfully replies, yes, sir. Then Demigos drops an announcement that leaves Jack's jaw on the floor. From now on, it's yours. We need you to use stronger gear, because you are pathetically weak. We'll add things one by one, starting with this. Jack, completely moved, asks, for real? At that exact moment, a single tear falls onto the shield, leaving Demigos and Alex absolutely stunned. Jack clutches the shield tight, tears streaming down his face. Giving an amazing shield like this to a useless, low-level guy like me. Are you sure that's okay? Demigos watches him, silent for a long moment, before softly confirming, yeah. That one word makes Jack even more emotional, and the tears just keep flowing. He hugs the shield like it's a priceless treasure, a complete mess of snot and tears, caressing it lovingly. Even if I lived for another 1,000,000 years, I would never dare to dream of holding a shield this incredible. This is the greatest shield in the entire world. Hearing this, Demigos just coldly remarks, you idiot, I'm not even hitting you, so why are you crying? Oma Castle may lie in ruins, but inside, a crowd is feasting and partying, their laughter echoing like madmen. Their leader raises a hand dripping with gold, admiring it with a smirk. Man, wearing all this is heavy. He sure collected a lot, didn't he? Who knew he was hoarding so much? It's not like you can take it with you when you die. The old man had zero conscience. Then he glances down at Princess Apro, kneeling motionless on the floor, his voice dripping with scorn. Am I right, Princess Apro? With that, he plops onto the throne, laughing triumphantly. But as the crowd parties on, a strange foot appears, bringing everything to a halt. Looking up, They see a fully cloaked figure emerge from the doorway. He says nothing, just walks straight from the entrance toward the stairs. This bizarre entrance silences the entire hall. Every single eye is locked on him. He moves with surprising speed, sniffing the air, peering into every corner, before continuing up to the second floor. He mutters to himself, "Not this place." Returning to the main hall, his steps are so swift that even the drunks stop to watch his strange behavior. The man weaves his way through the bodies sprawled all over the floor. Then he stops in the middle of the hall, kneels down, and places a hand on the floor as if sensing something. From the main gate to here, there is not a single trace of a fight. The leader on the throne looks down, his voice arrogant. "Who are you?" The man's face is finally revealed as he smiles and replies, "Oh, don't mind me. Please, continue what you were doing." The second he finishes speaking, he crouches and launches himself into the air, landing right in front of the leader, who's too shocked to even close his mouth. He crouches down, touching the floor again as his eyes flash with a green light. "Right here," he says, with a single explosion. Suddenly, he springs to his feet, staring straight at the leader. The mountains outside look as if they've been sliced in two, making the leader wonder if a mere human could do that. Terrified, the leader grits his teeth, about to say something, but just ends up screaming, "Get this bastard out of here!" The soldiers all shout in unison. The man turns back, waving a hand. "Don't move. It's dangerous, and your lives are still valuable, you know." But the soldiers charge forward anyway. He just raises a hand, wagging his index finger. Creations of God shouldn't be doing this, should they? In an instant, a flash of light sweeps through, severing the legs of every soldier before they can even react. He points to the remaining crowd. "All of you, stay put, unless you want to end up like them." The leader points a trembling finger at him. "Magic. What in the world is going on? Who are you?" The mysterious man maintains his radiant smile. "My superiors are quite concerned about the recent events here. Something terrible has occurred, so I was dispatched to investigate. I'm hoping you'll cooperate." The leader asks, "Superiors?" The man just nods. "That's right. I am a representative of God, a savior." The leader, who everyone considered the one true savior, can only stare in stunned silence. The visitor steps closer, his smile turning menacing. "If you already understand, then there's no need for me to elaborate. So why don't you just come clean? What happened on that day? Who did it? What was it? And why?" The barrage of questions fills the leader's eyes with pure terror. He can't even get a single word out. The visitor doesn't wait for a response and just keeps talking. "To destroy Aoma Castle, one of the largest fortresses, in an instant, then vanishing without a trace. Truly impressive." The leader grits his teeth, trembling, barely able to speak. I don't know anything. I just heard rumors from merchants in town that he had white hair. That morning, they said they saw a suspicious white-haired man enter the gate. Shortly after, they heard screams, and then the castle just exploded. At those words, the mysterious man's eyes flashed a chilling blue, sending a fresh wave of terror through the bandit leader. He stammered, "That's all I know, I swear. Only God knows what happened next. Everyone in that castle is dead." Suddenly, a strange smile crept across the man's face, as if he'd just solved a puzzle. He turned to leave, saying, "Thank you for the answer." The leader screamed after him, "He's the savior of this place. You wouldn't understand." He was talking about Acoma, the largest fortress in the world, a place built on the blood and tears of ordinary people. That white-haired youth, he claimed, was the savior sent by God to kill the tyrant and help them reclaim what was theirs. He was the real Messiah, far more skilled than that other bastard who only used his divine status to live in luxury. The figure turned back, his gaze turning deadly. "Well said. However, we'll see if he was truly sent by God, or by a much darker power." He raised a hand glittering with rings and continued, "One more thing." Without a pause, he snapped his fingers, slicing the bandit in two. "How dare you insult him? Die." The scene changes. A familiar pair of boots step on a patch of slime. A voice rings out, "There you are, you damn germ." "It's a parasite, not a germ," another corrects him. "Whatever. Just report the location and let Kim Shinryong handle the rest." After their work was finished, the two of them left, walking across the open green fields. Demigos crossed his hands behind his head, complaining to Alex, "This was fun at first, but isn't this much work becoming a real problem for the dragons?" He continued, "At this point, Kim Shinryong really should have just taken a stand and put an end to all this herself. She does call herself a divine dragon, after all." Alex started to explain. He figured the reason she couldn't take care of it herself was because she was currently stuck in a mortal human body. He wasn't entirely certain, but he believed she was connected to the records kept in the time-space library. That place holds the world's official history, an account that was recognized by the gods themselves a long, long time ago. While memories and normal texts can easily be altered by magic, once a record is entered into the time-space library, it can never be changed. It becomes absolute, undeniable proof. Hearing this, Demigos finally began to understand why Kim Shinryong was acting this way. She was afraid of those records. Her appearance here was likely a secret that could never see the light of day. Demigos wondered aloud, why? How is a normal person like me supposed to get the personal drama of the divine dragons? Is this some kind of adult thing? As they neared the carriage, Demigos saw Z leaning against it with his eyes closed and sneered. Is this useless bum asleep again? Alex just smiled gently. Maybe he's just tired. But when Demigos saw Z was covered in blood, Alex explained it away as if it were nothing. But he had faced a dragon that even an S-rank hero would have had a tough time dealing with. Perhaps only Z could have done it. He had learned to defend himself and fight that beast. Suddenly, Demigos noticed something and exclaimed, "Look at the shield next to him. Why is it all wrapped up in cloth like that?" As the wind blew, Alex's voice answered calmly. He says he treasures that shield because it's important. He's going to give it to his younger brother when he becomes a hero. Demigos apparently keeps telling him to just use it already and buy his brother a new one. Demigos just walked ahead nonchalantly and urged them on. Let's go. Just throw him in the carriage and let him sleep. With the moon high in the sky, they continued their journey. Demigos suddenly broke the silence. It hasn't come undone, has it? He looked back at Z, sleeping soundly. The wrappings on his arms and legs were still intact, and he clutched the shield tightly. Alex remarked, I thought those doctors did a half-hearted job, but it seems they were actually quite dedicated. If you're going to chop things off, you'd better know how to reattach them. I bet they've had a lot of practice. Demigos just smirked. He then asked a surprising question. Do you think if he'd had a better start, he could have become a great hero? His sense of duty is incredibly high. If he had the chance, he definitely could. But Alex just laughed loudly. Don't say such absurd things. If that were true, within just 20 years, the two of you would have become bitter enemies. Demigos pointed to himself, confused. Why would I do that to the idiot? Because you must follow the path of the Demon King. What are you talking about? Just one look should tell you I'm more like a hero's loyal companion than some Demon King's follower. But then another question came to Demigos. But if that's true, could Rich become the hero of humanity? Alex's response was instant. That's impossible. He's not from Generation O. His gaze sharpened. That is the natural law of this world. The final hero, he explained, must be born into the 5th generation. A normal person has a child at 20, their child has one at 20, and the cycle continues on and on. When the child of the 5th generation turns 20, a full century will have passed, which is when the Demon King descends. That child will declare war on them. Then the O generation cycle will repeat. In that generation, only one person has the potential to become the hero. A 4th generation child like Zik could never become a hero, only his son might stand a chance. Hearing this, Demios burst out laughing, leaving Alex completely bewildered. He looks up at the darkening sky, lost in thought. Every century, when the Demon King plans to invade, a hero is born. That's just the law of this world. As the moon rises higher, Demios' laughter grows clearer, filled with pure mockery. How ridiculous. This game? Alex couldn't utter a word, sitting there in stunned silence. After a moment, he speaks up. Sir, can you now tell me why you left and refused to become the Demon King? Demios avoids Alex's gaze, feigning innocence. Didn't I tell you? Not yet. He brings a hand to his mouth, pretending to think. Seriously? I was wondering why I hadn't said anything. How would I know? Then Demios glances away and says, Well, it's nothing special. I didn't want to become the Demon King because... Before he can finish, something explodes in the sky above, streaking past their heads and illuminating the whole area. Demios looks toward the light and realizes something. Isn't that an airship? Looking like that, it must belong to the royal nobility, right? Alex spots a red dragon circling the ship and quickly reports, It's being attacked by a dragon. Demios is surprised. Another dragon? Are they really this common in this world? Suddenly, Alex's face darkens as he exclaims, How can this be? Flames were burning away the symbol printed on the ship, but Alex's sharp eyes could still make it out. That emblem is the holy fir tree, the symbol of the pure-blooded line. They're a legendary family, one that has produced hundreds of heroes with the noblest of bloodlines. He still couldn't understand why two species, allies for thousands of years, would now be at each other's throat. Everything lately has been so hard to explain. Suddenly, Demios calls out, Hey, Alex. Startled, he turns around. What is it? Demios points towards the mountain where the airship just crashed and says excitedly, "Let's go check out the drama." The ship, hanging precariously on the cliffside, suddenly explodes. Below, a team of dozens of men is struggling to pull a giant cart. "Hey, be careful not to catch fire. Hurry up, damn it. Why is this thing so heavy?" A man yells out. 1, 2. The soldiers simultaneously hoist their shields onto their shoulders, pulling the rope with all their might. Suddenly, a loud snap echoes as the ropes tear apart, sending rocks flying everywhere. The bandit leader turns around, his face beet red with fury. "Hey, you idiots, I told you to be careful and not to damage that thing." The soldiers fall to the ground, not daring to argue back. "Yes, sir." The bandit leader doesn't stop, his anger boiling over. His face is scrunched up in rage, teeth grinding loudly. "You absolute morons." The squad scrambles to their feet, immediately lifting the cargo. The leader mutters, "Do they have any idea how much this thing is worth? Lift it. If there's a single scratch on it, I'll have all of your heads." Before he can finish, a massive explosion erupts from behind him. His face goes pale as he turns to see a red-eyed dragon circling in the sky. The fire rages fiercely, painting the whole area red. The bandit leader grows anxious. "We've been discovered." The dragon gets closer and closer, fire already spewing from its mouth and ears. "It's coming this way." The leader's face darkens as he yells out a signal to his troops. "That creature is after this cargo. We have to stop it at all costs. Archers, mages, get ready." After a unified, "Yes, sir," the entire squad gets into position. Archers draw their bows, arrows at the ready. The mages focus their power, their gazes as sharp as the arrowheads. Watching the dragon get closer and the flames grow larger, the bandit leader roars, "Fire!" The archers release, sending a volley of arrows flying toward the dragon. The mages unleash their spells, dark energy erupting as bolts of lightning shoot out. However, none of it even mattered. On the other side, the dragon opens its massive jaws, breathing fire right back at the army. The flames erupt violently, directly hitting the bandits and sending their leader flying through the air. All he can do is duck and cover his head, terrified of falling debris. After its rampage, the dragon spreads its wings and flies away, leaving the fat leader standing there screaming curses. "Damn it!" After cursing his lungs out, the fat man snaps back to his senses and asks his subordinates, "Where is it? Is it still safe?" An archer quickly replies, "Yes, sir, no problem at all." Despite a few men groaning in pain, the fat leader looks at the item on the cart and sighs in relief. Thank heavens! But then he looks up, and his expression suddenly changes, his mouth dropping open. The dragon that just torched the sky was turning back around. The fat leader trembles and yells, "It's coming back!" They hadn't even had a few minutes of peace before the dragon had him sweating bullets. "That thing's still a juvenile. Make sure you hit it this time." The archer squad quickly gets into position, joining the mages to aim their weapons directly at the dragon. The dragon shows no fear against their numbers, it just opens its mouth wider and charges. The fat leader nearly tears his mouth screaming, "This is our last shot." He only gets a few numbers into his count before a voice cuts him off, making him whip his head around. "Hey, move it." Before the leader can react, the owner of that voice steps right on his head and leaps forward. Stomped on, the leader's blood begins to boil with rage. Covered in grime and completely lost, he looked up to see a blonde-haired man standing firm, facing the dragon head-on. Seeing what looked like his savior, the fat man's eyes lit up as he cried out Vyas's name. The moment Vyas's armored boot touched the ground, the massive dragon, now sliced in half, crashed down with a thud. Vyas stood there, leaning on his gleaming sword, his voice ice-cold. "Looking for a death wish? You'd be dead if you couldn't dodge that, idiot." The fat man scurried over, fawning all the way. "Ah, Lord Vyas, we can handle it. No problem. Even if the dragon was just a juvenile. You are truly magnificent." Vyas just glanced up, his brow furrowed. A dragon is a dragon. Why add that it was a juvenile? Forget it, and clean my sword. Now, hearing a sickly sweet "yes, sir," Vyas gave another command. Also, clean up this area and call for reinforcements. The man nodded furiously, but his smile froze when Vyas shot him a sidelong glare. "If that thing gets exposed, for any reason whatsoever, your head will no longer be attached to your neck." A trembling yes escaped him as the fat man bowed low. "You can be 100% assured of that." "Haha." Vyas suddenly stopped dead, his deep voice rumbling. "Is this the thing you were talking about?" Down below, Demiurgos and Alex made their grand entrance. A fierce blaze erupted behind them, stunning the archers. The fat man strained his voice to yell, "Who are you?" Demiurgos strode forward, his long leg kicking a tarp away. His eyes glowed crimson as he peered inside. "What is this?" You said it was an item? So it's another dragon? Its low growl made him flinch, but he stared right back into its eyes. So there are still normal dragons, not infected by parasites? He turned, looking at Alex who stood right behind him. Ah, so that's why the little dragon was chasing us, to save its mother. Alex nodded. I believe so. Demiurgo sighed, his eyes flaring red. Aren't you all supposed to be fighting dragons? You're part of the hero clan, after all. Why do I smell a conspiracy? Vyas glared up at Demiurgos with pure hatred. Looks like I'll have to clean up a few more bodies. His open contempt only intrigued Demiurgos. Alex asked curiously, My lord, why are you provoking him like that? Demiurgos chuckled softly. Aren't you curious about the skills of a direct descendant? Vyas turned away, ordering, Take care of them. The command left the fat man speechless, but a moment later, he snapped out of it, his arrogance returning in full force. I don't know who you are, but you've seen something you shouldn't have. Men, take them down. At his command, his army readied their assault. Demiurgos watched Vyas just walk away, completely disappointed. He's just leaving? That's it? I had such high hopes for a direct hero descendant. How boring. Alex, kill them all. But after a moment of silence, Alex said something that left Demiurgos confused. But Sir Demiurgos, aren't we supposed to be playing the part of the hero's allies? Demiurgos scoffed. What's that got to do with anything? Alex pressed on. Wouldn't it be bad to fight a direct descendant while we're allies of the hero? Demiurgos nodded slowly. Now that you mention it, come to think of it, is he one of those Holly types? Alex watched Vyas's retreating form. Yes, the hero clan always uses holly, plus the name of a plant to show they've been blessed. Demiurgos was baffled. Was the first hero a tree? What's with the obsession with plant names? Alex patiently tried to explain. They used the name of a tree commonly grown in their territory, but Demiurgos was still lost. What kind of gimmick is that? It's not like it's Arbor Day. So ridiculous. Seeing the two of them just chatting, the fat man's rage boiled over. Those bastards are looking down on us. What are you waiting for? Kill them. The mages instantly cast their spells as archers took aim at Demiurgos. 3 massive streams of power merged into one. But before the attack even hit, the soldiers and mages looked behind themselves in absolute shock. Demiurgos, however, was still talking casually. Oh, are they attacking us right now? Let's deal with them quickly. They might wake the dragon. The fat man and his soldiers yelled in unison. What? When did they get back there? Meanwhile, Alex was still trying to explain the situation. Killing them isn't hard, but is it really okay? Demiurgos scowled. Why do you keep asking that? Alex shook his head, his eyes scanning the men. I already told you. Aren't you supposed to be the hero's ally? Demiurgos' face turned beet red with fury as he roared. So, you want us to bow our heads, beg for forgiveness, and let them walk away? Alex calmly pointed toward the captive dragon. I think it might be a little too late to be asking for forgiveness. We've already seen a secret this big. Demiurgos was completely floored, unable to hold back his frustration as he let Alex have it. So what do you want from me? You're so damn difficult. Alex insisted they should run, but Demiurgos just shot back a sarcastic question. Are you scared of them? Turning back to the fat man, who saw they were still joking, the rage caused veins to pop on his face. He looked like a giant fuming tomato. You bastards. How long are you going to keep messing around? The fat man screamed from his perch. Kill them immediately. The entire army below roared back. Yes, sir. Alex calmly watched a mage charge right at him. I really didn't want to get involved with the hero clan, but it seems I have no choice. From Alex's razor-sharp eyes, a colossal beam of light shot forward. On the other side of the mountain, the scene was epic, a crimson sky filled with deafening explosions, but the horses didn't even flinch. Z was somehow still sound asleep. Alex and Demios stood defiant, completely unfazed as they faced down the entire hostile army. The clatter of footsteps echoed, followed by the dramatic entrance of a mage who landed with a flourish. He pointed at Demios and screamed, Fire fist! Immediately, Alex snapped his blood-red gaze towards him. One soldier disintegrated into black fragments, and in the next instant, another clueless grunt charged straight forward. Alex just needed to use that piercing glare again. These soldiers were like mosquitoes trying to bite a god. The moment he turned, another head went flying. The rest of the army stared, taking a step back in pure terror. But Alex gave them no time for regret as one after another charged, only to meet the same fate. Amid the chaos, an archer had been taking aim at Alex from behind for some time. Seeing Alex stand still, he unleashed his full-power fierce tiger shot. With lightning reflexes, Alex dodged the attack, then crushed the archer's throat with one hand. Just as he finished, another enemy rushed in, unleashing a thunderstrike. Alex clearly wasn't interested in playing their games. He framed his hands like a camera, muttered a word, and two dark circles of pure shadow instantly appeared before him. The mage's thunderstrike was sucked into the black hole and fired right back at him, forcing him to endure his own power. A massive explosion erupted, accompanied by blinding flashes of lightning. Alex calmly licked a splash of blood from his hand. Noticing a still yawning Demios approaching from behind, Alex licked his hand again with a smug grin, his red eyes radiating a chilling aura. His terrifying voice echoed out, "Killing people is still the most enjoyable thing." The fat soldier still held Vias's sword, trembling as he watched his army get annihilated. Just who were these monsters? He wondered. Before he could finish the thought, a foot slammed down on his head, launching off of him. It was Vias. Without a word, he unleashed his shadowless splitting kick. After the devastating strike, he leaped high into the air, leaving a crater of shattered earth below. The expensive boots on his feet clearly displayed Vias's authority. He stood tall in the smoke, a powerful silhouette against the blazing sky. Suddenly a voice cut through the dust. Vias's sharp eyes scanned the area, finally landing on the high ledge where Alex and Demios stood. "Who are you? To so easily kill my clan's soldiers, and even dodge my blade. Are you a blood soldier of the Dark Clan?" Vias asked. Demios simply replied, "Wrong. Does everyone who's strong have to be a blood soldier? Try using your brain." Vias narrowed his eyes. "Then are you dragons?" He shifted his foot back to brace himself, adding, "Whatever, it doesn't matter." A gleaming jade sword materialized in his hand. Vias was confident. "I just need to eliminate the witnesses." Demios could only smirk, another fool eager to meet his ancestors. "You'll kill me?" Demios's expression shifted, his power surging. His eyes glowed red as he growled, "That is absolutely impossible. You fool." The moment Vias saw that smile on Demios's face, something inside him exploded. A brilliant power awakened deep within his body. A low growl was heard, followed by a blood-curdling, agonized scream. Vias's entire body erupted in a brilliant, burning light. Alex grew slightly wary. "He's awakened already?" Vias roared, sword in hand, unleashing a massive shockwave of power that blew away the rubble. The fat man ran forward in terror, calling out, "Lord Vias!" Vias gritted his teeth as rocks floated around him. He had fully awakened, his face twisted in a ferocious snarl, his eyes shining like headlights. His dazzling aura made him look like the main character, but the real protagonist in this scene seemed less than impressed. "So, what are you going to show me now?" With no reply, Vias slammed his foot down and launched himself forward. His speed was so incredible it startled both Alex and Demios. His eyes glowed with a deep, endless light, his face now marked with strange patterns. A low growl escaped, but Demios was still in control. "Looks like he's changed a little bit, huh?" Vias grit his teeth harder, his face distorting from the sheer velocity. He shot between the two of them, but Alex was faster. He had already dodged before the attack even landed. Vias's blade only managed to slice through a few lifeless rocks. High above, a foot landed gently on the cliff edge. Demios calmly watched the fire and smoke below. "Hey, that idiot is still too slow. He needs to hurry up. The witness is about to fall asleep." A voice next to him made Demios jump. "Huh? When did Alex get over here?" Alex grinned brightly. "Shouldn't we be going now?" Demios sighed, his face a mask of disappointment. "But I was just starting to have fun. Why won't you let me play a little longer?" "Don't tell me you're afraid of those heroes," Alex answered bluntly. "I am." He held up his arm, which had been completely severed. A smile still on his face, he said, "It's true, I am a little bit scared of him." Demios's brow furrowed in anger at the lightning arcing from Alex's bloody stump. "What is this? Absolutely disgusting." While the two of them were talking, Vias seized the opportunity to lunge at them once more. But before he could act, Demiurgos's piercing gaze was already on him. The trick died in his throat as Demiurgos prepared to fight for real. "You can't fool me, Alex." He could easily kill this pathetic fool, so why was he hesitating? A phantom strike is unleashed. Two immense powers collide, creating a massive explosion. Vias's sword shot out from behind, but Demiurgos just replied calmly, "I already told you." Demiurgos's casual smile sent a shiver down his opponent's spine. "It's impossible." His crimson eyes narrowed. "You can't even touch a single strand of my hair." Demiurgos stood casually, hands in his pockets, but Vias raised his sword again. He shot up, slashing wildly while demanding, "Are you a blood soldier?" Demiurgos simply glanced side to side, effortlessly dodging every single one of his attacks. He didn't fight back, only evading with light steps as the distance between them constantly shifted. Demiurgos taunted him, "Do I look like a blood soldier?" One side attacking relentlessly, the other dodging continuously. Across the mountains, swords clashed amidst explosions and lightning. Demiurgos, getting a sore neck, paused to yawn at a teeth-grinding Vias. Mountains were crumbling, yet Vias couldn't land a hit. Demiurgos sighed. How utterly boring. I had high hopes for you, descendant of a hero, but you're nothing more than a slightly faster fly. The more he spoke, the more Demiurgos provoked him. I'm too lazy to even kill you. All those who died by your kind's hands must have been absolutely useless. Demiurgos finally planted his foot, ready to act. He announced each word like a giant boulder being kicked into the sky. Cycle of annihilation. But Alex decided to join the fun, rushing in just as Demiurgos moved to end Vias. The demon lord could only stare in shock. Alex suddenly intercepted the fatal blow. The sword pierced his chest, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Furious, Demiurgos glared at the blood on Alex's mouth. What are you doing? He growled. But Alex remained silent. He turned, slamming Vias off balance before spitting a mouthful of black blood onto him. The light in Vias's eyes was swallowed by darkness, then faded completely. Seconds later, his eyes returned to normal, but that dark substance was still corroding him. Vias was now completely defeated, and the sword wound in Alex's chest had vanished. Demiurgos watched Vias writhe on the ground. You knocked him out instead of killing him? He asked. Silence. Demiurgos' voice hardened. Why? Alex let the blood flow, listening silently to Demiurgos' accusations. You avoid him, claim you fear him, and now you stand in my way to save him? Demiurgos stared into Alex's eyes, demanding, explain yourself. Right now. Alex turned, coughed once, and spoke, leaving Demiurgos completely stunned. My apologies, my lord. My fear wasn't for this young hero. Alex's gaze hardened. It's the will of the beings in this world. Demiurgos was confused. Isn't causing chaos, destruction, and slaughter your entire specialty? Alex replied. That only works on a small scale. There's a rumor that if the Lord merely stands on this ground, the entire world will shake. They'll swarm like an endless tide of cockroaches. Even a baby in its crib would crawl at you with a knife. That's what humans are. Demiurgos still didn't get it. Let the cockroaches come. I'll just burn them all at once. He'd thought about this for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. Looking down at Vias, Demiurgos scoffed with confidence. How could these weaklings possibly defeat me? It's absurd. But suddenly, Demiurgos' expression froze in shock. Alex just gave a bright smile, confusing him even more. Something clicked in Demiurgos' mind. He stared, stunned, at Alex and voiced his sudden thought. So there's something else. Something I don't know yet. Alex just smiled, not answering. Demiurgos, standing on the cliff's edge, calmed his earlier rage. And I will only find out what that is in 20 years. Alex's smile remained as he finally replied. Yes. Demiurgos' eyes narrowed slightly. You won't tell me even if I ask, will you? It will just be some nonsense about the will of the world or something, right? Alex's smile never faded. You guessed correctly, sir. Demiurgos nodded. Then let's head back. But a horrifying laugh suddenly echoed out. His body began to contort as dark claws emerged. If I kill this bastard right here, right now, what happens? His eyes glowed red, a cross forming deep within them, the symbol of the will that you fear so much. You've sparked my interest by defeating it. Will a god appear, or something else? Alex admitted he didn't know. But he knew one thing for certain, his dream of joining the hero team, of living in the top 2%, would be over. Because his lord would have to kill every hero and destroy the world. He'd forget about being a demon king, he'd become the greatest one in history. Attacking humans before the hero rises? Now that might not be such a bad idea. Hearing this, Demigos' face burned with rage. But Alex, his foot ready to crush Vias, declared, Right. I'll handle him myself. My lord can rest now. But Demigos shrieked, No, and rushed forward, grabbing Alex's shoulders. Brother. Alex? Don't say that, I was just joking. This whole demon lord and war business, it has nothing to do with me anymore. Alex still wouldn't budge. So we just leave him? All I need to do is finish this. Ah, that's right. Quick, open the gate. A dark portal materialized. Demigos stepped to the edge and looked back. You're not coming? Alex replied. I'll follow after I clean up our traces. You go ahead and rest, my lord. Demigos tried to check Alex's hand, but Alex quickly shoved him away. These wounds will heal the moment I'm back in the underworld. Don't worry, just go. Hearing that, Demigos felt reassured Alex was unbelievably strong, after all. He leaped through the portal, his voice echoing back. Seriously, hurry up. Alex bowed. Safe travels. The portal snapped shut, leaving a silence so absolute you could hear the wind itself. Alex's form shifted, his calm expression melting into a demonic fury as his teeth began to grind. He leaned in close to Vias, whispering, "You pathetic little brat. You dare strike me? One of the 7 demon earls, with that filthy light?" From his eyes, strange tentacles began to emerge. "With my own hands, in 20 years, I will slaughter your descendants and end the Holy Asia family line for good." Suddenly, a shadow fell over them, blocking the light. Demigos had returned. He looked down at the man sleeping soundly, a hint of satisfaction on his face. He must have been completely exhausted. He fell into a field of green grass, the air biting cold. Light shone down, making the whole area glitter while smoke rose in the distance. Demigos smirked to himself, wondering what exactly was supposed to happen in 20 years. These rules are just annoying. Just you wait. That 20 years later day is never going to come. His eyes darted around, curious. But why are those dragons always such a mess? That stupid dragon. Does she even have a clue what's happening to her own children? Demigos hadn't noticed the dragon god hovering high above him. That stupid dragon you mentioned. It wouldn't happen to be me, would it? Demigos turned to see a stunning beauty with impossibly long legs, her figure made even more magnificent by the moonlight. Yeah, that would be you. Demigos looked back at the dragon god, his curious gaze locked on her. Have you been following me this entire time? The dragon god didn't deny it. I placed one of my hairs on you. Demigos gave her a blank stare. You mean a scale? He pointed off to the side. If you want to file a report, I can be your witness. The dragon god scoffed. You? She let out a mocking laugh. You're actually making me laugh. A demon lord like you as a witness? Hello, I'm the demon lord. I stopped a hero who was trying to break the peace treaty by attacking dragons. As if the humans would ever believe a word, he said. Demigos sighed. Why does everyone have such a bad opinion of demons? The dragon god shook her head. If that's not the case, then why do you all try to destroy the world once every 100 years? Demigos actually thought about it. You're right. Why do we destroy the world? Why don't they just live quietly in the demon realm? The dragon god's hand clenched in fury. Huh? What kind of moronic question is that? And it's coming from a demon lord, of all people. Deeply embarrassed, Demigos quickly turned away, scratching his nose as he glanced back at her. You really shouldn't talk so much, you simple-minded creature. Here you are, just standing around casually chatting with me, while your children are being slaughtered. As he spoke, Demigos's expression brightened, showing off his top-tier handsome face. They're calling those children merchandise, you know? This definitely isn't the first time. Why else do you think they hunt dragons if not to craft equipment? Your bodies are incredibly valuable. They even slaughter the innocent little ones. The corner of his mouth curled up. Isn't that right? It's a blatant violation of the treaty. The dragon god hesitated for a moment. Then, can you do something for me? Demigos was intrigued. What is it? The beauty's voice, now laced with cunning, rang out. Can you help me get revenge on the filthy race that is slaughtering my children? Demigos looked up, thought for a second, then let out a bored sigh. Why should I do that for you? You can handle it yourself. He spoke plainly. The dragon god still hesitated. I can't. She was now in the weaker position, forced to rely on him. If a dragon leaves its own territory and enters the human world, humans have the right to kill it. It's just like your war every century. It's the law of this world. So no matter how many of my children die, as long as humans exist, I can't do a thing. Demigos suddenly spoke out. What kind of messed up rule is that? What kind of idiot came up with it? Suddenly, a flash of light sent both the dragon god and Demigos staggering. Debris slammed into Demigos from out of nowhere, knocking him flat. Seeing the red blood trickling from his nose, Demigos shivered. I'm bleeding? What was this terrifying pressure? As a cross formed in Demigos's blood-red eyes, the dragon explained that these were the rules of the underworld. Demigos knelt in the golden dragon's shadow, illuminated by the moon. She continued, explaining it was the binding law of the plane where they both existed. He slowly rose to his feet. First, she sets these ridiculous rules, then punishes him the moment he questions them. The dragon's eyes flashed with power, but Demigos stood his ground, pushing back against the overwhelming aura. That's enough, you damn monster. If you feel so righteous and superior, then go make your own rules in your own world and live there by yourself. Why do you get to make laws in our world and force us to obey them without question? The dragon let out a huge laugh, thoroughly amused. Ha ha, well said. Enduring my punishment with a mortal body? You look a little dumb, but you're a demon king, after all. Demigos smirked right back at her. You should watch your mouth, you pint-sized lizard. Suddenly, the dragon got curious. Hey, why don't you want to be the demon king? Her wide, round eyes were locked onto him. You have no idea how exciting this is. You're the first person to refuse the throne in over 666 centuries. I bet the heavenly path is having a major headache over you defying its laws. But Demigos couldn't understand why she looked so happy. He regained his cool demeanor, straightening his back and stuffing his hands in his pockets. You've wanted to get rid of these laws for a long time too, haven't you? The dragon was startled. What are you talking about, idiot? I'm just curious because you're the first one to stir up this much trouble. Right. In any case, be wary of the heavenly path. You might be safe for now, but in about 20 years, that day will come. They'll want to eliminate you. Demigos was skeptical. They want to erase me? You think I'm scared of their pathetic little tricks? If they want to fight, I'll be ready for them any time. The dragon hesitated, then pressed on, her face glowing with excitement. So, where's my answer? Why don't you want to become the Demon King? What reason could you possibly have for breaking a 665-century cycle by giving up the throne? I'm just so curious about the motive. Demigos kept his hands in his pockets, calmly looking away. Why? It's really not that big of a deal. A familiar portal suddenly appeared, and Alex stepped out. Let's go, he said. Master, I've already cleaned up that mess. It was only then that he looked up and noticed the massive creature above them. Sir, have you been with the golden dragon this entire time? The dragon roared in frustration. Why couldn't you have come earlier or later? Why did you have to show up at the most important part? Alex stammered, trying to avoid the question. Are you well, esteemed golden dragon? But Demigos impatiently cut him off. Stop talking and open a portal home, now. Alex immediately obeyed, but the dragon frantically called out, Demigos! Wait! Just tell me the reason before you go. Already sitting in his carriage, Demigos just waved her off. I'd get absolutely flamed if I continued this conversation with you. Some other time. The dragon was fuming. What in the world are you even talking about? Demigos closed his eyes and waved his hand. Let's go home, hurry. But the moment he shut his eyes, the dragon was hovering right beside him. Hey, Demon King, she whispered, her face inches from his. If you can't get revenge for me, at least expose them. Let everyone know how many heroes were involved in this incident, how many innocent children were brutally murdered. Even in the human world, if they continue like this, they'll be violating the treaty. And soon, other races who despise humans will step up to deal with them personally. Demigos held up 3 fingers. Triple. The dragon was completely lost. What? A smirk crossed his face. Since your case is particularly difficult, I'll have to charge 3 times my normal rate. The dragon was shocked. What did you say? You truly are a cunning bastard. Demigos closed his eyes and leaned back against Z. Well, I am a demon. You can always choose not to hire me, and just let those children live in fear of being kidnapped every day. With no other choice, the dragon reluctantly gave in. All right, fine. I'll pay triple, happy now? Demigos's entire attitude shifted in an instant. Ah, thank you, my dearest client. The dragon held up a glowing finger. Take this. Startled, Demigos sat up as his entire body began to glow. What is this aura? It's a spell, the dragon explained, that can help you hide your demonic energy. The heroes and their blood soldiers react to your energy. Now, you won't have to worry about that anymore. Demigos just laid back down. Got it. You can get lost now. Alex, let's go. Alex quickly drove the carriage through the portal, leaving the dragon behind to curse him as a bastard. The portal vanished, leaving the golden dragon floating all alone. She shimmered under the moonlight and let out a deep sigh. She wondered to herself if she was doing the right thing. Only time will tell, she thought. The scene shifts, and the 3 of them, Jack, Demigos, and Alex, are staring up at something in awe. It's the golden coat of arms on the fortress wall. Flying ships adorned with gold filigree were docked above the gate. The sight was absolutely massive. Demigos was blinded by the wealth. How do they have enough money for a city like this? Alex answered, because they are a family of heroes with a history stretching back 60,000 years. This is the Holy Asia clan. Demigos immediately started talking trash, pointing a finger directly at Jack. He's supposed to be a hero? Then why does he look like that model? Zik could only turn away, embarrassed. Sorry you had to see me like this. But Alex quickly stopped him. Don't say things like that in front of other people, all right? Why? Alex patiently explained that Zik might just lash out in anger, but the other man just kept asking why. Defeated, Alex forced a smile. Never mind, I already explained it before. Once a hero's family becomes famous, countless cities and nobles want to line up to become their official sponsors. After all, sponsoring a hero is basically an indirect way of fighting for world peace and earning prestige. On top of that, Dragon hunts like the one last night are a massive source of income. It's the kind of thing everyone knows but nobody dares to say out loud. It's a dark business, but they still see it as the right thing to do. Demios just kept asking, but why? Zik stood beside them like a ghost while Alex patiently explained a little more. See, humans are at war with the nobles, so the dragon clan has no choice but to help. If humanity falls, the dragons are the next to be wiped out. Demios nodded in thought. True, dragon bodies are a pretty hot commodity in the demon world too. Alex agreed. Extremely popular. That's why supporting humanity is a mission the dragon clan absolutely must fulfill. The reply sounded strangely empty. So, are you suggesting the Holly clan and others are illegally hunting dragons? That kind of poaching would definitely shatter the treaty between humans and dragons. Demios turned to Zik. Your clan doesn't poach, does it? Zik just scratched his head, saying you'd need to be G-rank to even get near a dragon's lair. Demios' reply was brutal, leaving Zik speechless. That's right. If someone like you could hunt dragons, then any stray dog or cat on the street probably could too. Zik practically collapsed into Alex's arms, whispering, Master, what do we do now? Demios just crossed his arms confidently. I have a job to do here. Demios' eyes lit up as if he were calculating something, plotting a brand new secret operation. An investigation into illegal dragon hunting. A smug look spread across his face. Let's go. Alex rushed after him, shouting, Wait! Master, Zik will be fine, but didn't our identities get completely exposed from that brawl with the nobles yesterday? Shouldn't we maybe disguise ourselves a bit? Demios stared back at Alex. A few hours later, 3 men appeared in some very unique outfits. People on the street immediately started pointing at their ridiculous clothes. Alex, now in pigtails, just looked totally lost, but Demios was as confident as ever. All right, now we can go. With 2 horns on his head, Alex seriously considered just leaving. Demios happily strutted along wearing Alex's cloak. Okay, let's move out. Zik had to chase after him, yelling, Sir Demios! When Demios finally turned around, Zik stammered, just a suggestion, but it might be better to act, normally. Not that you aren't worthy of being a hero or anything. Ha ha. Zik's words confused Demios a little, but he just gave a simple, in agreement. Okay, that's not too hard. Zik's face lit up. Really? But at the city gate, a shout from Demios made both of them jump. Zik, candidate for the final hero. He's considered the hero of all heroes. Jack Ban Holy Big has arrived. Open the gate immediately, Demios roared. Then his attitude completely flipped, looking back at them. I was going to use force, but I decided to solve this with words instead. I did a pretty good job, right? The gate creaked open, and the 3 of them stepped inside. The city was a magnificent sight, with glittering gold decorations everywhere. Demios and Zik were invited to sit like honored guests, while Alex stood behind them like a dutiful bodyguard. Suddenly, Zik's gaze locked onto a painting. Isn't that the guy from the history textbooks? It was Hassan Holy Stiesha, the final hero of the 52nd generation, who battled the Demon King for 13 days and emerged victorious. Zik felt a wave of embarrassment comparing himself to such a legend. Demios saw his discomfort and tried to reassure him. Don't worry, aren't all heroes equal? Don't be afraid. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind them. You are correct. All heroes are equal. However, not everyone has the same skill. The gods only grant the blood of the first to those who can bear its incredible weight. Welcome, hero of the Holly Big clan, and your companions. Solus Ban Holy Startia, a 3rd-generation hero, appeared before them. I'm retired and currently managing this mansion, he said. Demios just stared at Solus. He was expecting someone else. After all, the final hero of the 5th generation represented the law of the world. That title was a supreme honor for their bloodline like Zik and Vias, the children of 4th-generation heroes, born of a holy maiden. They were destined to become the final heroes of this transformative era. Jack shot to his feet. Hello, I'm Jack Ban Holy Big. It's a great honor to meet you. He then introduced Demios and Alex as Solus nodded. I know who you and your group are. I was delayed confirming things with hero management. It appears you've already gathered your companions. I heard you had given up on the race to become a true hero. Zik just laughed, scratching his head. Not surprised you'd think so, but I still haven't given up yet. Haha. Solus averted his gaze, his eyes finally landing on Demios. A wealthy merchant had paid his way into being the companion of a hero from a fallen, noble clan. It was a common, shallow story for the glory seekers in this new age of heroes. Solus's gaze sharpened as he asked directly, So what exactly brings you to the Holiatia family? Demigos answered bluntly, Nothing special. We just heard a strange rumor around here and wanted to confirm it. Z flinched at his tone. Sir Demigos, please watch your words. As he spoke, Solus's eyes grew defensive. Your tone doesn't quite match your station, Solus pointed out. But Demigos played dumb. I thought we were speaking as fellow heroes? Or do you expect to be treated like high nobility, even though you no longer hold that title? Jake let out a soft sigh, just wishing Demigos would stop. But across from them, a loud laugh erupted. You're brutally honest, Solus said with a grin. I was once just like you, unaware of my place, doing whatever I wanted without a care in the world, like I could take down the Demon King all by myself. But you should be careful. No matter the era, there's always a bigger mountain to climb. Z quickly tried to smooth things over. Haha, of course, sir. Everyone knows the great reputation of Lord Solus. A D-rank hero, Solus noted, then pressed on. So, companion of this young hero, what was this rumor you mentioned? Demigos casually propped a leg over the chair. The rumor I heard is that you people have some high-quality materials here, and a few of them are exactly what we're looking for. Solus laughed loudly. You might have money, but I doubt you have enough for what you're after. Our Holy Asia family only deals in the absolute top tier of materials. Solus's voice rang with authority, his eyes holding the unmistakable air of a leader. Things like blackstone, the hide of a red salamander, the mana core of a lich king from the Han War, or even the heart of a white-headed giant from the Hoga Mountains. In his head, Solus was smug. How's that, little man? Scared yet? But Demigos just shrugged. I don't need any of that petty stuff. His answer completely stunned Solus. I heard you have something even more high-grade than a giant's heart. Solus broke out in a cold sweat. There was only one thing more valuable than a giant's heart, a dragon. And just like that, Demigos tossed a heavy pouch onto the table, leaving Solus speechless. That's right. Our hero's still a rookie, so he needs a little something to boost his power. The brown cloth bag opened, revealing a stash of glittering gemstones. We're looking to craft a full set of armor from dragon parts. Once again, Solus was completely floored. These were blood-red lava stones from the demon realm. How in the world did this man get his hands on something so incredibly rare? Blood-red lava stones are common rocks found in the volcanic region of the demon realm, Solus said, his voice now tinged with caution. You know why, don't you? At the question, Demigos looked up, his own eyes turning wary. Right now, dragons and humans have a peace treaty. Hunting dragon parts isn't just illegal, it's a direct violation of that agreement. The Holy Asia clan does not engage in such illicit activities. However, we do possess other rare and valuable items, so why don't you try making a set of armor from those? The second Solus finished speaking, Demigos immediately turned to Alex. Let's go, looks like they don't have what we need. Demigos's voice was flat, but his eyes held a sharp glint of suspicion. I saw soldiers transporting a dragon via airship, and I am certain I saw the Holy Asia family crest on it. Solus froze, staring at the three of them with a baffled expression. His entire demeanor shifted. You saw something, didn't you? Demigos didn't deny it. We're in a hurry to join the heroes' race. As rookies, we're starting later than the others. While searching for materials, we stumbled upon something we weren't supposed to see. Solus's brow furrowed. Is that so? Unfortunate. You should have been more careful. The two men faced off, the air crackling with tension. Demigos stared directly into Solus's eyes. It takes a long time to build a tower, but a single mistake can bring it all down. We're new here. We don't quite get how things work in this kingdom yet. It's understandable that we might make a mistake. Who knows? If I'm in a bad mood, I might just let it slip that powerful families are hoarding the good stuff, completely ignoring the law. You should at least have something to keep this mouth shut, shouldn't you? Z, terrified, began to apologize, but Solus cut him off, his voice calming the room. Ha. Well then, this time, I'll be the one asking a question. His voice grew raspy. Have you ever heard of a masked hero who appeared out of nowhere and defeated countless dragons? Demigos was perfectly calm. What about him? Jake's face turned pale, his mouth clamped shut. Solus cracked a sly smile. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but that Shieldum SL Lagoon you're carrying, it's made from a blue and a black dragon, the very ones that masked hero defeated. Now Demigos looked interested. How did you recognize the Shieldum SL Lagoon? Solus replied. I know every rare item, from its color to its shape. He had never seen a shield like that in any of the continent's treasure registries. That meant it was secretly forged, and recently. Demiurge was screaming on the inside, but outwardly he remained calm, his observation skills sharp. Your name is Demiurge, right? It seems you're the one leading this group, not that young hero. So I'll be direct with you. I don't know your relationship with the masked hero, but if you happen to run into him, you will report to me. He's killed so many dragons that he's hurting the primary income source for some very powerful people. Demiurge stayed silent, listening intently as Solus continued. Some high-ranking members in the major guilds are deeply involved in this business. They're about to move against the masked hero and anyone associated with him. R let out a laugh, but his heart trembled. Every word out of Solus's mouth was more stunning than the last. A treasure like the Doom SL gun cannot fall into the hands of a clan on the brink of ruin. He pointed to the table, stressing that legendary items must be tightly controlled. Whether it's equipment or people, their value comes from their rarity. I don't know where you heard such ridiculous rumors, but a prestigious clan like ours would never partake in illegal trades like selling dragon parts. If you need low-grade materials to craft items for your heroes, feel free to come back anytime. Now, rookie, I have some business to attend to. Farewell. With that, Solus strode away. Demiurge watched him, knowing that leaving this place wouldn't be simple. Demiurge turned with a questioning look. Are all heroes like that? He sounded irritated. This might be strange coming from me, but is he an idiot? He thought carefully for a moment before looking toward the massive castle. So, in short, they decided to cooperate on dragon hunts to monopolize the materials, crushing any unallied merchants to control the market. Exactly. The most important thing for any hero is their gear. It looks like they've controlled the supply of crafting materials, and through that, they control the other heroes. That's probably why most clans rise and fall, while the few with wealthy merchants have managed to endure through the ages. It's a safe bet that all the famous clans are part of this organization. R lowered his head, disappointed. Lord Solus. I really thought he was a just and fair man. There's no way all the heroes I admired could be like this. Demiurge sneered. Humans are so corrupt. Compared to them, we're actually pretty decent, aren't we? Alex just smiled at that without saying a word. Demiurge emphasized his point. It's no surprise they've won 665 times against us. Alex was so confused that he broke out into a cold sweat. He quickly threw on his coat and exclaimed, Well, congratulations on achieving your goal. Alex repeated what Solus said. I hear the higher-ups of that organization are desperately searching for the masked hero. Z cried out in panic. That's right. They're probably all from D-rank clans. What am I supposed to do now? Lord Demiurge, if I get caught, it's all over for me. Even if they brought an army, it's not a big deal for me, but it's still an annoyance. Just focus on the business. Our shop is about to be flooded with weapons. Demiurge kept talking, and the rest of the plan left Z completely shocked. So we're going to let the masked hero lie low for a while so they can't find him? Z asked, surprised. What? Demiurge snapped his fingers. Tonight, we take care of one last thing. Z asked nervously. Tonight? A demonic smile spread across Demiurge's face, making Z shiver. There are some things we need to end. The corrupt noble family, Holy Stuya, and the dragon poaching syndicate. We are going to rip them to shreds. The moon was already high as night fell. Demiurge's expression held a hint of surprise as he surveyed the area. He and Z were walking along a massive wall. The Holy Stuya clan even has a lake inside their castle. How enviable. Suddenly Z waved him over. Lord Demiurge. He was still wearing his awesome hero costume. I have a small question, Z asked. Demiurge simply replied, What is it? What exactly are we doing here? Are you planning to secretly infiltrate this place and steal a hidden dragon corpse as evidence of their poaching? Demiurge answered with pride. Exactly. Very clever. Z raised his hand again. One more thing? The two of them were somehow standing in the middle of the clan's grand courtyard. Given that we're supposed to be sneaking in, aren't we just casually walking right through the center of the castle? Z flinched when he saw guards on patrol approaching. Two armored sentinels walked toward them, step by step, but they remained silent. Z was terrified, his eyes darting around wildly. Lord Demiurge, we need to hide before we get caught. The two guards wore grim expressions as sweat poured down Z's face. What do we do, Lord Demiurge? But when they reached their spot, the guards didn't stop. They walked right past as Z hid fearfully behind him. Once the guards were gone, Z breathed a sigh of relief. So you had already used an invisibility spell. That's right. Jack smiled, feeling completely at ease following Demiurgos. He then hurried to keep up, calling out, Hey, wait for me. As they ventured deeper, Jack was mesmerized by a dizzying amount of gold-plated everything. Even the building's exterior was dripping with lavish, expensive things. The very chairs in the courtyard were made of high-end materials. While Demiurgos walked silently, Jack, distracted by the sights, had to rush to catch up, panting. Sir Demiurgos, it seems they don't dare cross the river. What should we do now? Demiurgos just looked at Jack, his voice low. Is that so? We'll just keep going. It just hit me, where's Alex? I haven't seen him at all. Jack quickly answered. He's already gone ahead to handle things. Demiurgos nodded. Ah, I see. Suddenly, Demiurgos's tone turned serious. He stared at the gaudy riches around them and asked, "You piece of trash, has your family ever lived this well?" Jack scratched his head in embarrassment. "That's an old story, practically a legend by now. Definitely never like this. From what my grandfather told me, we've always been poor." A light breeze blew past as Demiurgos commented, "It seems your family hasn't worked hard enough." But Jack showed no anger, only innocence. "I guess so. Both my grandfather and my father were low-ranking heroes." The two continued their conversation under the night sky. Demiurgos asked, "Are your ranks determined by a test or something?" Jack confirmed it was a test, but the first step was graduating from the Hero Academy. Demiurgos nodded. "So you're all Academy students?" Jack affirmed it. "Yes, and I'm determined to get my younger siblings in there too." Demiurgos sighed. "That must be expensive. The people running the Hero Administration are shrewd businessmen, selling people's futures and making you dependent on them." Abruptly, Demiurgos stopped walking. His voice was contemplative. "What we're doing right now is a far cry from being a true hero. Sneaking into a hero family's home to steal information and expose them. Are you really okay with this? Even though you're a hero too?" Jack's expression turned serious. He looked down at the water, which glittered with reflected lights. "I know it's a crime, but after meeting Sir Solus, I realized a few things." A smile touched Jack's lips. "You are truly a righteous person, Sir Demiurgos. We might be thieves right now, but aren't we actually catching criminals who are trying to monopolize vital hero resources? At first, your actions completely surprised me, but now I finally understand. You already knew Solus's true nature, so you acted that way on purpose to make him reveal his real feelings, didn't you?" Demiurgos scratched his face, embarrassed. "I wasn't thinking that deeply, but you can believe whatever you want." Jack looked Demiurgos straight in the eyes and asked, "Sir Demiurgos, do you remember what you said when we first met? This is a chance." Jack held up his calloused, worn-out hands. "Honestly, even though I could never say it out loud, I had almost given up on being a hero. How could someone like me ever become one?" Jack's cheeks flushed with happiness. "This isn't the best situation I dreamed of, but I got to meet a D-rank hero, something I never imagined." He thought back to the rotten reputation that always clung to his family name, and he owed this shield of legitimacy entirely to Demiurgos. He knew he'd done nothing to deserve it, but the resolve in his heart poured out in his words. "Stealing?" There wasn't a hint of fear in his eyes, only pure confidence. "I just need my younger siblings to grow up well. I want to make sure they, at least, won't be called failures." An intense fire ignited in his eyes. "I guarantee no one will inherit this damned poverty after me." Demiurgos was lost in thought listening to Jack's vow. He would raise them as heroes, even if they wouldn't be on the front lines in the 66th war against the Demon King 20 years from now. Jack emotionally recalled the painting he had seen earlier that afternoon. "But at least they'll join the fight from the rear support lines. Then I can watch over my sibling's portrait." That painting depicted the resilient image of a true fighter, fighting gallantly, just like in that painting we saw in Sir Solus's room. It will be passed down for generations, like a family heirloom. Jack's hands clenched as he described the vision in his head. The Holy Bitch family will participate in the 666th battle against the Demon King as support. He smiled, looking up at the vast night sky. And so, the Holy Bitch family helped defeat the Demon King for the 666th time and lived happily ever after. Demiurgos suddenly cut in, asking a question back. "And what about you? Since you were born, what did you want to do? What did you want to be? How did you want to live? Don't you ever think like that? If you've sacrificed your one and only life for your family, are you satisfied with just that?" For a moment, Jack's hands relaxed, but then they clenched into tight fists again. The determination continued to burn inside him. Without hesitation, Jack declares, "That's all I want." He will end the poverty of the Holy Big Clan with his own two hands. A gust of wind sweeps by as Jack finishes his vow. "To do that," he says, "I would even make a deal with a demon." Hearing this, Demigos cracks a proud smile. It seems he chose the right person for the job after all. Just wait and see how this hell ends. And with that, Demigos call. Instantly, a magical portal materializes. "Alex." From inside the portal, Alex appears, perched atop a lamp. "Yes, master," he answers. "Ah, Sir Alex, always a man of few words. I found it." His eyes glare, filled with pure, unadulterated rage. "Let's go to those bastards' secret room, master." Demigos' eyes sparkle with a smile. "You found it already?" Alex calmly pulls out a stack of papers and nods. "Yes." The sight of the document surprises Jack. "And I also found a list of the organization's members." Alex begins to read names from the list one by one, while Demigos listens quietly, a victorious smirk playing on his face. Alex's brow furrows slightly, clearly displeased with what he's discovered about their activities. These 76 clans weren't small fry, they were all prestigious families with deep histories. Hearing all of their names, Jack is left utterly devastated. He recognizes so many of them from his hero textbooks. How could this possibly be happening? Demigos' gaze shifts toward the lakeshore. And what about the dragon's hiding place? Alex seems to read his mind. You guessed correctly, Master. They're right under the water. Underwater? Without a second's hesitation, Demigos gives the order. Then let's begin. Alex simply raises a single finger, and a spark of magic flashes to life. An air bubble materializes around Jack and Demigos' heads, stunning Jack completely. Without missing a beat, Demigos leaps into the water. Alex follows without a shred of hesitation, leaving a bewildered Jack staring down at the surface. As the ripples begin to settle, Jack's cheeks flush red. His heart fills with unshakable resolve. Ignoring the fear in his heart, Jack jumps. Wait for me, Sir Demigos. He plunges into the dark, deep water. At first, he panics, flailing around, foolishly worrying about suffocating. But a few seconds later, he calms down and cracks a smile. I can breathe. His eyes light up with childlike wonder. Is it because of the air bubble? The three of them swim deeper and deeper, and just as expected, Alex's investigation was spot on. A dragon's eye snaps open as they approach, its sudden appearance scaring the life out of Jack. Alex simply consults his report again. As Demigos stares at the dragon, Alex reads his findings aloud. They've been harvesting the scales over and over again for their healing properties. They heal the dragons just so the process can be repeated, endlessly. Looking at these sealed and cruelly treated creatures, Alex can't hide his disgust. It's like a dragon scale factory. His gaze shifts to the oldest dragon in the cavern. Then, Alex reveals something that shocks them both. It's been stripped of its scales for 235 years. The ancient dragon's body is covered in wounds that have never healed. Hearing this, Jack's heart sinks. How is that possible? The mood turns grim, every face hardening with anger. Do you think the golden divine dragon knows about this? Demigos asks, his voice deep in thought. Probably, Alex replies. But even though things have gotten this bad, the golden divine dragon still hasn't done a single thing. His eyes look vacant, but behind them, his mind is racing, processing the horrible truth. That might explain why the dragons were controlled by those parasites to fight humans. Now I'm starting to understand. Those damn hero families, they've gone too far, Demigos says, his voice dripping with rage. Alex can tell just from his posture that he is furious. Seeing Demigos brooding, Alex decides to act. He moves forward to quickly grab a scale so they can leave. He swings his arm back, preparing for a powerful blow, his hand gripping a dragon scale tightly. With all his might, he yanks. Blood and flesh tear from the dragon's body. Alex turns to swim away. Let's go, he says. But Demigos remains frozen in place. Something isn't right. He steps closer to the massive dragon, making Alex start to worry. Alex is completely confused. Aren't you leaving? Demigos pouts, a deep annoyance building within him. This isn't my style at all. And with that, Demigos unleashes a powerful kick, completely shattering the thickest chains. Jack and Alex are absolutely floored, their jaws on the ground. Demigos says nothing, silently activating his power. To the utter astonishment of his teammates, he unleashes a blast of energy from his eyes, incinerating all the remaining chains. No longer shackled, the dragons rise with immense power, breaking free from their magical restraints. The mightiest dragon, imprisoned for hundreds of years, lets out a ferocious roar. One by one, the others also break free. The largest dragon beats its massive wings, finally free of its chains and seals. It lets out another roar, and the water trembles violently. Instead of stopping him, Alex silently approves. The water's surface erupts as the dragons burst forth, right in front of two patrolling guards. The two soldiers just stood there, completely stunned. With no idea what was happening, giant dragons stared them down, eyes glowing with menace. A second later, the soldiers snapped out of it, screaming, "The dragons are loose!" One of the dragons was clearly intelligent and absolutely furious. It had been wanting to breathe fire for a long, long time, and now, it let out a single breath that engulfed the entire castle in a sea of flames. Another dragon unleashed its rage, firing off a magical beam that vaporized huge structures and luxury buildings in a flash. Even the main mansion couldn't escape being torched. Then, an ice dragon swooped down on the treasury, crushing the whole building flat. Jack climbed ashore, gasping for breath, completely shell-shocked by the chaos. Demigos and Alex followed, setting foot back on solid ground. Alex was fuming. Why in the world would you release those dragons? Demigos just shrugged and replied, Because that idiot, Solus's stupid face popped into my head and pissed me off. While the two of them argued, Jack just turned to look at the absolute devastation behind them. Didn't we say we'd just grab the scale and leave? Whatever, who cares? It's not like I touched any of his blood soldiers. You made this mess, now you better take responsibility for it. Suddenly, the scene around them froze, as if time itself had stopped. He was certain Sir Demigos had promised to handle the investigation quietly, but now, they were so busy arguing they didn't even notice someone watching them from a cliff in the distance. Word of the dragons would soon spread everywhere, and he wondered just how Demigos was planning to handle this. Just let them escape and destroy this place. It's fine, Demigos said coldly. Why did we even need to be sneaky in the first place? Watching this exchange, Solus's son clenched his teeth in pure fury. You bastards, he snarled. His eyes suddenly locked onto Demigos, noticing his white hair. White hair? How is that? Solus himself emerged from the ashes, his face a mask of shock. He's here too? Standing amidst the ruins of his own fortune, Solus was too enraged to even speak. His voice trembled, his eyes looking like they wanted to crush the three of them. My castle. Solus was stunned when he saw Jack, the masked hero, and let out a roar that made the boy jump. Meanwhile, the other two remained terrifyingly calm. Chow stood on a rooftop, holding two enormous blades. Sir Demigos cracked a small smile, his hellish eyes glowing with a terrifying light. Well, hello there. Don't touch me this time, or I'll kill you. Solus's son glared and yelled, You bastard. Solus also got ready to fight, gripping his own blade tightly. Masked hero, I've been waiting for you. When Jack heard that, he grabbed the pot on his head and cried out, Spare me! Solus's son leaped down from above, bringing with him a wave of pure rage. He swung the legendary dragon-slaying blade of his clan, his eyes full of confidence in his own power. Solus also charged in, swinging wildly, but suddenly a massive dragon swooped down, its sharp teeth crushing them both in an instant. Down below, before the trio could even react, Demigos casually waved goodbye to Solus and his son, then turned to Alex. See? I didn't lay a single finger on them. Alex, always the calmest of the group, suggested. Then let's use this chaos to make a run for it. All three agreed and calmly walked through the courtyard while people trapped in the castle screamed, Run! Somebody save me! Soon enough, the entire castle had completely collapsed. Through the large window of a luxurious room, the morning sun began to shine. Jack woke up with a start, scratching his head. It's already morning. Remember what I said. From today, we focus on the shop. He hurriedly got everything ready, trying to open up before Sir Demigos arrived. When Jack opened the main door, he froze. A long line of people from all over was already waiting. Is this the weapon shop with gear forged by Dragon's Breath? I told you, the best places are always out in the countryside. Hey, no pushing. Don't you dare cut in line. What's your hero rank anyway? Someone asked. Oh, it's opening. The impatient customers immediately started complaining. What took you so long? It's open, let's go. I've been waiting here since dawn. Seeing so many customers, Jack couldn't help but feel overjoyed. His cheeks flushed with happiness. Ah, hello. Welcome to Demigos' weapon shop, he said, and the crowd immediately flooded in. How much for these 2 swords? A customer asked. That will be 7 gold and 87 silver, sir. As soon as that customer paid, the next one stepped up. I'll take this mace. That one is 2 gold and 13 silver. The shop was packed with people browsing and buying weapons. Jack was working non-stop. Whoa, look at this. The color is a little different, right? I've never seen a dagger in this style before. One customer was thrilled. Where did you get this sword? Hey kid, how much for this one? Another asked. That's 8 gold and 7 silver, thank you, sir. Over on the side, 2 girls were browsing when Alex walked over. That magic wand would go perfectly with your cloak, milady. He flashed a radiant smile that the 2 girls found impossible to refuse. We're also having a buy 2 get 1 free promotion. Would you like me to wrap that up for you? From the second floor, Demigos watched the bustling scene below. He let out a bored sigh. Business was good, but his face was a mask of pure disinterest. Just sitting and observing, he saw the smiles and joy on everyone's faces and muttered, I thought I'd get a kick out of humanity's greed, but this is even more boring than I expected. He just couldn't sit and endure the tedium anymore. Demigos announced, I'm heading up to sleep. A voice simply replied, Ah, okay. The door to his room was pure luxury. He stepped inside, hit by the opulent scent of wealth and ridiculously expensive red mahogany wood. With weary steps, Demigos drifted toward the plush bed. The second he lay down, a smile instantly spread across his face. So soft. Demigos closed his eyes and sighed. Getting rich was nothing special, Sleep was still the absolute best. As he shut his eyes, a sudden whisper echoed right beside him, Demigos. Hearing it so clearly, he cracked his eyes open. The dragon goddess? There she was, appearing by his bed, surrounded by a radiant light that looked like a perfect sunset. So you are here. She smiled at him gently. You're always sleeping, aren't you? It must be nice being so carefree. The list of the clans involved is on the table. Take it. The dragon goddess spoke softly, her voice matching her graceful presence. I saw everything. They have clearly violated the peace treaty between our two races. A flash of red ignited in Demigos' eyes. So, are we starting a war with humanity now? The dragon goddess looked down. For whose sake? Demigos squeezed his eyes shut, turning away stubbornly. I don't care, as long as they pay the price. I'll make it worth your while. He cracked his eyes open again, his gaze turning serious. This won't be over in a year or two, you know that. The dragon goddess fell into a thoughtful silence. Her expression was now filled with deep concern and gravity at his words. Maintaining a peace treaty is never easy, you understand that, don't you? Dawn was breaking, the sun rising fast outside the window. He glanced over at her. You must be furious. A goddess of dragons like yourself can't interfere, so you came to us to handle this mess, right? Her brief reply caught him completely off guard. Not exactly. Her expression was now etched with worry. The hero clan spread a poisonous fungus that's causing the dragons to attack humans. That's the real reason the dragons are being hunted down. Demigos' brow furrowed. He was seething on the inside but kept his cool. And how will the dragons retaliate? We have our pride. Instead of stooping to their level, we will attack until the very last one of them is forced to submit. Would we use our own loved ones to get revenge for those we've lost? Raw anger finally flashed in the dragon goddess's eyes. But thinking back, their actions just didn't add up. The image of the strange mycelium with its hundreds of eyes flashed in her mind. Demigos listened in silence as the dragon goddess laid it all out, her fury now impossible to hide. Just as I suspected, this fungus is extremely bizarre. There's no way humans could have created a curse so twisted and powerful. Who put such a disgusting weapon into the hero clan's hands? A literal spark of fire ignited in her gaze. Someone is using the anger of both my children and the hero clans for their own gain. That was it. Demigos snapped, shooting up to grab her by the collar and yelling, Hey! Everybody knows your young dragons love to go out and cause chaos. Besides their parents, who in their right mind would believe they were framed? Are you guys only good for causing trouble on this continent? Demigos got right in her face, making her break out in a helpless sweat. Why don't you just call them all home, give each one a beating, and save everyone else the trouble? The dragon goddess finally managed to speak, but Demigos just cut her off. Oh, forget it. I'm going back to bed. Why do you people always have to make simple things so complicated? Is it some kind of sickness? Demigos flopped back onto the bed, still grumbling. Don't you ever get a headache from living by all those rules? Just break the rules and live in peace already. Look at me. I live completely free, and nobody can do a thing about it. The dragon goddess didn't respond, but suddenly let out a laugh, making Demigos turn back in confusion. Heh. She closed her eyes, a bright smile playing on her lips behind her veil. A demon king advising me to live a peaceful life? You really are something else. Seeing her bright, teasing smile, Demigos actually blushed. He turned away, flustered, managing only to raise a single finger in a half-hearted gesture. Just shut up. Heh. Demigos let out a huge yawn and added, Why don't you people ever just use your brains? All you have to do is gather your forces and attack the humans. You'd obviously win. The dragon goddess's reply made him open his eyes wide in shock. We can't. She spoke slowly, a shimmering light radiating from her incredible beauty as she spoke. It's all because of the human bloodlines. We can't defeat them. Demigos just stared at her, his expression a mixture of pure shock and confusion. Why is that? Why do you and Alex get so worked up whenever someone mentions bloodlines? The Dragon Lord looked at Demigos, her tone suddenly grim. You never witnessed it the day humanity finally rose to its feet. Right now, they look like nothing but cannon fodder. But when that day finally comes, the day you're fated to invade their world, you will see their true strength. The halo of the cross will fuel their rebellion. No matter how you crush them, they will always get back up. Demigos remained silent, letting her words hang in the air. At first, they fall with smiles on their faces, only to stand up again and again. Just when you think you've won, a new bloodline awakens, and the counterattack begins. Like moths drawn to a raging inferno, they hurl themselves into the fire called the Demon King, followed by hundreds more. The real problem is, those moths are endless. You'll learn to fear them, to fear their courage. Demiurgos, still lounging in bed, just watched her silently. The Dragon Lord pressed on. Humanity's belief in a final hero will be your greatest enemy in 20 years. Her eyes grew distant. 20 years after you face that great enemy, that is when you'll truly confront mankind. You will wear armor of light, and you'll be astonished by their incredible power. Their endless courage has brought them victory for over 66,000 years. But Demiurgos wasn't even listening anymore. He just rolled over, letting out a soft, mocking chuckle. He glanced back, a sharp fang showing as he spoke. Me? Fighting? Don't be ridiculous. Then Demiurgos shot upright, unleashing a rant that even stunned the Dragon Lord. But wait a minute, why don't I just kill the third and fourth generations now? The final hero is born in year 100, isn't he? If we attack now and wipe out the third generation, the final hero can't appear. We would win. Simple as that. Demiurgos frowned, hatching a new scheme. Or, we could just wait 30 years. Wait for the final hero to die of old age. Why exactly 100 years? It's so stupid. The Dragon Lord's eyes blazed with fury, glaring down at Demiurgos. Are you playing dumb? Why are you asking me? You're the Demon King. You're the one who gets to decide, right? I don't know a thing. We've never done this before, so I figured there had to be some special reason behind it. Demiurgos looked at the Dragon Lord, his face a mask of pure curiosity. Whenever I ask, nobody has an answer. It's always been this way, so there has to be a reason. Demiurgos mumbled, confused, then suddenly yelled, "Why do we even have to fight? What even is a demon? What's a hero?" The Dragon Lord just frowned, completely baffled by the question. What nonsense are you talking about? But Demiurgos' eyes were calm again. Doesn't this world feel strange to you? Demiurgos continued, his voice low and thoughtful. The demons lived in peace in their own world. For nearly 70,000 years, the demon realm has been stable. Why waste our strength invading the human world? The tension between them was palpable. The Dragon Lord snapped back. Because the human realm is blessed, and ours is cursed. But Demiurgos was unshaken. If God only blessed the human world, then why bother creating the demon world at all? If he hadn't, we wouldn't have to be slaughtering each other. The Dragon Lord touched her face, shaking her head, which only confused Demiurgos more. You have a point. But I'm sure I had my reasons. What reasons? And what even is a god? Suddenly, the Dragon Lord's eyes lit up with a brilliant smile. What do you mean? God is the absolute being of immense power who created everything. Demiurgos' attitude shifted, becoming dead serious. Then why did he let us butcher one another? Enraged, the Dragon Lord grabbed Demiurgos by the collar. How should I know? Maybe he's having a midlife crisis, or maybe he's just plain crazy. Demiurgos cried out, collapsing back onto his pillow. Ugh, my head hurts. Am I the only one who thinks this is all bizarre? Demiurgos rolled over, waving her off dismissively. The Dragon Lord sighed in defeat. It's because you're an idiot, Demon King. I don't know. If you don't want to get hit by an idiot, then get out. I need to sleep. The Dragon Lord suddenly let out a laugh, confusing Demiurgos even more. Heh. She said one more thing before leaving, ignoring his silent stare. I was feeling pretty down, but honestly, listening to your absolute nonsense has cheered me up a little. Looking at you makes me question the meaning of absolutely everything. Demiurgos, still lying down, deadpanned. Visiting hours are over. Please leave now. At that, the Dragon Lord just gave Demiurgos a gentle look. I have one final request before I go. Please find out who's been poisoning my children with those drugs. Demiurgos' eyes stayed shut tight, but his mouth kept moving. Hey, that's a top-level secret among the human elite, you know. If a Dragon Lord like you can't find them, how am I supposed to? Noticing his disinterest, she pressed on. Perhaps you've heard of the Demon Duke who travels with me. Thousands of years ago, during the 540th Great War, which was over 10,000 years ago, a single Demon Duke wiped out hundreds of dragons. It triggered a genocide that nearly drove this world's dragons to extinction. That cold glare and cunning smile screamed of a legendary strategist's power. Duke Alex. Hearing the familiar name, Demiurgos glanced over but remained silent. Demiurgos suddenly recalled Alex's mocking words. What do you take me for? I'm the best strategist in the demon world. Could he have been telling the truth? The dragon god turned toward the rift before her, her voice easily piercing his thoughts. I'm leaving now. As her foot touched the portal's edge, Demiurgos didn't move. The dragon god added, Perhaps you were right. She turned her head back toward Demiurgos. This world is strange. Then, her entire body vanished along with the rift. Suddenly, a frantic Alex appeared at the door, startling Demiurgos into a shout. Master, we're in big trouble. Damn it. I was just about to get some sleep. Alex then pulled out a small vial, holding it up for Demigos to see. Look at this. Inside was a bizarre purple object. This is called a hell scarecrow mushroom. I found this after analyzing the mium in the dragon's bodies. Demigos could barely contain his fury as his eyes turned fierce. This thing's mind control effect has been amplified 100 times. As Alex finished, something clicked horribly into place for Demigos. It's a type of fungus that only grows in our demon world, Alex continued, his expression grim. And there's only one person who can manipulate it so freely. That person is Daros, one of the 7 dukes, the incarnation of plague and poison, the Plague King. An image came to mind of a being with sharp eyes, overwhelming power, and a transcendent intellect. Daros is one of the 7 dukes of the demon realm. Alex looked seriously at Demigos. Should we cover this up? Demigos, who had been sitting stunned on the bed, suddenly lunged at Alex, yelling, "Do you honestly think you can handle that? That's the 100-year-old dragon that caused all this chaos." Alex calmly replied, "More precisely, it's a dragon over 66,580 years old." Demigos quickly dropped his angry act, scratching his head in defeat, which made Alex sigh in exasperation. Damn it. So in the end, the culprit was one of us. There's no evidence proving we're hardliners. You have to understand, the mium led the dragons to Daros. He didn't spread it. Demigos nodded. Of course it was the demons. Who else profits from war? Another civil war between humans and dragons breaks out? The moment he said it, Demigos froze and repeated the words. Civil war? His entire attitude shifted as he pointed a finger at a confused Alex. Hey, do you realize you're the one who would start this civil war? I hear you're an expert at causing internal conflict. Alex quickly regained his composure, presenting himself with a dignified air. I have a high-class style. I use elegant psychology, not some damp, sticky mushroom or crude schemes like this. Besides, if it were me, wouldn't I have told you already? Demigos went back to the bed to think it over, letting Alex breathe a small sigh of relief. He had a point. Once calm, Demigos glanced at Alex and asked, "But why did you do it?" The question caught Alex off guard, and he broke into a cold sweat. Huh? Seeing Alex was confused, Demigos explained further. Using mium to make the humans attack. Why? Not wanting to dive into details, Alex gave a vague reply. Didn't you already say why? To make humans and dragons fight each other? Demigos sat quietly on the bed, listening as Alex continued. No, if you wanted them to attack each other, you should use poisons or curses humans typically use. A little digging would immediately prove this was the work of demons. Demigos stared at Alex, pressing him. You know Daros, the golden dragon god. You recognized him instantly when we first met, didn't you? Alex's eyes grew cold as he nodded. Of course. He then recounted the centuries demons had fought against humans, while Demigos listened in silence. How many times, over 665 centuries, have we faced humans on the front lines? Alex stood before Demigos, who was still on the bed, lost deep in thought. Is something not right here? There's definitely a piece missing. Demigos couldn't stay serious for long, his mood shifting again as he angrily cracked his knuckles. Standing behind him, Alex could only sigh in resignation. Fine. Just call Daros. It's time to use the Demon King's torture techniques we learned as kids. Alex spoke up, seeing the situation escalating, which surprised Demigos. I already went to Daros's workshop, Alex reported grimly, recalling what he had done. I've searched the entire demon world, but there's no trace of him. He's missing. The words hit like a physical blow. Demigos erupted once again. Arg. What the hell is this? I just want to live a quiet, restrained life, but all of this is driving me insane. He let out a long, exhausted sigh, forcing Alex into damage control. Are you crazy? You found that useless thing, and because of you, I'm completely ruined, Alex quickly replied. No, I only wanted to help you, my lord. But when faced with his own ruin, Demigos fell silent. Alex just stood there, his crimson eyes fixed on Demigos, wondering what about the Grand Duke? The only one who could sway Daros, one of the 7 great dukes, was him. Alex's brow furrowed as a realization seemed to dawn on him. He looked at Demigos's despairing form, and a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the Lord is the one behind all of this? A sweat broke out on Alex's brow, revealing his sharp fangs. He recalled how his lord had stirred up the dragon hunting guilds just yesterday, shaking even veteran Tier 1 heroes. He had also given a list of those guilds to the Golden Divine Dragon, all to shatter the peace treaty. Alex pictured the book in the Divine Dragon's hands and the slaughter of the dragon race that would surely follow. Once she had proof of humans hunting dragons, even if the treaty held, the hardliner faction would never sit still. A sudden sense of desolation washed over Alex. He knew that the fragile balance between demons, humanity, and dragons was about to collapse. An image formed in his mind with perfect clarity. An empire fractured by three warring powers. For the first time in history, a three-way war was about to erupt. Alex shot up, stunned by the sheer, magnificent scale of the plan. He stared at Demigos's vacant expression, his own heart trembling with fear. This was a plan so grand it was completely overwhelming. Alex was too shocked to even make a sound, realizing that even if they were captured now, they could never reveal the Lord's involvement. He then imagined a future where his name goes down in the history books, while the Lord and Demigos are remembered as heroes who stopped the war. A look of profound understanding washed over Alex's face. He finally got it. His suddenly contemplative expression only served to confuse Demigos. Could he have truly calculated everything? Why else would he abandon his throne? Alex recalled Demigos's innocence, looking up at the sky and finding happiness. What was that flying flower petal? He wondered. The former demon king would never have cared about such things. It was wonderful living on the surface, but it was all just a dream. Demigos had sacrificed his innocence to become the demon king, and yet, he yearned for the surface more than any king before him. Alex remembered the moment Demigos decided to let it all go, shedding the fierce demeanor of a ruler. Why are you abandoning us? Didn't I tell you? Haha, for no reason at all. Demigos was always vague about why he gave up the throne, leaving Alex completely baffled. He suddenly dropped to his knees before Demigos with a reverent voice. My one true lord, this Alex has been a fool. The sudden seriousness on his face threw Demigos for a loop. My lord, you say? Alex covered one eye with his hat, revealing a look of pure devotion. I, Alex, have been truly blind. Only now do I see the magnificent picture you have painted. Having a fool like me under your command must be why you kept it a secret. Alex bowed his head low, his abrupt actions startling Demigos, who was still sitting on the bed. Demigos's face went completely blank. Did he take the wrong medicine? Why is he suddenly spouting nonsense? But Alex continued. Though it's late, if you would still trust me, I will do my best to cover this up. Demigos, still stunned, decided to just play along. I don't know what you're talking about, but let's go with it. That's right, you fool. I'm glad you finally understand. I was about to die from the stress. Demigos gestured for Alex to leave. To atone for your foolishness, go and begin the cover-up immediately. Alex nodded. Yes, my lord, do not worry. But just as Alex turned, Demigos called out again. Ah, Alex. Alex stopped, listening intently. By the way, do gods really exist? Alex was taken aback by the sudden question, but he managed to answer. Of course they do. Why are you asking all of a sudden? Demigos glanced away, his voice quiet. He sat on the bed, the sunlight from the window illuminating the entire room. They always talk about rules and laws, but they never care whether a demon king actually wants to be one. Hearing this, Alex let out a small laugh. Haha, I'm sure they've been watching everything. The gods are very real. But what Alex said next made Demigos jump. I've seen them before. Oh? Demigos's face filled with curiosity. He leaned in, asking, what did they look like? Alex awkwardly scratched his face, looking away. Well, I'm not entirely sure. I only caught a glimpse of them from far away. Not getting a straight answer, Demigos got angry and raised his fist. You idiot, you made me anxious over nothing? Just go to sleep. Ah, yes. Alex quickly turned, stepped into a portal, and vanished. Sleep well, my lord. Demigos immediately laid back down, staring at the ceiling with a look of pure exhaustion and sorrow. He thought about humanity facing off against the dragons. The most logical theory, Demigos thought, was that Hardliner had joined forces with Daros to provoke a war with the humans. The golden divine dragon tried to stop it, and so we ended up siding with Fejugam. He recalled the dragon's words. But in that case, she would think Daros and Hardliner were just using them, making them the primary target. Someone was exploiting the dragon's rage. Demigos continued to speculate. Either the human king's palace was involved, or humanity had hidden the Miam of Daros to create an excuse to hunt dragons. Hiding the Miam would make the dragons attack humans. And why? Because dragons were valuable, they could be shackled and imprisoned afterward. If so, the dragons were the true victims, and the peace treaty would be shattered by the Hardliner's fury. Lying there, Demigos contemplated a third possibility, one that involved the dragon god. The final option was that this entire situation was a plot by the golden dragon god himself. Demigos remembered his conversation with Alex. The golden dragon god was in this world as a human, not in his true form. In other words, Dugam wasn't truly present. Demigos recalled the dragon god's serious tone as he spoke of hunting dragons. So, if he ruled out the golden dragon god, that left the demon lord and his dukes, who would attack both dragons and humans, causing bloody chaos. It was as if a demon and a duke had just appeared out of nowhere to attack both factions. The image of the demon lord and duke standing proudly amidst the wreckage they caused flashed through the mind of Demigos. 20 years before his regression, the alliance between dragons and humans was already breaking, and the Demon King's forces were devastating the land. Demigos wondered just how the great war between humans and demons would play out this time around. To keep the civil war going, noble factions were doing everything in their power to drive the two sides apart. Amidst the tension, both Demigos and Alex shared a cold, knowing smile. If they could exploit this, they could seize complete control of the coming war. After a moment, Demigos stopped pondering and spoke up. So what? If we have to act, we just kill them. Simple. It was a bright morning at the warrior's weapon shop. A girl with chestnut brown hair and a carefree attitude, dressed in luxurious armor, walked in. This was Alexia, a woman who carried herself with an aura of confidence and power. She called out, "How are you, Jack?" Jack was thrilled to see her, but Demigos looked on in surprise. Jack quickly introduced Alexia to Demigos. "This is Alexia, the pride of Joric and my old Hero Academy classmate." Alexia was from the prestigious A-class Hollyock family. Demigos then recalled something Alex had told him. There are only two families here. One A-class about to become S-class, and one crumbling F-class. Everybody knows that. Alexia glanced over at a group chatting in the distance before her eyes landed on the weapons and trophies hung on the wall. She quickly assessed Jack's situation. "Heard you found a patron. Not bad." Jack answered humbly. "Thank you, senior." Alexia's gaze then fell on Demigos, who sat comfortably with his legs crossed, and she spoke provocatively. "Why are you staring? Is this your first time seeing an A-class hero?" But his response only made her angry. "If you're an A-class hero, why didn't I see you anywhere when the dragons attacked?" With her family's pride on the line, Alexia refused to back down. "How rude. Our family fought as G-class heroes in the 665th Great War. You must be new to this world. Dragons are only for D-class heroes." Jack quickly tried to make peace. Of course, if anyone could capture dragons, they'd all be D-class heroes. "But why did you come here?" Alexia deliberately made a loud noise to draw attention, but her question was directed at Jack. "I heard a dragon relic can be found near the Grand Castle. So it was you, Jack? I was wondering. What kind of patron would choose an F-class over an A-class hero like me?" She didn't miss the opportunity to jab at him with her sharp words, but Demigos remained perfectly calm. "You're just a spoiled brat who doesn't respect heroes or appreciate fine things." Jack interjected, "I was just lucky. If my master had met Senior Alexia first, he would have chosen you." Alexia, however, was not about to give in. One must learn some manners before they can be chosen. Who would sponsor a hero family that doesn't even show up when dragons attack? Utterly humiliated, Alexia flew into a rage, ready to challenge Demigos on the spot. Fortunately, Jack managed to stop her by physically forcing her back. To the demon lord, they were probably just flies, but something was different here. "Stop bothering me," he sighed. "Get lost." That was the last straw. Alexia was so provoked that she turned to leave. "Good thing I didn't get such a strange patron," she said to Jack. "Next time, don't come here unless you're buying something." But things were not over just yet. Before leaving, Alexia gave Jack one last piece of advice. "Now that you have a patron, you should at least get your bloodline level tested. You're still unranked." Hearing this, Demigos shot up from his seat, completely shocked. He was stunned that the person he was sponsoring didn't even have an official rank. "Didn't you say you were F-class? You haven't even been tested?" Jack just gave a weak laugh as Alexia insisted he go. It was way too expensive, and he knew he was probably just an F rank anyway. Still, he had to try. You never know. Demigos nearly collapsed hearing that. Even a simple check cost money? What kind of hellish place was this? He realized basic hero classes were free, but nothing else here came easy. The basics alone weren't enough to keep up, so everyone enrolled in hero academies and got private tutors. Alexia explained all this, but that wasn't the whole story. She spoke of true geniuses with a pride as if she were talking about herself. Those prodigies passed every subject and succeeded without ever needing extra lessons. They become the top-class heroes, A rank or higher. Demigos realized the hidden meaning in her words. Was she talking about natural selection? Alexia continued, spelling out the harsh truth of the hero world. Equal opportunity, she claimed, only holds back real talent. Only the top 5% of heroes actually protect this world, while the lower ranks have to give up everything. Demigos started to see the deep flaws in the ranking system. Based on what she said, family background was everything. It made sense even the bloodline test cost a fortune, but Alexia thought Demigos was missing the point entirely. Sir, there's no way an exceptional hero can't make money. Heroes are always needed. Then a different question popped into his head. What about the ones who can't earn anything? Turns out this world isn't completely cruel to those without a strong background. That would never happen, she stated. Alexia confirmed that the Hero Support Division would help them. Demigos used this as a chance to ask more about the ranking evaluation. Zik just scratched his head awkwardly, not daring to answer himself and instead looking to Alexia. He wouldn't even bother to test his own limits. He'd just make his brothers do it for him. If all three were like that, they'd have to accept graduating as B rankers. He finally got it. But the guy didn't seem worried, just avoiding failure. An attitude like that was bound to lead to ruin. If he got an F rank, would that poverty be passed down from one generation to the next? Exactly. Like I said, true talent can't be hidden, it always rises to the top. Demigos slumped, realizing he also needed an evaluation, and dejectedly asked, "How old? 17? 18? He figured they must have had it pretty rough. He waved his hand, dismissing them before giving out an order. "That's enough, go home. Announce that the shop is closed. Zik, we're leaving." Zik had no clue what his guardian was planning to do next. "Where are we going?" Demigos was determined to get a bloodline test, and he told Alexia to come along, startling them both. "Where else?" "To get the bloodline test, of course." "Let's go, Alexia." "Yes, sir." They finally arrived at the bloodline testing center. The trio's appearance immediately caught the staff's attention, likely due to their flashy outfits and arrogant demeanor. "We're here to register for the hero bloodline level test." The employee responded in a slow, tired voice. "Take a number and wait." But Demigos just wanted to get this over with. "Do it now." The man said nothing, just pointing to his left. It turned out there was a reminder sign already placed on the table. "Someone's always looking out for you, it seems. Don't behave like a brute and please follow the staff's instructions." He read the sign and wanted to throw a punch, but Zik and Alexia stopped him from making a scene. Their ticket number was 45, so it looked like they were in for a long wait. Zik was actually excited, while the other two were less than thrilled. Suddenly, the arrival of another person drew Demigos's full attention. This man was tall, with a huge weapon on his back. But the strangest part was the staff's complete change in attitude. "Welcome. We'll begin right away." Demigos was confused. Why did the guy who came in later get to go first? But Zik seemed to know exactly who he was. How does he get to cut in line? "That's the top dog around here. Mingan, the strongest warrior near Joric." He wasn't just a hero, his power had reached S rank. The man was famous for his incredible talent. In theory, since Alexia's father is an A rank hero, she's guaranteed to get that title upon graduation. But that doesn't mean she's A rank yet. Everyone expects Alexia to surpass her own father, maybe even hitting S rank someday. While she isn't exactly graceful, her skills are absolutely exceptional. At last, the staff called Zik's number for his bloodline test. Now serving number 45. The employee at the counter read his name one more time. Zik of the Holy Big Clan. The man stared down at Zik's information sheet, carefully confirming every detail before starting. 17 years old. Elementary school graduate. Correct. He kept reading other details. No previous ability tests. Bloodline purity unknown. Through it all, Zik just kept smiling, proud to be from the Holy Big family. With just that short bit of information, the staffer made a decision that forced Demigos to intervene immediately. "All right, that's an F rank. Go ahead and stamp it." Demigos was furious at the blatant injustice of the evaluation. "Don't you determine rank with a blood sample and an ability test? This ranking will decide this kid's entire life. So what's the big rush?" But the employee honestly thought that what he was doing was helping them out. "Their family has always been F rank and they seem to be struggling, so I just want to save you two some money. If you have the cash, then go ahead and test." Demigos roared at the man's complete lack of respect. "How much?" 5 gold coins. He slammed all 5 gold coins down on the table. Wary of a scam, Demigos demanded. "Fine. Do the test." The staffer simply stared back without another word. Seeing this, the man relented and agreed to bring the equipment. But Jack didn't want Demigos to cause trouble or waste his energy on him. "You don't have to do this, master," he said. Demigos couldn't believe Jack was so ready to give up on his own life. "You'd throw away your only chance to change your future. For 5 gold coins?" The more he learned about this world, the more it pissed him off. The device they brought out was a glowing red stone, resting on a strange pedestal. "What is this?" The staffer calmly explained. "This is a tool for testing blood purity. It may look simple, but it's the pinnacle of magic science." Demigos and Alex eyed the device with curiosity. But Jack was just plain terrified. It's easy. You just have to place your hand on this sphere. His tone held zero respect. Are you ready? Go on, put your hand on it. Jack was frozen with fear that his purity level would be pathetic. All three of them watched anxiously as Jack reached out. He slowly touched the sphere, which was as red as human blood. The moment his hand made contact, the orb reacted instantly, startling Jack. The tongue-like part of the base retracted, spitting out the final result. Blood purity, 10.825%. Everyone in the room focused on Jack's result, absolutely stunned. The bloodline examiner was shocked by this potential. Jack, feeling the heavy atmosphere, just laughed nervously to break the tension. What is it? 10.825. That's so low. Demigos immediately grilled the staffer about the results. Only 10%. What's his rank? E rank? F rank? Give me the results. Now. The staffer didn't answer right away, hesitating for a moment. Well, it appears there's been a slight malfunction. He claimed the tool must be broken, and if they wanted a retest, it'd cost another 5 gold. Not wanting to bother Demigos any further, Jack decided to just let it go. He felt spending 10 gold on this was a total waste, since the outcome would be the same. Jack figured he should just be ranked F, but Demigos wasn't having it. He refused to accept the staffer's sudden, shameless change of heart, and immediately called him out. Hey old man, I already paid you, so do your job right. Why are you trying to weasel your way out of this? The result was 10.825, so give me a rank that matches it. 5 gold coins is not a small sum, so this evaluation had better be fair. The man started to look worried, even a little scared. He was quickly realizing that this guy wasn't going to be easily pushed around. He tried to explain why he thought the sphere was faulty, but his reasons were nothing more than flimsy excuses. You're from the 4th generation of heroes, aren't you? He asked. Jack had absolutely no idea what the man was implying. It's your generation that makes me doubt this result, he continued. Even 5th generation heroes only hit 9%. No one in history has ever reached 10. A number like that, it only exists in dreams. But his real goal was to squeeze another 5 gold coins out of them for a higher rank. A D rank was considered on par with a dragon, and that was just 6%. This tool is definitely broken, so either you pay another 5 gold, or we finalize the result as F rank, he declared. Demigos completely ignored his demand, and focused only on the rank. Register him as B rank, he ordered. However, the staffer was persistent, still trying to convince Demigos that the equipment was faulty. B rank is way too high. You can't get that just because you want it. A 10% reading is absurd. This tool is definitely broken. Hearing this, Demigos slammed his hand on the table, a clear warning. Fine, test him again. But if the result is still 10%, you owe us 5 gold. So what do you say? The man suddenly switched topics, acting as if he had them all figured out. I'm well aware of the relationship between you two. You must be the type who goes around looking for heroes in the countryside, treating them like lottery tickets. If you don't get a good result, you just kick them to the curb and find someone new. And if the next one is the same, you just dump them too. With that, he continued, completely convinced his own wild guess was correct. Sure, you're helping poor heroes, but forcing your wishes on me and making me give an unsuitable rank is just fraud. A person's rank determines their missions, you know. His words silenced the entire room. Are you finished talking? Demigos asked, his voice dripping with menace. Because now it's my turn to make you afraid. Why are you running your mouth so much? I refuse to let Jack become an F rank. Do you want to try again and bet 5 gold with me? Or will you accept B rank for him? Demigos stated his demands bluntly, making no effort to hide his absolute disgust. The man broke out in a cold sweat, trembling at the threat. He suddenly began to doubt himself, remembering just how often these machines actually did malfunction. What if Jack hit 10% again? Impossible. A 10% reading was just too rare. But what if it was even just 1%? He glanced at the man protecting Jack. For someone like Demigos, 5 gold was nothing. But for him, it was 3 months' salary. He figured this guy was just a useless brat without his wealthy family's protection. He stared at the 3 people before him, and made his choice give Jack a C rank just to get them off his back and avoid losing money. Fine. We'll go with C rank. I know you want a higher rank, but this is no joke. I'm doing this because I'm genuinely worried about Jack. A low-rank hero fighting a B-rank monster is just plain dangerous. He could die instantly. The man was so agitated he was scaring Jack and the other staff members. Final decision. C. Rank. Now stamp it before you change your mind. And just like that, the official seal was slammed down. This was real. He held up the paper and shouted Jack's name for all to hear. Jack of the Holy Big was officially a C-rank hero. Jack couldn't believe it. By the time the Hero Management Council finished up, the afternoon was already fading. Demigos and Alex were walking ahead, looking pretty pleased with themselves. That old man tried to squeeze 10 gold coins out of me, but folded the second I demanded 5 back. What a complete coward. Jack trailed behind them, feeling on top of the world for helping to scare the man so badly. How did that guy even have the guts to try and scam Demigos? Jack looked down at the official papers, his eyes starting to well up. The decision was clear. C-rank hero. Jack remembered the cruel words from his past. So, your bloodline is just that weak, huh? Instead of wasting everyone's time, why don't you just quit? I'm only saying this for your own good. A bloodline like that is useless. So the entire holy big family are just outsiders? No different from commoners. Jack squeezed his eyes shut, remembering those days of poverty, then snapped them open, staring straight ahead. To him, Demigos was practically glowing with the aura of an angel. Lord Demigos, if only you knew. Jack watched him laughing with Alex, his eyes filled with nothing but admiration. You're the first person who ever reached out a hand to help me. Jack looked up at the sky, which was slowly changing color as dusk fell. This is the first time I've ever felt this kind of warmth. Jack's admiration for Demigos was absolute. He looked at the acceptance letter in his hand and made a vow. I've made my decision. You've given me a new life, so I will dedicate myself to repaying you. I will offer my entire life to you, my lord. Jack was overjoyed, never imagining he could reach C rank. Now I get it. Our meeting wasn't an accident, Lord Demigos. You must be the angel that God sent for me. Jack clutched the paper and started running forward. He sprinted towards the man who had saved him from his fate. Let's go, Lord Demigos, hurry up. The fool. From now on, his mission was clear. Protect Demigos no matter what. About a month after Jack was certified as a C-rank hero, the sky suddenly and bizarrely went dark. A strange beam of light, nothing like ordinary lightning, shot down from above, slamming into the ground without a care for who might get hurt. It turns out Demigos was also there, witnessing this strange phenomenon. The light seemed to be radiating from Jack himself. I have no idea what the right move is here, he thought to himself. What are we supposed to do now? Against a long, coiling monster, even his giant sword seemed to inflict absolutely no damage at all. He stared straight at the glowing being before him, one of the 4 guardian gods, the destroyer of the old world. Red Phoenix, are you here to burn this world down instead of the Demon King? Back in the present, Demigos' team stared at the quest board, which was plastered with notices. Jack couldn't help but feel confused. Why are we looking at the quest board, he asked. Demigos simply gave him a kind smile. Because you're an official hero now, he said. It's time you took on an official mission. Oh, right. A scary-looking guy in their group laughed out loud. Take down a lich and his followers trying to revive him in the southeastern Mad Cemetery? Now that's a proper A-rank quest. Odin will take this one, he declared. Demigos let out a sigh. Seriously, what's there to brag about? We should just pick a C-rank mission. Let's see now. Yeah, I guess so. Alex read the quests one by one. Bring back 3 bags of wild wolf crystals, put out the eternal flame on the western snow mountain, or find 7 child spirits that appear behind the mountain every night. Suddenly, Alex froze in his tracks. He was staring at a quest to defeat merfolk who were harming the local villagers. Merfolk? Demigos asked, looking completely baffled. What in the world are merfolk? A fierce tribe, half human and half fish, that grows up to 2 meters tall. They usually attack nearby fishing villages when the sun isn't too strong. The second Alex finished speaking, Demigos snatched the quest paper from the board, his eyes burning with excitement. All right, team, get ready for a swim. It's time to play in the water. Demigos' team arrived at the mission location. He was wearing a ridiculously flashy swimsuit, while the other 2 looked completely uninterested. Come on out, you fish. Let's play, he yelled. But across from them, an entire village was engulfed in a sea of fire. Huh. I was expecting a sea of water, not a sea of fire. Shouldn't fish be near water? In the village, countless items were piled up and burning. The villagers were in a complete panic, clutching flaming torches in their hands. The fires roared, children screamed, and another torch was tossed onto the blaze. The rising flames made one man tremble, veins popping on his neck as he roared. The merfolk are terrified of fire. They can't get close to us. Light more fires, hurry! His wife scrambled towards him, yelling, More fire, now, hurry! But as she ran, a foul, sticky drop of liquid fell onto her cheek. The woman froze, her eyes locking onto the merman monster with its trident, slithering down from the roof above. She let out a piercing scream, completely overwhelmed by the sheer terror of the moment. But in a flash, the creature vanished from sight. Out of nowhere, it lunged down to attack with vicious force, but her husband dove in, tackling her away from the monster's path. They lost their balance, tumbling backward onto the ground as the merman monster stood towering over them. But it wasn't just one. Now 3 of the massive creatures were there, baring their hideous, jagged teeth in a gruesome greeting. Their appearance alone was enough to terrify a person to death, let alone their incredible power. The man held his wife tight, gritting his teeth at them. They were completely helpless, looking up at a sky turned red with fire. When would a hero finally get here? Elsewhere, Alex was explaining the situation. Contrary to what most people think, these mermen aren't weak to fire, which is why so many who fight them die in the flames. The look on Demios' face was not exactly one of comfort. So how strong are they? Alex just shrugged. I'm not really sure. Why can't I get enough data to calculate it? Demios turned his gaze back toward the burning village. Is this really just a C-rank mission? Not bad, he remarked, taking in the scene. Looks like Z can't handle this himself, huh? Alex then asked. Should we go down for a closer look? Demios' reply was blunt. No. Hearing that, Z was stunned. You go, Z? He stammered. Me? Fight all of them by myself? Demios shot him a sideways glance, emphasizing his point. Of course. You're the only hero here. In case you've forgotten, I'm just a merchant, and Alex is merely a butler. Z's voice was filled with doubt. But can I really handle them? His eyes were firm. Didn't I already apologize for calling you an F-rank the first day we met? Z's face was a mask of anxiety, as Demios continued seriously. Weren't you the one who said you were an F-rank? It wasn't someone else, was it? In the fading light, Demios' eyes seemed to glow an even deeper red. You are the hero, the leader of this party. You're also the one who fought back then, even though Alex got all the praise for it. Hearing those words, Z's cheeks flushed. You haven't forgotten that you're a hero, have you? Demios pointed directly at him. From this day forward, you are an official C-rank hero, recognized by the state. Those words struck a chord, igniting the last embers of determination deep inside of Z. And right now, helpless, ordinary people are about to die right in front of you. They're waiting for a hero. Demios' expression was dead serious. This is your mission. They are waiting for you. Now go, save them. Hero Bandit. Z's expression grew more and more inspired. After a long pause, his voice finally broke the silence, filled with a newfound resolve. You're right. I was an idiot, a total failure, a complete screw-up. I used to be a coward, but you reminded me. A powerful will shone in his eyes. I, Bandit, died yesterday, and I have been reborn as a C-rank hero. I swear on my family's honor that I will defeat them and save everyone. With that, Z shot off like a rocket while Demios cheered him on. All right now, go get him, hero. Alex stood frozen behind them, at a total loss for words. You were a complete fool before, but now, go and fight. The second Z was out of earshot, a satisfied smirk crept across Demios' face. He let out a dark chuckle, leaving Alex stunned by his master's manipulation. I was hoping for some fun underwater, but this sea of flames is just a nuisance. I wasn't sure that trick would even work. Luckily for us, he's a complete moron. Alex could only think to himself. Truly, the work of a demon king. Back in the village, panicked footsteps scattered in every direction. A young boy glanced over his shoulder as he ran. Unfortunately, his foot caught on a stone. The boy tumbled to the ground right in front of his 2 companions. The 2 of them rushed to his side, but his leg was clearly injured. Are you okay? Get up, quickly! Suddenly, a merman's trident flew past and impaled the man standing beside them. The other 2 froze in absolute horror. The attack was so powerful it sent the man flying backward, the weapon still buried in his chest. The woman sat there, too paralyzed with shock to even scream. The monster charged them with its mouth gaping, brandishing a massive sword. It let out a triumphant laugh, its red eyes burning with malice. At that very moment, Z appeared, landing in front of the 2 villagers to shield them. The lightning power crackling from his shield blasted the monster backward. The villagers stared in disbelief, their eyes slowly regaining focus. Z stood his ground, facing down an entire horde of ferocious merman creatures. The fiery determination in his eyes gave the 2 villagers a surge of hope. A hero? They whispered. Z felt a knot of fear in his stomach, but he clenched his teeth, forcing it down. I am Bandit, from the Hero Management Department. I'm here to save you. Relief and joy washed over everyone present. A hero arrived, thank God. But an old woman hobbled forward from the crowd, her face filled with worry, not relief. You're too young. Where are your teammates? Isn't there an older hero, or maybe a mage? An old man behind her chimed in. He doesn't even have a sword or armor. The old man was both terrified and furious. We wait for a hero, And all we get is a kid? Mid-sentence, the old man stopped dead as Z awkwardly scratched his head. Behind him, a fishman monster had crept up way too close. Sorry, I just got here, Z said. The old man's eyes went wide in panic. Hey, behind you! Z turned around, confused. What? The monster swung its massive trident right at him, but Z quickly brought his shield up to block. But the sheer force of the monster's blow was too much, sending him flying high into the air. Z crashed down hard in front of everyone. The monsters charged forward, their red eyes throwing the villagers back into a state of total panic. Run! A man screamed, a trident already piercing his chest. Helpless, everyone grabbed their torches and scattered in terror, but Z was already pushing himself back up, which seemed to confuse the injured man. Z then leaped straight up to face the monster horde. What are you doing? Z charged them without hesitation. I'm buying time, everyone get out of here. The man couldn't say another word before another powerful attack from the monsters was unleashed. Z blocked hit after hit, but their power was just overwhelming. He was thrown back, painfully coughing up blood from a brutal chest injury. His eyes widened in alarm as he looked up. The monsters kept attacking with incredible force, smashing the very ground beneath him to bits. Z had to dodge instantly. High above, another monster clutched a razor-sharp trident, ready to strike. He rolled away in pain, but immediately forced himself back up to fight. The monster above hurled its trident down with immense water power. Z was used to moving nimbly to dodge attacks, and this time was no different for him. With one decisive move, he charged forward, activating the lightning power crackling within his shield. Energy blasted from the shield, hitting the monster's weak spot and sending it crashing down. A flicker of absolute determination ignited in Z's eyes. He swung his shield back, preparing another lightning strike as a different monster lunged at him. Suddenly, another one grabbed his ankle and yanked hard. Z was completely stunned, letting out a startled cry as he was thrown into the air and slammed down. Luckily, Z managed to get his shield in front of his chest and face. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain while being completely pinned down. Before he could even catch his breath, he was lifted up and slammed down again like a rag doll. Seeing an opening, Z smashed his shield into the monster's hand, breaking free. The creature was sent flying by the shield's power and Z's fury. He jumped up, teeth clenched, and threw the shield in a wide arc, sending another monster careening into a pile of wreckage. With that powerful shield in hand, Z's fighting prowess was becoming more and more terrifying. Despite his serious injuries, he ignored the pain, determined to fight to the bitter end. Z alone against a horde, the blood of a hero flared in his eyes. The fishmen stood their ground, but Z charged in, wanting to tear them all apart. All of a sudden, a creature appeared behind him, preparing a fatal blow. A second later, a brutal punch connected, making Z roar in pain. It grabbed his head and threw him into a pile of fiery debris. The villagers watched from a distance, completely helpless, unable to believe what was happening. They just wanted to survive. Elsewhere, Alex and Demigos were sitting comfortably under a cool tree. Demigos wore sunglasses, looking like a guy just kicking back and relaxing, while Alex just sighed. Alex then spoke up. About Z. Don't you think he's not so bad after all? I mean, he seems to have matured a little, right? Demigos was silent for a moment before answering. Is that so? Meanwhile, Z was sent flying into a wall by the fishmen, creating a huge crater. Just when you'd think he was beaten, Z burst out from the hole in the wall, determined to shred them to pieces. I am a hero. The fishmen surrounded him again, but Z still found an opening to land a blow on one. His movements grew faster, sharper, blocking countless fatal attacks. But as he faced a monster's furious punch, Z's own strength was fading. His legs had to brace with everything they had as the monster delivered another earth-shattering blow. Its power was immense. Z cried out, struggling against the vicious creatures. But the unyielding will inside his body refused to be extinguished. He threw one monster off, and then sliced off its arm with his Lowena shield. I am a hero. 4 monsters behind him grabbed their tridents and charged straight for Z. They leaped into the air, weapons in hand, their eyes filled with madness. The fierce battle raged on under the crimson light of the setting sun. Z, with the Lowena shield in hand, faced a relentless barrage of attacks from the fishmen. Every strike was savage and brutal, but Z didn't flinch. He moved with agility, dodging and countering with precise slashes, pushing the enemy back one step at a time. He completely shattered their tridents, but suddenly, another one appeared behind him, arms open, easily overpowering him and putting him on the defensive. Its arm tightened around him, but then suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably. Turns out Jack was pouring every last bit of his strength into the shield to break free. He gritted his teeth and pushed with all his might, His hand gripped the shield's handle, and just like that, the monster's arm was severed. But another one was still standing, blocking his path completely. It furiously slammed its fist down, sending debris flying everywhere, but he managed to flip away just in time. The moment he landed, he shot forward, channeling all his power into the shield and shoving both monsters back. Next, he unleashed a massive blow that sent them flying in opposite directions. The fight was so intense that Jack was completely drained. He dropped to his knees, hands on the ground, gasping for air. The nearby villagers saw the silence and thought, did he do it? His hair was soaked with sweat and dirt as he struggled to look up, only to see the monsters stirring, then standing up, to his utter shock. They turned towards the terrified villagers. Every single monster was injured, but none of them were dead. They rose in unison, their eyes filled with killing intent, all fixed on him. Jack gasped, helplessly realizing he was out of strength. The sun began to set, painting the entire landscape in a deep, bloody red. From a distance, Demigos and Alex sat in silence, just taking in the view of the village. An indescribable unease welled up inside Alex. We should quietly step in and help, Alex thought. But Demigos seemed completely unfazed, saying, just leave it, he's not dead yet. Demigos spoke coldly, but through his sunglasses, his eyes still showed a hint of worry. He said that Jack was so focused on facing the dragon that he completely forgot about the other enemies trying to kill him. Alex didn't know how to respond, only managing a short, that's true. Suddenly, a trident shot through the air from the distance, controlled by one of the monsters. Jack quickly raised his shield to block it, but the force was so immense it knocked him flat on his back. Turning his head fast, Jack spotted another monster rushing in, trident ready to strike. But thanks to his quick reflexes, Jack lifted his shield and slammed it down, completely shattering the weapon. He spun around, landing a fatal blow right on the monster's head. But they just kept coming, taking turns. Another one charged, and Jack strained to slice the trident right out of its hands. He threw himself backward, shield in hand, and attacked with all his remaining power. But he never expected a whole mob of them to gather, ready to strike his small frame. Jack curled up behind his Lowena shield, but the monster's power was still overwhelming. The shield suddenly felt wrong, agitated. Jack was in agony but forced himself to hold on, thinking, please, save me. He prayed in silence as the mob of monsters relentlessly pummeled him. The nearby villagers could only watch, their hearts filled with pure terror. The young woman holding the little boy suddenly realized something was happening. The boy with the injured leg bolted from her arms, running straight ahead. The others saw this, their anxiety spiking. Noah, where are you going? It's dangerous, stop, they all screamed. But Noah just ran closer to the monsters and stood his ground. Tears streamed down his face from fear, but his will never wavered. The hero is in danger too. He helped us when we were in trouble. Now we have to help him, Noah declared, then started running again, stunning everyone. The villagers' expressions slowly shifted from terror to steely resolve. Together, they all charged forward, following Noah. Hero, we're coming. Just hold on a little longer, they shouted. Demigos watched from the side, a thoughtful look on his face. The villagers swarmed the monster, some grabbing its arms, some its head, others its legs. Hero, get up, get away from it, hold it tight, don't let go, they roared. Jack, lying on the ground, witnessed the whole thing in absolute disbelief. One brave villager yelled out, Hero, we've got it pinned. Finish it off, quickly. Jack was stunned for a second, then answered with a surge of excitement. Okay, I'm counting on all of you. He pushed himself off the ground, gathering his power to deliver a final, deadly strike on the restrained monster. But suddenly, the monster violently threw the villagers off and unleashed a massive claw attack, destroying everything around it. Jack cried out as he swung, knocking all the monsters away. He glanced back to check the situation and saw a monster had grabbed an old man by the neck, lifting him up and squeezing tighter. Jack panicked, thinking, no, he's too far away. But just then, the eye on his shield began to glow, releasing an incredible surge of power. Jack used the shield to launch a powerful attack at the monster to save the man. His single blow lit up the blood-red sky. The monsters were still standing, but then a scream echoed out. Everyone, get back 10 meters. Jack immediately unleashed an attack that knocked them all down, but from behind, another monster appeared, trident aimed to strike. At that moment, the shield was no longer in his hand. He panicked, throwing his arms up to defend himself. Oh, my shield! Suddenly, the shield came rocketing back, appearing right in front of him to block the trident's tip, leaving Jack completely stunned. The monster wouldn't give up. Baring its teeth, it thrust the trident downward, attacking Jack with all three of its arms. But the shield split into three, perfectly blocking the monster's assault. It then shot forward, slashing the beast and knocking it flat on its back. It glowed brightly in the sky before blasting a beam of light straight up. Jack shielded his eyes, then looked around in confusion. Instead of a monster, there was just a pile of something scattered on the ground. A triumphant scream echoed inside his head. He did it. The shield suddenly attached itself to his arm, much to his surprise. That central eye still radiated a strangely bewitching aura. Jack hugged it happily, exclaiming, "Whoa, Doom Lowena, you are so cool. I knew it from the first moment I saw you," he thought. Lowena really is the #1 shield in the world. The villagers rushed over, overjoyed, and threw their arms around Jack. "The hero did it. You're the best. I thought I was a goner. Thank you so much." Suddenly, their gazes shifted to the edge of town. A man yelled out, "There are still mermen behind the village. The people back there are in danger." Without hesitating, Jack sprinted toward the back of the village. As he ran, he was surprised to see a pair of feet running right alongside him, then another, and another. All the villagers were running with him. "We're coming with you," they yelled. "We'll hold them back. We'll use the same strategy as before. Don't go alone, we'll go together." Jack smiled, truly happy, and replied softly, "Okay, then I'm counting on everyone's help." Meanwhile, Demigos observed the village engulfed in flames. "Well, look at that," he said. "The atmosphere's completely changed. The same people who were scared out of their wits," he mused, "are now hunting mermen?" At some point, the people had gathered around a single being who gave them hope, the hope that if they fought, they could actually win. Looking at the joyful scene, Demigos wondered aloud, "Is that what a hero is?" Beside him, Alex suddenly laughed. "It really is." Alex's face twisted in disgust as he added, "A sight I really didn't want to see." Demigos calmly continued, "I agree, but something feels different. That kid, Jack, fought better than I expected, didn't he? I don't know when he grew up, but compared to the last time I saw him cornered, this isn't half bad." Alex was stunned into silence. Demigos continued, a growing excitement in his voice. He could feel a strange heat rising in his chest. He wanted the kid to get stronger, stronger, and stronger still, and even more impressive. With that thought, Demigos's eyes grew incredibly dark. "I want to see Jack smile more," he declared. Alex simply stood behind him, silently observing his master. The battlefield was pure chaos, and Lowena, the legendary shield that had just repelled the beasts, was now causing serious damage. Lowena shot into the air, slammed into a monster, spun around, and returned to its master's arm. Jack raised his hand in victory as the crowd roared, "He did it, hero, we won." The villagers rushed him, cheering and celebrating. "The mermen have been defeated. Hero, you did it. Now those mermen can't get in here anymore. Thank you so much. You are the hero who saved us all." Jack, surrounded by the adoring crowd, had a look of pure joy on his face when a voice cut through the noise. "I'm sorry." The old man who had been captured by the mermen stood up, looking at Jack with deep regret. "I'm sorry for not trusting you. We never imagined you'd fight so bravely to save us. You are our village's savior." The moment he finished, everyone else started rushing forward, all apologizing at once. "I'm sorry too, for not believing in you at first. I'm so sorry, hero. Please forgive us." Jack was frozen, overwhelmed with happiness, before breaking into a huge, radiant smile. "It's okay." As the sun set, casting a warm red glow over the sea, Jack appeared before Demigos and Alex, his legs covered in scars. Demigos smiled and asked, "A happy ending, was it?" Jack looked back at him with a gentle expression. "I've returned." Demigos casually clapped him on the back of the head. "So you're back? Good. How did it feel fighting with all your strength from start to finish?" Jack answered honestly. "At first, I thought I had to save the villagers, but once they brought out the shield, I just wanted to go all out. You might not believe me, but I really sent them flying. You're probably thinking, oh, that was easier than I thought. But they just got back up again, completely unharmed, while I was already exhausted." Alex stood by, listening intently. Jack continued, "In the end, I was getting pummeled by the mermen. Just when I thought, is this it? The villagers suddenly charged in to save me. They shouted, 'Hero, destroy them!' And in that moment, I felt this incredible surge of power. Then Doom Lowena appeared like a god, and I felt even stronger. From that point on, everything was like a blur." Jack's mood was more exhilarated than ever. He went on, "Doom Lowena flew past me, blocking every single merman. Any attack that came my way, it blocked automatically. It was unbelievably fast." Demigos listened to the whole story, then shouted with absolute delight, "That's so freaking cool." He stood up decisively, shoved his hands in his pockets, and started to walk away. "Good work. A happy ending then. I'm hungry. Go make some noodles. Jack was taken aback but quickly complied. Yes, sir. But then he suddenly called out. Ah, Sir Demigos, wait a second. Hearing him, Demigos stopped and turned around, pulling a piece of paper from his coat. This is the commission certificate. They said if you submit this to the management office, you'll get a reward of 3 silver coins. Demigos goes silent, then turns to leave, calling back. So what's the guy who hired me supposed to do? Jack chimes in. That's easy, because you're the master. But before he could finish, Demigos shot him down. I didn't lift a finger. You did all the work, so you get the fee. Now stop spacing out, you idiot, and go make me some noodles. Jack and Alex just stare, completely stunned. Alex grabs his shoulder. Come on, let's go. On the way, Alex brings something up. Remember what you told the master yesterday, during the hero inspection? Jack seems completely lost, asking, what happened yesterday? Alex reminds him, you were talking about your siblings' school trip. How you didn't have the money and didn't know how to tell them. Alex's gaze gets serious. 3 silver is nothing to him, but he wanted you to pay for their trip with money you earned yourself. He was trying to give him a sense of pride. Jack's eyes go wide. And just then, a voice calls out, because you're our hero. Both of them turn towards the sound. Jack thinks to himself, his angel. Jack shouts to the distant Demigos, thank you, master. Without even turning, Demigos just raises a hand, as if to say, don't mention it. Night falls over the village, a bright moon hanging high in the sky. The whole town is packed into Jack's noodle shop, absolutely devouring it. Demigos is slurping loudly, soup all over his face, his eyes wide as he shouts, this is it. This is the flavor. He points right at Jack and declares, kid, you should be doing this. Forget being a hero, become a chef. Jack just scratches his head, confused. Is that supposed to be a compliment? But then, a voice from behind cuts in. I'll have a bowl of that. Startled, Demigos whips around to see a graceful woman standing there. The entire village just stops and stares, whispering, who is that? Look at her. Let's see if it's really good enough to make a hero scream, she says, walking over and sitting right next to Demigos. Mid-slurp, he glances over. What do you want? Annoyed, she replies. Side A has a duty to monitor if Side B is doing its job properly. But where's that long-haired guy who's always attached to your hip? I don't see him. Demigos just grins, flashing his fangs. Are you nuts? Side B has a private life, you know. His mind flashes back to a conversation with Alex. Master, please allow me to go finish some unfinished business. Demigos just sat on the bed, watching blankly as Alex prepared to step through a portal. Unfinished business? He'd asked. Alex's expression had turned dead serious. I need to find Daros and investigate that thing before the Golden Law finds out. For all we know, it could impact the 66th Great War. Besides, I'm already drowning in work without you bringing home these ridiculous hero quests. Smoke practically poured off Demigos as he roared, What did you just say? But Alex was already stepping through the portal, laughing. Nothing. I'm busy, see ya. Back in the present, Demigos gives the woman a suspicious look. He wonders if she actually knows something, or if she's just asking questions. This 66,580-year-old dragon. Impossible to read. But then Jack speaks up. That thing? Hello, I'm the hero, Holly Big, from Lord Demigos's party. It's a real pleasure to meet you. This is my first time meeting one of the master's acquaintances. He offers a friendly smile, and she returns it. Likewise, I've heard of you. I am a mage of the Golden Law. Then, her smile turns into a sneer. It must be rough, following this moron around. You're covered in injuries, and he's still making you run a shop? Is he insane? Demigos starts fuming all over again. Jack quickly waves his hands, trying to clear things up. Oh no, opening the shop was my idea to earn money, not Master Demigos. Golden Law just smiles, amused. So you two really are friends. You even act the same. The two of them just exchange a silent look that says it all. He called us friends. Yeah, right. Just then, Jack places a bowl of noodles in front of her. Here are the noodles you ordered. Enjoy. She takes a few quick bites, and her eyes widen in shock. What is this? It's actually incredible. Jack, you need to quit following this guy and open a real restaurant. Jack asks shyly, Are you for real? Before Demigos chimes in. He's right, it's amazing. While eating, the woman asks, Hey, didn't you have your hero test today? What rank did you get, Jack? He answers honestly, I achieved C rank. Demigos can't help but add, and his pure blood level is 10.82%. The woman slams the table, excited. Over 10%? Jack quickly waves his hands. No, no, Master Demigos is just teasing. The machine was broken. Demigos just keeps eating, muttering. We don't actually know if it was broken or not. The woman adds that 10% is an impossible number. But if it's true, Jack could become the final hero, the one to end the war with the demon world. Demigos just scoffs, completely shutting her down. Are you an idiot? Even the very first hero couldn't end the war. What makes you think a 10%er can? You know perfectly well the fourth generation can't produce the final hero. So what are you even talking about? Cut the crap. You're just picking a fourth-gen hero to make a fifth one. They're nothing but toys for the beings up there. She snapped back angrily, insisting she was just remarking on his incredible stats. Why so serious? Besides, with it comes fortune and fame. The two started bickering again, arguing that those things should be earned, not just handed over. After all, her own achievements didn't come easy. She complained about being imprisoned for 80 years. But him, a heartless hell messenger whose only job was sleeping, had no right to talk about suffering. Did he think sleeping for 80 years was easy? Watching them, Rich couldn't help but chuckle, thinking how similar the two really were. Demigos yelled in frustration, saying she'd ruined his meal. If she had no other business, she should just get lost. The girl, pulling something out from her clothes, suddenly remembered. Ah, right, his rambling almost made her forget. She was there to give him this. She pulled out a bizarre longsword, announcing it was a commemorative gift for Rich becoming the official hero, the sword, Dumbloin. As the hero, he needed a proper sword to go with the title. So she brought him an item from the same Doom series as his shield. Staring at the powerful sword, Rich was stunned. Wait, she was really giving it to him? Demigos, green with envy, snatched the sword away, wanting to get a closer look. She furiously yelled at him to give it back. It was a gift for Rich. But Demigos paused. That sour smell, that familiar scent of darkness. She smiled proudly, explaining that it was a sword forged from a demon. When it came to weapons, the demon realm made the best. This particular blade was forged from the black horn of a Dorino and the tentacle oil of a beholder, a sword teeming with poison, capable of piercing through any shield. As Demigos inspected it, the sword grimaced, revealing a set of human-like teeth. Demigos asked her, did she feel this way every time she saw a weapon made from a dragon? The girl just smiled and said she didn't know. The bickering pair started going at it again. Why would she give a demon's sword to his hero? He just couldn't understand that 60,000-year-old snake. But to her, it was just another item in the Doom series. What was the big deal? Was she kidding? Fed up, Demigos tossed the sword to Rich, telling him to just take it. Here, Rich, your gift. A confused Rich caught the sword. Yes, thank you. Suddenly, a strange light blinded him. He found himself thrown into a bizarre space, all black and red. A strange smell hit him, forcing him to cover his nose. The unmistakable, nasty stench of sulfur. Everything as far as he could see was on fire. This place. It was the demon realm. From beneath the Crimson River, a powerful growl echoed, immediately grabbing Rich's attention. The strange sword manifested and let out a wicked laugh, introducing itself as Dumbloin, the embodiment of all his pent-up hatred. It told him that in this noisy world, his cries of hatred were nothing. But if he accepted the blade, it would protect him, destroying every enemy in his path. Just then, a powerful gust of wind slammed into Rich, jolting him back to his senses. Back in reality, Rich was gripping the sword tightly, his face covered in sweat. Demigos asked if he liked it. Rich could only nod. Maybe it was the demonic power within. But this blade felt totally different from his shield, the Dumbloina. For the first time, he'd heard a dark whisper. It was incredibly strong. A voice cut in, suggesting they go test out the new sword. Rich's face lit up with excitement. Really? But the girl pointed angrily at Demigos. Hey, his hero would die at this rate. Give the kid a break. Demigos shot back, telling her to shut it. Trouble was already on its way, so the three of them set off in a carriage to test the sword. Demigos suddenly spoke up, asking why she was tagging along. While knitting, she replied that she was just conveniently along for the ride. Rich just laughed and innocently asked where they were headed. Demigos held up a quest scroll. Miners who went to Mount CA 5 days ago hadn't returned. Every hero sent to investigate had also lost contact. The mission was to discover the secret of the mining mountain. It was a monster hunting quest. Demigos calmly added that he found it interesting while dealing with the mermen, so he grabbed it. He was certain some stupid goblins had taken over. And testing a new sword was the perfect excuse to give it a little bloodbath, right? Rich gave a nervous laugh. Ah, yes. After a moment of silence, he asked a question. Sir Demigos, what kind of monster is the Demon King? What kind of creature refuses to give up for 60,000 years, still trying to destroy the world and plunge everything into suffering? He declared he would ask the Demon King himself if he knew the weight of all the evil atrocities he had committed. Someone else's voice chimed in. Exactly. She didn't get why the Demon King was in such a hurry when he clearly couldn't win. But who knows? Maybe he had his own problems. Maybe the Demon King didn't even like to fight. The girl stared at Demigos in shock. Rich just laughed. A Demon King who doesn't like war? No way. He's the source of all this mess. Demigos laughed along with him, agreeing that's what he thought too. Demios' eyes grew thoughtful as he stared up at the moonlit sky, the carriage rumbling beneath them. There was nothing more to say. Then, the wheels stopped. Everyone turned to look where Demios was pointing. Over there, that's the mineral mountain. You get it, right? I'm sleeping here, so go handle it and come back. Jack immediately took off running. Yes, sir. I'll be right back. But the girl on the carriage called out, Hey, wait! Holding his two treasures, Jack paused, suddenly buzzing with energy. Power. I'm overflowing with power, he exclaimed. She watched him go, completely helpless. What an idiot, she sighed. Even with a slave contract, fighting twice in one day is just too much. I gave you some corn, so if you're a hero, you'd better take care of yourself. Jack just smiled back cheerfully. Thank you. His feet pounded against the earth, sprinting forward before he suddenly skidded to a stop, catching his breath. Staring at the ruins before him, he thought, this is the place. But where are the goblins? Why is there nothing here? It's too quiet. He ventured deeper, searching, then froze before a pile of equipment. Is that armor and a sword? He wondered. It looked like gear from heroes who had come before him, but none of it showed any signs of use. Jack's eyes widened again. He approached a wooden crate and picked up a single feather. Suddenly, a sound from behind caught his attention, a song echoing from the forest depths. He peered into the darkness, his curiosity getting the better of him. His legs started moving, picking up speed. It was a girl's voice, singing not too far away. His expression grew urgent, filled with worry. That song could draw the goblins here at any second. This was dangerous. He had to hurry. The melody continued, pulling him closer. A question popped into his head. But why would a woman be this deep in the forest in the middle of the night? His feet suddenly stopped. His eyes locked on the scene ahead, completely stunned by what he saw. Dozens of men were kneeling in a massive pile, surrounding a girl who was humming a beautiful song. But their faces weren't normal. Their minds were completely controlled by her voice. The singing girl saw him and began to weave her spell on him too. The sharp teeth inside her mouth became visible. Jack stood frozen, unable to look away from her. Her neck suddenly stretched, sprouting countless feathers. It turned out those men were worshipping a monster bird. His own eyes began to glaze over, just like the other mesmerized men around him. Behind him, a whole flock of monster birds descended. He was completely lost, a dazed smile on his face. So beautiful. The dragon god, watching from above, spoke up. It's a harpy. Demios glanced over. Huh? I said. It's a harpy. Birds that wear human masks and lure people with their songs. That's your kind of creature, demon race. Demios' face remained blank. Lure them and do what? Play with them until they're bored. Then eat them, obviously. The dragon god looked down at Jack's trance-like state. You're not going to help him? That guy looks pretty useless right now. Demios just propped his chin on his hand. Let's just watch for a bit. The white-eyed men heard the noise and turned around. They beckoned with creepy, salesman-like voices. You should come over here. Come and stay with us forever. That's right, come here. It's so warm, so very warm and happy. The bird's song continued its haunting melody. Jack's hands went limp, his sword and shield clattering to the ground. Utterly controlled, he began to stumble forward. Sir Demios, Lord Golden Law, you have to see this. The flock song grew more and more horrific, but Jack was still melting in bliss. There's something amazing here. Everyone, come look. He spread his arms wide, ready to embrace the love of that filthy, ugly bird. Sir Demios, get over here now. Suddenly his sword began to vibrate violently, then unleashed a terrifying bolt of lightning. You idiot! The main harpy controlling the men was struck by the bolt. Its head sliced clean off its neck. The enchanting song vanished. As everyone's mind slowly returned, the sword flew from the dead bird and shot straight towards Jack. The blade seemed to be overflowing with pure rage, and Jack finally realized what was happening. Loin, pulsing with terrifying power, launched itself directly at him. While Jack was still completely dazed, Loin returned to his hand, the sword's fury weighing him down. You dare wield me, yet you allow yourself to be charmed by low-class demons? Kill them. Cut their throats. The ugly birds shrieked in anger and charged, their sharp-toothed mouths opening to unleash a horrific song meant to control Loin. But the sword was not so easily defeated. It blasted out a wave of power that shattered their terrible music. Jack struggled to hold the blade, enduring its immense power while the birds stared in shock at the energy Loin was creating. You think a sword made from Reno and Beholder can be controlled by cheap tricks like that? Let me show you the difference between a high-class and a low-class demon. Power gathered at the tip of the sword, exploding with a sound 1,000 times more terrifying than the bird's screams. Loin's power swept through the flock of birds like they were nothing, leaving them helpless against the onslaught. The shield flew back to Jack, protecting him from the full force of Loin's devastating attack. At the same time, it synchronized with the sword, creating a ferocious combo that soaked the area in blood. A few moments later, the assault ended, leaving Jack standing there gasping for air. He looked around. The monstrous birds had vanished without a trace. The aftershock of the sword's power still hung in the air. Jack stared at Loin in his hands, unable to believe his own eyes. As his senses returned, his face was still a mask of pure shock and horror. The other men remained on the ground, subdued. Seconds later, they snapped out of it, staring at their own hands. What? I can move again. Then they saw Jack, holding the sword high. That's the hero. Filled with gratitude, they rushed over, surrounding him with endless praise. Thank you so much. I honestly thought I was going to die. Thank you. Watching the scene unfold, Shenlong couldn't help but crack a smile. Well now, she mused, these demon-forged swords aren't half bad. Maybe I should equip all my people with them. Her gaze softened for a moment. Under the moonlight, a happy smile spread across her face as she looked toward Jack. A warning came from Demigos. Be careful. She seemed confused, so he added, I'm talking about you. And your blood. Demigos scoffed. Let me tell you, you seriously underestimate the Demon King. Someone at your level wouldn't stand a chance. She looked at Demigos with worry, but her expression only made things worse. He warned her again. Don't make that face in front of him. Why not? She asked. After a long silence, he sighed. You might catch feelings. Demigos turned away with a goofy grin, leaving Shenlong helpless. Catch feelings? She snapped. Forget it. What's the point of talking to an absolute madman? Now help me with that issue from before. Demigos played dumb. The issue from before? You mean when you quit your post as Demon King? Why did you quit? Were your underlings misbehaving? Or did you just need a break? There had to be a reason, so what was it? Demigos answered nonchalantly. I already told you back then. The woman looked so annoyed, she seemed ready to punch him. What did you say? You said you'd tell me next time and then disappeared. He knew she was getting furious, which only made him tease her more. Ugh, this is so annoying. Just let me keep it a secret. Look, Shenlong, he finally said, I'm not going to argue anymore. Do what you want. Even if you told me, it'd just be some ridiculous reason anyway. Thanks for understanding, she replied, her tone suddenly amused. Still, thanks to you, I got to talk with the Demon King, which isn't so bad. She looked up at the night sky. Why did the Demon King even take that position? I've always been curious. Her eyes sparkled with thought as she stared at the countless stars under the ethereal full moon. Even though we're enemies, our positions were equal. I'm sure their side has plenty of its own problems, right? I just wanted to ask. She turned and looked him straight in the eye. The Demon King before you, the 665th one. Was he anything like you? Demigos didn't answer right away. After a moment of thought, he spoke with a tired voice. I don't know. I rarely ever talk to them. 80 years ago, I was just a weak-spirited kid in the slums of An. But no, he probably wasn't like me at all. I remember him being pretty old-fashioned. Shenlong burst into laughter. That makes sense. One personality like yours is more than enough. She let out an involuntary sigh, and the way Demigos looked at her suddenly changed. If the past Demon Kings had been like you, she began, her face filling with hope, the war might have ended a long time ago. I'm so sick of all this. In response, Demigos just laughed and clapped his hands. Congratulations. He stood up, hopped onto his seat, and spread his arms wide with an ecstatic look on his face. From now on, there is no Demon King. He's a relic of a forgotten age, something that only exists in fairy tales. His booming voice made Shenlong smile. So say goodbye to all those boring old battles. The era of peace everyone has been waiting for is finally here. Shenlong could feel the absolute sincerity in his words. So embrace this moment. Get up and step forward. A powerful gust of wind swept past, reinforcing the sheer determination in his voice. Enjoy your life by dancing and singing like me. The Demon King and war itself will never appear in this world again. Suddenly, Shenlong couldn't hold it in and just burst out laughing. She then asked a question that left Demigos completely baffled. Is this also within the permissible range? She asked. He just looked confused. You really don't know, do you? Why do you think you're even allowed to be here? This is either part of a script, or some grander calculation is at play. Demigos had no idea what she was talking about. Script? Calculation? What on earth are you saying? She looked him dead in the eyes. I don't know anymore. It feels like my brain's been infected with your brand of stupidity. Now I'm getting curious about the dumbest things. Shenlong was a master of mind games, always pushing and pulling, driving Demigos insane while leaving him utterly powerless against her. I'm leaving, she declared. Not until you answer me, he shot back. She just scoffed. Like you've told me anything, either. He couldn't help but smile at the cute nickname she used for him. Shenlong, he said. I don't know what your limits are, but I'll be completely honest with you. You probably don't remember this, she began, but for 66,580 years, we've done nothing but fight. This is the first time we've ever just talked. Her words seemed to touch something deep inside Demigos. Talking with you is actually pretty interesting, he admitted. On their familiar carriage, Shenlong's voice was heavy with thought. You'll be gone in 20 years, but I will live on until this world itself is destroyed. But right now, she continued, I think today will be a day I'll remember for a very long time. Demigos propped a foot onto the seat, a casual move that immediately caught Shenlong's attention. He looked directly into her sparkling eyes and said, You fool. I already told you, even if I burn this world to the ground, I won't die. Just you watch. I won't become the Demon King, and I won't die. I'll keep showing you this face until you're absolutely sick of seeing it. A faint blush appeared on Shenlong's cheeks. All right, you idiot, she replied. You'd better remember that promise. If you do, she mused, maybe I can endure this eternity and this boring script just a little bit longer. Just as they were lost in conversation, a voice called out, Lord Demigos, it's Jack. He waved frantically, shouting, Mission complete. We've recovered your second thigh. Shenlong, open the barrier. I have to go. She then handed Demigos a red scarf. Here, you should wear this. Demigos was surprised. What's this? Shenlong's expression softened. It's a scarf. That thing on your neck looks unlucky, so I was trying to cover it. Startled, Demigos pointed to the tight collar around his own neck. This thing? But Shenlong just stepped into the barrier without another word. How is this unlucky? Demigos muttered. The barrier vanished, and a breathless Jack ran up, looking completely baffled as he spoke. My lord, look, the reward was 7 silver, that's 5 months of selling noodles. He then noticed she was gone. Wait, where did Shenlong go? Demigos stared blankly at the scarf in his hands for a long moment. She's gone. It's late. Let's go home and sleep. Jack simply nodded. Ah, yes. Jack guided the carriage back across the peaceful green fields, overjoyed after successfully completing their mission. Demigos, however, simply lay back on the carriage, his eyes fixed on the beautiful sky. They made their way home in quiet contentment, the carriage rolling steadily along. After a while, Jack dropped Demigos off at the shop, bowing respectfully as he left. Demigos slowly climbed the stairs, returning to his treasured room. He gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. He let his body go limp, collapsing onto the soft bed with a heavy sigh. Ah, of course, a bed is true love. His eyes opened suddenly as a thought occurred to him. He pulled out the red scarf Shenlong had given him to take a closer look. Without warning, a barrier materialized in his room, revealing a furious-looking Alex. Demigos casually said, I'm heading to sleep. Come back tomorrow. He sighed, looking at the scarf. I said, come back tomorrow. But Alex's response was grim. Daros is dead. The words made Demigos freeze. Alex's voice was tense as he continued. He told me I couldn't reveal it, but I felt so guilty for pressuring our monarch. He took poison right in front of me. Now, only the 7 dukes remain. Alex's voice grew harsher. We may have argued, but for 665 centuries, we fought side by side with everything we had for the demon world. So you are going to tell me what you and Daros were planning behind my back. Something that got Daros killed. Demigos just hummed in reply, and Alex's pupils dilated with barely restrained fury. If it wasn't that, then what in this world could possibly make one of the 7 dukes commit suicide? You have the power to do it, and besides the monarch, there's only one other. Alex spat her name with pure venom. The god of golden dragons, Shenlong. Demigos' eyes hardened in an instant. It wasn't her. She was with me until just a moment ago, but Alex was relentless. They say Shenlong has 10,000 clones. It's how she's lived for 66,580 years, far longer than any monarch. Are you so certain that the person you were with was actually her true self? Demigos' hand tightened around the scarf. He suddenly stood and strode toward the barrier. What about Daros's funeral? Is it ready? His face turned grim. Prepare black clothes for me, a shade darker than night and deeper than the abyss. The scene cuts to a desolate wasteland, a land of fire and blood, home to the city of 10,000 black towers at the very edge of the demon world. From far away, the thunderous march of an army echoes closer. A deep, sorrowful voice rings out across the land. Warriors born from darkness, with our flags flying high in the wind. We are simply returning to the place we were born, so do not be afraid. A massive army with eyes glowing like fresh blood marches forward as one. Death is our origin, the voice declares, and our friends are our very selves. A lone lantern flickered in the wind, bleeding a strange red smoke into the air. Leading this monstrous army was none other than Demios' group, marching in silence over towers built from the corpses of their enemies. Their goal was simple: to finally seize the surface world, the land of blessings. The face in the painting radiated a chilling, killing intent, and looking at it, Demigos' own expression turned grim. A dark glint flashed in his eyes. He declared, "Witness our victory, forged in darkness." A massive procession, stretching for thousands of meters, marched steadily toward a churning pit of lava. Staring into the inferno, they all knew their time was short. Soon, death would claim them all. Clutching at the sunlight like a final medal, frail arms hoisted a coffin high into the air before letting it go. As their final prayers ended, the coffin plunged into the molten rock below, a voice echoing, "I will descend to where you live." The boiling lava showed no mercy, slowly devouring the coffin and swallowing it without a second thought. In an instant, the coffin was gone without a trace. Their vow remained: darkness would fall, and their light would endure. Just as the funeral ended, a streak of red light shot across the sky, catching the attention of someone in a nearby room. Inside, a large figure leaned back in his chair. "My lord," he asked, "is he truly leaving so soon?" By the window, a white-haired man replied softly, "Yes. To just leave without a single word. It's outrageous." He glanced over, continuing his complaint. "And Alex? What was he doing that forced our lord to go himself? Hiding a subordinate this much is insane. What do we do now?" The man who spoke was none other than the King of Flame and Truth, Fire Duke Ifri, King of Ghouls and Demons. Hearing this, Duke Satan shot him a cold look. "Fire Duke, you seem quite unhappy with Generation 666, he questioned coolly. Dissatisfied already? In the chaotic demon world, no one had a clue what the young Demon King was doing on the surface. One of the 7 dukes was shadowing him so closely he was completely out of contact. Another duke had suddenly lost all will to live. Ifri couldn't hide his annoyance. The war is only 20 years away, and everything is already a complete mess. If this keeps up, we'll lose, and the entire demon realm will be in danger. As he finished, a soft sound from across the room immediately caught Ifri's attention. It was the Queen of Nightmares, a monster who feeds on human desire, the Duke of Lust. Sanchina let out a cold, mocking laugh. "In that case, Fire Duke, why not crown yourself Demon King and lead the war? That is what you want, isn't it?" Enraged, Ifri slammed his fist on the table, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Sanchina. "Don't you dare run that filthy mouth of yours," he roared. "You pathetic wretch, leading your disgusting brood of nightmares." Sanchina was completely unfazed by his fury, prodding him even further. "You really are such a boring man. You know the old saying about blowing out a candle, don't you?" That one comment was enough to completely infuriate Ifri. He got so angry, his entire body burst into flames, his face darkening as he gave a cold, final warning. Another voice cut in. "It's annoying to watch you two ramble on like this, but things are still going well, aren't they?" "Pick one," Ifri growled. "This time, I'm killing one of you." Sanchina met the threat with only a faint, dismissive smile. "Oh, Mr. Candle," she cooed. "Do we really look like two people to you? We are one and the same." Ifri's rage hit its peak. "Last warning, shut your mouth." Seeing him engulfed in flames, Satan finally stepped in to end the argument. "Put out your fire," he commanded. "My children are starting to get agitated." As the scene spiraled into chaos, the Duke of Envy, Bina, King of Nagas and Dragons, just laughed coldly. "Please, just kill each other quickly," he just muttered nonsense under his breath. "Haha, idiots, candy, fur, tails." At that moment, a figure beside Bina slammed a bowl on the table, his eyes flashing with a cold, metallic red. This fierce man was the Duke of Greed, Ozi's King of Beastmen and the animal-headed races. He let out a sigh of pure bliss, leaning back in his chair. "Wow, the hangover soup here is amazing." Ozi's crude interruption instantly grabbed everyone's attention, and the fight that was about to break out was suddenly over. On a quiet field, under a silent night sky, a young man named Rich lay fast asleep on a rough straw bed. A shadow suddenly fell across his face, stirring him from his deep slumber. He cracked his eyes open to see the gentle face of Demigos. Surprised to see him, Rich couldn't help but let out a small, gentle smile. Heh, what brings you to this remote place? But as he tried to sit up, Demigos gently pushed him back down. Just lie down, Demigos said with a smile. Rich, though surprised, did as he was told, not resisting as the blanket was pulled carefully over him. Zik blushed faintly and replied, yes. But then his gaze fell on the mourning band wrapped around Demiurgos's arm. Did someone pass away, sir? He asked cautiously. Demiurgos gave a slight, humorless smile, his eyes lost in the distance, remembering a man who always sat alone, playing strange games. He said the man barely spoke but was trustworthy in his own way. As Demiurgos talked, his voice took on a rare softness. Millions of people wanted him dead, he explained, but not a single one ever succeeded. He wasn't an easy man to face, but now he was dead for nothing. Seeing the pain on Demiurgos's face, Zik tried to offer some comfort. That's a real shame. Suddenly, Demiurgos's expression went dark, his eyes flashing with a grim light as his voice turned to ice. There may be a few people who could have killed him, he hissed, but someone who could corner him, force him to take his own life. No matter how I look at it, there's only one person. An image surfaced in his mind, and his killing intent became palpable. His voice dripped with pure hatred. All the evidence points directly to that damned monster. I should have known it from the moment she appeared, giving us those impossible jobs. Seeing Demiurgos's fury escalating, Zik gently tried to help. Let's talk about it. That's what my father always used to say. The kind words only made Demiurgos sneer. He turned away, laughing coldly. We're past that point. The dead don't come back. I never knew it before, but maybe. I have a strong sense of family. A cold light flickered in Demiurgos's eyes, his low voice full of menace. They touched my family. His tone softened instantly as he called out, Zik! Zik, lying on his bed, jumped in surprise. Yes? Demiurgos stared into the distance. I'll be gone for a few days. You'll be in charge of the shop while I'm away. Zik obediently replied, Yes, sir. But what Demiurgos said next left him speechless. Demiurgos stared him down, his eyes glowing blood red. If I don't come back, the shop is yours. And with that, he turned and walked out. The baffling words sent Zik scrambling from his bed, rushing to follow him. Sir, what on earth do you mean by that? He called out. But before he could say more, his eyes widened in shock. Demiurgos just smirked, raising a hand to silence him before striding quickly out into the night. Zik gave chase, but it was no use. All he could do was helplessly shout his master's name as Demiurgos vanished into the darkness, radiating pure murder. Taking in the scene before him, Demiurgos let a cold, chilling smile spread across his face. Memories flashed through his mind of the dragon god, of innocent children turned into weapons of war, only to die horribly. Then, an image of a beautiful girl in a flowing dress, her face lit with a bright smile. That was just the law of this world. Do you know how much I've waited for this? She had said. You're the first in 665 centuries to renounce the Demon King's throne. Even at the very end, she was kind. That scarf. It doesn't look good on you. Please cover it up. All those precious memories were now being incinerated, just like the coffin holding the body of his friend. As he watched the casket sink into a sea of fire, Demiurgos felt completely empty. Alex spoke from behind. A clone is sure to be powerless. If you take action yourself, my lord, the golden dragon will be forced to reveal her true form. As Demiurgos remained shrouded in a deadly silence, Alex bowed his head. Show our enemies your true power. The last memory he had of the dragon god was her blushing cheeks. That's right, you fool. You better do it. The more he thought, the more his rage boiled, and he flew even faster. Golden dragon, you wretched beast. Below, a knight felt a terrifying power flash past. What was that horrifying energy? On the same road, a blood soldier spotted it too, his head snapping up. What is that? Then another, and another, until all of them were watching the red streak in the sky. Countless blood soldiers had now sensed the anomaly. Among them was the Holy Citadel, the one true sanctuary in the world, glowing brighter than the moon itself. Its powerful ruler on the throne felt the energy too. The Citadel Lord, whose appearance was like a noble statue blessed by the gods, was in utter disbelief. This is a profound filth, a kind I have never sensed before. Demon King Demiurgos finally stopped before an ancient cave. He walked inside, step by step, his cold and ruthless nature completely taking over. So this is where you were, Dragonhead. A clever plan, wasn't it? A demonic smile twisted his lips. The entrance was perfectly hidden from plain sight, but Demiurgos's hands no longer looked entirely human. He unleashed his power, tearing apart the invisible barrier before him. This pathetic camouflage is just a simple reptile's trick. Beyond the wall of illusion lay a massive, peaceful dragon island. In a flash, Demiurgos appeared before all its inhabitants with a wicked grin. "Found you, you little lizards." The younger dragons immediately began to panic. "Who are you? How could a mere human break the sacred barrier to get here?" His eyes were ice cold, utterly devoid of humanity. "Bring out your mother. This is a matter for the adults." One arrogant young dragon glared right back at him. "Who are you to give orders?" It spat out a blast of freezing breath. "Die." The smoke from the attack slowly began to fade. The dragon stared wide-eyed, shocked to see his silhouette still standing. His body was half corroded, but his vicious will had only intensified. This human vessel was, as he expected, completely useless. The look on Demiurgos' face now was pure terror. "Perhaps here I can finally reveal my true self." This was a different dimension entirely. Demigos raised his remaining arm, and his true power began to activate. "I will show you what real power is," he declared it coldly. His Demon King energy erupted, a light so intense it bleached the world. The dragons were stunned once again. "What is this? It feels like my eyes are on fire. So hot. What is this light?" In the dragon's eyes, a wave of power from Demigos was washing over them all. Demiurgos' tail and hair grew dramatically long. The marks of hell itself appeared all over his body. His arm was now covered in sharp, pointed scales. A completely different form had emerged. A cruel demon king had awakened. "Now, you will kneel." Demigos sneered, his features twisting into something straight from the abyss. "I am the king of death. Anyone who witnesses this form is not meant to survive." The dragon that had attacked couldn't believe its eyes. It unleashed another blast of ice. "Die." Demigos casually deflected the attack with one of his wings. Effortless. He then raised his spined arm, a demonic grin spreading across his face. "You useless things." He spoke with chilling calm, then snapped his fingers a nightmarish sound. "Now, become nothing." The dragon's body simply disintegrated into dust. Suddenly, a command roared from behind him. "Stop the intruder." Another swarm of fearless dragons rushed forward. "He's the trespasser. Stop him now." The once sacred sanctuary descended into total chaos. "That's the one who killed our kind." The dragons were united and absolutely determined. "Destroy him. We must protect the barrier." Demigos just surveyed the scene and sneered. "What's this? So all of you were hiding here? Good. It's better you all come out at once." He casually glanced up at thousands of swirling dragons. "No matter who you are, you will not leave this place alive." He answered their rage with a simple promise. "I will slaughter every last one of you." He tilted his head back, took a deep breath, and unleashed a wave of death towards the swarm, his eyes glowing like the Reaper himself. Every dragon caught in his line of sight instantly had its head explode. All humanity was gone from his gaze as dragon after dragon met the exact same fate. "Now, bring me your mother." A lone dragon, covered in the blood of its brethren, desperately tried to fly away. It soared through the sky, roaring to warn the dragons in the distance. "An unknown intruder has appeared. He is destroying the entire barrier of our territory." It flew to report the news to a colossal, ancient ice dragon. "Noble dragon elder, please use your glory to defeat this enemy for the pride of our clan." The elder's magnificent wings spread wide, a declaration of war against any who dared to trespass. "Our sacred barrier is being shattered by some nobody? Unacceptable." His feet left the throne, but that pride wasn't going to last much longer. The ice dragons of the Thon-Nok Kin clan, led by their elder, advanced with grim resolve. Not a single one turned back. They were ready to fight to protect their border and let no enemy pass. A fire dragon, drenched in its comrade's blood, raced toward the elder dragon's refuge, unable to ignore the chaos. A similar scene called to their ice-type brethren, the fierce warriors of the Hakanjok Kin clan. They are the guardians of this land, warriors who never yield to any foe. "Our home has been defiled, and it's time to show them dragon's wrath." The dragon elder's hand opened, a clear warning to the one who dared set foot on this sacred ground. As his hand clenched into a fist, a magic sword appeared, unleashing a massive swarm of fire dragons. "The enemy's filth will be cleansed from this land by death." Far away, another dragon flew to its lair, calling for aid from the sages of Bak Nagok Kin. A noble dragon opened its eyes, ready for war. The intruder with the jeweled feet had reached far, but he would not escape his punishment. It took flight with fury, calling for a mana unlock to increase its power. After all that slaughter, Demigos remained perfectly still. Behind him, a disrespectful threat echoed. The dragon elder and thousands of others advanced, unable to accept this invasion of their sanctuary. These dragons, hailed as divine guardians, would not let an enemy bring blood and death into their hallowed home. Demiurgos let out a contemptuous sneer, but his little display of defiance was short-lived. His eyes locked onto the dragons, practically daring them to make a move. The enraged elder dragon lunged, swallowing Demiurgos whole. It then slammed its head into the cliffside, intent on crushing the demon king completely. Pure, unadulterated rage burned in its eyes. It saw Demiurgos as nothing more than an arrogant, high-tier demon who had overstepped. "This filthy darkness isn't for you," it roared. But from inside the dragon's mouth, Demiurgos was just laughing. One powerful kick, and he shattered the beast's jaws from within. "So long," Demiurgos quipped. A deathly glint flashed in his eyes. The dragon tried to bite down, but a sickening light poured from between its teeth. Its head was still embedded in rock, as Demiurgos's cruel power utterly destroyed its body. The other dragons were frozen, unable to process the horrifying sight. Then, from the elder dragon's corpse, the face of Demiurgos began to emerge. He tore through its flesh from the inside and emerged, reborn in violence. A nearby dragon was paralyzed with shock, but Demiurgos wasn't done yet. He simply raised a hand and snapped his fingers. The dragon's head split in two, its body ripped apart without a second thought. The fire dragons could no longer stand by. Gripping their weapons, they launched a volley straight at Demiurgos. "Don't defile our land," they screamed, but Demiurgos just used the dead dragon's body as a shield, catching every single weapon. With a cold flick of his finger, Demiurgos lifted the elder dragon's massive corpse right out of the cliffside. He gave another silent command, and the body was sliced into pieces. A nearby dragon trembled, forced to watch the horrific display. "Demon!" it screamed. Demiurgos just narrowed his eyes with a twisted smile. "No, I am the Demon King." And with another cold snap of his fingers, every dragon surrounding him was brutally torn to shreds. Demiurgos raised his arm high, his hand clenched into a commanding fist. The shredded pieces of the fallen dragons began to merge, forming one giant, grotesque mass. The survivors could only watch in silent horror. Demiurgos calmly admired his handiwork. "What do you think?" he asked. "The world's strongest dragon is now complete." His face was pure evil. "So," he asked, "does this make me your new god?" The dragons could only stand there, speechless with rage. Then, they broke, fleeing in every direction. "He's a demon! Run for your lives!" Demiurgos pointed. Suddenly, his grotesque creation began to move, now completely under his control as it gathered energy for an attack. Hundreds of dragon heads unleashed a devastating, unified blast of raw power. But then, a ribbon of divine light appeared, effortlessly blocking the entire attack. The golden dragon had arrived, saving her fleeing children. After all that destruction, Demiurgos looked pleased. This was the person he had been waiting for. The golden dragon emerged from behind her flowing robes, her expression deadly serious. "You're a real nuisance, so I'll just have to eliminate you." His face twisted, transforming into his true demon king form. "Your mother is here," he taunted. The golden dragon's face darkened as she surveyed the utter devastation around her. "You're always chasing after that useless thing," she said with disgust. "It's rotted your brain, hasn't it? Look at what you've done." At the sound of her voice, the remaining dragons slowly lifted their heads. One of them, a black dragon, stretched out its long claws. It clenched them into a fist, staring at her with pure resentment. Its voice, choked with sobs and rage, echoed loudly. "Mother, where were you? How could you let this happen? It's all your fault. I hate you. Just die already." Demiurgos just stood by, listening to it all, the smug smirk on his face growing wider and wider. The golden dragon stood perfectly still, silently taking in every last word of blame. Then, she raised her hand. A golden light gathered in her palm and shot forward, instantly incinerating her own children, turning them to ash. Demiurgos watched the entire thing, a cold, mocking smile spreading across his face. "Oh? So you know how to deal with death after all," he taunted. The golden dragon remained silent, her head bowed low. She hovered in the air, her heart clearly breaking, and spoke. "My children, you fought bravely against the Demon King and have now fallen. May your souls find peace." Demiurgos watched with cold, red eyes and a sneer. "Heh, and who are you praying to? The gods are very far away from here." His mockery finally broke her. The golden dragon's eyes went cold, overflowing with pure, unadulterated killing intent. "You dare slander my children? You've crossed the line." But her warning only made Demiurgos laugh. "What's wrong? You're the one who finished me first." His words made the golden dragon's face darken, her brows furrowed in confusion. Demiurgos continued his cold smirk, his voice dripping with challenge. Anyway, if you know how to handle death, I'll have to deal with you myself. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. A blood debt must be paid in blood. Rage erupted from Demigos as a blast of crimson energy shot straight for the golden dragon. Startled, she quickly leaned aside to dodge the attack. The beam of power shot past her, slamming into the sky and creating a massive, attention-grabbing explosion. As the purple smoke cleared, it revealed a huge crack in the barrier, catching the eye of every other dragon nearby. The sight left the golden dragon stunned. A hole in the barrier. If that attack had landed, would she even be alive right now? She mumbled, finally realizing his terrifying power. The golden dragon turned to face Demigos, her eyes burning with rage. If that's how it is. Her eyes flew open, glowing with a brilliant golden light as her furious voice thundered. Come here. We're changing locations. In a flash, the light from her eyes pulled Demigos into a strange new space. He glanced around, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Where is this? The golden dragon's deep voice answered from right behind him. Inside my mind. She glared at Demigos, her voice a clear warning. The damage outside was too severe. Here, you can do whatever you want. No more games. Only one of us is walking out of here alive. Hearing this, Demigos just smiled that cold smile of his. Excellent. The golden dragon looked down at him. Never before has a demon king dared to invade this territory alone. Startled, Demigos looked up, seeing her floating high above. Her gaze was like a god looking down on a speck of dust utterly insignificant. Her deep voice echoed through the space. I admit, I was careless. I really thought we had grown a little closer. She then raised an eyebrow, her gaze turning to self-mockery. I thought I'd lived long enough, but maybe I'm still just a child, unworthy of being a god. Her words were met with a dry, contemptuous laugh from Demigos. Nonsense. He shot a cold glare at the golden dragon's phony expression. Stop playing the victim with that fake face. Who will you be next? Alex Moon? The golden dragon stared at him coldly, her voice laced with suspicion. What have you been talking about this whole time? Her question only sent Demigos into a fit of insane laughter. He raised a hand, preparing to strike the golden dragon. Haha, I knew you wouldn't admit it. You can't fool me with that old trick again. His eyes went cold, killing intent flaring as he unleashed his attack on her. Dog Vortex. Seeing the chilling attack hurtling towards her, the golden dragon ducked to avoid it. After all, demons and dragons were ancient enemies. After dodging the blow, she glared and charged straight for Demigos with a furious shout. Let's test the power of the 666th generation, shall we? A strip of golden cloth shot towards Demigos. He simply raised a hand. His armored hand, glowing with a blood-red light, sliced cleanly through the fabric, cutting the massive strip in two. The moment he cut it, 1,000 more strips rushed in, wrapping around his body and trapping him inside a giant cocoon. The golden dragon raised her hand, a single point of light gathering at her fingertip. She roared coldly, "Golden Rupture Jade!" A massive fire immediately ignited the cocoon from within. The large cocoon twitched in the intense heat before Demigos burst free. He couldn't contain his rage, roaring, "Damn it! This is so irritating!" Seeing Demigos's frenzied state, the golden dragon's face darkened as she frowned and began to think. A madman. He was actually able to break that technique of hers. Demigos's face was grim as he glared at her, his eyes glowing red. This is annoying. I'll end this in one shot. With a massive roar, a powerful aura exploded from his body. His soul-suppressing dark form warped space itself as the attack shot towards her. The golden dragon dodged again, using the momentum to charge forward with her eyes blazing. She roared back, "Golden Rain!" A brilliant golden light erupted, clashing with the cold purple energy from Demigos. The two powers collided, one gold, one dark, mixed with black light. For a moment, they were evenly matched. But soon, her golden light was completely swallowed by Demigos's storm of darkness. Caught in the middle of that massive storm, she couldn't escape without injury. A sharp pain shot through the wound on her leg. This was a truly terrifying storm of dark energy. Her fists clenched tightly. Even her golden jade realm was shaking from that blast. Her eyes blazed as she glared at Demigos, furious. Generation 666 is truly on another level. Standing in the heart of a dark storm, she fights to stay upright, pushing toward Demigos. But they're closing the distance. The golden dragon's entire body begins to radiate a brilliant light. She charges straight for him, her eyes blazing with raw power. Just remember, light is always stronger than darkness. She focuses all her power into one fingertip, raising her hand to aim it directly at Demigos. Seeing the brilliant light on the golden dragon's finger, Demigos can't help but let out a cold laugh, his entire body shaking with amusement. Try to dodge every single one of the 100 million blades hidden deep in the shadows, because a single touch is enough to make your soul rot and end your life. Watching her finger creep closer, he thinks to himself, so she really could get this close. The god dragon wasn't lying after all. Getting this far, you must really think you have a chance to defeat me. But just then, his eyes flash crimson with killing intent. He glares at her, his voice dropping to a terrifying low. I will show you true darkness, the kind that swallows even the light. With that, he unleashes a vortex of dark, soul-crushing power. The attack, filled with 10,000 skulls, rushes right for the golden dragon. The sudden assault catches her completely by surprise, her eyes widening in pure shock. Far away, high in the sky, a massive, unexpected explosion rocks the heavens, sending the nearby dragons reeling in terror. They let out aggressive growls, staring as the smoke slowly clears, revealing a single cold foot. The moment they see the figure emerging, the dragon's eyes fly open in absolute horror. Demigos steps calmly out from a massive tear in the fabric of space itself. His icy gaze sweeps over the furious dragons as he clutches the lifeless arm of the golden dragon. Their eyes lock onto the severed limb. Seeing it, the dragons let out a collective roar of pure, absolute despair. Golden god dragon! Demigos glances at them, his voice like ice. No one is allowed to touch my family. And with that, he coldly tosses the golden dragon's arm to the ground below. The dragons immediately dive down, reverently lifting the cold arm. Golden god dragon. Demigos completely ignores their grief and their cries of fury. He just casually waves a hand, and instantly, a portal home rips open in the air. But just as he's about to step through, the dragon's enraged shouts stop him. He throws them one last, cold glance. You're no demon king, they roar. You're just a cursed thing. Their furious eyes are locked on Demigos, their voices dripping venom. The dragon clan will never forget this day, not in 10,000 years, not in a billion, not until the Creator reclaims this world. We will pass this shame down to our descendants through story, scripture, and spells. You will be cursed for all eternity. Demigos sees the fury in their eyes, but he couldn't care less. Go ahead, he replies coldly, before vanishing into the portal, leaving the dragons with a rage that has nowhere to go. The moment Demigos steps onto familiar ground, a coat is gently draped over him. Alex had appeared from behind, bowing respectfully. You have returned, my lord. Demigos' expression darkens, his brow furrowing. I have finished avenging Daros. Alex keeps his head bowed, his voice low. I thought you had abandoned the demon world. I have, Demigos replies, stunning Alex. He looks up to see his master's back, staring coldly at the distant moon. I abandoned the demon world, and I threw away the destiny this world gave to me. I just want to live a simple, free life. With that, he looks up at the sky, a cold glint in his eye. He shouts it to the world and to himself. I am Demigos. Hearing this, Alex grits his teeth, crying out, My lord! Demigos glances back at Alex. Daros was my family. I was only avenging my family, that is all. With that, he coldly turns away. Let's go back. To the castle. Watching him leave, Alex desperately pleads. My lord, please, you cannot return to that place. Alex steps closer, his voice urgent and low. By making an enemy of the dragons, you've started a war they'll wage just to destroy you. The dragon clan will do everything in its power to exterminate us demons. Demigos waves a hand dismissively. What does that have to do with me? I'm not the demon king anymore. Generation 666, whatever, you all can handle it. He begins to walk away, leaving Alex stunned. But Alex isn't giving up, rushing forward to make one last point. Family. Didn't you say you'd never let anyone who harms your family get away with it? Demigos stopped, pointing right at Alex with a voice full of annoyance. You idiot. A family is living peacefully, and suddenly someone runs in to kill them. Is trying to find out who killed your family the same as charging into a war you know you can't win? Do you really think those two are the same? Would any of you even try to stop me from throwing my own life away? Alex tried to explain. Sir, calling it throwing your life away might be a bit of an exaggeration, don't you think? But he pressed on. After all, it's a war that has been the demon realm's dream for ages. Demigos couldn't hold back his fury, growling. It's a disease, a damn sickness, like being possessed. Every 100 years, it crawls back onto the surface of the world. Millions of people die meaningless deaths because of it. Hearing this, Alex stubbornly shouted back, You can't just live on this land of lies forever. You've achieved the greatest feats in the history of all demon lords. You invaded the dragon's territory and brutally slaughtered the golden dragon. You are the savior the demon realm has been waiting for. Seeing Alex's unyielding stubbornness, Demigos turned away, defeated. Whatever, he muttered. Even the VIP guest is dead now, so where are we supposed to get our money? Alex watched Demigos's uncaring back in disbelief, blurting out, "My lord, you care more about that than the entire demon realm?" Demigos casually replied, "Of course I do. Does anyone want to give others a free ride?" His words left Alex completely speechless. He struggled to compose himself, his voice low. "Then what do we do about Daros's successor? The Plague Duke's position can't be left empty." Demigos answered coldly, "The 6 dukes. You all can sort it out among yourselves." Alex frowned, annoyed. "It's not that simple. They're all arrogant enough to think they deserve it." Hearing the exhaustion in Alex's voice, Demigos sighed. "What a pain. Fine. Then just give the position to Daros's kid. Are we done now? I'm leaving." He was about to go when Alex called him back. Unable to hide his irritation, Demigos snapped, "What is it now?" Alex bowed his head low, speaking softly, "Thank you, sir." Demigos just kept his harsh tone, yelling, "Yeah, whatever, get lost." With that said, he leaped high into the air. The moon shone as brightly as ever in the quiet night sky, but down below, a silent undercurrent was beginning to shift direction. Gliding over the quiet mountain range, Demigos landed smoothly on his familiar roof and sank into his soft bed. His face darkened as he recalled the recent events, his brows knitting together as his eyes flashed with hateful frustration. He muttered, "Couldn't you just keep it simple?" A crack of pale golden light split the air behind him. A familiar voice echoed out, "Haha, so you found me out?" As the voice faded, a pristine white foot began to materialize from the light. The golden dragon slowly emerged from the glowing rift, raising an arrogant eyebrow at Demigos. "And here I thought it was the perfect plan," she said. "I guess a demon lord is still a demon lord." The second he saw her, Demigos moved. In a flash of motion, Demigos slammed the golden dragon hard against the cold wall behind her. His eyes burned with killing intent and pure rage, locking onto her proud, defiant face. The golden dragon met his furious gaze with a cold smirk. "Ha, don't waste your strength here," she taunted. "If you don't, every single hero and executioner in this world will instantly know that the demon lord is here." Demigos sneered, pushing her harder against the wall, his voice thick with anger. "Cut the act. Tell me exactly why you did what you did. It was your real body at first, but you switched to a clone at the last second. Were you trying to set me up to kill you?" The golden dragon glanced at Demigos's enraged face and couldn't stop a smirk from spreading across her lips. "Your acting was pretty good. Thanks for putting on a show in front of my children. I had a feeling you'd figure it out." Her words made him flinch, his mind filled with doubt. She whispered softly, "It seems we've both fallen into a trap." The warning struck Demigos with the force of a physical blow. The golden dragon looked at him coldly. "I knew from the start that the poisoned mushrooms on the dragons came from Daros, and I assumed you were the one pulling his strings. I guessed you two were planning to use the poison to create a rift between the dragons and humans." Demigos narrowed his eyes, asking coldly, "Everything you're saying is in the past tense, isn't it?" The golden dragon raised an eyebrow. "That's right. You were both blinded by the name of revenge. Unless you two were planning to actually invade our world and kill everyone, everything would have been just fine. Seriously, who could possibly set things up so that the demon lord, king of the demon tribe, and the golden dragon, god of the dragon race, would have to fight each other? Who set up a trap on this massive of a scale? Who would dare to make enemies of us both at the same time?" Her words sent Demigos into a deep, troubled silence. His cold eyes scanned the golden dragon's face, and then he asked a grim question. "Fine. Then tell me, why did you have to fake your own death?" "Model. Because of a variable," she answered grimly. "Whoever orchestrated this, they never wanted the Demon King to actually kill the golden dragon. This whole situation has gotten way too big. By now, they're definitely scrambling. And with this unexpected turn, their entire plot is about to unravel." "Their fatal flaw," Demigos growled, his brow furrowed. The golden dragon simply smirked, her gaze locking onto him with absolute confidence. "The final outcome won't change," she stated, her voice pure ice. "If their goal was my death from the start, then they're about to get a whole lot more aggressive. Because their little plan only succeeds if I'm truly gone." Her eyes flashed with excitement, as if she was waiting for something huge. "Let's just see who benefits the most from my death." Demigos stared intently into her eyes, his voice deep. "You still suspect the warmongering dragon faction, don't you? Could they have allied with the demon realm right under our noses?" A faint glimmer appeared in the golden dragon's eyes as she nodded slightly. "Everything including that." Then, she let out a soft laugh, her gaze never leaving Demigos as the arm pinning her down finally loosened its grip. Demigos dropped his hand, a faint smirk on his face. Damn it. I seriously feel like my head's about to explode. To be honest, I want no part in this. But if I back out alone, you'll be the one taking all the blame. The golden dragon leaned back against the wall, a small smile playing on her lips. Of course, we're in the same boat now. Out of the 3 races that run this world, you, the axis of the demon realm, shattered the other axis by killing me. So here we are, 2 natural enemies, forced to team up. Let's find the bastard behind this and deal with him for good. Demigos let out a cold laugh, his eyes fixed on her. And what about the Kyung? Were the children completely destroyed? She chuckled softly, her voice low. Right now, I have no idea. All I want at this moment is to tear you to pieces to avenge my children. The golden dragon's eyes scanned the room as she paused to think. In any case, you lost one of the 7 dukes, the ones who stood by the Demon King for 665 centuries. We will make the person behind all this pay for everything. Demigos just smirked, his expression cold as ice. 665 centuries or not, I don't have any memories of it. In my eyes, they were just a bunch of incompetent losers. The golden dragon looked at Demigos sternly. Well, I remember everything. You were the ones who created that hellscape. She pointed a finger directly at him. Either way, starting tomorrow, I'm joining your squad as a mage. The proposal left Demigos stunned. What? She just smiled faintly and explained, I'll be living as a human for a while. If we're investigating, it's more convenient to go together, right? But her inner thought was clear, it's also convenient for keeping an eye on you, my number 1 suspect. Hearing her excuse, Demigos shot forward with a cold laugh, shouting, You absolute fool. Alex has known you forever. You think faking your death for 1 day is enough to hide? The golden dragon just laughed, completely unbothered by his warning. Oh please, who do you take me for? His magic is nothing compared to my power. No one can recognize me, not a single person in this entire world. Seeing her smug confidence, Demigos sneered to himself. So, her plan is to monitor me 24/7. That crafty snake. With that thought, Demigos glanced at the woman and said coolly, Fine, you and I are the main suspects anyway. The golden dragon was startled by his words for a moment, then met his gaze. Fine. It seemed Demigos had already thought it through. Go on then, take the leap. Seeing him agree to this hellish party so easily, the woman smiled with cold satisfaction. Thanks. Not far away, in a ruined castle under the quiet moonlight, a woman's heartbreaking sobs could be heard. A soldier's gruff voice called out, My Lady Duchess. Patrick frowned, annoyed by the woman's grief. Don't be sad. You must be strong, Lady Emily. Emily's eyes were red with sorrow as she stared at a blue cloth in the wreckage. I lost my husband and son on the same day, and now the castle is in ruins. Outside the castle walls, survivors were frantically clearing away the debris. Move faster, you bastards. We need more people over here. Stop resting and hurry up. The chaotic scene only made Emily, Solus's wife, cry harder. How am I supposed to live now? Patrick approached, taking Emily's hand gently. My lady, a flash of greedy desire flickered in his eyes. Now that it's come to this, I, Patrick, will do whatever it takes to rebuild the family. Please leave all the work to me and go rest somewhere with fresh air. While you're away, I'll take care of all the troublesome matters. For Emily, Patrick's words were like a lifeline. She looked at him as if he were her savior and hugged him tightly. Of course, you're the only one who worries about me, Sir Patrick. Thank you so much. Patrick patted her shoulder, a cold, triumphant smile spreading across his face. Hey, I understand, he said, his voice dripping with mockery. Just as the two were lost in each other's arms, as if no one else existed, a strange voice suddenly shattered the air. Hey now. From behind a nearby table, a deep voice echoed out, immediately grabbing their attention. Who's there? Patrick snapped, his face darkening as he shouted toward the table. Who is it? A figure in a black cloak slowly appeared, making them both tremble. The man let out a chilling laugh, saying coldly, Ah ha ha, so I've been found. I must have interrupted your fun. His icy gaze fell upon Patrick, sending a shiver straight down his spine. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Cadinia, an investigator from the Holy See. Patrick stammered, unable to form words, just staring at Cadinia. If you're an investigator, he trembled, does that mean you are one of the 12 holy weapons of the Emperor? Only 12 people in the entire world hold the title Blood of Blood from the S+ rank organization, Zodiac. A cold glint flashed in Cadinia's eyes, sending Patrick crashing to his knees, desperately bowing his head. It's a true honor, weapon of light. Why would you be here? Patrick's sudden display left Emily completely stunned and confused. What? Sir Patrick? You're of a higher rank than I am. Cadinia saw Patrick's obedient attitude and gave a satisfied smile. Since you already know, this conversation should be much easier, shouldn't it? Cold sweat poured down Patrick's face, but he didn't dare lift his head to look at Cadinia. Meanwhile, Cadinia continued speaking calmly, which only made Patrick's dread worse. Let me explain it a bit more clearly for you. Cadinia's voice suddenly dropped, becoming so cold it could make a person shiver to the bone. You must know of Akoma Castle, a massive fortress that collapsed in an instant from some unknown power. What a coincidence. Since then, strange rumors began spreading through the villages about a perverted, masked dragon hunter. Dragons have been appearing everywhere lately, but only one hunter has managed to wipe them all out. It's hard to believe, yet no matter how hard they searched, the hunter's identity remains a mystery. Such incredible power, yet not a single report from the Holy See. Strange, isn't it? Cadinia's lips curled into a cold, menacing smile. The power to destroy a castle and the power to protect a castle appearing at the exact same time. What's the connection? He paused, his smile full of meaning. We need to understand just how great that power is. Is it an ally or an enemy? His words immediately put Patrick and Emily on high alert. Seeing their expressions, Cadinia continued coldly. While tracking the dragon hunter, my private investigation uncovered that several high-ranking families are conducting illegal, large-scale dragon hunts, and the Holistia family is at the very center of it. The moment he finished, the color drained from both Patrick and Emily's faces. Cadinia just smiled again, a terrifyingly cold expression. His voice grew deeper still, making the two of them tremble in fear. And right then, the city falls into a state like this. Patrick was sweating from pure terror, stammering and unable to speak, but he still tried to deny it. No, it's not like that. Cadinia completely ignored Patrick's fear, turning to Emily with a cold smile and a voice that made her jump. My lady, he smiled, stepping closer until his face was right next to hers, and whispered, I'm still investigating. So no report has been filed yet, but illegal dragon hunting is a very serious crime, and for a prestigious bloodline family like Holistia, the crime is even greater. You won't just be exiled, you'll be stripped of all your titles. All your assets, including this very castle, will be confiscated. Cadinia's every word made Emily's eyes widen in absolute horror. Seeing her silence, Cadinia let out another cold laugh. If that happens, a lady who's lived her whole life in this beautiful castle will be in a tough spot. The cold world outside is only fit for violent beggars like me, right? The light faded from Emily's eyes as she broke down, sobbing and begging for mercy. Please, just don't report this to the Holy See. Hearing her desperate plea, Cadinia coldly held out his jewel-covered hand, surprising them both. He gave a cold laugh, his voice sending chills down their spines. I hear the Holistia family still has a youngest son. He commanded them grimly. You will raise that boy to be an outstanding warrior. I will come to collect him on the year he turns 20. Our Holy See is always in need of trustworthy people willing to devote their entire being to God and this world. His offer made their eyes widen in terror. Cadinia continued coldly. Especially from powerful bloodline families like Holistia. People like them would never volunteer, so if we don't do it this way, we can't recruit them. And one more thing, there must be a ledger from Chul somewhere, a book listing every family involved in the illegal hunts. I'll be back for it in 5 days, so be ready. The children of those great families must be true talents, indeed. Chuckling, he sees their complete and utter submission, and turns to leave with a satisfied flick of his coat, but just before departing, he suddenly stops in his tracks. He turns back with a chilling smile, his voice a low whisper. You two should live a comfortable and happy life from now on. I've heard, he adds, that a parent's happiness is vital for their child's mental health. With that final, veiled threat, he walks away, leaving two terrified figures kneeling on the cold ground, too stunned to even move as they watch him disappear. The next morning, at Demigos' small house, the sweet voice of the golden dragon rings out. Hello there, she says with a bright, welcoming smile. It's so nice to meet you. I'm the new member of the team and the new employee at the weapon shop. My name is Junjum, a mage. Faced with the golden dragon's sudden appearance, Alex seems completely oblivious to the true identity of the smiling girl in front of him. He just says, I never expected someone so beautiful to have such a close relationship with the master. I had no idea at all. Then, Alex politely introduces himself. It's an honor to serve you. I'm Alex. Demigos stands in the back, carefully watching Alex's expression. Seeing that he's acting normally, Demigos turns his attention to Jack. Jack, however, remains perfectly calm at the golden dragon's sudden arrival, even greeting her with a warm and cheerful welcome. Jack introduces himself. Hello, I'm the warrior of the team. I also handle cleaning, laundry, accounting, inventory, cooking, and running errands. My name is Van Holybee." Hearing this, the golden dragon looks intrigued. "What's your blood warrior rank?" Jack smiles and replies, "Oh, I'm C rank." Her voice immediately fills with admiration. "C rank already, and you're not even an adult." Seeing that both Alex and Jack seem to have accepted the golden dragon's presence without any resistance, Demigos thinks to himself, "Well, that's good. This shouldn't cause any problems." With that thought, he turns to leave, tossing a final, cold remark over his shoulder. "All right then, teach the rookie the ropes of the shop. I'm going to bed." But she quickly calls out, "Hey, teammate." Hearing her voice, Demigos stops and gives her a surprised glance. The golden dragon smiles warmly and steps in front of him. "Could you maybe show me around the village? It would give us a chance to get to know each other a little better." The two guys in the back hear this, and their eyes instantly light up, staring holes into Demigos and the golden dragon. In their eyes, you could practically see the fantasies of a romantic date playing out between the two of them. Generation 667. Under a peaceful, clear blue sky, Demigos frowns with suspicion, his eyes fixed on the scene before him. The golden dragon sits cross-legged on the ground. As Demigos stands beside her, she looks toward a small dragon resting peacefully in a cave. A soft growl is heard as she says, "This must be your first time seeing it, right? It's a baby dragon." But Demigos shows little interest in the creature sleeping soundly in the cave. Instead, he looks at her, confused, and asks, "So what? What does a baby dragon being born have to do with you dragging me here?" The golden dragon gives a faint smile. "Aren't you curious?" Demigos replies in a flat tone. "There's nothing special about it." Hearing his cold reply, she says softly, "Really? What a shame." After a moment of silence, Demigos suddenly speaks up. "Hey." The golden dragon looks up, surprised. "Huh?" Demigos scowls, pointing a finger at her as he yells, "You crazy woman, are you that bored?" Faced with his sudden rage, she just tilts her head up with a cold smile and replies, "What is it now?" Demigos gestures angrily, questioning her. "All you have to do is use your power to gather the warriors and extremists, deal with them, and clean up the mess. Why do you keep dragging me to useless places like this?" Hearing him, she scowls and shouts back, "Have you forgotten? The peace treaty. If a dragon god makes a move personally, wouldn't that be a declaration of war on the human race?" Being called a fool only enrages Demigos more. "No, just go in your current form. As a human, it'll be fine. If even Alex couldn't recognize you, then no one will, you idiot." But the golden dragon furiously retorts, "I can't do that." Her attitude only confuses and angers Demigos more. He yells, "Why not?" The golden dragon looks at him, her voice low. "Because I cannot become a singularity in this world." Her words make Demigos question her again. "A singularity?" She nods in confirmation. "Yes, just as you said. Right now, I am human. No matter how strong, it's impossible for a lone mage to wipe out entire clans of D and G rank blood warriors. Doing so would attract the attention of the Transcendent Ones." Demigos's eyes narrow. "The Transcendent Ones. Do you mean angels or gods?" She confirms in a serious tone. "That's right. A sudden downpour or a flood, those are not singularities. But if the rain were to suddenly fly back up and become clouds again, that would become a singularity. If I were to do something that reckless, even someone like me would be detected by the Transcendent Ones." Demigos listens to her explanation, the pieces starting to click into place. He asked in a low voice, "So we can't break this world's principles, right?" She nodded. "That's right." Demios scoffed, annoyed. "More talk about principles?" She sounded just as tired of it all. "Yeah, what else would it be?" Demios crossed his arms, a smirk playing on his lips that startled her. His eyes flashed with a dangerous kind of excitement. "I wonder if they've figured me out yet. After all, as a human, I've destroyed cities and killed dragons everywhere." Hearing this, she gave a cold laugh. "I'm dying of curiosity myself." Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted from the lake below, shocking them both. "Ah, it's been born," she yelled, jumping to her feet. "Quick, let's hide." Below, from the vast lake's surface, a vicious blue dragon burst from the water, letting out a deep, threatening roar. The woman quickly pulled her friend behind a nearby bush. Her eyes followed the dragon, unable to hide her excitement as it let out another thunderous roar. The golden dragon standing next to her smiled, completely satisfied. "What do you think? The raw power of nature is just incredible." Demios, standing nearby, suddenly grew serious, his brow furrowed. "Something feels very wrong about this. If I attacked right now, one hit would probably finish it." The golden dragon's voice turned grave. "That's exactly why I'm here." Her words stunned Demios. He turned to her, his eyes wide with utter shock. Just then, the shadow of a black dragon appeared overhead. They both snapped their heads up as the woman's voice turned sharp. "They're here." The black dragon soared past. A cold, thrilled smile spread across her face. "An extremist! The black jade dragon, Juno." The black jade dragon roared, its body glowing with a purple light before transforming, landing gently before them as a woman. She slowly raised her head, revealing a beautiful but dangerously sharp face that left them both speechless. Demios just let it out. "Oh, that's the face of a true villain." Beside him, the golden dragon sighed in exasperation. As the black jade dragon walked toward the hatchling, Demios seemed to realize something, his voice dropping low. "So it's not the gods. You target them at their weakest moment, right after birth, to infect them with poison, don't you?" he continued sarcastically. "I heard that those of you in the combat faction gather at birth to form a massive squadron. You choose those ones to infect? Is that it?" His face suddenly darkened, a cold glint in his eyes as he let out a chilling laugh. "Hahaha, you're really no different from humans, are you? So unbelievably cruel. This place isn't the underworld, this is the real hell. A hell made of light." The golden dragon glanced at the black jade dragon from afar. "I used to think that way too," she said grimly, "until I found out that fungus belonged to Daros." Her words made Demios look at her in surprise. "Used to think?" she replied quietly. "No matter how tough they are, they would never work with you." As she spoke, her face darkened into a deep frown, her voice low. "There has to be a link. Someone pulling the strings from behind the curtain." Demios listened to her deep voice, a spark of interest in his eyes. He gave a faint smile. "It seems your children have gotten much stronger." But suddenly, the golden dragon's warning cut in, her tone grave, making him flinch. "More are coming." A powerful gust of wind swept down from above. Demios and the woman looked up at the sky, stunned to see two massive dragons hurtling toward them. They quickly shifted into human form, one in blue, one in red, and landed softly in front of the black jade dragon. Both touched down with a calm demeanor, their serious eyes fixed on the small dragon standing behind Juno. Juno saw them and smirked. "You're here, Owen and Julia?" She then asked dryly. "What about the tail?" Julia just laughed. "There isn't one. Because the golden dragon no longer exists in this world. The moderate faction is a snake without a head. This world is finally ours." "Juno." Julia's arrogant words made Juno thoughtful. "No, we are too. Until the Lord decides on a new soul, there can only be chaos. If humanity realizes that, it's all over." Ojin, who had been silent, let out a soft laugh. "Why don't you try for that position, Juno?" At his words, Juno's expression immediately soured. She replied gravely, "Don't talk about that. Everything will be as the Lord wills. We are merely creations, with no right to question his work." As the three talked, Demios stood silently in thought, a dark glint in his eyes as he watched them. Suddenly, the little dragon's fierce growl cut through their conversation. Ojen smirked, stepping towards it. "That's right," he said coldly. "We must do what we can." Looking at the screaming little dragon, he gave a cruel chuckle, his voice calculating. "No matter how pitiful you are, even if you go mad, just take comfort that no more families will have to suffer." He then pulled out a vial with a strange creature inside, his voice righteous. "This is all for our race." Standing nearby, the golden dragon's face fell, and she stammered, "Why? Why would they go this far?" Next to her, Demios let out a cold laugh, pure killing intent in his eyes as he growled, "Capture them on sight." His sudden change in attitude leaves Huang Qimlong completely baffled and stunned. He gives her a playful wink, asking if he should just kill all three of them. Seeing he's dead serious, Huang Qimlong desperately tries to stop him. "Hold on." Her voice is low, her cold gaze fixed on the trio. "We have to consider the consequences. Why did these kids resort to this, and what would it lead to? If they stopped it now, how would the future change? Everything has to be considered." Hearing this, Demigos just scoffs and raises an eyebrow. "Ha! What does any of that have to do with me? You're such a coward. Stop thinking and just act." At his words, Huang Qimlong's face darkens, her brow furrowed in deep, contemplative thought. "We are all part of a greater order. Sometimes, sacrifices and losses are just part of that flow. But what is this tragedy trying to tell us?" Demigos tunes out her boring speech, groaning with total annoyance. "Ugh, this is such a drag. Fine, let's just go with Plan B." She stares at him, surprised. "Plan B?" Demigos lets out a cold laugh, a chilling glint in his eye. A smirk plays on his lips as he lists it out with excitement. A little violence, kidnapping, imprisonment, torture, and an interrogation with plenty of time to think. That should be enough, right? Hearing this, Huang Qimlong falls into a contemplative silence. After a moment, she says gravely, "Just be gentle." Just then, the baby dragon lets out a massive roar. Owen smirks, looking at the bubbling purple glowing water. Satisfied, he says, "All right then, let's begin." He immediately tips the bizarre creature into the water, shocking the little dragon. Owen says ominously, "Just endure it. It'll be over soon." But before the parasite can even hit the water, Owen's arm is suddenly sliced clean off, leaving him completely stunned. The entire group whips around in shock. They see a calm Demigos with a gentle smile, clutching Owen's severed hand. Owen clutches his bleeding stump in agony, staring in horror as he stammers, "Who are you?" To Owen's terrified question, Demigos just keeps that serene smile and replies calmly, "I'm Demigos." Juno, standing nearby, senses the murderous aura pouring off him. She shouts a warning, "Everyone, run now!" As she speaks, a cold, purple light flashes in Juno's eyes. Without a second thought, she unleashes a blast of black energy straight at Demigos. Facing the powerful attack, Demigos just scoffs. He raises a hand, a cold light flashes, and a black hole materializes to meet the blast. In an instant, Juno's body contorts bizarrely as she's rapidly sucked into the black hole in his palm. He casts a cold glance at the other two and murmurs, "You're next." Absolutely terrified by his monstrous power, they immediately shoot into the sky, screaming, "Run!" Demigos watches them split up and flee. He smirks. "Splitting up just to save your own skin, huh?" He points a finger to the sky, clearly amused. "Now, I wonder which one I should catch first." The moment he finishes speaking, his finger points directly at a distant blue light. Demigos grins, thoroughly enjoying himself. "Congratulations to our blue contestant. You've won the prize." With that, he rockets off in the direction of the shockwave he created, earning a huge roar from the baby dragon behind him. From a distance, Huang Qimlong watches him go, her brow furrowed in somber contemplation. Meanwhile, Owen is flying for his life, not daring to look back. Damn it, that monster. He flaps harder, his mind racing over Demigos's sudden appearance. Isn't Demigos the demon who killed Huang Qimlong? How did he even find this place? Could there be a traitor among them? Suddenly, a brilliant red flash explodes behind Owen, jolting him to attention. A beam of crimson energy zips right past him, forcing him to bank hard to the side in terror. In the blink of an eye, Demigos appears right in front of him. His eyes glow faintly, a smirk on his lips, as he says coldly, "Congratulations, you're the winner." No time for words. Owen immediately opens his mouth, gathering all his power for an attack. But before he can even finish, a single cold strike from Demigos flashes past him. "I'm busy, so just shut up." The attack is so fast, Owen can't even react. His entire body goes limp. Satisfied with the results, Demigos says, "See you in a bit." And with that, he vanishes, blasting through the air straight towards Julia. On the other side of the sky, Julia feels a wave of relief, seeing no sign of Demigos chasing her. She lets out a nervous laugh, pushing her speed without daring to look back. "Owen, I'm sorry, but I have to survive to warn the group that the Demon King is after us." She tells herself, "When it comes to speed, I'm second to none." But then a massive sound erupts from behind her, making her jump. A streak of red light is rocketing straight towards her, and Julia's heart drops in fear. As it gets closer, she recognizes the absolutely thrilled face of Demigos. "Hello there," he greets her coldly. Julia's eyes go wide, not just from his sudden appearance, but from the familiar bloodstain on his arm. "Is that Owen's blood?" she snarls in fury. "You psycho!" Julia focuses her energy, forming a fireball in her mouth before blasting it straight at Demigos. Fire breath. The massive flame hurtles forward, but Demigos remains calm, expertly dodging every single attack with ease. He hovers high above, his cold gaze watching Julia's frantic assault. A moment later, she realizes he's vanished completely. When Julia glances up, her eyes lock with the icy stare of Demigos. He gives a small smirk, his voice low and threatening. Chains of the void. Instantly, two enormous black holes tear open the sky, and from them, hundreds of chains erupt, wrapping tightly around Julia. She struggles in pure terror, swinging wildly in desperation, while Demigos just floats calmly above the chaos. Bound tightly by the chains, Julia loses her balance and plummets like a falling star. She falls into a deep coma, but her consciousness slowly returns. Opening her eyes, she finds herself shackled in iron chains, facing a completely unfamiliar scene. "What is this place?" she screams in a panic, waking Owen, who is unconscious beside her. He lets out a rough cough, making Julia cry out his name in worry. Just then, the deep, dark voice of Demigos echoes through the room. Now what's all this about? He steps forward with a cold smile, promising nothing but violence and pain from here on out. As the truth sinks in, Julia's heart fills with rage as she screams, "You demon! I'll curse you!" Demigos just gives a cold laugh. Curses are my specialty. The introductory courses on cursing? I got A+s in all of them. He continues, his voice full of dark excitement. Now, let's start with the first question. He pulls out a vial containing a bizarre creature and asks, "Where did you get this thing?" Julia's face darkens with anger as she confronts him. "Why would you steal from others like a common thief?" Demigos just smirks. "Stolen goods? Weren't you the ones who stole it first? You were planning to use this to harm humans, weren't you?" Seeing Julia's face go pale, he presses on. "People call you extremists, don't they? You'd better confess everything. Who's behind this, and how did you get your hands on this demonic little thing?" Julia lets out a bitter laugh, her voice stubborn. "Do whatever you want. You'll get nothing from me." Demigos quietly leans in and throws a powerful punch straight through Owen's stomach. The pain is so intense, Owen's face turns sheet white as he lets out a horrific scream. Julia watches the gruesome scene, her own face pale with fear. She screams out his name in terror. "Owen!" Demigos's bloody hand clenches a chunk of Owen's flesh, his face contorting in agony. Owen's entire body trembles as he grits his teeth, letting out muffled groans. Seeing his pained expression, Demigos smiles with satisfaction, his tone dripping with fake sympathy. "Oh, how pitiful. Our poor Owen." He wants to scream, but he can't, because his throat is completely blocked. Julia stands there, her heart shattering. Demigos's mocking words only fueling her blinding rage. Her eyes turn bloodshot, veins popping as she screams, "Stop it! Just torture me instead." Hearing this, Demigos just scoffs. "You fool. Do you have any idea what real torture is? I won't lay a single finger on you." Julia stares at Demigos in shock. His eyes are now glowing a blood red, emitting an ice-cold light. Demigos's voice echoes like a sound from the depths of hell. "Instead, until you decide to talk, Owen is going to suffer immensely. Down to the very last dragon in this world, I will make you watch every single one of them die in agony right before your eyes." As he finishes speaking, Demigos violently twists his arm inside Owen's body, making him groan in pure torment. Demigos's hand brutally squeezes Owen's flesh. The wave of pain is so overwhelming he can't take it anymore, his eyes rolling back as he screams. Julia's heart breaks. She finally snaps and yells, "There's no one behind this. We were doing this all on our own." Demigos lets out a faint smile at her words, glancing over. "Considering how smart and well-prepared you all were, there's no way you didn't have a leader. So who is it? You must have had someone in charge, right?" Julia's face is pale as she stammers. "It's Juno." Demigos raises an eyebrow, intrigued. "Ah, is that the black sword I absorbed earlier? Well then, capturing your leader just got a whole lot easier. Now I just need to round up the remaining extremists and finish them all off." Julia quickly shouts, "We're different from the other extremists." Among the extremists, the most discontented members secretly form their own group. The others in the faction are innocent. They aren't extremists, they're just cowards. Demigos is surprised by this, his murderous gaze sweeping over Julia as he asks darkly, "So, which type are you?" After a long pause, Julia answers, "The Four Seasons Society." Demigos raises an eyebrow and scoffs. "The Four Seasons? Is this supposed to be the leadership group among the extremists? This isn't how normal dragons operate, so what about the rest of them? Who are they?" Demigos uses his hand to brutally torment Owen again, forcing pained groans out of him. Owen's cries send Julia deeper into a panic, and she hastily blurts out the names. "It's Jen, April, May, and Juno." Demigos immediately retorts, "September, October, November, December." Julia stares at him, stunned, her face pale and her voice trembling with fear. "Right. So how did you know that order was top secret?" Julia sputtered, but Demigos just scoffed. "You really are an idiot. The Four Seasons, is that a reference to the months, a codename for your group, or just some fated coincidence that brought you all together?" Julia trembled as she answered, "No, there are real names. We just thought the similar pronunciations were funny, so we named our group the Four Seasons." Demigos narrowed his eyes. "Who was the first one to suggest that name?" "It was your leader, Juno, wasn't it?" Julia was drenched in sweat, shaking. "If it wasn't Juno, then who was it?" "We just started calling ourselves that." At some point Demigos laughed with contempt. "A group of extremists, the most idealistic ones, all gathered together, and every single member just happens to have a name similar to a month of the year?" Does that make any sense? It's obvious the 12 of you were hand-picked by someone. Was it Juno? Was she the one who started all this? Julia quickly shot back. No, our only goal is to free the oppressed dragons. This is a group where every member joined of their own free will. Demigos looked surprised. Oppressed? Oppressed by whom? The question hit a nerve. Julia screamed. By the world's prejudice. By the non-aggression pact. Humans are destroying this world, not just us, their allies, but they're even destroying themselves in the process. Did you see that newborn dragon? Dragons are only supposed to be born inside a sanctuary. That's proof that this place was originally meant to be part of that sanctuary. Julia grew more agitated, tears streaming down her face. This world was once our domain, the dragon's domain. Humans stole our land, pushed us to the fringes, and suppressed our kind. And our gods, our creators, are just turning a blind eye to all of it. Humans don't deserve to be the masters of this land. Demigos cut her off, looking exhausted. So now someone shows up, claiming this land was always theirs, so you'd rather just destroy this whole place instead. He held the vial containing the bizarre creature up to Julia's face. Fine, let's say I believe you. Then how did you get this thing from Daros? The moment Julia heard his question, she scowled in rage and shouted, Daros? That demon? What does he have to do with any of this? Hearing Julia's denial, Demigos couldn't help but laugh. Haha, I already know everything, so you might as well just come clean. As he finished his sentence, his eyes suddenly shot wide open. He glanced down at the vial with the strange creature inside. Staring at the container in his hand, Demigos fell deep into thought. What is this thing? And then, a memory flashed in his mind. Back then, Alex had shown him the final pathogen sample, carefully taking out an item and presenting it to Demigos. This is the pathogen we found in the dragon's body's Hell's fungus, the thing that makes the puppets go berserk. Recalling the appearance of that parasite, Demigos was even more stunned. That thing was definitely purple. He looked suspiciously at the creature in his hand. But this is pink. This isn't Daros's pathogen. He shot a cold glare at Julia, his voice low. Where did you get this? Julia's brow furrowed, a war raging in her eyes as she began to speak. But before she could finish, the iron chains that bound her suddenly loosened, releasing her completely. Unprepared for the sudden shift, Julia stumbled and fell to the ground, asking in total shock. But before she could celebrate, a cold iron chain wrapped tightly around her neck. Demigos coldly flapped his wings, yanking the chain and pulling them to a strange new place that left them both stunned. Ugh, where is this place? Julia's eyes widened, her face pale with terror as she stared at the bloody scene below. Beneath her feet were thousands of demonic faces piled on top of each other, letting out horrifying screams as they stared up at her with hungry eyes. Demigos spoke softly, making Julia jump in fright. Allow me to introduce you. This is the deepest level of the demon realm. The absolute worst souls, the ones that can't even be classified in hell, are sent here. And they're all waiting for one thing, the live bait that falls down here once every few hundred years. Dragons reincarnate, don't they? But if you fall in here, there is no salvation. I promise you. This is a place that even the gods find disgusting and turn away from. Julia was horrified. His words filled her with a profound sense of dread. Do you remember my promise? Julia glanced at Demigos's demonic smile and began to tremble uncontrollably. He spoke in a low tone. Not a single hair on your head will be harmed. Before she could speak, he released the cold, black chain around Owen's neck, adding, the one who's going to suffer is this guy. And with that, Owen's entire body plummeted towards the starving demons below. Julia witnessed the horrifying scene unfold, letting out a blood-curdling scream she couldn't hold back. She sobbed hysterically, losing all composure and shouting her confession. I bought it from the dwarves of the Buri tribe in the south. The moment she spoke, the terrifying scene vanished in a flash. They both stumbled and fell onto the cold, hard ground. Just then, the golden dragon slowly approached, his voice as cold as ice. Julia, stop lying. Seeing the golden dragon standing beside Demigos completely unharmed, Julia stammered in horror. Golden dragon, you're still alive? The golden dragon gave her an icy stare, her voice booming. I am certain that you naive children are being used by someone else. So in the end, the ones betraying dragons are other dragons. Her eyes burned with fury and disappointment as she spoke. I can't believe you'd join forces with a demon duke to harm your own kind, no matter how much you despise humans. As dragons, you've gone too far. Julia fell to her knees, her eyes bloodshot as she screamed out her accusation. Us, working with a demon duke? Do you even realize who you're standing next to while saying things like that? Aren't you the one who's actually shaking hands with a demon? Julia's bitter accusation finally made the golden dragon snap. Tell the truth now, she roared. This poison is from Daros, isn't it? Before Julia could even answer, Demigos swept his hand forward, a black hole in his palm sucking the two dragons in. As their figures vanished, the golden dragon turned on him. What are you doing? We needed more information. Demigos coldly produced a vial containing a strange organism. Daros's poison, he noted, is slightly different from this. The golden dragon gasped, taking the vial to inspect it. Looking closely, the color and shape of the eye inside were subtly different. She held the vial, her mind filled with doubt. Then who made this? Demigos answered grimly. The dragons bought it from the southern dwarves. The golden dragon couldn't believe it, her face flushing. That's wrong. The dwarves are masters of stonecraft, not chemicals. This kind of alchemy is absurd. Demigos nodded slightly in agreement. On that, I agree. She stared at the vial, deeply suspicious. This means another poison, different from Daros's, is making the rounds. Demigos frowned, his eyes locked on the vial. Impossible, he countered. No one in this world besides Daros could create a poison like this. His words gave the golden dragon a moment of pause. She found herself agreeing. She nodded slowly. Yes, I thought so too. But Daros is dead. If this isn't his, where did it come from? Could that child have been lying? Maybe she was desperate enough to make it up. But hearing that, Demigos immediately shot the idea down. You saw her yourself. Those were the words of someone who was completely cornered. That means it must be the truth. At his words, the golden dragon's face darkened. Her brows knitted together, her deep golden eyes staring into the vial in her hand. The reality she thought she knew had just been flipped on its head, leaving her lost in thought. Her voice trembled. Could there be a second Daros? Impossible. What in the world is actually happening? I don't know either. The golden dragon admitted after a long, heavy silence. Hey. Her soft call made Demigos look over, surprised. Her face was deadly serious, her sharp gaze fixed on him as she voiced her new theory. Do you think we might have gotten this wrong from the very beginning? Daros, are you absolutely sure he's really dead? A cold glint flashed in Demigos's eyes. He considered it for a second, then replied darkly. You think he faked his own death? She pressed on, her voice low. The world's greatest poison expert, dying by his own poison. Doesn't that strike you as odd? Hearing her logic, Demigos just shrugged and replied nonchalantly. Look, you can write the novels, but don't expect that story to move anyone. I was at his funeral in person. The golden dragon pointed a cold finger at the vial. Then what is all of this? Demigos simply shrugged again. I don't know. She grew quiet, seriously contemplating everything that had just happened, her brow slightly furrowed. She wondered aloud, the Four Seasons Guild and the Demon Realm. What common goal could they possibly have? Demigos's cold gaze met her somber face. The extinction of humanity. She shook her head. No. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Right? You're right, this is bizarre. Recalling the recent turn of events, Demigos fell into a deep, calculating silence. That rarity is precisely its value. Perhaps if they endured a little longer, it would all be over soon. With that thought, he spoke again, his voice grim. The beneficiary, the perpetrator, and the victim are all different players. The golden dragon's eyelashes drooped as she heard his words, sinking back into silent contemplation. A moment later, a thought struck her, and she blurted it out. And now the dwarves are involved too. She grimly held up the vial, examining it once more. So who benefits from this? The extremists? People who want to forge weapons from dragons? Demigos tilted his head, adding his own theory. The demon race, too. The more humans and dragons hate each other, the better for us. She lowered her head, her voice a pained whisper. And the perpetrators are my own children. The Four Seasons Guild. The golden dragon's agonizing words hung in the air. Demigos just stood there, staring at the sky, his expression completely unreadable. His voice dropped, low and steady. At the very least, I've already captured their leader. He couldn't shake the feeling that he and the dragon were the only ones uninvolved. The golden dragon, hearing this, nodded in agreement. That's right, he replied softly. At that, Demigos stretched, looking weary as he said, All right then. From the guild's perspective, with 3 of their own missing, the rest of them would be too afraid to make a move just yet. This gives us a window, so we need to move fast. The golden dragon heard him, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Go where? Demigos pointed coldly at the sky, a sneer on his face. The pure aggression in his voice startled the golden dragon. Didn't you hear me? We're heading to the southern underground to get the dwarves' poison. Deep within a ravine, a grim sight awaited them, thousands of cold corpses piled high, casting a gloomy chill over the entire area. This was the prison of the southern berry dwarves, and there, before its gates, stood Demigos, the golden dragon, Alex, and Z. Their gazes were grim as they peered deep into the darkness. Alex carefully scanned their surroundings, whispering, "This has always been dwarf territory." Demigos's reply was low and curt. "I can tell." The four of them advanced cautiously into the prison's depths. Z took the lead, torch in hand, his eyes constantly scanning the shadows. The strange, unsettling silence made everyone tense up. Alex hadn't even had a chance to speak yet. A merchant, a butler, a warrior, and even a mage. Our party is pretty well-rounded now, huh? Z, who was leading, just laughed in agreement. You got that right. Demigos raised a skeptical eyebrow. Is that so? From the back, the golden dragon chuckled. Oh ho ho, that's obviously all thanks to me. Demigos just rolled his eyes, his gaze sweeping their surroundings. He stepped forward coldly to question Alex. That poison you gave me. When exactly did you get it? Alex just let out a soft laugh. Who do you think I am? I took it from the dragon during our very first encounter. Demigos shot Alex a surprised look. The recent dragon too? Alex smiled. No, there was no need to take all of it, right? I already collected samples from 4 or 5 of them back in Joric. Demigos raised an eyebrow. So you haven't collected any lately? Alex responded with a surprised smile of his own. That's right. Why? The golden dragon walked behind them, listening to their conversation, deep in his own thoughts. Demigos rubbed his chin. No reason, just asking. Suddenly, Z, who was walking beside him, spoke up quietly. Sir Demigos. Startled, Demigos turned to face Z. The boy offered a gentle smile. Up until now, I've just been quietly following your orders. If you tell me to do something, I'll do it. I figure these are matters a low-level soldier like myself shouldn't know about, right? He arched an eyebrow and spoke. What is it? If you have something to say, then just spit it out. Z simply offered a faint smile and asked, What exactly are we searching for? Demigos shot him a cold look. I already gave you an overview before we left. The fallen dragons are making deals with the demon race. We're tracking everything connected to that. Z smiled and pressed on. Is this related to the dragon that attacked the village when we first met? Demigos gazed into the distance, giving a slow nod of confirmation. Yes. That dragon was also infected with the demon tribe's poison. Hearing this, Z tightened his grip on his pack. I knew it. The motion caught Demigos's attention, and he looked at Z with surprise. Z's face had darkened, his brow furrowed with rage. Uncle Tony next door, the little girl from downstairs. So many people were hurt. There's supposed to be a peace treaty between dragons and humans. So why would they suddenly attack people? I knew something felt strange. Of course it was the demon tribe. Why can't they stop bringing misery to this world? Why don't the gods punish them? They are truly monstrous creatures. After listening, Demigos just glanced over and replied, Yeah, you're right about that. Z's voice softened as he let out a chuckle. This case involves both dragons and demons. The scale is truly unimaginable. Ha, I couldn't stop thinking about it. What you needed were 3 people. No, maybe 4 counting Master Yunjum. To keep everyone's identities a secret, correct? All to carry out this massive mission in secret, disguised as just another low-level party. After saying this, Z gave Demigos a forced smile. I'm sorry, that was a little presumptuous of me. Demigos's voice was low. Listen, startled, Z turned back to look at him. Demigos continued. You live your life. I won't get in your way. Z was completely stunned by his words. Sir, in your way? Demigos chuckled. Because one day, maybe soon, you might feel like you've been deceived. Just ignore it and live your life like always. Those words horrified Z, his eyes flying wide open in shock. Sweat beaded on his flushed face. He forced a shaky smile and said, Of course, I wouldn't dare. After everything Sir Demigos has done for me already, I don't think I could ever repay you in this lifetime. So what I meant was, Demigos frowned for a moment, then smiled. I'm just saying. You'll understand later. Z's reply was grim. Ah, yes, of course. The golden dragon, walking quietly behind them, listened to the entire exchange. He slowly turned his head, taking in the quiet scene before him. A shimmering orb of light materializes in her hand as she and the group cautiously venture deeper into the darkness. However, the journey is taking its toll. Z and Alex, the ones leading the way, are now hunched over, their strength fading fast. They gasp for breath with heavy steps until suddenly, both of them collapse from exhaustion, completely stunning Demigos. He yells out, Hey, how much longer do we have to walk? We haven't seen a single ant all day. Panting, Alex forces a smile at Demigos. I don't know either. Dwarves spend all their time digging, so they often get lost in their own kingdoms. Some people even say this place is 1,000 times more confusing than the Minotaur's labyrinth. Hearing this, Demigos explodes with rage, grabbing Alex by the collar and shouting, "And you're only telling me this now?" Alex forces a weak smile. "If I told you earlier, you'd have just gotten angry and tried to burn everything down." But this excuse only infuriates Demigos more. He roars back, "Real clever. In that case, I'll just burn you too." While Demigos and Alex bicker, Hwang Kim Long quietly scans their surroundings before speaking in a low voice. Something strange. Dwarven caves are always complex, but this path, it's been far too quiet. That's what makes me suspicious. Why haven't we seen a single dwarf? At this, Demigos breathes fire and shouts, "Ha! If I see those dwarves, I'll pluck every last hair from their bodies." Faced with Demigos's volcanic fury, Alex breaks out in a cold sweat. He forces a smile while helping Z up, saying, "Z, you've been walking too long, you need to snap out of it." But seeing Z's pale face and ragged breath, Alex realizes something is terribly wrong and screams out. Alex calls his name again and again, but with no response, his expression turns grim. His eyes flash with a cold light as he's startled by the sight before him, countless dead bodies piled on top of each other. Alex screams in horror, "It's poison!" Hearing this, Demigos whips around to see a bizarre green mist spreading, his own face filled with shock. What? Aren't dwarves supposed to be immune to poison? Hwang Kim Long's expression hardens as she glances at Alex on the ground, coldly reminding them, it's a different story if it's Daros's poison. Hearing that name, Alex's face darkens, his gaze fixed on Hwang Kim Long. Demigos still can't believe his eyes, wondering, what in the world is even happening? Hwang Kim Long focuses her power on Z, still unconscious in Alex's arms. First, they had to save him. A brilliant golden light envelops his body, and slowly, his consciousness starts to return. Hwang Kim Long gives him a small smile. "You'll be all right in a moment." Z stands up straight and bows his head gratefully, thanking her. Alex is completely stunned by her abilities, praising her openly. With magic that can neutralize poison, even Daros would have to admit you're no ordinary mage. Hwang Kim Long is clearly pleased by the compliment. "Oh my, you flatter me." A moment later, a massive explosion rips through the area right next to them, sending rock and debris flying. A group of armed dwarves charges out from the blast, their leader shouting, "It's you!" Z immediately raises Doomsluen and Doomslagen defensively, asking, "Who are you?" The leader of the dwarves simply screams back in a rage, "You're the demon spreading poison throughout the southern berry tribe, aren't you?" Demigos casually leans against the wall, resting his head on his hand. "That's right. So what if I say we are?" His words only add fuel to the fire, as the dwarves roar. "Then we'll kill you all." He calmly asks again, "And what if I say we're not?" The dwarf leader just looks confused. "Then what are you doing here?" Seeing the dwarf's hesitation, he gives a firm answer. "In that case, we didn't do it." A dwarf from the back speaks up nervously to the leader. "See? I told you it wasn't them. It's because of R24. Just like that, the leader loses all his confidence, stammering at Demigos's party. "Is that so? Then what are you doing in this place?" Demigos's interest is piqued. "What's this R24? And you'd really believe me if I just said we didn't do it?" The dwarf in the back speaks up again. "I kept insisting the poison was from R24. The leader, meanwhile, is getting completely confused by Demigos's questioning. "What? So you were lying?" He turns back and forth between the two dwarves. "What if it was a lie? Then what is R24? The leader loses his cool and screams, "If you're lying, I will kill you." But the dwarf in the back answers the question, trembling. "There's a divine door called R24. Demigos continues to probe. "And if that's the truth, what does that door have to do with the poison?" Both of the dwarves shout at nearly the same time. "Then what are you doing here?" "And the people of the southern Buri tribe." They touch that door. Seeing the three of them argue endlessly, Hwang Kim Long lets out an exasperated laugh and punches all three of them into the sky. "Let's talk about one thing at a time, you morons." The dwarves immediately sit down properly, and their leader begins to explain everything. "We are from the Western Berry tribe. We heard something had happened to the Southern Berry tribe, so we sent people here to investigate. When we arrived, there was poison everywhere. Everyone was already dead. We were trying to find the cause when we ran into you." Demigos thought for a second, then agreed it made sense. They'd come to find the master of the poison, he said, only to discover everyone was already dead. A bitter smirk crossed his face. Damn it. Just when they thought they had the person responsible, The trail had gone completely cold once again. He turned to the others, asking the million-dollar question. So, where do we go from here? That's when Rek, standing right behind him, spoke up. This door you mentioned, what is it? Does it have something to do with the poison? The man in the hat, clearly knowledgeable, began his tale. In Area R24 of the Southern Berry Tunnels, an ancient door was discovered 30 centuries ago. This door was forged from a bizarre, unknown mineral. It was an unbreakable mystery that no method known to man could possibly open. No one had a clue what lay on the other side. It could be a god, or maybe a demon sealed away for a very good reason. But that wasn't all. He then revealed another critical piece of the puzzle to Demigos's crew. He'd recently heard that the southern tribes had gotten reckless, using massive amounts of explosives trying to blast that very door wide open. The other tribes warned them to stop, but they refused to listen, and so they were cursed, a terrible curse unleashed from that sacred door. As he spoke, his composure cracked, his voice rising with pure, unadulterated fear. The workers in Area R24 were dying constantly, he yelled. But they wouldn't stop, so the sacred door grew angry. It wiped out those fools from the Southern Berry tribe with a poison that can even kill dwarves. But another one of the men scoffed at his story, retorting, "What is this nonsense? You actually believe that superstition?" he demanded. "It was the man in black wearing the jewel who spread this poison. He's the one we need to catch." The man in the hat just trembled in reply. No human could create a poison like this. This is the curse of the sacred door. That detail immediately caught Huang Jinlong's attention. She asked in shock, "A man in black, wearing a jewel, you say?" For Demigos, the final piece of the puzzle clicked into place. He knew exactly who they were talking about. "It has to be Jun," Huang Jinlong said urgently to the others. "Tell me everything about him." The man who mentioned him didn't hesitate to explain. He said rumors had started swirling about a man in black with a jewel, spotted recently near Area R24. That area was sacred ground, not a place for just anyone to wander. For a human to trespass there, he had to be the one who spread the poison. After hearing this, Demigos stepped forward, making a decision that left the entire Berry tribe absolutely stunned. "Let's go." He slid his hands into his pockets, a look of grim excitement on his face. "Take us to Area R24. All the clues are pointing there." The tribe's leader refused to risk his people's lives. Instead, he simply handed over a map, wanting nothing more to do with this. "The poison is strongest there," he warned them. "Even our best gas masks are completely useless. Instead of our lives, I'll give you this map." Completely unfazed, Demigos and his three companions plunged deep into the toxic caverns in search of the door. To guide them through the poisonous gloom, Huang Jinlong summoned a small orb of pure light to lead the way. She noted with grim certainty that the closer they got to Area R24, the stronger the poison became. This concentration was insane, not even a poison dragon could withstand it. This was done on purpose, as if someone was desperately trying to keep something hidden. The fumes were just too much. Rex suddenly collapsed to his knees, gasping for air. His face was already a sickly pale blue. Huang Jinlong knelt beside him, gently telling him, "You need to fall back and rest." She instantly recognized this poison. It was Darius's handiwork. It seemed even her powerful magic couldn't completely block it, and if it affected her, a human body stood no chance. She gave Rek a reassuring smile. "You've pushed hard enough. We'll handle it from here. Rek, you need to head back to where the dwarves are," she instructed. "It's too dangerous for you to continue." Rek forced a weak, sweaty smile. "Sorry I couldn't be of more help," he gasped. Tier 2 missions were certainly no joke, even for a full party. Demigos looked over at him. "Do you know the way back?" he asked. Rek struggled, but nodded. Yes. After leaving Rek to recover, the remaining three pressed onward, descending even deeper into the toxic maze to find their destination. The poisonous gas grew impossibly thick, yet they pushed forward without hesitation. Then they saw it. Area R24. Even Demigos was stunned by the sight before him. "What is that?" It looked like some kind of massive machine, half buried in the earth. Huang Jinlong stared up at the colossal structure in awe. "Those dwarves," she said. "Hiding something this massive couldn't have been easy at all." Demigos asked what it was, but she just shook her head. "I have no idea." This only made him more curious. "Then why'd you say it was hard to hide?" "Because they don't know what it is," she answered calmly. A strange thought suddenly struck Demigos. Hold on, she didn't know? This door was discovered just 30 centuries ago. How could she, a being who'd lived over 665 centuries, not know about it? As he was processing this impossible fact, he glanced up and saw a shadowy figure lurking nearby. The moment it was spotted, the figure bolted. "He's getting away!" Demigos yelled, pointing. Then he roared the command, Alex, get him. A red glow flared in both of their eyes. Right, Alex replied, already a blur. He launched himself from the ground, instantly closing the distance with the fleeing target. He turned to speak with Huang Jinlong, only to find her approaching the strange machine. Was that guy the one behind it all? Finally, the clues started to click into place. She gently placed a hand on it, using her unique sight to peer deep inside. Watching her, Demigos got curious. If someone who's lived for 665 centuries doesn't know, is it from a past era? He ventured a guess. Maybe the Silver Age? He remembered learning as a child that another world had existed long before this one. Huang Jinlong just smiled. No, it was from a time even before that world. His eyes shot open in pure disbelief. The Golden Age? Her gem-like eyes stared back, confirming his unspoken question. Yes. An age before dragons or demons, when humanity alone ruled this world. She could almost picture it, massive ships soaring through the vast, dark galaxy. They wielded colossal flames to cross the skies and sail the sea of stars. It was the first world to ever challenge the gods themselves. By touching the ship, she had witnessed its deepest past, the Golden Age. Huang Jinlong was piecing it all together now, and so, she began to tell the epic tale of the very first world. God created the heavens and the earth, then made humans to inhabit it. He was pleased with mankind, the masters of this world. Humans multiplied just like any other creature, except they stood at the very top of the food chain. They built a powerful empire, advancing science and technology, but their own ambition would become their ruin. Their absolute peak was the Golden Age. Without any magic, they could still talk to each other across the entire globe. The towers of their achievement stretched up, seemingly without end. They touched the heavens, gaining the power to leave their world and cross the ocean of stars. But in the end, their own weapons brought total self-destruction. The world twisted into a living hell. Fire scorched the land until it boiled, and even the great seas evaporated into nothing. The war plunged everything into darkness. The oceans rose into the sky, falling as toxic rain for 1,000 straight days. Every living thing, humanity included, was completely annihilated in the catastrophe. The Supreme Being shed tears, watching the destruction of such a brilliant age. And with that, all life simply ended. God was heartbroken. Huang Jinlong recounted it all as if she had lived it herself. Demigos could only stare, completely stunned. She then continued the story of the world's rebirth. God created humans once more, but this time, he took away their science. He removed the very thing that had destroyed them, and in its place, he granted them magic. Wielding magic, humanity quickly built a dazzling new civilization. This was the Second World, the Silver Age. With just a small wand, they controlled water, fire, and earth, made objects fly, turned silver to gold, summoned storms, and even revived the dead. However, that beautiful civilization was not destined to last for very long. Driven by a greedy desire for ultimate power, humanity turned on itself once again. A 500-year war erupted over possession of the magic stone, the source of all power. It led to their extinction. And once again, God grieved. She paused for a moment, her voice steady. And finally, the present world, the age of chaos. This is the era where we, the demon and dragon races, were born. She searched her memories of this age's creation. God made the world again, but this time gave humans only the single continent of Hof. The world was split between three great races. Deep underground, the dwarves claimed their territory. Your demon race nested in purgatory. And on the other side, the borderland of eras, the place where she was born, that is the domain of the dragons. Demigos looked at her and nodded. Yes, he'd learned all that as a child, long before being sealed in his egg. He barely paid attention back then, but hearing it now, the story seemed completely impossible. He gave a mocking smirk. The Golden Age, he'd heard, only survived 80 centuries before it fell, and the Silver Age was even shorter, collapsing after just 20 centuries. So, the current age of chaos, supposedly the most dangerous for mankind, has actually lasted the longest. His expression darkened. Huang Jinlong finished his thought for him that perhaps it was for the best they'd lost those incredible powers, because at their core, humans are foolish creatures. God had shed so many tears for them. Suddenly, Huang Jinlong said something strange, making Demigos stare at her in confusion. Star pottery? She glanced from the ship back to him with a slight smile. That is what this is. People called it star pottery. She tilted her head up, analyzing everything she could sense from the ancient relic. The metal encasing this thing is 3 times harder than any diamond. Just a few millimeters of this plating could block any physical or chemical attack imaginable. With this colossal ship, humanity abandoned their world, crossing an ocean of stars to conquer others. Her eyes were locked on the vessel, its light dancing in her pupils, revealing a storm of complex emotions. This was a relic, the absolute pinnacle of technology from humanity's glorious golden age. Now, only gods or angels could possibly handle this. For creatures like them, it was a forbidden, untouchable zone. The moment she finished speaking, Demigos charged from behind, winding up for a punch. He slammed his fist into the hull, the massive impact throwing the golden dragon back with a scream. She tumbled across the ground, moaning in pain and covered in scrapes. She shot up, furious, screaming right in Demigos's face. "Hey, what was that for?" The hull didn't have a single scratch. He turned to her, completely amazed. "You're telling me this thing really won't break?" So infuriating. The golden dragon was so mad her hair practically stood on end. And what if it had broken? Then what? What an idiot. Her words made Demigos laugh in frustration. "Stop annoying me. Can you just go stand in the corner? I'll get it open myself." Refusing to be sidelined, the golden dragon stood up and shoved him aside. "If you don't know anything, then get out of the way. I'll open it." She peered closely at the ship's hull. Found it. Knew it would be here. Demigos, standing right beside her, was completely baffled. He couldn't see a thing. She pressed a finger to a specific spot on the hull, and a panel instantly slid open, revealing a small, active screen. Her fingers flew across the display as lines of data scrolled by. Demigos just stared, dumbfounded. He'd never seen anything like it, and couldn't hold back his curiosity. Images of light are appearing on the stone. "Is that magic? What are you doing?" Still focused on the task, the golden dragon answered coolly, restoring the program. Demigos, still completely lost, asked again. "What program?" She had no choice but to explain. "This is technology from the golden age." Behind the slate, massive cables crackling with lightning connected to one another, creating an effect that looked exactly like magic as she continued decoding the data. This kind of technology has long since vanished. Seeing how skilled she was, he had to ask, "You know all about this?" The golden dragon replied, "I only know the basics. I don't get the principles, but I learned how to crack it." Hearing this, Demigos pressed her with suspicion. "Learned it? From who? Don't tell me you've actually met the golden race." The golden dragon didn't answer right away, appearing to carefully organize her thoughts. She spoke with a serious tone. "The golden age, the silver age. Though they've all fallen, the legacy of each era hasn't completely vanished. As I see it, your demon race inherited the legacy of the golden age." Her eyes never left the screen as she calmly continued, breathing fire and dominating the world through raw power. That's their exact ideology. Demigos still couldn't wrap his head around star pottery or whatever this program was. "So why don't I know anything about all this?" She replied calmly, "Maybe one day, you'll be the one to create it." Demigos gazed up at the massive ship, deep in thought, when a piece of the puzzle suddenly clicked into place. He asked curiously, "Then does that mean your dragon race inherited the legacy of the Silver Age?" The golden dragon confirmed it instantly. "That's right, we dragons live and die by magic. Without magic, we probably couldn't even fly." Her words left him stunned, and he blurted out, "What? Don't you guys fly using your wings?" The golden dragon was unfazed by his reaction, calmly replying, "Have you ever seen a bird this huge? Besides, some dragons don't even have wings." Demigos was surprised all over again, a fascinated tone in his voice. "I never would have guessed." Just then, the screen began speaking in an ancient language. The golden dragon cheered. "It's solved." A door instantly slid open, and the two of them peered cautiously inside. Before them lay a vast space filled with advanced technology from the world's very first era. Demigos was completely floored by the sight. "What is all this? Is this really some kind of bizarre ship?" Seeing him still hesitating, the golden dragon nudged him aside and stepped in first. "If you're not coming in, move," Demigos nervously warned her. "Hey, that's a golden age relic. Aren't we asking for trouble just barging in?" But she paid him no mind, stating confidently, "It's fine. It's probably nothing serious." He couldn't help but shout, "And how would you know that?" She strode confidently to the center of the bay, shooting him a mocking smile. "It's written right here on the floor. This is the dry food storage. What's to be scared of?" Hearing this, Demigos finally mustered his courage and followed her inside. He stomped his foot and yelled, "Food stored for 1,000 centuries? What kind of monsters could be in here? Come on out, I'll destroy all of you." Meanwhile, Huang Jinlong pressed her hand against a nearby screen, and a bizarre diagram immediately flashed to life, completely stunning her. Her eyes scanned the chart as she read each name aloud. Kit, Bina, Caxi, Ma, Gavura. And with that, she knew the ship's name. This was the Mancus. Demigos walked up, asking curiously, What is it this time? She answered calmly. The last ship of the Golden Age. Looking at the schematic, she gave him a quick rundown. Humanity, on the verge of extinction, created 10 of these ships to escape their dying star. Project Sephore's route. She had a theory this massive structure was likely a food storage vessel for one of those ships. They must have been in such a rush that they never got to take off. She muttered to herself, completely missing the change in Demigos's eyes. There was no poison here, probably because the dwarves considered this a sacred place that few would dare enter. They likely thought no one would ever come here, making it a perfect trading spot. He asked coldly, "Who are you, really?" She just let out a mysterious laugh. "Someone in my position tends to have a lot of secrets." He scoffed, his voice dripping with contempt. "As a demon king, I thought you were powerful, but you seem to know a lot of things I don't. Clearly, that body of yours is just a disposable asset for war, nothing more, nothing less." Huang Jinlong glanced back at him. "Are you feeling wronged?" He turned away, refusing to argue. Enough of this nonsense. If even the Demon King gave up on them, what else matters? We need to find Alex, catch that coward who escaped, and make him pay for what he did. Just then, a laser beam shot down from above, forcing him to leap back to avoid being hit. He stared at the hole blasted clean through his hand. Impossible. His eyes flared red as he went on high alert, scanning his surroundings. A monster clad head to toe in armor was hanging from the ceiling. He looked up in utter shock. "What is this?" I couldn't sense its presence at all. From behind, Huang Jinlong spoke up. "It's not a living being, and it has no magic." She recognized it instantly, a robot, a golem from the Golden Age. Demigos suddenly got excited. "A robot?" Huang Jinlong corrected him, her voice serious. "A Golden Age golem. It appears to be the guardian of this place." Suddenly, she sensed an imminent attack. Huang Jinlong dashed forward, planting herself in front of Demigos to protect him. "Be careful." The robot fired a shot from a distance, but she managed to erect a shield just in time to block the attack. But the power difference was just too great. Both Huang Jinlong and Demigos were sent flying backward. Enraged, he countered with his own laser eyes. "You're not the only one who can shoot beams." The robot activated its weapons, then unleashed a massive volley of red lasers. Deafening explosions rocked the entire building. But for Demigos, this just fueled his battle lust. "So you can block? Then I'll just fire something even stronger." But Huang Jinlong jumped up, frantically clamping a hand over his mouth. "Don't shoot." He was completely confused. "Why?" She explained in a rush. "Didn't you hear me? This is a Golden Age relic. Are you trying to blow it to pieces?" But Demigos remained stubborn. "If you're scared, hide behind me. I'll make sure you don't die." She tried desperately to make him understand. That's not the problem. This is a spaceship that uses nuclear energy to fly. That only made him more confused. "What in the world is nuclear energy?" Huang Jinlong yelled. "Just listen. There's no time to explain. Are you trying to destroy the entire world?" Suddenly the robot leaped into the air, landing directly in front of them a second later. It drew a dagger and lunged, forcing the two to scramble backward to dodge. Demigos shouted, "Damn it, this thing is actually trying to kill us." The rage was boiling over. He swung his fist forward, roaring, "Die!" The punch slammed squarely into the robot, creating a massive shockwave. But as the dust settled, he was stunned to see his fist had been stopped cold by the robot's energy shield. For a moment, Demigos froze, then let out a forced laugh. "You're telling me it can block that? That spaceship, this robot, what are these things?" A second later, it attacked again, and he barely managed to leap away in time. Next, Demigos unleashed his chains of the void power. Instantly, dozens of magical chains erupted from the ground, binding the robot tightly. Its three-pronged hand stopped moving, and a second later, it transformed into a sharp blade. The robot swung its new blade, slicing through every single chain. Seeing that, Demigos was speechless. That didn't work either? Without missing a beat, the robot began firing beams from its claws again. Demigos roared in frustration. "What am I supposed to do? This is seriously getting on my nerves." He cursed under his breath, taking a deep breath. He couldn't take it anymore. He opened his mouth wide and screamed, "Just die already." But suddenly, a golden ribbon shot out, wrapping itself around his mouth and sealing him shut. "That silk belongs to the golden dragon," she snapped. Hey, hey, are you completely insane? If you misfire, this whole place will blow up." But Demigos didn't care. "So what? Let it all explode, as long as this guy dies." She was furious, screaming at him. "Are you crazy? Die and the others are still somewhere in this cave. Are you planning to kill them all?" He pulled the silk away, arguing back. "Yeah, that's right. Those weaklings are no help at all. The golden dragon sighed, completely helpless. Wow, just listen to that charming personality of yours. It's not me, he said. He's the one who's going to destroy everything. She started to panic too. We have to do something to stop him. Demigos just got more irritated. They argued back and forth. So what are we supposed to do? I don't know, I'm thinking. Suddenly, the robot fired off a volley of grenades. The projectiles streaked forward, forcing Demigos to block, playing both offense and defense. You're just making a fool of yourself. Meanwhile, the golden dragon was in a full-blown panic, screaming with her hands on her head. This is chaos. Demigos gritted his teeth, fighting on. Then, a memory from a past battle flashed through his mind, startling him. He quickly asked the golden dragon, "Last time, you blocked all my combined magic with that cloth, didn't you?" She was confused. "Why are you bringing that up now?" He gave her a sharp look. "Use your power. Envelop this entire area with that cloth. Create a barrier to protect everyone outside, and trap just us inside your own space. Completely separate us from this area." The plan finally clicked for her, and she replied with a simple, "Okay." With that, she unleashed endless streams of fabric that flew in every direction. They slowly spread out, covering everything in sight. Suddenly, Demigos yelled a warning to the robot. "Hey, tin can. Aren't you going to put up a barrier?" Then he opened his mouth wide and unleashed his magic. "Take this, breath of the Demon King." And just like that, the robot's protective shield was shattered. Outside, bodies were scattered everywhere. But inside their sealed-off battleground, the robot had been reduced to a pile of smoldering ash. Demigos let out a soft sigh. Done. But just then, a message came in from Alex. "Master, I've captured him." He turned to inform the golden dragon. "Alex got him. Let's go." But she just calmly replied, "You go first. I'll interrogate him and follow. I think I need to clean this place up before I leave, and there are a few things I need to confirm." He looked at her in silence for a moment, before finally telling her, "Hurry up and get over here." At that exact moment, on the other side, Alex was using his tendrils to restrain their target. "Whoever you are, just give up, or you're going to die a very painful death." Suddenly, someone appeared. Alex spoke up. "Hello, so you've arrived?" Demigos struggled to walk through the mass of tendrils. "Geez." He stepped in front of the captive with a grin. "Finally, we're about to see the real face behind all this." With that, he reached out and grabbed the hood that was covering the person's face. The moment Viscount Kim Hong's face was revealed, he panicked and yelled out, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty." Demigos was suspicious. A shape-shifting mage, Viscount Kim Hong? What are you doing here instead of in the demon world? The man bowed his head and began to confess everything. Sir, I was only following the orders of Duke Thamdu. The Duke commanded me to keep this a secret from everyone." Demigos threatened him. "Orders? What kind of orders? Tell me everything, or I won't spare your life." Viscount Kim Hong then explained his role in corrupting the heroes, inciting a dragon rebellion, and shattering the alliance during the 66th War. This was all part of a much bigger plan. So, when I was carrying out my mission there, I transformed into a dwarf to trade Lord Daros's mycelium with some of the extremist dragons. But the dwarves discovered me, so I had to detonate the poison and hide, waiting for my next order. Demigos was shocked. Did I give an order like that? Could Daros have planned all this by himself? The man desperately explained. Because the Demon King had left the demon world, he said we had to do whatever you wanted by any means necessary. But for some reason, no matter how many telepathic messages I sent, he never responded. I've been waiting here indefinitely for new orders. Demigos then added a sentence that made the man's blood run cold. Of course he didn't. Daros is dead. A sudden suicide. Viscount Kim Hong was horrified. How can that be? Lord Daros would never do something like that. Your Majesty must have been deceived by someone. Demigos just sounded weary. That's why we came here to find out the truth. I thought you'd have the answers, but it seems you know even less than we do. Suddenly, the Viscount's voice trembled. If that's the case, then it can only be him. Besides Lord Daros, there was one other person involved in this plan. I always found him suspicious. The man screamed. The one who first proposed this plan was the only dragon who met Lord Daros face to face, the leader of the extremist faction. It has to be him. He must have done something shady behind the scenes. Demigos's face turned grim. If it's the leader of the extremists, then is it Run? That person has already been captured. Viscount Kim Hong quickly corrected him. No, not that person, Your Majesty. The true leader of the Hardline faction has always lived in the shadows, so even they don't know who he is. It's the White Dragon. The man's voice was firm, insisting that those were the exact words the figure used. Back then, a trembling Viscount Crimson Gold had asked, "Are you the Viscount Crimson Gold?" The cloaked figure arrogantly answered, "A dragon dares to come and see me. What do you want? What scheme are you plotting?" The person, who appeared to be a woman, leaned in and whispered, "Listen closely. I have a brilliant idea for you. To destroy those despicable humans, let the dragons and the demon world join forces in this 66th war and wipe them from existence. So, let me meet Daros." Demigos pressed on. "And then what?" The Viscount reported every single detail. "I reported it to Lord Daros, and not long after, he secretly went to meet the White Dragon alone. I don't know what they talked about. When he returned, Lord Daros ordered me to disguise myself as a dwarf and deliver the mycelium poison to the Four Seasons Society members. He made it clear that besides the White Dragon, not even the Society could know the demon world was involved in this plan." After listening, Demigos suddenly asked, "Then what about the other mycelium poisons?" He drilled down on the issue. "I recently captured one of their members, and their poison is a little different from the one Daros provides. Where did that come from?" The man immediately became flustered. "That's impossible." He insisted that while they hadn't gotten any poison recently, a different kind just couldn't exist. Mycelium was the pinnacle of demon alchemy. It can't be imitated. Just then, the golden dragon appeared out of nowhere, stating, "So the conclusion is, you don't really know anything. The ultimate mastermind behind the Four Seasons Society was their hidden leader. A ghost even the extremists had trouble finding. So what about the remaining members? How could they find them?" As Demigos opened his mouth to speak, Viscount Crimson Gold stammered, "Who is this?" Demigos shot back, "Don't worry about it. She's with me." The man was stunned. "A member of your party, Your Majesty? My apologies." Then, he urgently added, "I know where their hideout is. In the beginning, they had trouble controlling the mycelium poison. I once visited their hideout to help them out. Agata Canyon, that's their base." Demigos immediately asked, "Agata Canyon? And where is that?" At this, the Golden Dragon spoke up. "It's the tomb of the early dragon clan, a sacred place for all dragons. Not just anyone is allowed in or out. Damn it, we fell right into their trap. It's on the other side." Hearing this, Demigos sharply turned around and casually announced, "All right then, let's head home for now." Surprised, she asked, "What about Agata Canyon?" Demigos just shrugged, looking completely untroubled as he replied, "It's on the way anyway. Let's go home. Rest up a bit, prepare properly, and then we'll set out. I'm grabbing a bowl of noodles before bed." Seeing his nonchalant attitude, the Golden Dragon snapped, "What do you mean, rest? Let's go right now." He turned back to remind her, "Did you already forget? We came here not even knowing about the poison and nearly died. Their main base is guaranteed to be way more dangerous. From this point on, there won't be any more low-level adventures. We need to let Rick get some rest." For a second, the Golden Dragon was speechless before blurting out, "What? Did Rick suddenly become your mother?" He shot back lightly, "Are you asking for it?" Just then, Alex called out, "Master, what about the Viscount Crimson Gold?" Demigos addressed him, "You've worked hard. You can return now. Go, and live your own life. From this moment on, you are a free man." 7 hours later in the village of Joric, the Golden Dragon slammed her empty beer mug down onto the table with a satisfied sigh. Her voice slurred with alcohol, she said, "It's been a tough day. Rick, get me another one." Rick advised, "That's enough. You're too drunk. Any more would be bad for you." She boasted, "I'm fine. Those brats just got on my last nerve. Rick, you just don't understand the feelings of a parent." Hearing this, he hesitated. "Oh, I didn't realize you had children." Realizing her words had created a misunderstanding, she stammered, That's not what I meant." Demigos, sitting next to her, glanced over and told Rick, "Just give it to her. What does it matter? It's her own body she's ruining. Plus, you get to sell more booze, right? If she gets completely plastered, just get a little creative with the bill." Rick just chuckled. "Oh, Sir Demigos, you're too much." Alex also leaned in close, covering his mouth to whisper, "Just do what he says. If you do it right, we might have a little Demigos by morning." Rick was shocked. "What?" Demigos immediately shot Alex a warning, using a bit of magic to slightly distort his body. "Stop talking nonsense." Alex quickly yelped for mercy. I'm sorry." Demigos changed the subject, asking Rick, "By the way, how was your siblings' field trip?" He replied, "Thanks to you, Sir Demigos. They were able to set off without a hitch." "Thank you." Demigos asked casually, "How old are they again?" Rick answered, "My sister is 15, and my brother is 9. Demigos hummed thoughtfully. 9 years old, and he's already living in a dormitory? Rick smiled and explained, Yes, children from prominent families begin living in dorms and receiving specialized education from elementary school onwards. He gently told Wretch that if she ever felt that way again, she should just say so instead of holding it in. Wretch simply replied, "Okay." Listening in, the golden dragon couldn't help but burn with jealousy. How come Demigos only ever showed that kind of concern for Zik? Yet with him, he charged money for a single plate of food? The man's reply was blunt, "Because I want to." But then, the woman suddenly asked a bold question. "Hey, it's not like you're in love with Zik, are you?" Demigos got so flustered he was practically fuming. "Are you nuts? Stop spouting nonsense just because you're drunk." All of a sudden she slumped onto the table, miserably mumbling, "No, that can't happen. You two can't fall for each other. They could never be anything more than what they were now." Just then, a man approached their table. "Hello there." He introduced himself as an investigator from the Cadinia Holy Court. Zik was stunned. "The Holy Court?" He awkwardly managed a hello, and the investigator, Cadinia, simply smiled back. "I know you're Zik Holobik. I came here specifically to meet you. You recently achieved C rank, didn't you? I'm here because there are a few things I need to look into regarding that." Zik started to get nervous. "Is there a problem?" Cadinia calmly explained. "It's nothing huge, but it is a special case. I've heard the Holobik family can't even scrape together 5 gold coins, and yet, during his rank evaluation, he suddenly achieved C rank, a rank that was nothing to scoff at. So I have a perfectly reasonable suspicion that some kind of scandal might be going on." Zik shot back. "No, there's no scandal." Cadinia pushed on. "That's what an investigation is for. Scandal or not, something here is definitely out of place." Suddenly, Demigos cut in. "Hey, you, investigator or whatever." Cadinia replied smoothly, "Yes, Mr. Demigos." Demigos was caught off guard. "You know me too?" The man smiled and confirmed. "I do." A strange merchant who suddenly appeared, using the name of an ancient god. He then identified the unconscious woman as Junium, and the man on the other side as the butler, Alex. Demigos' attitude soured. "Good, you know who we are. Now get lost and stop interfering with my business." But the investigator was persistent. "Ah, but in that case, can I be a customer? I happen to be in need of a dagger for my travels. A few days ago, when the dragons were released in Holystardia territory, I unfortunately lost my weapon." Demigos became wary. "You were there at that time?" The man replied, "Yes, and I've been to many other places, too. So, I have one question for you. What is Zik's pure-blood lineage percentage?" Demigos said dismissively. "There should be a report filed." "You can just look at that." Cadinia pressed him. "Yes, a report was filed. That's precisely why I'm asking for the percentage." But Demigos just gave a nonchalant reply. "I don't know. I don't remember." At this, the investigator turned to Zik. "You don't remember either?" Zik hesitated, so Cadinia prompted him. "Tell me the truth." "The 4.2% on the report is rather hard to believe." Zik went along with it, answering, "That's right, it's 4.2%. And that's when Cadinia sprung his trap, exposing the lie. Wrong. So it really was a fake report. The document actually recorded 3.62%. It was then that Demigos stepped in to run interference. He described Zik's situation, a 17-year-old orphan from an F-rank family. The boy had no connections and no money. If his pureblood lineage was too high, surviving would be a real challenge for him. I intentionally lowered it a bit. If you have a problem with that, go talk to the person who filed it." Cadinia was surprised. "Is that so?" Demigos simply said, "Believe it or not. If you get it, then get out." The investigator offered a friendly smile. "There's no need for such a confrontational attitude. I came here to help." Demigos shot that down immediately. "People like you? I've never seen one of you actually offer real help. If you genuinely want to help, then do it in secret. Maybe send around 10 gold coins anonymously each month. Perhaps then Zik's life would actually change." Suddenly, the golden dragon cut in. "That's enough. If you're an investigator from the Holy Court, you have a lot of authority. You could strip Zik of his warrior qualifications immediately. Even the general of Joric's village can't be treated so casually around here." Cadinia stated his purpose directly. "Even so, I'm just here today to ensure he gets the treatment he deserves." According to his own investigations through various channels, Zik appeared to be at least a G-rank warrior, with the potential to even reach D rank. A case like this was quite rare, especially for a 17-year-old who was still in his growth phase. It was a truly exceptional find. Demigos was unbothered. "What a pain. It's all thanks to the weapon I spent a fortune to create. This kid's body isn't capable of that kind of power on its own." At that, Cadinia exclaimed, "How strange. Most warrior guardians hope their warrior's rank will rise, but you seem to want the opposite. But Demigos didn't take the bait. If his rank gets too high, it will be difficult for me to take advantage of him. The investigator was a bit stunned. Excuse me? What was that? Demigos continued. You know what I mean. Zik is a warrior with no backing and no money. Without someone helping him, he couldn't even participate in the rank evaluation. They get one free assessment upon high school graduation, right? But Zik couldn't finish high school, so he would have had to get evaluated privately and live his whole life as an F rank. Unlike others, he had money but zero status. The fastest way to climb the ranks? By becoming a warrior's partner. Someone with a bit of fame would be perfect. But if they got too famous, he'd be dragged into the spotlight too. He wasn't a fan of that idea. Hearing this, Cadinia called his thinking utterly selfish. Demigos fires back, saying Cadinia desperately needs money, while he needs the official status. A win-win situation, right? So he tells him to back off. But Cadinia won't let it go, insisting this would only hurt Zik in the long run. He explains that a D-rank warrior is basically a high noble, receiving massive support from the palace, and the chance to do great deeds for the world. He accuses Demigos of just using Zik, but Demigos hits him with a question that stops him cold. What would he do if Zik's rank didn't meet his expectations? What if after the official evaluation, he's still just the C rank he is now? Or, what if he scores even lower in F rank, even? At this, Cadinia just smirks. He confidently declares that it's impossible. Cadinia then reveals, according to my investigation, Zik is the masked warrior. Demigos scoffs right back. According to your investigation? Without any proof, there's no guarantee. It's all just his speculation, isn't it? What if he's tested and isn't an S rank or a D rank? He keeps pressing maybe Zik just got lucky before. What if the result is even lower, showing he's an F rank? What then? Would Cadinia still treat him with the respect of a G or D ranker? Cadinia coldly replies that Zik would just have to live according to his rank, but that won't happen. Demigos drops his chopsticks, planting his hands on the table. Why? Because you investigated? He's betting Zik's entire future and life on nothing more than his own theory? You're a rich kid, aren't you? Cadinia asks what that has to do with anything. Demigos explains. You think you can achieve anything just by trying hard, don't you? That no matter how many times you fail, if you just keep trying, you'll eventually succeed. He knows guys like Cadinia take those stories for granted. That's why the younger generation just doesn't get it. His voice drops low. Are you mocking hard work? But Demigos retorts. I'm not mocking effort. It's fine to fail over and over. But what's pathetic is refusing help from others when it could save you from all that hardship. Then he unleashes. Effort? Failure is the mother of success? Zeke lived a life where failing just once meant everything was over. But instead of succeeding, he chose to fail for the sake of his younger siblings. He was so terrified that even his choice to fail might fail that he lived in constant fear, carefully taking one slow step at a time. Everyone looked down on Zik, telling him, don't live like that. And every time, he could only apologize and keep going, ignoring those who didn't understand. So, is Cadinia saying all of this happened because Zik just didn't try hard enough? You look down on his life now, but how do you think Zik achieved this failure? What did he have to sacrifice to earn this failure? You want him to take a test to prove your little theory? And what if it doesn't work out? Finally, Demigos picks his chopsticks back up. I'll take care of him, so stop worrying. Just order 2 bowls of noodles and leave. That's the only way you can actually help Zik. Cadinia reminds him that high-rank warriors are humanity's greatest assets. Demigos couldn't care less. Then you should have managed them properly from the start. Why is a potential D-rank warrior stuck doing manual labor, unable to even attend school? Cadinia smiles faintly. Your resistance is stronger than I expected. I'll be back. Zik, you should think it over carefully. Demigos snaps. I told you not to come back. Zik awkwardly agrees. As Cadinia turns to leave, Demigos suddenly calls out to him. Hey, he says, pointing up. You should probably deal with this before you go. Cadinia glances over, and a shimmering, transparent thread appears. Then, more threads become visible all around Demigos. Zik, completely lost, asks, Sir, what are you talking about? It's nothing. He notes that while they were arguing, everyone else was just enjoying the party, completely lost in their own little worlds. Suddenly, translucent, silk-like threads appear all around them, connecting everyone together, and all of them trace back to Cadinia's hand. He raises his jewel-covered hand and gives a slight smile. My apologies, I forgot. In a flash, the threads twist and release everyone from their hold. He slowly retracts the threads, winding them back around his hand before giving a slight bow. Well then, I'll be going. Zik politely replies. Thanks for coming. Have a safe journey. And with that, Cadinia turns to leave. His expression darkens as he thinks to himself even a normal D-rank hunter shouldn't have been able to see those. He somehow recognized these people and knew he had to investigate. Demigos called out softly, then said with a genuine smile, "Thank you, sir." With his mouth full of food, he casually replied, "Don't be an idiot. I'm just using you, too." Night fell, a bright full moon hanging over the tavern. Demigos carried the unconscious Huang Jinlong inside, kicking the door open. "Oh, for crying out loud," he muttered. "I told you to drink, not drink yourself into a coma." He remembered how the other two had backed away earlier. "I have work to do, so I'll be leaving. I have to clean the shop." He cursed under his breath. Damn it. Tomorrow, he'd kill every last one of them. Furious, Demigos carried her to the room and dropped her onto the bed. Ugh, she was unbelievably heavy. Huang Jinlong was out cold, sleeping peacefully. And for a moment, Demigos just froze. Her words from earlier came flooding back to him. "You know what? I'm actually looking forward to this. You're the first person I've ever met who dared to give up the title of Demon King. Honestly, I let my guard down. I thought we'd gotten a little closer. Don't waste your energy here. The moment you do, every hunter in the world and the executors will know the Demon King is here. You idiot. Just do it like this. It'll make things a little easier for you." Demigos stood there, silent, beside her bed. Then, suddenly, he moved. But just as his sharp claws were about to touch her face, he stopped. He turned away, snapping, "You fool. How can you be so careless in front of the Demon King?" He paced around the room, surveying it, before finally collapsing onto the sofa next to the bed. Just for tonight, he'd sleep here. He opened his eyes, staring up at the unlit crystal chandelier on the ceiling. Demigos cursed quietly. "Damn it, what are you two planning?" Suddenly a voice echoed in the room. "Indeed. What exactly are your true intentions, my lord?" Lugofi and Chatina were sitting in the chairs across from him. "You left even the funeral without saying a single word. We were so sad. When we were little, you always came to us. Have you forgotten all about that?" He was stunned. "How did you two get in here?" she asked. "How long are you going to keep this up?" He was confused. "Keep what up?" Lugofi and Chatina took turns speaking. "This little hero game of yours only has 20 years left." Annoyed, Demigos cut them off. "Spare me the lecture and get to the point. I'm getting sleepy." She suddenly said, "Please, do not interfere with Daros's affairs anymore." He was taken aback. "Don't interfere?" Lugofi and Chatina replied. "Soka didn't dare say it herself, so she asked us to speak for her." He narrowed his eyes. "What's this about? Convince me." Suddenly, they both stood up. "Convincing you is our specialty, my lord." They began to remove their hats. One draped an arm over his shoulder, while the other's hand slid towards his abs. They leaned in close. "It's been a while. Won't you play with us, master?" He let out a small laugh. "What kind of game are you two playing?" They replied sweetly. "We're convincing you, of course." Then Demigos shoved them away, shouting, "I was a fool for trying to have a serious conversation with you. Why isn't there a single decent one among the 7 dukes? No wonder you always lose to those cheap blood soldiers." He demanded loudly, "Stop beating around the bush and tell me clearly. What happened to Daros?" She answered nonchalantly, "You already know, don't you? Why are you pretending? Alex is the one who killed Daros." Her answer left him completely stunned. "What?" Demigos still couldn't believe it. "Alex killed Daros? Is that your speculation, or do you have proof?" She replied, "It's mostly speculation, but all the other dukes think the same thing." He narrowed his eyes. "And what's the reason?" She shot back. "We should be asking you, my lord. Why did you stop Daros?" Demigos scoffed as if he'd heard something absurd. "Stop him? Me? And why would I do that?" The other continued. "We know everything. The dragons that were driven mad by Daros's poison. You and Alex took care of them." They both pressed him relentlessly. "Why did you stop Daros from using the dragons to attack the humans? Why did you order Alex to kill Daros? Wasn't leaving the demon world enough for you? Now you've chosen to side with the humans." Demigos was at a loss for words. This situation was a complete mess. He turned back and forth, trying to explain. "First, catching the dragons is too complicated to explain, so let's skip that. And on what basis are you saying I ordered Alex to kill Daros?" Lugofi and Chatina were ready with a comeback, based on the fact that the last person to see Daros alive was Alex. To be precise, the moment Daros met Alex was the moment he was killed. The story about Daros's suicide is just Alex's word. Nobody knows how he really died. And right now, Alex is your closest servant. He shot back. "Servant? Who's a servant?" He's just following me on his own, he insisted. She asked. So that means it wasn't your order, right? He crossed his arms. Certain. Of course not. Suddenly, she gasped. This is trouble. Demigos's eyes darted between them, questioning. So you two have been following me and Alex this whole time? Lugofi replied. That's right. Model. To be honest, from what he's observed, it seems the Lord lives without any real purpose at all. His voice trembled as he spoke. You're right about that, Shatina said. I came here to find out if Alex really did all this by himself. He asked. So Alex betrayed the demon race? She just laughed and confirmed it. Hearing this, Demiurgos let out a calculating laugh. The 7 dukes get along so well, don't they? One of them dies, and the rest immediately start suspecting each other. She replied, because this is a rebellion of the Demon King. He pressed on. In that case, why not just close off the demon world? Abandon everything. The demon race could adapt and live among the humans. What do you think? But she didn't answer, instead turning the question on him. Is that what you truly want, my lord? Demiurgos feigned indifference. I was just rambling. It means nothing. But then, her tone turned dead serious. You need to come back. Stop fighting your destiny and just return to us. You are the master of our tens of billions of demonic creatures. But he shut her down cold. I'm sick of hearing that line from Alex. Now that you've said your piece, get out, go investigate, start a war, I don't care. Do whatever you want. She retrieved her hat from the floor, placing it back on her head. Lugofi and Shatina then retreated backward, passing through the wall as they bowed. Then I will return to see you again. They sank slowly into the wall, vanishing completely without a single trace. Demiurgos sat in silence for a moment, then shot to his feet with a curse. Damn it. Spreading his wings, he launched himself into the sky. The scene shifts. Demiurgos flies toward a castle surrounded by floating masses of molten rock. He casually opened the door, startling Alex inside. My lord, he asked, what brings you to my office? But Demiurgos ignored the question. I've given this a lot of thought. He finally said what was on his mind. It was you. You killed Daros, didn't you? Alex's expression immediately darkened. What are you talking about? How could I possibly have killed Daros? Demiurgos laid out his logic plainly. No matter how I look at it, Daros had absolutely no reason to take his own life. You were the only one with him when he died. If it wasn't suicide, then that means you killed him. His hands began to warp, his gentle aura vanishing completely. It's time for the truth, Alex. For the sake of our history, confess now, and I'll grant you a painless death. Suddenly, Alex dropped to his knees and declared his loyalty. I was born in the demon world, and I live only for the demon world. For that cause, I am always prepared to die. While I may not like the other dukes, I would never harm them. Not if it meant weakening our forces. If even you, my lord, who has always been by my side, cannot trust me, then there's nothing more I can do. But with Daros gone and you absent, if I too were to fall in this 66th war, the demon world's defeat would be certain. No matter what it takes, I absolutely cannot die here. Hearing this, Demiurgos froze, then his whole demeanor shifted. With a sigh, he said, You pass. He crossed his arms, remarking, A very typical answer from you. You passed the test. Just as I thought, the only thing on your mind is war. You came all the way here at night just to test me? If you have that much free time, go practice your magic. Demiurgos then revealed the truth. You idiot. Shatina just paid me a visit. She told me you were the one who killed Daros. Alex was stunned. What? Demiurgos explained. From their perspective, I get it. Given our past actions, it's easy to see why they'd suspect you. Anyway, once we catch the mastermind behind the Junium Four Seasons Society tomorrow, this whole misunderstanding will be cleared up. But Alex questioned him. The mastermind? Didn't you already take care of the Golden Dragon yourself? Aren't you just catching the stragglers now? That actually made sense to Demiurgos. Ah, right. He started to trail off. Maybe it was all just a mistake, he mused. Alex was baffled. What? Demiurgos simply said it was a minor error from a misunderstanding. You killed a god, Alex shouted. And you're just going to brush it off as a mistake and move on? Demiurgos just mumbled dejectedly. Well, what can you do? He then gave a final warning. Anyway, the other dukes are all suspicious of you. There's no telling what might happen. From now on, stay hidden until I summon you. After a moment of silence, Alex replied, I understand. Demiurgos switched topics. Have you checked that mycelium poison I gave you before? I gave you a different type of mycelium poison. Alex walked toward his desk. I was just in the middle of researching that. I can confirm it's different from the one Daros had. Demiurgos' eyes narrowed. So, someone else faked Daros' poison. Or, Alex theorized, Perhaps Daros intentionally created a different version while he was still alive. I'm betting on the first theory. Based on my 665 centuries of observation, he wasn't the type to seek out major changes. When necessary, anything is possible, Demigos said. Even a demon king who's existed for 665 centuries can just disappear. He hasn't disappeared yet, my lord, Alex replied. He reminded him, whoever planned this, that poison is from the demon world. This was planned by one of our own. He had no desire to investigate any further. In fact, the deeper he dug, the more complicated everything became. So it was best to stop here. Why not just restore everything to how it was? Demigos let out a soft laugh. Restore it? Go back to being the demon lord? Follow the script you all prepared, learn the demon lord's tactics, invade the human world in 20 years, and fight the heroes? That is the demon lord's destiny, the figure replied. He narrowed his eyes and asked, even when the outcome of the battle is already decided? Alex protested, my lord, you're not like the last 665 times. This time, the demon world will definitely win. So please, prepare with us for the war 20 years from now. But he remained unmoved. In your opinion, me wandering around like this is a terrible waste of time, isn't it? Listen, Alex. His tone finally softened. Yes, my lord. Demigos reminded him. It's time to stop this. One of you 6 dukes will become the new demon lord, or the entire demon race can just elect a new one. The choice is yours. Just leave me out of it. Alex immediately objected. That's impossible. The demonic core of the previous demon lords is still inside your body. He asked, do you want me to give it back? Without it, my lord, you'll be just an ordinary demon, he said. If that's the case, then I'll return it, he casually replied. Alex insisted. My lord, you are the most powerful being in the world. Everyone fears your authority and strength. You are an existence that can have anything you desire. I truly don't understand. Why would you want to discard the power you hold? He shouted. Why would you put all your effort into falling from such a great height? But Demigos clearly didn't care. He stretched his tired body and replied, just listening to that is boring and makes me sleepy. The demon lord is such a tedious existence. My lord, Alex pleaded, but Demigos cut him off. Everything you're saying is pointless. If you don't want the demonic core, then stop nagging. Compared to the story of a failing demon lord that hasn't changed in 100 years, this investigation is at least far more interesting. Seeing that resolute and stubborn attitude, Alex finally fell silent. Demigos turned to leave. Anyway, once we catch the entire Four Seasons Guild tomorrow, everything will become clear. I'm leaving. He also gave a serious warning. For the time being, make sure you hide well. From now on, you're the #1 suspect. After handling his business, Demigos returned to the Golden Dragon's room. He propped his feet up on the sofa. Demigos lay there, lost in thought. The Four Seasons Guild, the demons, the hero, the real leader behind it all. And it just ends like this? What is this? Is there still something more? Demigos pondered for a moment, then something clicked. He shot up, startled. Even he was wary of his own hypothesis. What if they were all the culprits? That's right, there's no rule saying they can't all be guilty. He began to analyze. Daros provided the poison to sow discord between dragons and humans. The Four Seasons Guild spread it among their own kind. Following the path Daros laid out, when the dragons attacked first, the hero gleefully hunted them down to accumulate wealth and weapons. Could it be that all of this was arranged by someone? What if it was just the self-interests of each party fitting together perfectly, like gears in a machine? He frowned. Then that means there's no central figure and no clues to grab onto. What if the mastermind is just as vague? He fell silent for a moment. The conflicting clues made Demigos clutch his head and sigh. Then why did Daros have to die? No matter how you look at it, that part makes no sense. Why did that guy have to die and mess with my head like this? He stepped off the couch. Damn it. Demigos approached and called out softly, Hey, Golden Dragon. Still tipsy from the alcohol, she whined. I was sleeping so well. What is it? He didn't answer, simply raising a hand to open a portal and command. Let's go. The scene changes, filled with desperate screams. Help me. Let me go, it hurts so much. The Golden Dragon stood frozen, staring at the scene before her. Please let me go. Just kill me, please. Emaciated people were locked up, crying out as if they were living in hell. Let me out. Please save me. Please, please. Give me some food. Please, anything. The voices of guards and prisoners echoed endlessly. A new one? Come over here and look. When are you going to let me out? I've been here for so long, the Golden Dragon asked quietly. Is this a prison inside your body? You don't seem to care much about the prisoners' human rights, do you? He replied calmly. I am taking good care of them. They're still alive, aren't they? Besides, even if they wanted to die, they can't without my permission. She asks him, "Where are we even going?" He just walks ahead and replies, "Just follow me, and you'll find out." Before the main assault on the Four Seasons Guild, there's one final thing to check. Demigos reaches for the closed door right in front of him. He had that person specially locked away in a private cell, so Huang Jinlong was confused. Who in the world could it be? Demigos swung the door open, smiling at her. "How are you? Still alive?" Huang Jinlong froze, his eyes wide. Before him was a woman completely bound in iron chains, with only hints of skin showing through. He heard Demigos call her by name Run. She trembled, her voice weak. "Just get it over with. Kill me." Suddenly, her eyes shot wide open. Demigos spoke casually, "I'd love to kill you right now, but things aren't over yet. Most importantly, the man beside me here is strongly against it." Run was stunned. "You're not dead, Huang Jinlong?" Then, her spirit seemed to shatter as she began to scream. "That's right, the Demon King knew what we were doing. Did you really just abandon us? How could you make us suffer by joining forces with the demon race? This is unbelievable." But Huang Jinlong shot back with just as much force. He reminded her that, driven by hatred, she had poisoned the children of their own kind before pushing them into the human city. For that act alone, she deserved to be destroyed. She was no longer a dragon. Run muttered, obsessed, "I did it all for the dragons, even if it meant staining my own hands." She screamed back that only a few centuries ago, humans had fought and died beside them against the demon race. They once thought they could become great allies. But what did that get them in the end? At every opportunity, humans slaughtered their parents, siblings, and children, wearing their remains like jewelry. "You are our mother and our god," she pleaded. "And you just told us we had to endure it? How much have we rotted from the inside?" Demigos interjected. "So you sacrificed your own kind to achieve your goals?" She screamed out her defense. "It wasn't just us, everyone wanted it. They just needed a reason to act. The first flame incident. We made it a reality. I did it. And soon, she promised, countless enraged allies would finally start the war." Huang Jinlong's voice suddenly softened. "Run, I understand the deep sorrow in your heart. I know you lost both your loving husband and your child to the humans." Her husband's claws had become their spear. Her child's eyes had become a nobleman's earrings. He admitted he hadn't stopped her from protesting the peace treaty signed with the humans. Even when she gathered a larger group to beg him, he had only listened in silence. But clearly, she didn't want to hear it. Just listening was not enough. She shrieked like a madwoman. "O mother of our people, our god, the noble Huang Jinlong, why would you sign a treaty with them? They are far too greedy. Even now, somewhere out there, they are still targeting the bodies of our dragon race. Today they'll use my flesh to make a shield, and tomorrow they'll use my husband's arm bones to forge a sword, and the day after that, they'll use those weapons to harm our other children, until the very last dragon is gone. They are nothing but devils. Why would you sign a treaty with them?" "Oh, great one." Without another word, Huang Jinlong turned his back. He and Demigos finally walked out of the room. He looked towards the screams of the prisoners and said quietly, "It's as you said. When you gaze into the abyss of a monster, the abyss gazes back." "So that's what this is?" Demigos asked him. "Have your children become the very embodiment of wrath?" But at this moment, tears were already welling up on that beautiful face. Demigos continued, "They probably just wanted revenge on humanity. Nothing more complicated than that, right? Just nothing grand. The Four Seasons Guild has its way, the demon race has its way, and the heroes have theirs. Maybe every single person is just doing what they want to do. There's no grand plan from on high. They just live in their own positions, and slowly, perhaps, they've all become monsters." Huang Jinlong suddenly spoke. "Humans are hateful, but do you hate humans?" He remained silent, walking ahead to brush off the conversation. "Don't talk such nonsense and get some sleep," he told Huang Jinlong. "You idiot. If you want to win, we have to start early tomorrow." He was certain that tomorrow, everything would finally end. A day passed. Jack, Alex, Huang Jinlong, and Demigos, each wrestling with their own burdens, sank into the deep, dark night. The village slept peacefully under a sky glittering like a galaxy. The scene changes to morning in another place, where someone steps onto crystal-clear water. A servant bowed respectfully. "It has been a while, Lord Cadinia. Was your trip a smooth one?" He reported back, "That motion sickness is no joke. The night flight was not easy at all. This place was the only sanctuary under the earth, the Imperial City." The attendant reports, "That person is waiting for you, sir. Please go inside." A moment later, Cadinia bows. "May the Holy Palace prosper. May the 12 archangels bless you." The figure on the throne replies, "I've heard the story. Now, give me the full report. And so, he begins. Zick Van Hock's reading was 10,825%. We've already secured a confession from the one who measured it, my lord. He murmurs, this is completely unprecedented. Cadinia immediately offers his opinion. We must bring that person to the Holy Palace. If we put him in charge of the cavalry for the upcoming 666th war, I'm certain we can finally obliterate the demon world. The Lord's reply is cold. I've heard about the Duke's intentions for a long, long time, but he presses on, vowing, my lord, I can still fight even 20 years from now. Every D-rank and G-rank hero shares that exact same determination. In the past, they always stopped at the gates of the demon world, even with strength to spare. That history cannot be allowed to repeat itself. The one on the throne hears this, but remains silent. An image flashes through his mind, hands rising from a pile of ash. It's always the same. The final hero dies fighting the Demon King, but Cadinia is convinced this time will be different. If he can just get this new kid to lead the cavalry, the outcome might actually change. If I have 20 years, I can teach him every combat tactic and magic spell I know. He'll become a prodigy nearly on par with the last hero of this generation. 20 years from now, with him fighting alongside the 5th generation's final hero, we'll have 2 of them. The demon world won't stand a chance. Walking down a grand corridor, a priest starts the conversation. No matter how busy you get, I always feel small witnessing your dedication to the world and to justice. Cadinia just laughs it off. Haha, you give me way too much credit. My mind isn't the sharpest, so the least I can do is work hard with my body. The priest replies graciously. You completed all your studies with honors. Why are you being so modest? Haha. Just then, Cadenia's attention is pulled toward a noisy group of people nearby. The priest sees him looking and quickly explains. They are the next generation of warriors and saints, here on a tour. For kids like them, seeing a sacred place like this firsthand is the best way to inspire their faith, pride, and loyalty. He continues slowly. They are the 5th generation. Who knows? Among those very children could be our next final hero. And on the other side, the group of kids has definitely noticed Cadinia. A young saintess gasps with excitement. Oh my goodness, it's Lord Cadinia of Joric. While she introduces him properly, the other warriors can't help but rush forward. Everyone, please show your respects. This is Lord Cadinia of Joric, possessor of the world's strongest bloodline and the Holy Emperor's sword. This sudden, overwhelming praise makes Cadinia a bit awkward. He can only, it's an honor to meet you, sir. Hello, sir. Wow, he's so cool. Then, one young warrior steps out from the crowd to introduce himself. Greetings, my lord. I am Cos von Holy Rose, from the Holy Rose family. My grandfather is also a member of the Joric Knights, so I've heard many stories about you. Senior, another girl says, not even hesitating as she shoves Cos right out of the way. Hello, sir. I'm from the Holy Cypress family, the house that produced the very first female final warrior. My name is Alara van Holy Cypress. Cadinia smiles politely. Ah, hello. It's a pleasure. Immediately, a blond boy yells out, my mom said our family produced 3 final saints. Cadinia starts sweating, clearly flustered. All he can say is, oh, is that so? That's truly amazing. And just like that, the kids all start arguing amongst themselves. The final hero is way cooler. A hero can't do anything without a saint by his side. If it weren't for our Holy Linden family, the world would have been destroyed by the 320th Demon King. Our ancestor was a final hero too. This whole scene has Cadinia completely at a loss for what to do. Wow, everyone here is so incredible. Suddenly, a brown-haired kid turns to 2 others. Hey, does your family have anything to be proud of? The 2 kids look clearly embarrassed by the question, and the others use it as a chance to laugh at them. The greatest family of this era is Lord Signy von Holly Beach. Oh, right, the Holly Beach family is here too? Ha ha. Hey, that's cruel. Asking when you already know the answer is nothing. Jack Sidney von Holy Beach's little sister forces a smile. Yeah, our family doesn't really have anything special. Haha. The second she finishes, the taunts start right up. Of course not. Why did you even ask? But Jack's younger brother, Regan von Horribik, isn't taking it quietly. He immediately snaps back. My brother is a C-rank warrior. He just made the rank. Cindy was taken aback by her little brother's actions, calling out, Regin. The crowd turned to look, but that didn't stop their teasing. In fact, the other soldiers just laughed even harder. They were talking about the last hero and the saintess. What right did a couple of C-rank kids have to chime in? Oh, how amazing. For an F-rank family, being C-rank is a massive achievement, isn't it? Ha ha ha. They just kept piling on. A white-haired girl sneered. I heard your brother became a nameless squire and just bought his title with money, right? The brown-haired guy chimed in with fake sympathy. Wow, that is just pathetic. The rest of the crowd piled on, saying people like that should have their warrior titles stripped away. They're giving prestigious families like ours a bad name. Don't worry, it's not like anyone knows who he is anyway. Just then, a girl with pigtails put an arm around Jichi, saying, "Hey now, don't tease them too much. After all, whenever you're feeling down, just looking at Cinny and Regin is an instant mood booster. Really helps change your whole vibe." Someone else shouted in agreement, "Everything has its purpose." Yeah, ha ha ha. The little girl could only stammer in response. Oh, is that so? Well then, that's good. And just like that, Cadencia walks up to Cinny and her brother, leaving the entire crowd completely stunned. Are you two Zik's younger siblings? The girl, in disbelief, asked again, Sir. You know my brother? He gave a casual smile. Of course I do. Didn't your brother tell you we're close friends, Cinny and Regin, right? Cinny replied politely. Yes, sir. Cadencia smiled and continued. Zik has bragged to me about you two countless times. I'm a regular at his shop. Cinny blushed, completely flustered. Oh, so that's how you know him? I see. I'm just so surprised that someone as great as you would call my brother a friend, Regin added, his voice filled with pride. My brother is a business genius. He earned a lot of money and used it to send my sister and me to the dorms here. He's not just good at carrying heavy loads. He's great at washing dishes, driving carriages. There's nothing he can't do. And then, Cadencia dropped to one knee. He was making himself eye level with Regin. You must really admire your brother, huh? The boy replied without a moment's hesitation. Yes, sir. He's the best person in the entire world. Cadencia didn't hold back his own praise for Zik, stating his opinion with total conviction. Cinny, Regin, Zik is an incredibly strong warrior. So strong, in fact, that he'll become a major source of power for us at Zodiac. So you should always be incredibly proud of your brother. He narrowed his eyes, a slight smirk on his face. You never know. Cadencia's bold claim left everyone absolutely speechless. He might just become more famous than any of the noble families here. Sensing the rising tension, the saintess stepped forward. Sir, perhaps you could offer a word of blessing for these children today. Cadencia rose to his feet, his voice ringing out loud and clear. The hero is not the protagonist. The true main characters are the ones who survived in the world after the Zero era. A warrior is merely a supporting role, nothing more than a stepping stone for those who will follow. A thought flashed through his mind. Cadencia knew exactly what he was saying. But that stepping stone, it was the noblest one in the world. He smiled brightly. You must remember that. The young soldiers listened, completely stunned into silence. Not a single one of them uttered a word. Cadencia scratched his head sheepishly. Did I make things a little too serious? Ha ha. All right then, goodbye everyone. As he departed, the priest said slowly, You've worked hard, sir. Thank you. Cadencia practically scurried away, eager to leave. Ha ha, that was a little embarrassing. Meanwhile, the saintess addressed the soldiers. As Sir Cadencia said, we must never forget the spirit of sacrifice. They listened intently and answered in perfect unison. Yes, ma'am. The scene then cuts to Zik, rowing a boat with Demiurgos and the Golden Dragon. Demiurgos spoke up. You're quite good at rowing. Zik just laughed. When I was 9, I used to have a job catching small fish. Demiurgos seemed a little surprised. Is that so? That's amazing. Zik was thrilled by the praise. You're too kind. But Demiurgos said nothing more, his gaze shifting elsewhere. After a moment, Demiurgos spoke again. Thinking about it, dragons are much stronger than humans. Why didn't they conquer the continent sooner? The Golden Dragon patiently began to explain to him. Unlike the demon clan, dragons aren't greedy. They live peaceful lives in harmony with nature, enjoying their quiet existence. Demiurgos asked another question. So what is this boundary realm? The Golden Dragon explained. It is a zone connecting the dragon's realm and the continent, a kind of magic gate. But he didn't let it go. So in the end, it's still a gate to the human world, isn't it? Don't they have any desire to take over the surface world? It's not just the dragons. The dwarves don't come to the surface either. Why is that? The Golden Dragon was clearly bored. Isn't it easier to conquer the surface than struggle with mining? It asked, questioning why anyone would think war was a better choice. Hearing this, Zik couldn't help but let out a laugh. But Demigos remained serious, pressing on. And the demons? Why do they want the surface? The dragon finally snapped, yelling that only the demons would know that. Acting like nothing happened, he calmly suggested they probably didn't have a good reason anyway. Some say they long for the sun, but he pointed out they've lived just fine for 66 centuries without it. He laid it out plain and simple. Dwarves underground, elves in forests, and dragons in caves. Humans on the continent, demons in their world, wasn't that just normal? The golden dragon questioned him with pure anger. You need to move around more, it scoffed. All this thinking will drive a simpleton like you crazy. What's so strange, you lunatic? But Demigos was completely unfazed, continuing to voice his opinion. 66 centuries, he repeated. How is it possible that for over 60,000 years, none of their territories have overlapped and everything stayed the same? That was way too long for nothing to change. Rowing the boat, Jack finally decided to speak up. He pointed out that the human continent was exactly the same. For 66 centuries, national borders had never once shifted. Sure, there were occasional wars over the throne, but he believed nothing significant ever changed. The golden dragon had to agree. That's right, it mused. Thinking about it, the mountains, rivers, and nature itself have hardly changed at all. Demigos heard this and cried out in surprise. Really? Jack added that those things rarely change much anyway. The dragon insisted that after 60,000 years, something should have changed, even if it didn't know what. And then, it had a revelation. Aha, perhaps this is proof that the balance God created for the world is absolutely perfect, right? Jack smiled back. Yeah, that's probably the most accurate answer. Demigos fell silent, mulling over their words. Perfect balance? The thought was interrupted when Jack suddenly remembered something. By the way, where did Mr. Demigos Alex go? The golden dragon realized it too. Yeah, where is that servant of yours? Demigos replied calmly. I killed him. Seeing the utter shock on their faces, he immediately took it back. Just kidding. He quickly explained the man had left for personal reasons. He then asked Jack to put up a flyer in front of the shop for a new butler when they got back. The golden dragon laughed suspiciously. How could that guy ever leave you? What kind of scheme are you two plotting now? Mind your own business, Demigos replied with contempt. But just then, to his complete surprise, Jack spoke up. I actually really hope he comes back, Jack admitted, scratching his head shyly. He explained that since it was his first team, he just assumed they'd be together forever, laughing that he was probably the only one who thought that. The golden dragon's eyes suddenly widened, as if it spotted something. The other two immediately looked in the same direction. It slowly closed its book. All right, let's stop the small talk here and start preparing. The golden dragon made the introduction. We've arrived. This is the safe zone, the tomb of the ancient dragon, Agata Gorge. The dragon began searching through its dimensional storage. Jack, take this. Jack was completely caught off guard by the sudden command. It pulled out a set of armor, explaining that it found some leftover titanium inside a star's shell and refined it with magic. You can't just enter a dragon's lair in normal clothes, can you? Hearing this, Demigos thought to himself, Titanium? It's incredibly strong, the golden dragon said with confidence. Jack stared at the armor, stunned. Cosmic technology, he thought. In that very instant, everything around him completely changed. He was suddenly transported to a modern dimension filled with towering skyscrapers. Jack's mind raced, wondering where on earth he was. A flash of red light erupted in front of him. The armor materialized, along with a stream of strange numbers. It suddenly emitted an intense energy, and the feedback slammed into Jack, forcing him to cry out in pain. He was snapped back to reality, still reeling from the shock. That was energy from a whole other world. Demigos lost his patience, urging, Hurry up and put it on. Jack scrambled to obey. Yes, of course. After equipping it, he turned to show off his new armor. So, how does it look? The design is a little weird, but do you think it suits me? The golden dragon replied enthusiastically. It's absolutely beautiful. Demigos, however, was less than impressed, giving a curt, it's acceptable. Jack was beaming with joy. Decked out in this armor, he felt like he could take on a dragon without fear. But as he laughed, the lake's surface began to shift strangely. Just then, something massive whipped its tail against the water, causing their boat to rock violently. A giant dragon slowly revealed itself, rising from the water right in front of the three of them. The black dragon's voice boomed with a clear warning. This is not a place for humans. If you don't want to die, turn this boat around immediately. Demios pointed at the black dragon, stunning everyone. Then he spoke slowly. Zik, attack. Called out so suddenly, the boy could only shout in surprise. Huh? But Demios just lay there calmly, giving directions. Hero, go defeat him. All the color drained from Zik's face. Ha, you can't be serious? The golden dragon fumed beside him, shouting, Hey, are you trying to get him killed? He replied, completely unfazed. He's seen it plenty of times. It's time he experienced it for himself. She snapped back in pure fury. Do you really think dragons are the same as slimes? An entire army of heroes couldn't even capture one. Demios just scoffed, turning away. An army? What a bunch of complete morons. You're the moron, the golden dragon retorted. He just smirked back. If you don't want Zik doing it, then you go catch it. She challenged him again. Don't you think it'd be weird for me to be the one catching a dragon? Demios began to taunt her. Fine, I'll do it then. That dragon is way too weak if I can't control my power properly. That's not on me. His taunt hit its mark, and the golden dragon gritted her teeth in rage. The nearby dragon saw them arguing and finally spoke up. What are you doing? Just get out of here. Hearing that, the golden dragon decided to step in herself. I don't care anymore. Zeke, take this. An immense surge of power flowed directly into his body. This overwhelming strength, it was unreal. She watched him, her voice tense. All of the highest level buffs have now been activated. In this state, you could destroy a small castle. The golden dragon then added a warning. Zik, please, don't kill that child. Zeke just laughed nervously. That's a child? I'm more likely to die than he is. A second later, Demios grabbed him and yeeted him straight at the dragon. He yelled with all his might. Super buffed Zik, launch. Caught completely unprepared, Zik could only scream as he flew through the air. He was sent rocketing straight toward the dragon. The beast saw Zik hurtling towards it and immediately went on the offensive. Die! A powerful blast of ice energy erupted from its mouth. Storm breath. Zik quickly pulled out his shield to block the devastating attack. The shield held, allowing him to pierce right through the attack and get in the black dragon's face. The shock of the blow sent teeth flying as the beast roared in pain. But the real surprise was still yet to come. It looked up to see Zik drawing his sword, already preparing his next attack. Moonlight Arrow, third form. Gripping his sword, he poured every bit of strength he had into a direct charge. Demon King Pierce. But the black dragon whipped its massive tail around. Zik couldn't block it in time and was sent flying with a cry of pain. The beast taunted him smugly. Did you really think a direct attack would work on me? His shield flew in one direction, his sword in another. It seemed like it was over, but then, a set of grappling hooks shot through the air. They latched on tightly to the dragon's horns. The dragon whipped its head around to see its attacker. And of course, it was Zik. He was still fighting with everything he had. The black dragon's eyes blazed with absolute fury. It began to thrash wildly, trying to shake the hooks loose. The dragon slammed Zik into the nearby cliff walls over and over again. But despite the agony, he refused to let go. Zik glanced at his arm, now completely covered in his own blood. Wounded or not, he was absolutely determined to bring this dragon down. Lord Demios and Lord Alex had both fought with everything they had for everyone. I can't give up either. Zik began fumbling for a weapon, thinking to himself that he'd lost his sword, Akaluan. He needed something, anything, that he could use as a weapon. Just then, his hand found something and he lit up. What's this? He pulled out a frying pan. Zik didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A pan? Seriously? If only this was a knife. The moment he said it, the pan in his hand started to distort and reshape, quickly transforming into a wickedly sharp dagger. Demios, watching from below, was completely stunned by what he was seeing. But before Zik could even attack, the dragon yanked him away again. This time it flung him into open space, leaving him screaming helplessly. The black dragon then dove straight into the water below. Still hooked on, Zik was dragged down from the sky at a terrifying speed. In an instant, both of them were underwater. He was pulled deeper and deeper, totally unable to fight back at all. Zik struggled frantically, his mind screaming in pure, helpless panic. No, I can't breathe. The merciless dragon just dove faster and deeper. All Zik could do was grit his teeth as his consciousness began to fade. Right before hitting the bottom, the dragon sharply changed direction, sending Zik slamming inertia first into a cliff wall. Then it shot back up towards the surface again. Its speed was only increasing, showing absolutely no mercy to its opponent. Zik was thrown through the air once again. His whole body was battered, but he still fought back with fierce determination. Seeing Zik clinging on like a leech, the black dragon gathered its power for a final attack. You humans can just die. Dragon's frenzied breath. A massive torrent of energy slammed directly into his body. Down below, the golden dragon and Demios watched in horror as she couldn't help but scream, Zik! However, a second later, her horror turned into pure, utter shock. So that's it. The titanium armor created a solid defense layer, protecting Z. Strange numbers then began flashing endlessly across the armor's surface. A second later, he jettisoned the bag from his back. The armor's back-mounted functions activated instantly. In a flash, Z's back fired a volley of missiles straight toward the boss. The boss saw this and his face filled with panic. He had no time to react before taking the full brunt of Z's attack. But it didn't stop there. The armor launched another assault. With the black dragon stunned, the armor pressed the attack, hammering him again. Powerful energy streams rocked the water's surface, nearly capsizing their boat in the process. The golden dragon watched the boss get hit with the non-stop barrage, absolutely stunned by the sight. A moment later, his strength gave out, and he collapsed into the water. The golden dragon quickly looked on, but even at the end, he refused to admit defeat, forcing himself up to keep fighting. The black dragon rose once more, aiming right at Z. He was also badly injured but gritted his teeth, ready for another round. Z screamed with all his might. A sword pulsing with red light shot up from the water, appearing in an instant, and easily pierced the black dragon, making it roar in agony. The sword, crackling with killing intent, flew straight into Z's hand. He spoke slowly. One more time, Moonlight Blade, third form. Instantly, the armor launched yet another wave of missiles. With his sword in hand, he charged his opponent like a madman. Demon King Z plunged the blade deep into the black dragon's body, followed by a relentless missile assault. It slowly lost the ability to fight before finally crashing into the nearby cliff face. The golden dragon watched in amazement, thinking Z and his weapons were far beyond the skills of a typical hero. I don't know why, but it seems he's gotten much stronger, hasn't he? Demigos said, completely satisfied. Getting stronger is a good thing, isn't it? Heal up quickly, because we have another dragon to catch. She glanced at him, thinking to herself that for this man, nothing mattered but strength. A true demon king, indeed. After some time passed, the black dragon Z defeated turned back into his human form. He slowly opened his eyes to a voice asking, "Hey, are you awake?" The boss, tied up tightly, cried out in alarm. "Ah, what's happening?" Demigos replied with a grin. "What's happening? Well, our hero defeated you, but the boss refused to believe it. Lies. How could a dragon that decides the fate of an empire lose to some random nobody? Impossible." Without a word, he opened a vial. The contents immediately made the boss freeze in terror. Demigos continued his threats. "Answer my questions, or I'll put this mycelium poison you guys love right into your eyes." The boss started to panic. "How did you get that?" Demigos answered calmly. "I know everything you've done, using your own allies to attack humans with this stuff. Just why are you people doing all this?" The boss screamed back, "We will build our kingdom on this blessed land. Then we'll drive out the humans, and dragons will rule this world." Demigos just gave him a mocking look. "You just repeat those words like a parrot. You've only built a tiny kingdom and you already want to rule the world? Is your brain the size of a bird's? You're all delusional." His words enraged the boss. "It was you, wasn't it? How could 3 of the 9 just suddenly lose contact like that? You're the culprit. What did you do to June, Julia, and Owen?" But then, another thought struck him. The boss asked suspiciously, "Wait, are you angels? You're trying to stop us from above, aren't you? But we have no intention of breaking your rules. Please understand, we only wish to receive the Creator's blessing and choice." However, what Demigos said next shocked him to his core. "Sorry, but it's the other way around." His smile twisted into a wicked grin. "The nightmare of everyone in this world. I am the Demon King." Demigos, out of patience, decided to just finish him off. Just a fool with meaningless delusions. "Now you can go be with your friends." He slowly walked over to the golden dragon, who was treating Jack's wounds. "You heard him, right? They all say the same thing. So, to conclude, I've resolved an unprecedented event. With vicious dragons trying to crawl onto the surface, I should get paid 10 times the previous amount, even if it wasn't perfect." He then noticed the silence. Demigos looked at the golden dragon, who was still quietly focused on healing Jack. It seemed he understood. Seeing the golden dragon remain silent, he turned to leave, calling out, "Lamar, wake up. 8 more to go. We need to end this, and fast." The golden dragon, ever concise, just said, Time drifted by, and the sky began to bleed into late afternoon. Demigos just gazed upwards, seemingly lost in his thoughts. He couldn't help but admire the scene before him. "Beautiful. I believe this is what you call a sunset." With heavy steps, Zek approached and said, "Haha, I never expected to see you get so sentimental, Sir Demigos. You're probably the only person in the world who isn't worried while standing in a dragon's lair, Sir Demigos." Demigos shot back a question. "Is that so?" Zek then proposed, "But, can we please rest for a little while?" Haha. Hearing this, Demigos teased, "Hey, mage, our hero here is getting tired. How about a little buff?" The golden dragon couldn't help but snap at him. "Hey, you lunatic, why don't you try using your own feet?" But Demigos remained sprawled out. "Want to bet how many of them will show up next?" The golden dragon replied coldly, 3. He immediately asked, any particular reason? She answered thoughtfully, that's how dragons are. If one doesn't work, they'll send 3. She was clearly exhausted beyond her limits. Damn it, she thought. I forgot this body was human and I used all my mana on buffs and healing. Demigos pushed the question further. So, you're saying there are 12 of them in total? She explained, seriously. The number 12 holds a lot of meaning. There are 12 archangels, and a year has 12 months. Demigos calmly continued. All right. The mage bets 1 gold coin on 3. Zek, how many are you putting your money on? The golden dragon saw right through his little game. What? When did I ever bet money? Zek just looked on, confused. Me? After a moment, the hero gave his answer. In that case, I'll put my bet on 2. Demigos boldly declared. 1 gold coin for 2 then, Zek feebly protested. Hey, I don't have that kind of money. Demigos just waved it off. I'll front you the cash. You can just pay me back slowly. The golden dragon couldn't take it anymore. Are you some kind of gangster? In the end, Zek had no choice but to agree. Ah yes. What about you, master? Demigos answered with total confidence. 7. Zek could only ask, but why? Demigos casually pointed a finger toward the heavens. He calmly explained as dragons circled above. Aren't they right up there? Actually, it looks like one is missing. The golden dragon suddenly grew frantic. I'm too exhausted. I can't see clearly. A massive red dragon roared down at them. How did you get in here? What happened to the boss who was guarding the gate? Demigos just smirked. Oh, you'll be meeting him soon enough, don't worry. He gave a confident command. Zek, attack. But this time, the hero froze. Sir Demigos. The hero's face turned pale with absolute terror. 7 of them might be a little too much. I'll be torn to shreds without a single trace left. Demigos hopped down. You know, you're right. It is a bit much. He then glanced up at the dragons. This is a bit of a pain, but I guess I'll have to handle it myself. He even tried to shoo his partners away. Zek, I'd rather you not see me during a fight, so take a few steps back. Unexpectedly, however, Zek drew his sword and stood protectively in front of him. I will always follow your orders, Sir Demigos, but I must refuse this one time. Even for you, master, facing 7 dragons is too much. I'm only C rank. I know I can't help much. But at the very least, before he could finish his sentence, Demigos grabbed him by his backpack strap. The next second, Zek was flying through the air. Go guard the boat. I'll be down in a minute. The golden dragon hurriedly opened a spatial gate. Damn it, she thought, with no mana left. Opening even a single gate like this means using my own life force. Before she left, she gave him a warning. I'm going to find the last remaining child. Don't go overboard, just do what's necessary. Demigos replied with a gentle smile. Don't worry, I wasn't planning on getting rough. I just want to show them the difference in our levels. His eyes narrowed into slits. I'm feeling a little irritated that someone would dare attempt what my own team failed to do 606 times. The golden dragon shook her head in exasperation as she stepped through. Such an arrogant man. Demigos just smiled. Golden dragon, I'll be right behind you. He looked up at the dragons high above and threw down his challenge. Sorry to keep you waiting, shall we? Then let's get started. As the words left his mouth, he vanished. In a flash, he was right next to one of the dragons. Demigos launched himself forward, covering the distance in just 0.5 seconds. A flurry of strikes followed, and 6 eyes exploded instantly. Demigos calmly summoned his ultimate skill, Chains of the Void. Without the slightest bit of effort, he had already neutralized them. In the next 0.5 seconds, 4 more dragons found themselves completely bound. Demigos simply smiled and snapped his fingers. A barrage of swords materialized from thin air, piercing straight through the dragons' bodies. 0.8 seconds later, their forms were effortlessly destroyed. A blue dragon cried out, begging for mercy. I'll retreat quietly with my kind, so please, just stop this slaughter. Demigos sounded pleased. An immediate retreat? It seems at least one of you knows how to think. However, a dragon named Melee fiercely objected. No, you get back to the gate and bring the extremists here to kill this man. Our kingdom, our new world, is right before our eyes. But the furious green dragon had enough. That's it, May. We're stopping here. Even though we were forced to come this far, will God really forgive any of this? He relentlessly questioned May. June and April claimed they received orders from God. But if that was true, then why did they end up in this mess? May was too angry to even speak. Overhearing them, Demigos thought to himself, orders from God? But the green dragon wasn't finished. Among us, only Toon Bun received the prophecy. If their story wasn't true, then what have we done? Suddenly, he froze, a look of absolute horror crossing his face. May's claws shot out, piercing right through the dragon's stomach. You dare doubt God's messenger? A traitor like you has to die. Demigos was furious at the sight. You absolute fool. You just threw away your only chance of survival. He fired a single shot, and May's head flew from his body. And just like that, the two massive dragons fell to the ground together. The green dragon coughed weakly. I heard. Someone was hunting dragons. A few days ago, he came alone and even took down the golden dragon. That must have been your doing, wasn't it? Are you the demon king, or a messenger from God? Neither, the dragon decided. Perhaps even God himself is angered by our sheer arrogance. Demigos remained silent, just listening. The green dragon continued. Humans destroy the world so casually, all because they think God chose them. They cut down forests for farmland, driving countless creatures into extinction in the process. But I never once heard them apologize to the squirrels that lived in those trees. Demigos asked, Are you trying to pass judgment on behalf of squirrels? The green dragon paid him no mind and kept speaking. Even today, I'm sure they're hunting my kin somewhere, torturing the green jade dragons for the bloody tears they cry. They say it's used for perfume. At this point, weapons hardly even matter anymore. Demigos calmly asked, And what about the peace treaty? He spoke grimly. The treaty is nothing but a worthless piece of paper. Who's going to enforce it? Who dares say you can kill a dragon that attacks a human? It's just a hollow rule. All they need to do is provoke my kind into attacking. And because of that, dozens of humans die every single year. Demigos pushed further. Is that what you're truly upset about? The green dragon roared back. Humans have to prepare for war with the demon king. Weapons made from dragonkin bodies aren't a choice. They're a necessity. So we can lend them our flesh, but we can't just give up our bones. And then what happens when they demand our hearts, too? His eyes narrowed in a fit of pure rage. Do you want to kill someone who uses mycelium poison? I think that was the golden dragon's real plan all along. Demigos was completely stunned by his words. But the green dragon didn't stop there. It's a tribute from the humans, offered to win the war that comes every 100 years. Demigos replied confidently, I don't think she's that kind of person. The dragon pressed on. She is a god to the dragonkin and a co-creator of this world. She has undoubtedly witnessed far too much, so maybe she decided that this was the only path left to actually maintain the peace? Demigos was now filled with suspicion. So someone was feeding you information through the dwarves, and that someone was the golden dragon. The green dragon voiced his own theory. One of us must have cooperated with them and accepted the poison. And if I'm right, that person is definitely April, the white dragon that the golden mage with you said he was searching for. April is the golden dragon's own daughter. Frowning deeply, he demanded, Where is April right now? The answer was immediate. On the mountaintop. Demigos turned to leave. For telling me that, I'll let you live. Now get out of here. But before he could take a step, the dragon said no. We have already failed, the green dragon stated with absolute finality. We've lost the golden dragon, and all of it is our fault. But if I return like this, I'll just be captured by those humans, and my tears will end up as perfume for those wretched things. He asked him directly. As a proud dragon, how could I possibly bear that kind of shame? A moment later, a blinding light erupted from his eyes, spreading rapidly. The green dragon self-destructed, creating a massive explosion that Rick could see from a distance. He cried out, filled with worry, Lord Demigos. The cloud of white dust surrounding Demigos slowly began to dissipate. Now, where the two dragons once lay, only a pile of ash remained. After witnessing the dragon's final stand, Demigos went to another place. He silently looked up at the silhouette of the golden dragon and slowly started walking towards it. April was lying in the golden dragon's embrace, speaking her last words. We needed an excuse to deal with those nuisances. This should at least keep things quiet for a while. What do you think? Don't I make a pretty perfect villain? Tears streamed down her face. Did I do a good job? She asked. Humans have grown far too rotten, far too weak. Perhaps, in this war, we're truly going to lose. We've already sacrificed too much. You are not to blame. The golden dragon's voice choked with emotion. I never wanted any of this. April stroked the golden dragon's face and said, Oh my goddess, my mother, the one I love most, my poor, pitiful mother. I understand it all having to carry such a massive burden, pretending to be the strong one. But in reality, among all of us, you're the one in the most pain. April's voice grew fainter and fainter. I have one wish. That you find peace. Just for a moment. The person I love most in this world. My golden light. And with that, she drew her final breath. April was gone forever. passing away in the arms of her beloved mother. Demios asked softly, "Suicide?" The golden dragon nodded. "Yes." He pressed on. "April. She was behind everything, wasn't she?" She didn't deny it. "Correct." He hesitated for a moment before asking, "So, is everything over now?" Her answer was surprisingly gentle. It's over." Demios then updated her on the situation below. The ones below took their own lives too. The golden dragon said slowly, "They chose their pride. Thank you for telling me." Demios replied in his usual way, "Just saying thanks isn't enough." She nodded, saying, "I know." He then asked for her decision. "How do you want to end this?" The golden dragon was silent for a moment. How to conclude it? In the end, everyone was supposed to live happily. Demios questioned her again. "You think that just by being lenient and respecting all the extremists, you'll get a happy ending?" She wasn't so sure. "Maybe." Demios fell silent for a moment before quietly continuing. "The one who killed herself. She said that for humans, weapons forged from dragons are essential. You're turning a blind eye to the death of your own kind, aren't you? And you're trying to extinguish that rage with a so-called peace treaty. Well, that sounds perfectly reasonable, doesn't it?" However, the dragon's anger continued to grow, to the point where even you, the dragon god, could no longer control it. The golden dragon said nothing, simply allowing him to finish speaking. "That girl gathered the key extremists, created a faction, and gave you a legitimate reason to get rid of them, right? Did you not know this either?" He didn't hesitate to reveal the truth. "And you, not knowing any of it, thought I was the one who ordered the plague, so you asked for my help to catch the crazed dragons. In any case, that was all just part of the plan." Demios continued without pause. "With this, preparing for the war 20 years from now, humanity has once again gained countless dragon-forged weapons, and all the key figures of the extremist faction have been eliminated, haven't they? It's as if everything was orchestrated. For you, this is the best-case scenario." The golden dragon's voice was filled with helplessness. "You can think of it that way, if you wish. Living as the golden dragon is a position you couldn't bear if you were constantly worried about a good or bad reputation, or personal feelings." He asked her another question. "Are you the protector of the world order?" The golden dragon scoffed. "It sounds so grand, doesn't it?" Her reaction caught Demios by surprise, leaving him speechless. He then added with a touch of scorn, "While you sit here crying." The golden dragon sobbed. "Just wait a moment. Just a little while, can you do that?" 60,000 years. Demios listened intently. "For me, that's too short a time to forget the children I've lost." After a moment, Demios spoke coldly. "It's time to go." The golden dragon nodded in agreement. She then raised her hand, and a brilliant golden energy quickly appeared. The golden dragon cast the spell on April's body. In an instant, the energy poured into her form. April's body began to rapidly disappear, her form dissolving and becoming one with nature itself. Watching her go, the golden dragon couldn't stop the hot, sorrowful tears from streaming down her face. She gazed up at the golden lights in the sky and said, "The next time we meet, please be a good child." With everything resolved, she stood up and decisively turned to leave. "All right, let's go down." Seeing her demeanor, Demios couldn't help but ask, "Everything is settled, but you don't look very happy about it, do you?" The golden dragon's voice was weary. How could anyone be happy with this outcome? Demios said nothing more, simply unfurling his wings. He kindly offered his hand. "Since you're feeling this way," Demios proposed, "why don't you give it a try just this once?" The golden dragon didn't agree immediately, instead looking up at Demios in silence. After a moment of deep thought, she made her decision. "All right." He began to flex his wings, then stamped his feet, getting a firm foothold for takeoff. With that, he took Hong Kim Long and soared high into the sky, startling a panicked scream out of her. The two of them soared through the heavens against a breathtakingly beautiful sunset, a truly romantic sight to behold. Demigos suddenly makes a strange offer, "Just try screaming." Seeing the man's confusion, he explained himself. "Just scream as loud as you can until you feel better." He assured him no one could hear it. The man just offered a forced smile. He sneered, "That's not right. God is everywhere, and he hears absolutely everything. Watch closely and learn from me, you fool," he bellowed without hesitation. "This damn world has nothing holy in it. The demon realm is way better than this trash heap of a world. It can all just die." Hwang Kim Long immediately fired back with a question. "You want to kill everyone?" she asked. Hearing that come from the Demon King himself sounded incredibly serious. But Demigos just screamed again, completely unashamed. "Demon Lord? Demon King of the Demon Realm? God of the Dragon Clan? What the hell does any of it matter? This entire world is just a pre-designed machine," he raged. and we are nothing more than meaningless gears turning inside of it. So where in the world are all the blessings? Finally moved by his passion, Hong Kim Long let out a scream of her own. You fools! Why did you act on your own like that? I never needed you to do that, she cried, tears streaming down her face. I never wanted this, she sobbed. I just wanted to kill all the humans so we could all live happily together. I didn't want even one of you to die like that. Do you really want your own hands to be stained with blood? My heart hurts so much I can barely breathe, and now it just feels numb. Do you have any idea what this cursed fate of mine is like? Demigos jumped in, shouting along with her. That's right, you blockheads. You're all so disrespectful, stupid and reckless. Just do as you're told. If I say die, you die. You moronic lizards. Hong Kim Long turned to him. Hey, that's going a little too far. Demigos just laughed sheepishly. Oh, is that so? But she paid him no mind, continuing to pour her heart out. For thousands upon thousands of years, I have blessed you all. I have sacrificed so much for you. I have given everything to protect you. Demigos chimed in again. You bastards, can't you see your own mother is crying? You disrespectful brats, you're breaking your mother's heart. His teasing finally pushed Hong Kim Long over the edge. It's not that serious. Demigos just laughed in response. Oh, sorry. I got a little carried away. He suddenly fell silent, staring off into the distance, before continuing his tirade. Is God just some kind of pervert who likes to watch? Why don't you come down here instead of just looking from above? Hong Kim Long couldn't help but panic at his words. Gods, you're so disrespectful. You'll be sent to hell for saying that. But Demigos couldn't care less, retorting, My life is already in hell. Actually, no, it's because I was born the king of hell. If you're angry, don't just stay silent and pretend to be all righteous. Come on down and fight me. Hong Kim Long just scoffed at the challenge. You want to fight? Me? But Demigos didn't show a hint of fear. You're mocking me. If the Demon King heard you, he'd be pretty annoyed. She stated confidently, I'm not called the Almighty for no reason. Not even God's own angels could ever defeat me. Demigos looked skeptical. Angels and gods? Aren't they just imaginary beings from old stories? Hong Kim Long felt she had to step in and correct him. No, those beings? Well, you're right. They might as well not exist, since they never show up. Her cryptic answer left him completely baffled. He looked at her with concern. You don't look so good. Hong Kim Long simply smiled back. It seems this human body can't really handle this much. Frustrated, he cursed, and then changed their direction of flight. You idiot. As they dove toward the ground, Demigos kept on scolding her. If you're feeling tired, just say so. Soon enough, they both landed safely. She immediately let go of his hand, then turned and walked away without a second glance. But then, unexpectedly, Hong Kim Long spoke up. Thank you. Demigos was so surprised he didn't quite hear her. What did you say? She patiently repeated herself. I said, thank you, Demon King. However, his next words completely ruined the touching moment. Then pay me in cash. Hong Kim Long couldn't help but burst out laughing. Pfft, but I don't have a single coin on me right now. Seeing her laugh so freely made Demigos blush with embarrassment. Hong Kim Long didn't notice anything and simply turned to leave. But just then, a question suddenly popped into his head. But why did Daros die? A few days passed. Now, inside the weapon shop, every single person was filled with anxiety. Someone couldn't resist crying out, Oh my God! Demigos just sat there, completely dazed, ignoring all the chatter around him. What's with him? He looks kinda scary, but his face also looks really dumb, but he was just lost in his own thoughts. A dragon against a whole party of heroes? They could probably handle 1,000 dragons without breaking a sweat, but why did they lose against the hero? It was a question Demiurge couldn't stop asking himself. Was the hero's power really that overwhelming? Meanwhile, Jack was trying his best to explain things to a customer. Don't mind him. He might look like that. But he's a very respectable person. I'm telling the truth, he insisted. But still, the crowd kept on whispering. He must have been brainwashed by Happy. So creepy. It was then that a sound from behind caught Demiurge's attention. The golden dragon slowly walked up to him. Reluctantly, Demiurge had to ask, You're leaving? She quickly replied, Yes, our joint business with the mycelium poison is over. To be honest, I feel a little bad that you lost the title of Golden Dragon Slayer because of me, Demiurge answered calmly. I never needed it anyway. So, how are you going to explain this to your kids? The Golden Dragon said bluntly. There's no other way. I'll have to gather them all and convince them one by one. So the story is, the Four Seasons Society broke the peace treaty to start a war, but it was all a big misunderstanding caused by your demon clan's plan? And in the process of solving it, I had to fake my death and operate from the shadows. Demiurge sighed. Just hearing about it gives me a headache. If it were me, I'd stay here. I'd rather die than go back to that. She couldn't help but tease him. What, are you sad? Well, if you ask me to stay, I might stick around a little longer. Flustered, Demiurge snapped back. Wow, the nerve. A 60,000-year-old woman bullying an 80-year-old kid? The golden dragon mocked him right back. Oh, 60,000? Do you have any proof I was born during the Age of Chaos? Demiurge was stunned. Don't tell me you were born during the Silver Age. She just laughed, neither confirming nor denying it. Heh. Some things in this world are better left unknown, little boy. Then she opened a portal. Before stepping through, she added, dying once every 100 years, huh? The golden dragon gave him a distant look. Perhaps God favors you more than me. She didn't forget a final, simple, goodbye. Z walked over to Demiurge. Is Miss Junum gone? He asked slowly. I didn't even get to say a proper goodbye. Sir Alex too. Everyone is suddenly leaving. So, does this mean Miss Junum isn't coming back anymore? Demiurge was silent for a moment before answering, who knows? She does whatever she wants. It was a beautiful, sunny day at the demon weapon shop when a piece of paper was suddenly held out in front of Demiurge. Excuse me, are you Sir Demiurge? The paper was a want ad, position, butler, duties, assisting the master with cleaning, laundry, cooking, shop management, and sales. Also, promotion, security, and managing the armory inventory, night watch, and other odd jobs. Requirement. Must be very, very strong, salary to be negotiated. Demiurge just stared silently at the person holding the paper. With a brilliant smile, Skatun El Tora announced, I'm here to apply for the butler position. Demiurge frowned without even looking at him and said flatly, an elf? Rejected. The response caught Skatun El Tora completely by surprise. Demiurge's reason was simple. It's written right there. We're only hiring strong people. Elves are weak. Skatun El Tora kept his friendly smile as he asked back, why does a butler need to be that strong? Demiurge replied, to be able to make coffee while dragons are flying wild in the sky. Skatun immediately countered, speaking of which, I don't see the Master of the Crown around. Did they leave because the job was done? Now it was Demiurge's turn to be confused. The Master of the Crown? Skatun El Tora's eyes glowed with a blue light as he offered a cryptic explanation. It seems you still don't know. The one known as the Golden Dragon in this world. She will return soon enough. Because the gravity of causality is a powerful force. The fact that you're here is the greatest proof of that. After all, you came from beneath the earth. But Demiurge was not one to be outdone. His eyes flared a brilliant red as he threatened the elf. It sounds like you know something. Talk. Why are you really here? Skatun El Tora just smiled, stubbornly sticking to his story. Didn't I say I was here to apply for a job? Demiurge's expression began to darken. His patience wearing thin, he snapped. And you think I believe that? The elf's eyes crinkled into a smile. Yes. Well, for now it's true. Demiurge pressed on. So you're telling me you know about my identity and the golden dragons, but you can't explain how. And you still want me to hire you? Skatun El Tora's face lit up as if Demiurge had just said the magic words. Exactly. Demiurge kept his gaze locked on Skatun El Tora, a mix of threat and utter confusion, as he continued his thought process aloud. For all I know, you could be an ally, an enemy, a dragon, or even a high-level wizard. You mean you want me to hire you, no matter what? The elf explained, adding a very tempting promise about his own qualifications. That's right, and I assure you, my skills are very good. The fact that you can't figure out who I really am is all the proof you need. And yes, I believe my skills are more than enough to brew coffee while dragons tear up the sky. Demiurge raises an eyebrow, a hint of interest in his eyes. How amusing. What is your name? He asked. You can call me Skatun El Tora. Demiurge points right at him, declaring loudly, fine, from this moment on, you will be my butler. I don't care who you are, but once you're hired, you don't talk back to me. But Skatun's reply was just as sharp. Is this really how you operate? Threatening a new hire on his very first day. Demigos scoffed, glaring at Skatun El Tora with his piercing red eyes. If you don't like it, then leave. You only came to me for your own reasons. Anyway, am I wrong? Right now I'm only keeping you around because you seem interesting. A threatening glint flashed in Demigos's eyes as Skatun El Tora chose his next words. Let me be clear. As long as I am your butler, I will be completely loyal to this job. However, the day I quit is the day that promise becomes worthless. To Demigos, that sounded less like a promise and more like a future threat that one day, this man would betray him. but he simply held that smile in his eyes as he admitted it. I won't lie to you. This bold attitude only made Demigos more intrigued. Good, that's interesting. I'm starting to like you. Your salary is 3 gold coins. You start today. Skatun El Tora enthusiastically replied, Yes, master. Demigos turned to a knight. I want you to onboard the new butler. He seems a bit dense, so teach him carefully from A to Z. When Zik heard about the new employee, he couldn't help but get excited. Oh, really? Skatun El Tora approached with a friendly smile. You must be Zik, right? Hello there. Zik answered with an even brighter smile. Yes, hello. It's a real pleasure to meet you. As dusk settled, life in the city carried on. Everyone was enjoying their dinner with radiant expressions. Demigos, however, was focused solely on his food. The sun finally vanished, and torches were lit across the town. He waved goodbye, and the shop owner packed up, heading for home, a small hut on a mountain, where he picked up a massive weapon. His training began, eyes shut in total concentration. In his mind, the boy recalled the movements of monsters, from muscular sharks to bizarre humanoids, and even the fire lizard, Salamon. A technique's name was whispered, Moonlight Annihilation. Then he roared, swinging his sword into its 8th form. Demon King's Kill. This small boy was training with every ounce of his being. But as Zik trained, the brutally honest words of Demigos echoed in his head. Being a low-level warrior isn't anyone else's fault. It was your own choice, wasn't it? The memory of his own helplessness returned. Ah, I'm sorry I can't help. Even D-rank quests are too hard for me, so I can't go with you all. The doubtful words of others haunted him. Do you even know the way out? Yes. He remembered his journey with Demigos. Go guard the ship, I'll be right back. Zik poured even more power and resolve into every single strike. He moved while thinking, even if I can't become like Sir Demigos, at least I can carry his luggage. At least I won't slow him down on quests. I have to get stronger. Zik gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, an unexpected remark, backed by an aura of pure rage. A man in a cloak approached as he spoke. Working all day and training all night. What a beautiful sight. Zik jumped back, startled. Sir Cadinia, he smiled back. What brings you here? Without any explanation, Cadinia drew his short sword and lunged forward to attack. Nothing special, he said. I just want to challenge you. Show me your true strength. Zik struggled to block the attack, crying out in pain. Ack! He was knocked off balance, letting out a second grunt as he fell. With a look of panic, Zik questioned Cadinia. Cadinia, why are you doing this so suddenly? The man raised his dagger high, a wicked smile spreading across his face. A real battle never comes with a warning. If you're a hero, then act like it. Then, Cadinia mercilessly slashed down at Zik. Cries of pain echoed as he was pushed back again and again. Ack. Zik gritted his teeth, swinging his sword with full force, trying to end it. Stop this. He lunged forward again, weapon in hand and pure determination burning in his eyes. Zik's gaze was fiery, but that fire was quickly put out. He looked at his weapon in shock, thinking, I can't move it. Cadinia gave him a friendly warning. Don't strain yourself. Your limbs will be torn right off. He continued, having already bound both Zik and his weapon with his invisible threads. Cadinia casually explained, the dagger held loosely in his hand. This little blade was nothing more than a distraction. The real lesson here, your true weapon is the one your opponent never sees coming. He let out a hearty laugh, looking down on Zik from above before declaring with unconcealed contempt that this was the difference in God-given ability. Cadinia continued to question him. The Moonlight Cut, is that the sword style passed down from the Holy Bai family? Zik held nothing back. Yes, he admitted. I learned this from my father when I was young, but all he got in return was a long lecture from Cadinia on the move's many weaknesses. The movements were too flashy, his weight shifted too far forward, and his footwork was a mess. He needed a lot more training. This is you just playing with a sword, not some grand technique. It's something you imagined because you lack real combat experience. He continued, Zik, you are a holy bee flower that has bloomed from the mud. This place isn't right for you. You need to accept proper hero training. Zik, he said, I am officially inviting you to join me at the Holy Palace and become a Zodiac, just like me. Their sacred mission was to protect the final hero in the 66th Great War and to kill the Demon King himself. Cadinia's offer left Zik completely stunned, his mind racing to process every word. It seemed absolutely impossible. Cadinia frowned, immediately guessing the source of Zik's hesitation. Are you worried about the tuition fees for your siblings? If that's the problem, the Holy Palace can pay for it any time. This new information sent another shockwave through Zik. The Holy Palace would pay my siblings' tuition? But why? Cadinia explained, his patience clearly starting to wear thin. Because of your high purity. Do you have any idea what the purity level of the final heroes is? It's 9% lower than yours. So, come with me. I will make you the greatest paladin your bloodline deserves. And yet, despite the unbelievable offer, Zik's stubborn refusal still caught Cadinia completely by surprise. Thank you for your words, sir, but I will stay here. The Holy Palace, a Zodiac Knight. Those are things from a dream. Just receiving this offer from you is more honor and happiness than I could have ever asked for. But that's not a uniform that fits me. I know my own limits, Zik explained with a smile that carried a hint of bitterness. He remembered the image of Demigos waving to him, and his eyes softened with a deep sense of admiration as he continued. And right now, I have someone who is willing to trust and stand by me, even with all of my flaws. Cadinia's brow furrowed in frustration. That person is just using you. But Zik immediately came to Demigos' defense. Sir Demigos took me in even though he knew I was only an F rank. When I was at my absolute lowest, he was the only one who offered me a hand. My mission is to follow him, Sir Cadinia. He can tell me to leave if he no longer needs me. But the reverse is impossible, he declared with the pure will of a true warrior. Cadinia's hand twitched slightly, and the threads wrapped around Zik suddenly loosened, much to his own astonishment. Landing gracefully, Cadinia sighed. Well, I suppose it can't be helped. I have to admit, I was unlucky to find you this late. I'll back off for now, but this doesn't mean I've given up. Zik, a little improvement isn't enough. Remember, only mold grows in the shadows. A flower without light will eventually wither and die, Cadinia warned him kindly. Zik could only stare back, wide-eyed. Having said all he needed to, Cadinia immediately turned to leave, tossing a short, all right, goodbye over his shoulder. As Cadinia disappeared into the distance, Zik remained frozen in place. The next day at Demigos' place, Zik's mind was a million miles away. Demigos noticed right away. Hey, what happened to you yesterday? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? Zik managed a faint smile when he saw him. Ah, Sir Demigos. He then explained what happened. Last night while I was training, I ran into Sir Cadinia. Demigos just frowned. Cadinia? Who's that? He's the investigator from the Holy Palace who came to see me before, Zik explained. Hearing this, the man grunted. Ah, I think I have a vague memory of that. Zik then got to the heart of their meeting. Sir Cadinia offered me a position in the Holy Imperial Knights. Skaten El Tora suddenly interjected. The Holy Imperial Knights? You mean the Zodiacs? Whoa, he continued with an admiring smile. That's incredible. Zik shyly tried to correct him. No, it's not like that. Skaten kept pressing, a grin on his face. So what are you so worried about? If it's the Zodiacs, that's the highest position, serving the Holy Emperor directly. You should just quit this shop and join immediately. Demigos cut in sharply at that. You don't know which place is the real hell. Zik's eyes darted over to his boss as Demigos kept talking. Well, if you want to go, then go. The world is full of warriors like you. I'll just bring another one in here and control them like a puppet. Demigos' words were blunt and cruel, like salt in an open wound. Zik's expression twisted as he reluctantly agreed with him. I suppose you're right. With his arms crossed, Demigos continued to drive his point home. Still, Demigos admitted it was convenient having him around, a single comment that instantly lifted Jack's spirits. He shot back excitedly. Really? Demigos listed the facts the kid was a good cook, and he knew how to listen. It was music to Jack's ears. Are you serious? He pushed, getting bolder. Are you saying that you actually like me? But Demigos wasn't about to let him get carried away. You're being too loud, he stated flatly, his eyes narrow. Seeing you now, it seems you have no intention of leaving, do you? Jack's gaze softened as he explained. I've received so much from you. How could I possibly leave? If that's the case, forget it. No, it's that I don't want to leave. And that got Demigos' full attention. Jack continued explaining his encounter. When I was talking with Sir Cadinia, it felt like my parents, my grandparents, and the entire Horibic family line were being rejected. My grandfather and my father were both S-class warriors. They trained endlessly for the great battle, passing down the Horibic sword style to me. But last night, during the duel with Sir Cadinia, I was defeated without even making a single move, he recounted. Thinking about the lesson Cadinia taught him, Jack felt a mix of shame and gratitude. Then, he said something about my family. I couldn't argue with him at all. Demigos turned on his heel, calling back over his shoulder, Hey, close up the shop, we're leaving. Jack was completely confused. Leaving? For where? He turned his head to explain. We're going to see what's really wrong with your family swordsmanship. They arrived at the empty field where Jack always trained and immediately fell into attack stances. The young man was still hesitant. Am I really allowed to do this? Demigos shot back. Who here should be the one worried? Off to the side, Skate and Eltora cheered them on enthusiastically, as Jack took a breath, tightening his grip on his sword. He launched his attack with his signature move, the 8th form of his style, Demon King Slayer. But Demigos didn't even have to raise a hand, dodging the blow with ease. Even Skate and Eltora had to watch closely as Jack unleashed his 6th form, Pierce. He followed up with his 1st form, leaping high into the air and screaming as he brought down his ultimate move, Sword of the Demon King's Ruin, but his blade slammed into nothing but empty ground. In a flash, Demigos appeared directly behind him. The Demon King's aura was overwhelming, causing Jack's eyes to widen in pure terror. He felt a simple, light chop to the back of his neck. From the sidelines, Skate and Eltora smiled and called it. Stop. You understand the problem now, don't you? Demigos spoke, his voice cold. It's useless. Your family's sword style is completely unusable. A lifetime of training would be pointless. The assessment was so blunt it left Jack speechless, but he still managed a weak smile as he took it in. To think this flawed sword style was passed down for generations. What have I been doing all this time? Demigos remarked. Your ancestor must have been incredibly stubborn. This entire technique was created to face only a single enemy, the Demon King. Demigos continued, pointing out its core feature. This sword style was engineered to deliver one decisive blow against the Demon King. Goblins, ogres, any other kind of monster, they were completely ignored from the very beginning. That's why you'd never see the flaws in any normal test. He then turned to Skate and Eltora. Hey, butler, you know swordsmanship, right? The butler replied cheerfully. Of course I do. Demigos immediately gave his order. From now on, you're Jack's swordmaster. Train him every night, understand? He agreed without a single question or complaint. Yes, I will follow your instructions. Jack suddenly spoke up, making Demigos glance his way. As he expected, the kid's eyes were filled with tears of relief. So, it wasn't useless. Demigos saw Jack's relieved face and reminded him as he walked away. It's still worthless everywhere else. From now on, you must learn diligently from the butler. Yes, sir. And Demi noticed his own hand was trembling, slick with sweat. Demigos thought to himself, I knew it. The memory came flooding back. He remembered facing that sword style, remembered how close he came to death. If he hadn't been wearing his Demon King armor, the blade would have pierced him. The attack had pierced right through his armor's only weak point. He was stunned, staring at the fierce determination in the young man's eyes. Demigos quickly returned home, only to be greeted by 2 pairs of impossibly long legs and a sultry welcome. You have returned. We were waiting for you, the 2 identical girls said in unison. Please, lean into our arms. You must need comfort for your weary soul. His face hardened, a flash of annoyance crossing his features. What kind of game are you playing? One of them replied. Don't be so shy. Do you truly not need comfort for your soul? He said nothing, simply turning away. Yeah, so stop talking nonsense and get out. The girls continued. Very well then. That means I can give this to you without any awkwardness. They held a single envelope in their hands as they explained, It's an invitation to Alex's funeral tomorrow. Instantly, Demigos's entire expression changed, his face a mask of pure, unconcealable shock. 2 women smirk at him, asking once more, So, do you still need your soul comforted now? Meanwhile, in another place, a young woman is buried in paperwork. Fatigue is etched on Huang Jinlong's face as she goes through the mountain of files. She frowns. The words of Demigos echo in her mind. This world has already been twisted, he had declared with open arms. So just enjoy this life by dancing and singing like me. In this world, he claimed, not even the Demon King or his past lives would ever appear again. Then, an annoyed Demigos appears in her memory, declaring defiantly, Rules and order? Don't make me laugh. He called them tyrannical. Rules that were just thrown out for people to follow unconditionally. She props up her chin, smiling. You're more than just a puppet, aren't you? Just then, someone rushes in from outside. Respected Huang Jinlong. An intruder has breached the border and is looking for you. Her head snaps up, and she asks a single, sharp question. Who? The other person answers with clear annoyance. It's him. The one whose name is an act of disrespect to even mention. Her jaw drops, pure excitement written all over her face. In a single, fluid motion, she launches herself from her seat and bolts for the door, startling the boy into a cry of surprise. Ah! The doorway glows with a soft light. And on the other side, a familiar figure is waiting for her. Huang Jinlong breathes his name, Demigos. He quickly turns to her with a smile. You're here? She excitedly grabs him by the collar. You fool. Why did you come looking for me first today? He just chuckles and explains, I want you to come somewhere with me. Her eyes widen in anticipation of what he might say next. What stupid thing did you do this time? Do you need me to clean up your mess? Or is this an invitation for a date? He flashes a sly grin as he replies. Yeah, if you count sneaking into the demon world to slaughter bandits as a date, then that's right. His words make Huang Jinlong's brow furrow in confusion. What? The scene changes. In a dark, gloomy place, Demigos and Huang Jinlong are now moving and talking. Huh? Your number one henchman is dead? Yep. The other dukes think Alex killed Daros, so that's why I told you to lay low for a bit. So what happened? She asks. Well, a really basic question suddenly popped into my head. He wears a look of genuine curiosity. What are the 7 dukes? She is stunned into silence by his complete and utter ignorance. You're the Demon King, and you're asking me about the 7 dukes? But you've lived for over 6 million years, haven't you? She continues, saying the Demon King awakens in an egg for 100 years, studies dark magic, and dies the moment a war breaks out. That cycle just repeats forever. So really, for the last 665 centuries, the 7 dukes have been the true rulers, haven't they? She agrees with his point. That's right, but only the one who inherits the name Demigos can use the Demon King's weapon. And for that reason alone, the 7 dukes of the demon world have no choice but to obey the Demon King as their master. The 7 dukes, as the name suggests, represent the great families of the demon world. He frowns. I've thought about it, but I still don't get what a Demon King really is. What kind of authority does a king who dies every 100 years even have? Huang Jinlong asks, but why did you come to the demon world? Demigos replies, there's someone I need to find. Who? He answers, Daros and Alex. I'll bet 1,000 gold coins they aren't dead. They continue flying downward, soon surrounded by floating, flaming slabs of rock. This is the very depth of the world, the magic city of 10,000 black towers. Huang Jinlong pinches her nose in disgust. The smell of sulfur is horrible. I miss the surface. Demigos just speeds up, urging her to follow. Hurry up and get over here. Huang Jinlong complains with a pout. Hey, how can you leave me all alone in enemy territory? Let's go together. She immediately gives chase. Where on earth are you trying to go? Demigos gives a short reply. We're almost there. Huang Jinlong gasps. Before them is a region of space filled with a brilliant blue light. She whispers, this is outside the demon world, the land of time. Huang Jinlong states flatly, this place is impossible to cross. Demigos calmly replies, I know. We're here. Look at your feet. Huang Jinlong follows his gaze and is left speechless. Below her are vast cracks in the ground, glowing with an intense blue light. He smirks, smugly explaining, this is the golden land of the demon race. Do you know why they call it that? Demigos explains it himself. It's the place where the morning star first fell. They observe the view below for another moment. Huang Jinlong speaks a single name, Lucifer. He seems pleased. As expected, you know. She replies, of course he was the first. The very first Demigos. Demigos gestures with his head as he urges her on. Let's go down. They quickly land on the ground. Then, looking down at a green pool below them, he speaks again. This is the witch's cauldron. Demigos tells the story. The first Demon King took monsters from this cauldron to create the demon world. Then, for 100 years, he gathered monsters, dragons, ghosts, and beastmen to invade the human world. However, he failed. He destroyed half the human world, but in the end, the Demon King was killed by a single hero. Huang Jinlong nods in agreement. That's right. And so, the story continues. 100 years later, the second Demigos once again challenged the human world, but humanity was fully prepared and defeated him, slaughtering half the demon race in the process. Hoang Kim Long added her own piece of the story. Lucifer was a brilliant angel, beloved by God, until he had a single thought. Why can't I become God? She recounted the tale, explaining that this single thought ultimately became a great sin that led to his banishment. He couldn't hide his surprise. It was an ancient story from 665 centuries ago, so he asked, did that mean she lived during that time? A simple M was her only confirmation. He kept probing, asking if there was something between her and Lucifer. She refused to explain any further, saying she would just continue to know nothing about that ancient tale. He then asked why she came to this golden land. Demigos explained with a smirk. For dwarves, this is R24, and for dragons, it's Agaida Gorge, a place demons wouldn't dare approach. With that said, he jumped straight down, leaving a stunned Huang Kim Long staring after him. She yelled out after him, damn it, where the hell do you think you're going? Was it a trap? With no other choice, She followed him, leaping down as well. Below them, a strange new space opened up to greet them, and Demigos spoke. It's here. He looked at the black object at the center of the area and explained, the anomaly of the fallen angel. Hoang Kim Long and Demigos slowly approached, and she couldn't help but gasp in pure amazement. This was the first time she had ever been here. What could possibly persist for over 665 centuries? Demigos gave a short explanation. Karma vortex, the maelstrom of karma. Hoang Kim Long observed the object and offered her own commentary. Karma, she said, is a picture of the relationship between existence and the world, like the gravity that forms around matter or the magnetic field around a magnet. When beings become too powerful, they become a central point, pulling everything towards them. A colossal energy was flowing, he noted, so powerful it hadn't been disturbed for 665 centuries. I don't understand any of that, she admitted, but it sounds like you know a lot of strange things, even about my demon race. She explained with a faint smile. That's because I've been in this war for a very long time. Demigos cut in. It's more than that, he said. You also know about the Silver Age, a time before demons even existed, and you even know about Golden Age technology. Her gaze was fixed intently on the strange object. A small smile touched Hoang Kim Long's lips as she chose her words to explain. Dragons were created in the Silver Age, and humans once lived right here, in this demon world. Demigos was so shocked by this new information that he had to ask again. Humans really lived here? She cut their conversation short with a single declaration. Don't ask any more questions. You only need to know one thing. The continent of hosts during the Age of Chaos. Demigos was baffled. What? Does that mean the continent of hosts didn't exist before? His innocent question made Hoang Kim Long laugh out loud. How could a demon king like him even exist? Was this all part of God's plan? He rubbed his chin, wondering why the demon race always lost to humans. Hoang Kim Long had an immediate answer. It's obvious, because the demon race is weaker than humans. Demigos scowled and shot back. You fool, he said. Think about it. It's been 665 centuries. If you only lose once or twice, you try something different. But every single time, we lose the exact same way. The demons train a powerful army and invade the three nations. Then, at the last second, a hero awakens and launches a successful counterattack. The demon king and the hero both die, and peace returns. This insane loop has repeated 665 times, he continued, his words becoming more and more urgent. Hoang Kim Long just smirked. So what? Are you going to run away? He corrected her, annoyed. I'm not running, I'm just not stupid. From the very beginning, the premise of this war was flawed. Why did they have to keep trying to take the human world? The dragon gave a simple answer. To conquer the surface. But Demigos immediately shot that idea down. We don't need it. I've lived underground for 60,000 years and I'm adapted now. We can sustain ourselves with the plants and animals of the demon world. His bold statement made her tease him. Oh, so you're a pacifist demon king now? He continued to defend his reasoning. The human world isn't some essential territory for the demon race. There must be some other reason we're forced to invade, and then forced to be defeated over and over. What if we changed tactics in this 80th year and launched a sudden massive invasion? Do those blood soldiers really think they could stop us? Those so-called holy knights? All I'd have to do is pour my demonic energy on them and nothing but bone dust would be left, you know? Even after listening to Demigos's long tirade, Hoang Kim Long just frowned, still sticking to her point. It won't work. If the demon king appears, the angels will grant their blessings to a hero. He yelled back, frustrated. I'm not officially the demon king yet. Right now, it's just the body. I haven't received the soul of my predecessor. A realization dawned on her. Ah, so you receive it in the 100th year? Demigos, still looking rushed, pressed on. So I'm not really the demon king. You can do whatever you want. To truly crush the human world, one should feign attacks, striking from unexpected angles and creating chaos from all sides. So why would the demon king announce his successor so openly, only to attack in such a straightforward, predictable way? In response to his lengthy monologue, the golden dragon simply let out a laugh. She remarked that he really wasn't suited to be the demon king, and wondered what kind of face the gods would make looking at him. The golden dragon then asked him what he was really doing here, to which Demigos just smiled and said, First, I'm going to smash this. What? She growled impatiently. He explained, just like before, that the object was a colossal mass of pure energy. Besides, he added, everything in the demon realm is mine. Who's going to stop me from breaking my own stuff? The golden dragon quickly spoke up, trying to stop him in his tracks. Hey, she warned. If you destroy the Kama Votek, Who knows what could happen? The demon realm and even the H continent above would be annihilated. He just grinned, his eyes narrowing with delight as he replied, "That sounds great. Once the lid's off, a little light can shine down here, right?" The aura around the golden dragon shifted as she spoke with cold fury. "When a child misbehaves, it's an adult's job to teach them a lesson, isn't it?" Her eyes narrowed into a glare. "Stop now, while this is still just friendly advice." But Demigos was unfazed, gathering power in his palm with a defiant smirk. "You know me. When I say I'll do something, I do it. Move, or I'm going right through you." The golden dragon already held a sphere of power. She scoffed. "Now this is what I call a demon king-style date." He shot back without missing a beat. "No, this is our style of a date." And with that, Demigos made the first move. He swung his arm back, unleashing his Black Shadow martial attack, while she countered with her Dream Moon Butterfly, activating the moon ring. But the scale of their attacks was completely mismatched. His strike was like an ant compared to her overwhelming power. She stared at him, confused. Demigos just turned his head and grinned. "Well, that failed. I thought for sure Alex would rush out to stop us. And yet, he's nowhere to be seen, is he?" The golden dragon asked, annoyed. "What? Was that all just an act?" "Yep," he explained. "I figured if I pretended to destroy the most important thing in the demon realm, they'd panic and show themselves." His words finally set her off. "You absolute psycho. You could have at least given me a warning before pulling a stunt like that." He continued his explanation calmly. "If I told you, the acting wouldn't have been convincing. You know how sharp Alex is." She screamed right in his face without a shred of hesitation. "Wow, you lunatic. I seriously almost killed you for real." Demigos just asked arrogantly. "You think I'd go down that easily? Anyway, my plan's a bust. Let's go get something to eat." She sighed. "I just got back, and you're already going to be the death of me." He just mumbled back. "How much longer are you planning to live, anyway?" "Hey," the golden dragon called from behind. As they passed displays of writhing, colorful monsters, apparently a delicacy for demons, Demigos was already stuffing his face when he turned to the golden dragon and asked, "Why aren't you eating? This is the best restaurant in the entire demon realm," he exclaimed. Tears streamed down her face as she replied, "I would, if any of this was actually edible." He kept trying to tempt her. "Come on, try this. They have happy stir-fried mushrooms, hundred-eyed angry hamburgers, evil worm noodles, and demon-eye coffee." The golden dragon cut him off flatly. "That's enough. The more you list, the more I lose my appetite. Just pretend I already ate." Her gaze drifted outside, where the entire landscape was bathed in a deep crimson, a red sky over a red world. Demigos glanced over at her and asked, "Beautiful view, isn't it?" He pointed it out. "That's Demon Mountain. 13,000 kilometers high, the tallest peak in the center of hell, and the largest volcano in the realm." The golden dragon's eyes widened in shock at something she saw. "Huh?" Deep within the flowing lava, a massive creature was moving. "Is that an ancient dragon?" she exclaimed. He just looked back at her. "You know what that is?" She explained that they were the distant ancestors of dragons, much like how humans evolved from apes before they gained intelligence. "This is the form dragons had before they developed consciousness," she murmured. "So ancient dragons still exist here in the demon realm?" he asked, completely puzzled. "Is that really so surprising?" She looked at his clueless expression, not the least bit shocked by it. "I suppose you're right," she mused. "When you think about it, it makes sense, since this place was once the homeland of humanity. Now it was Demigos's turn to stare out at the hellscape. Wait, so humans used to live here, in the demon realm?" The golden dragon didn't confirm or deny it. "Perhaps," she said. "A very, very long time ago." Demigos then pointed upwards, asking another question. "Then doesn't that make the H continent up there basically a new world that was formed much later?" She simply nodded, agreeing with his conclusion. "You could think of it that way," the golden dragon said, before quickly changing the topic. "Enough of that. Let's talk about Daros and Alex. You mean the fact that they're both faking their deaths, right?" Demigos said. "The Four Seasons Society has also been completely wiped out. The mycelium poison incident was really just the result of 3 races chasing their own selfish interests. And that was the end of that. But no matter how they thought about it, the reason for the suicide just didn't add up. It was far too sudden. Something about the poison incident felt wrong, like a gear grinding in the wrong place. A parasitic scheme was quietly at work." Demigos's eyes narrowed maliciously as he offered his theory. "Alex was the only witness to Daros's death, and then Alex conveniently died too. He wasn't the type to die so easily. Something smells off. Not the foul stench of the poison, but the scent of a cunning mastermind at work." The golden dragon chimed in. asking what on earth those two could possibly be planning. Demigos just smiled back. Before we ask what they're planning, we need to figure out who they're faking their deaths for. The golden dragon pressed him urgently. Who? You? She asked in shock. Two dukes deceiving the demon king to act in secret? Are they betraying you? That's impossible. If the demon dukes were rebelling, they'd be siding with the humans, but you're already in the human world. Demigos just scoffed. Those insolent little brats. What the hell are they hiding from me? She offered a suggestion. There's only one way to fix this. You go home, take your place as the demon king, and accept your destiny. He immediately shot back a question. So you're saying all this trouble is because I ran away from home? What else? She confirmed, and he just fired back another question. So this is all my fault then? The golden dragon agreed without a moment's hesitation. That's exactly right. She then asked him, so what are you going to do now? Demigos answered with pure boredom. Find them and put them in their coffins properly. What else? So hurry up and help me find them. She could only gasp. Me? He simply explained. Yep, I've played all my cards. Now it's your turn. The golden dragon slammed the table and shot up, losing all control as she yelled at him. Hey, you idiot, just come back first. Staying here won't solve anything. If Alex and Daros have gone into hiding, it'll be extremely difficult for either you or me to find them quickly, right? Meanwhile, over with Jack, Skaten Eltora smiled at the young man, who was panting from the intense training. You've had a short break. Shall we continue? Jack replied politely. Yes, Skaten. Skaten Eltora raised his weapon, and in an instant, the two clashed once more, with Skaten guiding Jack as they fought. This is Holy Bodin's piercing windblade. This is Holy Koya's earth and sand. And this is Holy Bai's reversal. Jack was stunned, silently marveling even as blood gushed from his nose. The sword style was constantly shifting, completely unpredictable. Skaten Eltora launched a flurry of attacks, all aimed at vital points, while giving a sharp reminder. Wake up. Open your eyes and observe the subtle movements within my strikes. Skaten Eltora leaped high, unleashing Holy Bird's twin-ring sword. Jack lunged forward to counter but missed, creating an opening for Skaten to attack from below. He swept Jack's legs out from under him while reminding him, you have to watch out below you as well. Jack collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. Skaten Eltora drove his sword into the dirt and commented, not bad. No, your learning speed is much faster than I expected. This technique is highly difficult, but you've held on this long, which is commendable. He continued his praise, but Jack humbly replied, it's only thanks to the weapon Lord Demigos gave me. But Skaten Eltora waved off his words. I'm not just saying that. From what I hear, you've even taken down a dragon before. Those things aren't creatures just anyone can face, even with a sword and shield. It's probably thanks to the Holy Bic sword style, which seems tailor-made to fight giant enemies. By practicing that sword style every night, you unconsciously learned how to dodge and neutralize attacks from massive creatures. If you couldn't do that, your body would have been crushed. The more he heard, the more Jack's jaw dropped in amazement as he stammered a reply to Skaten Eltora. Thank you, but really it's also thanks to Lord Demigos. I don't know why, but just looking into his eyes, I feel this incredible courage welling up inside me. It feels like no matter how strong the enemy is, I'll definitely win. He spoke with raw gratitude and admiration plain on his face. Skaten Eltora chuckled. That's not too hard to understand. He then asked, Jack, do you want to know his real identity? Jack was baffled by the question, repeating the words back. His real identity? Skaten Eltora explained. Think about it. Someone who can fly freely through the sky and take down a dragon in a single blow without a scratch. Someone who can stand in the middle of a dragon's breath and not even get hurt. Does a human like that truly exist? Zik's eyes went wide as he processed those words, muttering to himself, Lord Demiurgos, isn't human? Zik's hand dug into the dirt. I don't want to hear it, he told Skaten Eltora. If he wants it secret, I'll pretend I don't know. The man was impressed by that answer. Well now, that's some fierce loyalty. Zik just offered a small smile and kept moving. For Zik, a self-proclaimed nobody, and for his siblings, Demigos was the one who had gifted a miracle to their entire holy family. He was a savior. No matter what his past was or who he truly was, that one unshakable truth would never, ever change. Hearing this, Skaten Eltora noted it sounded less like respect and more like a religion. Zik quickly tried to explain himself. I wouldn't dare say he is greater than a god, Zik started. But unless a god himself gives the order, I will never disappoint Lord Demigos. Hearing this, Skaten Eltora remarked, Zik, you're a good person, huh? No, not really, I'm just trying. Caught off guard by the question, Zik could only stammer out a quiet, yeah. Skaten just flashed a grin and repeated himself, If you can, you should become a magic swordsman. You'd learn in no time. Let's start with some simple magic. Without a second thought, he jumped right into the lesson, telling Zik to imagine a blazing fire. All right, now focus that image into the palms of your hands. Zik eagerly followed his instructions, creating a perfect ball of fire. The next morning, outside the city of Joric, guards were on their daily watch atop the walls when a massive shadow suddenly fell over them. A colossal weapon appeared from nowhere, slamming down on the city wall and shattering it into a million pieces. The citizens scrambled in every direction, their screams echoing through the streets. Run for your lives! The peaceful city instantly plunged into absolute chaos. A small child stood frozen, paralyzed by the horror unfolding before them. Across from them, a horde of red-eyed giants brandished their weapons as they advanced. Inside the city walls, a man admitted bitterly, "To be honest, this is far beyond my capabilities." This man was the father of Alexia Canadin von Holyocock. The person he spoke to wasn't surprised. "It makes sense. You're an A-rank hero, but that monster is a G-rank giant." This was Mondonalo, the Lord of Joric. Other commanders in the room began to furiously question the royal family's inaction. What in the world is the royal palace even doing? First, a dragon shows up, now it's giants. When monsters of this caliber appear, shouldn't they have some sort of countermeasure prepared? But their accusations were brushed aside by the Pope. Clearly, this nation has fallen on hard times. "My lord, I advise offering a sacrifice to the giants to appease their wrath." One general shot back with pure venom. "Those are monsters that only know how to destroy and kill. What good would something like that do?" A hand shot up, cutting them off. "That is enough." Canadin spoke with a grim expression. "I've already sent a message to the royal palace. They will dispatch troops immediately. In the meantime, I will lead the army and hold them off at all costs. Everyone, evacuate now." With that said, he turned to leave, ordering his subordinate to assemble all troops. "Sir," but a voice called out, stopping him. Canadin didn't give the man a chance to speak, cutting him off with a solemn request of his own. "Back in my prime, A rank was my absolute limit. I'm even older now, but regardless, I am still a hero. Mondon, I'm not asking you as a lord, but as a fellow former hero. If something happens to me, please take care of my daughter, Alexia." Outside, the citizens fled in terror, shouting, "The giants have attacked Joric. If the city falls, our village is going to be next. We have to run." As Skaten El Tora watched the chaos, he couldn't help but feel something was wrong. Giants are supposed to be at the edge of the world, so why are they suddenly attacking Joric? He turned back inside to question his friend. "Zik, doesn't this feel strange to you?" But his question died when he saw Zik was already fully armed and ready for battle. "You're planning to fight? That thing is a G-rank monster." Zik's reply was calm and steady. "I know, but I'm also a hero. With Lord Demigos away, I have to get on that battlefield. If I can save one person, or even stop one giant, I have to try." The moment the words left his mouth, the door burst open. A figure appeared, their voice laced with sheer astonishment. "Zik, the giants are attacking, you have to run." "Wait, what? You're going out to the battlefield?" He brushed right past her, calling over his shoulder. "That's right. Of the two hero families in Joric, I represent the holy. Lady Alexia, get out of here now." All the young woman could do was call out after him as his figure disappeared around a corner. Right on Zik's heels was Skaten El Tora. If the warrior goes into battle, his support has to follow. "So I'm going too." Left behind, Alexia gritted her teeth in anger. She muttered a curse. "Damn it. A C-rank trying to act so cool? I'm going too. I'm a member of the Holy Family, after all." As Zik ran, his mind was racing, trying to form a plan. Skaten was right. The giants were supposed to be at the edge of the world. So how did they get past countless cities and villages to reach Joric, in the very heart of the continent? He questioned the unbelievable reality, but quickly shoved the thoughts aside. Was that even possible? No, this wasn't the time to think about it. He had to focus on the fight. He had to get inside the city. Skaten El Tora ran alongside him, calling out, "Zik, we need to stick together. Giants always move in herds. They aren't like dragons." He couldn't help but cry out in surprise. "Skaten!" Then, a voice from behind made Zik whip his head around. "Hey, let me come too," Alexia called out, running to catch up. "Stop acting like you're the only main character here. Now start supporting me like your rank demands." All Zik could do was sigh. "Lady Alexia," a giant slammed its fist down, forcing the three of them to scatter. "I heard they were in the city," Skaten noted. "Did one get separated?" The girl named Alexia stood with her jaw on the floor, completely stunned by the terrifying monster in front of her. Tears welled in her eyes as her mind flooded with pure fear. "What?" A giant this huge? How are we supposed to possibly beat that thing? Her first thought was to run, but to her complete shock, Zik charged straight ahead without a moment's hesitation. Zik launched himself at the giant, landing a piercing blow right in its eye. The beast let out a roar of agony as it staggered back. Zik hit the ground running. From a distance, Skaten El Tora provided support with his magic. Grand Fire Cannon. The giant's health was draining fast. It swiped its hand toward Zik. As the hand closed around him, Skaten couldn't help but cry out, "Zik!" But he wasn't about to be defeated by some grotesque monster. Dozens of sword slashes erupted, tearing the creature into tiny pieces. Zik unleashed his third technique, Moonlight Scythe. With pure determination burning in his eyes, he attacked with a final shout, "Demon King Pierce!" The giant took the fatal blow and began to collapse. The calm water erupted as the giant's colossal body crashed down into it. Through it all, Zik remained standing firm. He and Skaten El Tora had successfully taken down the giant. Zik offered his hand to the girl with a smile. "Lady Alexia, are you all right?" For just a second, Alexia's heart completely skipped a beat. Flustered, she took his hand. All while their observer watched from above with a hidden smile. Skaten El Tora observed Zik, thinking, he managed to activate G-rank without any external factors helping him? How was that possible? If he didn't get faster himself, he feared he'd no longer have a place on the team. Just as Alexia was talking to Zik, a voice cried out from afar, "Zik, it really is you. Please help me." They both turned to see Mrs. Jarrow. Zik called out, "Mrs. Jarrow, what's wrong?" "My grandson. He was working on the Joris wall, and now giants are attacking the fortress. Please, you have to save him. You're a hero, aren't you?" Tears streamed down the old woman's face. Zik was startled by her desperation. He immediately tried his best to calm her down. "I'm already on my way to the fortress. I will definitely find him, so please, don't worry. Just get to safety." Skaten El Tora suddenly appeared beside them, urging them onward. "Then let's hurry. The soldiers there won't be enough to hold them off." "Right," Zik replied. But before the three of them could leave, a voice from the crowd of villagers caught Skaten El Tora's attention. "That giant isn't completely dead yet. Before it wakes up, everyone tie it down," he called out to them with a warm smile. "Help us handle the giants in the city. I'll return with reinforcements as soon as I can. Please, just hold on until then." The people were a bit surprised by the gentle request, but they quickly agreed to help. "Ah, of course," Zik turned to Alexia. "Senior Alexia, let's go." Startled by his sudden address, she answered in a panic. "Ah, okay." Her eyes darted around, clearly still trying to process everything that was happening. What in the world just happened? One look at that thing and she'd frozen solid, completely unable to even think about running away. She looked back at Zik in total disbelief. Was this really the same loser she knew, Zik, the bottom-ranked failure? Meanwhile, he was still panting, trying to catch his breath. She gritted her teeth, stomped her foot, and marched off yelling, "Damn it, stop complaining. I get it already." Zik and Skaten El Tora quickly moved to follow right behind her. "Let's go together, Senior Alexia." The villagers left behind were already busy organizing their tasks to handle the giant for Skaten El Tora. "All the strong men, follow me down here and help tie that monster up." "Right. Everyone else, go home and grab any rope or cloth you can find to help tie it down." "Got it." A massive axe came crashing down on the fortress. The impact was so strong it cracked the stone walls, sending debris flying everywhere. This was just the start of the giant's path of destruction. Seeing the people below running and screaming in every direction only fueled their destructive glee. "Ah, look at them." Inside the kingdom, cavalry archers drew their bows, all waiting for a single command from their leader. Thousands upon thousands of arrows flew through the air like a storm of deadly rain, but when they struck the giant's hide, they were nothing more than tiny, insignificant splinters. It wasn't just arrows. From below, catapults launched massive stones at the giant, the constant barrage distorting its very shape. The command for the archers rang out once again. "Prepare and fire." "Roger," every voice replied, sharp and unwavering. However, an axe materialized from thin air, smashing through the fortress wall, stunning the cavalry and injuring countless soldiers. Screams began to fill the air. "Ah!" One of the cavalrymen had his leg crushed by a boulder. "The pain, my leg!" He could only groan. Then another giant appeared, its eyes glowing crimson, and a massive grin plastered on its face. It slammed its weapon into the castle walls over and over. More panic screams erupted. The first giant was now getting to its feet. It was about to attack the chaotic crowd of fleeing people. "Run. Everyone, run faster." Its colossal foot aimed for the rubble, a deep, guttural laugh rumbling from its throat. From another wall, Thousands of rope-bound arrows flew toward the beast. They were small, but so numerous that it was instantly tangled. Seeing their chance, the knights roared, "Pull!" The catapults were reloaded and fired again. Fire! Under the relentless assault, it finally fell. Everyone who saw it roared in triumph. We got one of them. In another part of the battle, mages were channeling their power, blasting another giant. It screamed in agony before collapsing just like its brethren. Bruo stayed behind, feeling uneasy. He unleashed his monster cleaving slash, striking at the fallen giant just to be sure. But suddenly, it awoke, its eyes wide with absolute fury as it stared right at him. With just a single swipe of its arm, the creature sent Bruo flying into the city wall. Demigos had just returned, the king arriving to witness the scene. The king was shocked, demanding, "What is this? I've just returned and it's utter chaos? How are there giants here?" Golden Mane was just as surprised by the unannounced attack. The two found themselves caught in a completely one-sided battle. Just as Bru managed to stand, the giant moved in for the kill. Thankfully, another attack flew in from out of nowhere, saving his life. The blow was so powerful, it completely caved in the giant's face. The attacker was none other than Jack. It collapsed to the ground with a painful groan. "Gra!" Alexia shrieked, "Father!" and rushed to Bruo's side. "Are you all right?" he asked. "Why are you here? I told you to evacuate." He didn't answer her question, instead demanding one of his own. She looked him straight in the eyes, her voice firm. "Go where? I am a warrior too. I have to stay and fight with everyone." Before he could answer, a voice from nearby caught his attention. "We got him down." Soldiers were cheering as another giant fell in battle. "We got another one!" Quauk stood on the beast's corpse. "Look!" a cavalryman shouted, pointing towards the sky. They all looked toward where Bruo was standing. "It's Sir Canadan and Lady Alexia. House Holio defeated the giant." "Wow!" they roared. Bruo's eyes widened in amazement. He rallied the knights. "I am here now. Do not fear. Take care of the remaining giants. Until the Imperial army arrives, we will protect our city." "Yes, sir!" the army shouted in unison. Only Alexia noticed Zeke running away from the giant's body. She frowned, then broke into a run. "Zeke, I said to stay with me." "Alexia!" Ro yelled. Dinas watched them from a distance. "Alexia, my daughter, where are you going?" He was still worried for her. Then Golden Mane spoke up unexpectedly. "Level 6 without my buff? It seems the blood soldier has truly awakened." She said it with a tone of regret. "What a shame. If you were born in the Zero Age, you might have become the final hero." Zeke was running at top speed. His hand shoved a door open violently as his feet continued to carry him upward. Every single step was frantic, filled with unconcealed urgency. When he reached the top, Zeke threw open the door above. He ran outside, getting closer to the horde of monsters. Not wasting a single second, he leaped high into the air, building momentum for his attack. Without hesitation, he aimed for two snarling giants below, unleashing his signature move. Moonlight Arrow, third form, Demon King Pierce. Zeke slammed his attack right into the giant's face. Down below, Alexia was moving fast. Her gaze was fixed upward as her mind screamed his name, Zeke. A memory surfaced of a small boy being pushed to the ground. That big kid looked up in shock while the crowd cheered for the other person's victory. Alexia, though bruised, had taught that bully a serious lesson. She stood there, surrounded by a chorus of cheers. Whoa, Alexia won again. She even beat the Centaur class. Alexia's amazing. At that time, she was only Alexia von Holyoke, just 11 years old. She looked down at the shocked boy and uttered a warning. "Hey, if you ever touch Zeke again, you'll have me to answer to." With that final warning, Alexia turned and left, stopping in front of a room. The door was thrown open with brutal force, revealing a skinny, sickly boy with a bucket on his head. Alexia shouted, "Zeke, get out here!" He gently refused. "I can't. Sir Pao will scold me if I act on my own." Alexia snapped back, annoyed. "You idiot, all you do is take it. You have to fight back." Zeke stubbornly refused. "I can't, or I might not get cleaning jobs at Pao's house anymore. I'm fine, senior. Please, just go." Her patience wore thin. Alexia slammed the door and stormed off, not forgetting to leave a final insult. "You idiot, just stay in there forever then." After that incident, Alexia completely ignored Jack whenever he got bullied. But she still wondered, why was he always the punchline, always trying to carry the weight for others? From a distance, she watched him with judging eyes. He always wore that same smile, making her wonder if that was all he knew how to do. Very quickly, graduation day was upon them. Congratulations to all the graduates. But Alexia was already running off, shouting for the boy she saw on a departing ship. "Jack, Why weren't you at graduation? I heard you're not even going to middle school. This is your graduation gift. But the wind suddenly blew the paper from her hand, and it landed right in the water. Alexia cried out. It's all wet. No. But Jack's voice echoed back from the ship. It's fine, Senior Alexia. I'm off to make some money. We'll meet again in 3 months, he yelled while waving. He even left her with a parting message. Until then, Senior, please take care of yourself. Furious, Alexia threw the flowers to the ground, shouting, You idiot, don't just smile because you can't cry. Get angry. Now, watching him fight monsters, she wonders, that foolish Jack from back then. When did he become so powerful? Her jaw dropped watching him. He was smiling, but it was a smile of pure excitement. Was he actually enjoying this? Jack slashed the giant, sending blood flying. It swung a fist, but he blocked with his shield, surviving the blow. The force knocked him down below. The shock made Jack cry out in pain as the giant raised its fist, preparing the final blow. But to Jack's surprise, massive rocks suddenly smashed into its face. It was support from the army. They kept firing rocks at the giant on command. Reload, and fire again, they ordered. From a safe position, Skaten Eltora began his incantation. Oh, almighty protector of life. In your name, guardian of balance, I beg for the strength to shatter the chaos before me. By the ancient covenant, please hear my call, and bestow your immense power. He continued his chant, finishing the spell with these words. Seal the enemy before me. A monstrous hand materialized from nothing, followed by another in a different spot. These hands wrapped around the giant, binding it. Skaten Eltora commanded, Breath of the gods, light of the sky, O horn of Eldranis, pierce him. Instantly, another hand appeared, armed with a weapon, and stabbed directly at the giant. Trapped, the giant could only endure the attack. Skaten Eltora signaled, Jack, now. Jack finally snapped out of it. Oh, right. He quickly gripped his sword and leaped up, preparing to land the final blow on the giant. But the giant snatched him right out of the air. He cried out in pain. Alexia yelled his name. She came to his aid, her sword slicing off the hand holding Jack. Don't stop, you idiot, go, she urged. He did as she said. One final strike obliterated the giant. Skaten Eltora could only stare, dumbfounded. At that moment, more giants were gathering nearby. They started to wreak havoc as screams erupted everywhere. Alexia was thrown hard, crashing to the ground. Ah! The others followed suit. Only Skaten Eltora was left standing. He began to cast a spell. Eldranis, destroy them. But before he could unleash it, he was also thrown aside. He crashed right into the solid city wall. Jack struggled up, looking at the giants. And at that moment, they noticed him. Their eyes were glowing red, their sharp teeth bared. He remembered what Skaten Eltora had said before. Unlike dragons, these things always move in packs. They could handle one or two, but this many? How could they win? He despaired. Monsters! Bruo screamed with all his strength. He attacked while shouting, Get out of our lands! Jack watched on, filled with anxiety. Lord Canadan! Before he could act, the man was grabbed. The immense pressure made him scream in pain. Then he fell silent as the giant tried to eat him. No! Jack panicked. The kingdom was in chaos. Just then, another attack saved the man's life. Jack stared in utter amazement, still trying to figure out what was going on. It was the kingdom's air force, finally arriving. And up there was Cadinia. Lord Cadinia! Jack shouted with relief. The knights below began to cheer. The Royal Citadel army is here. Reinforcements have arrived. We're saved. Cadinia ignored their cheers, his eyes locked on the enemy. Fire, he commanded. His soldiers were filled with fighting spirit. Destructive hellfire rained down, aimed right at the giants. Other knights moved in, combining the assault with their swords. They jumped from the airships, landing on the giant's corpse to finish it off with piercing strikes. A massive explosion erupted, sending dust everywhere. Giant after giant was brought down, a combination of brute force and destructive hellfire. The monsters couldn't retaliate, only scream in pain. Jack watched Cadenia's all-out assault. So this is the power of the Royal Citadel? From a distance, Demigos and the Golden Dragon watched the aftermath. She let out a breath. Well, it seems this is finally over. One thing was certain, he was definitely not class anymore. His growth rate was just too abnormal. I don't quite get it, she stammered. But Demigos just laughed. How interesting. What is this feeling? My heart feels like it's on fire. A strange excitement coursed through him, making him declare, I want to fight him, just once. The last of the giants had been annihilated. The cavalry erupted in cheers, relieved the cleanup was finally over. With the kingdom now confirmed to be giant-free, the fleet of airships began their slow descent. Cadinia stepped off, immediately issuing orders to his knights. There could still be enemies on the other side of the mountain. Send a flight team to scout the area thoroughly. The rest will assist in disposing of the giant corpses. Sir, the patrol squad replied. He heard Bruo's footsteps approaching. Zodiac. Thank you for coming, the man said. Then introduced himself. I am Canadan Holyock. Until the Imperial Hall sent reinforcements, my family fought with everything we had to hold back the giants' overwhelming assault. That's quite an ordeal. You've all fought hard, Cadinia encouraged them. His gaze then shifted, landing on Jack standing in the distance. He smiled at Bruo and asked, I heard there was another family besides the Hollyoaks in Joric. They also fought, right? How did they fare? How were that warrior's accomplishments? The question seemed to catch the old man completely off guard. He pictured the warrior's appearance from earlier, then scoffed. What can a class fighter do against a G-class? He was more of a hindrance than a help. They are a fallen family, sir. Don't waste your thoughts on them. More importantly, would you like to meet my daughter? It was thanks to her that we managed to stop the giants in this battle. She's a natural-born genius warrior, you see. I'm certain she would be a great asset to the Imperial Hall. He completely dismissed Zodiac to praise his daughter, Alia, but Cadinia's response was flat. Is that so? Yes. And that's not just a father's opinion, but my assessment as a warrior. Bruo continued his pitch. Meanwhile, Zodiac stood alone amidst the rubble. He stared in shock at a face on the ground identical to his own. As Cadinia and Bruo were talking, one of Bruo's subordinates ran up. Sir Canadan. A message from the Lord. He wishes to personally thank Sir Cadinia at the victory celebration for defeating the giants. Please invite him to attend. Sir Cadinia, do not refuse us. Please join our celebration. Bruo formally extended the invitation. Cadinia accepted without a moment's hesitation. Of course, the honor is all mine. Then, shall we go? Bruo gestured. Yes, Cadinia replied, following him. They all simply left Zodiac behind. That night, a grand festival began in Joric. Along the main street, vibrant and colorful festival lanterns were hung everywhere. Every tavern in the city was packed, as if trying to wash away the fear that had gripped their hearts. Everyone laughed, drank, and shared their joy. In stark contrast to the festival's noise, a small group was heading towards the giant corpses for an inspection. Seeing it in person, it's so much bigger than I imagined. The Lord exclaimed in awe. You actually faced a monster like this? You truly are incredible. You are too kind, my lord, Bruo replied with false modesty. Suddenly, the Lord's eyes fixed on the giant's head. He asked, that cross-shaped gash, that wasn't made by your sword, was it? If so, was it your daughter's handiwork? Alexia? He speculated. But before Bruo could answer, he kept talking. Alexia fought as well, didn't she? Truly impressive. It seems she's already surpassed you. Perhaps I should make Alexia my personal guard instead of you. To be worthy of your attention, I'll just have to train her more rigorously. Bruo was practically bursting with pride, but their shared laughter was cut short when Cadinia decided to speak. I don't believe that's the case. His statement left Bruo confused, so the Lord quickly stepped in to defend him. Sir Cadinia, even as a knight of Jodi, surely you find it unbelievable that a minor could fight a giant, correct? But Alexia earned her A-class hero title back in middle school and is the first in Joric with the potential to become a G-class hero. Cadinia didn't reply immediately, instead staring intently at the wound on the corpse before he finally spoke. With the large dual swords that Lady Canadan's daughter uses, creating cuts this sharp and precise would be nearly impossible. Sir Canadan, you are a swordsman yourself. You of all people should know that. He turned towards Bruo, waiting for an answer. The implication of his words left the Lord completely shocked. Then besides the Hollyoaks, who else in Joric could possibly stand against a giant? From what I know, there is one other family. Cadinia brought them up deliberately. Are you talking about the Holy Bick family? Sir Cadinia, it seems you are misinformed. The Holy Bicks are F-class. Forget a giant, they couldn't even defeat a single slime in the forest. The Lord's tone was full of contempt. Hearing this, Cadinia simply smiled. Sometimes, he began, the gods play the cruelest jokes. He's always been the witty type, Zik joked. The festival was buzzing, everyone still chattering about that day's epic victory against the giants. One of the giants was so huge, a single swing from its club sent the rooftops of houses flying through the air. Stop making stuff up. Weren't you the one cowering in the warehouse, shaking like a leaf? All right now, no fighting. Have another drink. Golden Dragon slammed her mug down. Already tipsy, she started in on Zik. I told you to get your 3 silver coins. Every hero and soldier who fought the monsters got a reward. So why didn't you claim yours? Zik just offered a slight smile in return. Haha. It's not necessary. What I earned today is plenty. I feel like just stopping the giant was rewarding enough, he explained, speaking from the heart. But Demiurgos immediately scolded him. You idiot! Aren't you the guy who counts every single coin? You're the one who took it down. You should be demanding 30 gold pieces. I'm really okay, I promise. Zik continued to refuse the suggestion. He looked directly at Demiurgos and said, If I stand out too much, it'll just cause trouble for you. More than that, I'm just happy you both came back safely. You both disappeared so suddenly. I was terrified I'd lost someone else, just like Sir Alex. He changed the subject, leaving Demiurgos completely at a loss for words. After a moment's thought, Demiurgos decided, From now on, I'll tell you before I go anywhere. Really? Zik beamed. What's with you? Even Golden Dragon was stunned by the promise. Shut up, Demiurgos mumbled, embarrassed by the over-the-top reaction. Just then, Elysia appeared behind them. Who even are you? Are you really the same Zik that I know? No matter how you slice it, Zik is a G-rank hero today, she announced, her sudden appearance catching him by surprise. Senior Elysia, why are you here? Demiurgos turned and asked. Aren't you usually glued to the Lord's side? His question clearly hit a nerve. I just came to see if he was okay. Is that a problem? Zik quickly stepped in to play peacemaker. Not at all. Please, have a seat. Then she glared, making him work like this right after he risked his life. You really are a demon. She looked at Zik behind the counter, speaking up for him. How did you know? Demiurgos shot back sarcastically. Don't worry. Sir Junjum used recovery magic on me, Zik interjected, trying to calm them down. Elysia was astonished. Golden Dragon kept drinking while Demiurgos ate his food. Recovery magic? He even used high-level holy magic like that on you? Demiurgos replied. Could you try to act less surprised? We've been wearing gear made from dragon scales from the start. Isn't it obvious that we aren't just some ordinary hero party? But this is Zik we're talking about, she insisted. Demiurgos propped his chin on his hand, staring her down. So, what about Zik? Is he supposed to be an F-rank hero forever? The question left her completely speechless. I just fought with my father over this, so just drop it, she snapped, shutting down the topic. What? I didn't tell you to sit down, Demiurgos scowled, but only Zik kept his gentle tone, asking, Was this because of me? She then told him the truth. Yes, since you defeated a G-rank giant, my father wants to officially sponsor you for proper training. But when I told him to forget about it, he wouldn't even listen to me. Zik was surprised, but quickly gave her a kind smile and said, Lady Elysia, really, why would you do something like that? You always have to be number one, so why such a strong reaction? His words made her cheeks flush, but her embarrassment quickly turned to rage as she slammed the table. Shut up. It wasn't for you, it was for Joric. Don't get arrogant just because you killed one giant. I helped out too, you know, she added. Ah yes, my apologies. Zik quickly apologized, hoping to avoid a scene. Either way, I'm going to prove to my father that just me and Zik can complete G-rank quests. If we do that, he will have no choice but to acknowledge you. She crossed her arms and said it with an arrogant air. Being acknowledged doesn't really matter to me, Zik began to explain, but he was cut off mid-sentence. I said shut up. Whether we do it is my decision. You just need to listen to me, understand? Yes, of course, he agreed to everything just to keep the peace. Golden Dragon, listening in, offered a comment. Still can't be honest with your feelings, huh? How cute. Youth truly is the best form of entertainment. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Elysia slammed the table and glared right at her. What was that supposed to mean? Nothing. I just think you and Zik look so cute together, Golden Dragon said with a sly little smirk. What? Cute? Please don't try to pair me with a guy like Zik, okay? That's just disgusting. Alicia's reaction was incredibly harsh. My apologies. I guess I'm just too drunk. Seeing the situation going south, Golden Dragon decided to take the blame. I'll get you a free bowl of noodles, so don't be mad. Zik tried to mediate from the counter. Zik, you say something, Elysia yelled, dragging him in. But Demiurgos just scowled and snapped. It's too noisy. Just go away. Zake. A voice called his name, cutting through the chaos. It was Mrs. Jero, my grandson. Jay isn't back yet. What happened, Zake? I asked you to find him. He immediately turned to face Mrs. Jero. Hearing her question, he suddenly remembered the scene he'd witnessed that afternoon. He bowed his head, his voice dropping low. I'm sorry, Mrs. Jero. When I found Jay, he was already. Why? Mrs. Jero couldn't believe what she was hearing. Crying, she blamed him. Why is Jay dead if you were there? You're supposed to be a hero. He didn't argue. Instead, he took the blame. It's my fault. I wasn't strong enough. But that didn't calm Mrs. Jarrow. It only fueled her rage. She hurled insults at him. You bastard. So you just abandoned my grandson and let him die. And you're over here laughing and joking, happy just because you sold a few bowls of noodles? All the other soldiers are injured, but you don't have a single scratch on you. You must have been hiding somewhere, weren't you? I took pity on you when you were a kid, gave you odd jobs, and this is how you repay me? Her voice grew louder, drawing the eyes of everyone around them. She didn't care about the truth. She just piled all the blame onto his shoulders. I was a fool for trusting a hero from a B-rank family. This is all your fault, Zake. Because of you, my Jay is dead. Hearing this, Elysia decided to speak up. That's not true, ma'am. It was Zake who took down all the giants, but he stopped her from saying more. He accepted the blame? Yes, ma'am. It was all my fault. I'm so sorry. Elysia stared in complete disbelief. Mrs. Jarrow just got angrier. She turned away, yelling back at him. I don't want to see your face again, and don't you ever call yourself a hero. The air fell silent, until one voice cut through the heavy tension. How interesting. Cadinia was walking toward them. Zake spoke first. Sir Cadinia, shouldn't you be inside the castle? Why have you come here? Sitting with a bunch of boring old men isn't my style, Cadinia answered honestly. Seeing this new guest only made Demigos angrier. Ugh, what is with today? Why am I surrounded by so many detestable people? Where's the long-haired gentleman who is always with you? Zake asked kindly, but only got a blunt response. He's dead, don't worry about it. Zake headed into the kitchen and made an offer. I'm not sure if it suits your taste, but may I offer you a bowl of noodles? Cadinia didn't answer, instead asking if Zake was satisfied. Yes, Zake knew exactly what Cadinia was referring to. He continued, a man who did nothing gets to stand beside the Lord and receive all the praise. And you, who deserves it most, are just sitting here. Are you truly satisfied with that? Those words made Zake freeze in place. Cadinia went on, I saw all the corpses of those giants with my own eyes, those sharp, deadly sword strikes. You single-handedly took down a G-class monster. Without you, at least half the people in this town would be dead. Cadinia shot a sarcastic glance at Alexia. And that includes those A-rank families acting so important. But Zake quickly interjected. No, it's not like that. Everyone helped me. Cadinia's voice dropped. So you're fine with this? He refused to back down. I told the Lord that you were the one who earned the credit, but he absolutely refused to accept it. He is the Lord of a city, and they are A-rank families. How could they ever accept the fact that they owe their lives to an F-rank family? That's exactly why they deliberately didn't invite you. If you were D-class, forget G-class, the Lord would be desperately trying to win you over right now. Even if your actual power hadn't changed at all. Zake, this is how the world works. Strength is important, but sometimes, your background is even more important. Can you really accept everything just like this? He reached his hand out toward Zake as he spoke, answering his own question. No, not at all. This isn't okay in the slightest. Despite Cadinia laying everything bare, Zake's decision remained firm. Thank you for your advice, sir, but my answer hasn't changed. This made Cadinia narrow his eyes. He made an offer. You should think about this carefully. There are many other heroes in this world. What they need is more than just money, and I can give you that. Demigos, who was eating, finally chimed in. Only if you reach D rank. Cadinia shot him a piercing look. True power can't be hidden forever. A time will come when you can no longer endure this. Huang Jinlong spoke up. When Cadinia left, the bustling atmosphere of the place returned to normal. Zake lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Demigos suddenly asked him, why did you become a hero anyway? Huh? Zake asked, before finally answering. Sir, what do you mean by that? Model, he sneered. I'm from the Holy Bitch family. But I hear that name's worthless now, isn't it? An F-rank clan isn't just unrecognized, they're despised. They can't make a living, and they have zero honor or glory to their name. Even when they accomplish something, they're met with suspicion and hatred, right? Demigos mused, still enjoying his tasty noodles. He continued talking while chewing. So why do you still want to do it? Just because your ancestors did? Is it some long-held family dream, or just the path he was born into? The golden dragon sat in silence, her eyes fixed solely on Demigos. Jack answered honestly, I've never thought about it that deeply, so allow me to speak from my heart right now. I believe everything in this world was built on the sacrifices of heroes. He looked up at the sky. People can laugh under a clear night sky like this. Isn't that all thanks to the sacrifices of countless heroes from the past? Even today is the same. It's because everyone fought their hardest and won that we can sit here happily together. He was completely lost in his own world, while Alexia stood silently, just watching him. He went on, "Even if it's just a small part, if my sacrifice can make this world better, wouldn't that be incredibly meaningful? That's why, if there's anything behind me worth protecting, I want to be a hero too. Never fall, no matter the enemy." Demigos immediately cut him off. "Never fall, you say? The Demon King would probably knock you out with one hit." The jab made Jack scratch his neck, embarrassed. "Oh really? Huh? Well, it's the kind of fantasy every hero has at least once," he confessed. "But if I were the last hero standing before the Demon King, I would absolutely never fall. Even if I died, I would just get back up and continue the fight. For a C ranker like me, that's never going to happen." "But what if?" Demigos pressed, and Jack's gaze instantly snapped to him. Demigos continued, his face now terrifyingly serious. "If the Demon King appeared before you right now, could you fight without hesitation? Knowing you can't win and that you'll die alone for this pathetic world that scorns you." Jack's face lit up with a smile as he immediately answered, "Yes." Demigos looked up at him as Jack added, "I would fight without hesitation." His response left Demigos completely stunned. "I just don't get what this world has ever done for you. What about your siblings? Didn't you say they were important?" Jack answered truthfully, "My siblings are also heroes. They would understand. In fact, they would be prouder of me for that than for an older brother who just does odd jobs. Because that is the most glorious death for a hero." He presented his case with pride. His words made Alexia's eyes go wide, and Demigos spoke up again. "I truly cannot understand it, not even one bit," he said, leaning on his hand while collecting his thoughts. "The so-called bloodline heirs that I've met up until now, no, all of the people crowding around out there are nothing like you. If some trash like them showed up as the final hero, and I were the Demon King, I'd slaughter them without a second thought. Fine, I'll admit it. The final hero I always imagined was someone exactly like you." His words carried a harsh and cutting edge. Hearing them, Jack could only stand there with his jaw hanging open in shock. Demigos' eyes bored into the boy as he went on. Thinking about it, it would have to be some guy with a belief so foolish it's insane. And for that very reason, the Demon King could never truly win. Those who have everything always crave more, while someone with nothing like you just wants to give more. He made his assessment, dropping the final line. Every single word only left poor Jack more confused. "Going is fine," Demigos explained. "If you want, go with him to the capital. I won't stop you. I think you're being wasted here. That contract? Let's just pretend it never even happened. I'm setting you free. If you want to leave, then go." At those words, Jack's limp hand suddenly clenched into a fist. Jack's face was a mask of sheer determination, his eyes locked on Demigos as he spoke. "No, sir. Please keep me here. You absolutely have to. I'm begging you, please don't ever throw me away." His plea was so sincere it made Demigos raise an eyebrow. Jack explained, "Ever since you showed up in my life, I've finally felt like the main character of my own story. So please don't send me anywhere." Suddenly, he slammed his chopsticks on the table, pointing at Jack with an expression that could only be called incredibly childish. "That's final. You're not getting another chance. You asked for this. I'm not responsible, so don't you dare complain to me later." Jack smiled and gave a simple reply. "Yes." He continued to get an earful. "You kicked away your only chance to run. What are you, an idiot? A complete idiot." Jack just accepted the insults with a smile. "Yes, I am a complete idiot." The Golden Dragon, clearly annoyed, cut them both off. "Both of you are idiots." Demigos actually agreed. "You're right." He then spoke with a smile on his face. "One day, when you've become unbelievably strong, you and I are going to have a fight." Jack frantically waved his hands, refusing the incredible offer. "No, I couldn't possibly. How could I ever dare fight you, Sir Demigos?" He leaned on his hand with a reassuring smile, saying, "Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. How could I possibly treat you badly?" The Golden Dragon beside them just watched in silence as the lively atmosphere carried on. Even with their own agendas, they all knew one thing was certain. The Demon King always dies at the hands of the hero, an absolute law, completely unchangeable. For 665 centuries, that truth had never been broken. The battle that stopped the giants' assault seemed to be the end of it all, but it was just the small start of a massive storm yet to come. The next morning, the local lord summoned Zik. "You're Von Holyfield, correct?" The boy stammered in response. "Yes, that's right." Mondon continued, "A pleasure to meet you. I'm sure you're surprised, being called here so early, aren't you?" Zik quickly denied it. "Not at all, sir," the lord explained. "It's nothing serious. I just heard you performed a great deed fighting off the giants yesterday. Even the investigator from the royal capital mentioned your contribution. Zik answered humbly, "You're too kind. I was only fulfilling my duty as a hero from the Joris lineage." Mondon repeated his words, chewing on every syllable. "As a hero of the Joris lineage, you say? That's right. For a hero, it's a matter of course." The Lord then announced, "I've called you here to assign you a mission as your lord. I'm entrusting you with this task. At the northwest end of the world, beyond the H-Spin Mountains in the village of Fesby, it seems a lich has appeared. They say the entire village was massacred." He ordered him directly, "I want you to handle that monster." Zik's jaw dropped in shock as he quickly fired back a question. "My apologies, but the H-Spin range? Isn't that the territory of the giants? Besides, a lich is an L-rank monster." "My lord, I'm sorry, but I'm only a C-rank hero." Mondon just scowled, brushing off his reasoning. "Yesterday, the investigator from the royal capital said you took down a giant single-handedly. If that's true, your rank is higher than even Joris's finest. Only you can accomplish this mission." He pressed him with a clear threat in his voice. "Or was the investigator from the royal capital lying to me?" Zik quickly corrected himself. That's not what I meant." The Lord then tossed a full bag of money down with instructions. "Just reaching the H-Spin range will take at least 7 days. I've prepared an advance payment for you." The man next to the Lord reminded him sharply, "The Lord himself trusts you with this vital mission. Now show some gratitude." Zik was shocked. "The Lord trusts me?" he thought, then answered with a huge grin, "Yes, I will definitely destroy the lich to honor your trust." Zik left, feeling absolutely ecstatic and still floating on air. Father, the Lord. He's finally acknowledged our Holyfield family. But back in the room, the Lord slammed his hand on his chair, his benevolent mask dropping to reveal a face of pure rage. If a rumor gets out that the Joris territory was saved by a kid like that, what will the other territories think? Canadan, are you absolutely sure he's the one who defeated the giant? Or is it possible the men from the capital, or even you, did all the work, and that kid just happened to take the credit? Canadan recounted, "I was too disoriented to be sure, but honestly, the truth doesn't really matter. If a Joris knight says it, everyone will believe it. If we reveal that Joris had to rely on an F-rank family, we'll become a complete laughingstock. No. Other families might even start seeing this city as an easy target." He paused, then declared with chilling certainty, "A matter like this must be dealt with decisively." Lord Mondon's voice grew dark. And I almost forgot to mention." He gave a wicked smile. "The thing in Fesby isn't just a normal lich, it's an archlich. If that kid is really G-rank, he should be able to survive somehow, and if he actually manages to kill it, we can give him a minor title. Keeping him as a city knight wouldn't be so bad. Even so, I'll make sure his rank stays permanently low. Don't worry," he continued, turning to Canadan. "That's what good friends are for, right? As it stands now, people think you and Alexia took down the giant together. If we ignore an A-rank family to say an F-rank family defeated the giants, your family's name would be ruined too." Mondon muttered darkly, "And if he just disappears, that's even better. He's from a family nobody would even miss. Isn't this what a peaceful, unchanging world is all about?" he asked, just as Zik was diligently setting out on his new mission. "For an F-rank family, 5 gold coins is more than enough for a funeral donation," Mondon added. Meanwhile, Zik's party with Demiurgos was already on their way. Demiurgos propped up his chin and pouted. "He's a whole lord and he only gives us 5 gold coins? What a cheapskate." The Golden Dragon reminded him, "The money isn't the point. A mission directly from the Lord means a certain level of recognition." He shot back, disagreeing. "Recognition should be shown with money. This kind of recognition that's only paid in words? He can keep it for himself." She questioned him back. "Then how much do you recognize Zik, paying him such a pathetic salary?" Demiurgos was speechless. "You're really cold, you know that? How could anyone measure a person's worth with just money?" But Jack was lost in his own thoughts. "I can do this. I definitely can." The carriage rattled along the road as Demigos spoke up, propping his chin on his hand. That reminds me. I heard your younger siblings arrived at the Holy Emperor's palace?" Rui quickly replied. "Yes, they're on an educational trip. They're so excited to meet the Holy Emperor in person and see all the amazing things there." He then asked, "What are your siblings' names?" Rui answered enthusiastically, "My sister is Sine, and the youngest is Regin." Someone else chimed in, "That was fast." Demigos added, "I've got nothing to do with their lives." But Jack chimed in excitedly, "They both see you as a benefactor, Lord Demigos. He said they promised to study hard to become excellent heroes and help you, Lord Demigos." Demigos replied dismissively, "My exploitation stops with you. Whatever you do with the money you earn is your own accomplishment." Leave me out of it, the golden dragon interjected. You've got some conscience left, at least. He replied nonchalantly. Of course. Then he turned back to Jack, saying someone had sacrificed their entire life to raise those kids. So shouldn't they become even more outstanding heroes? Hearing this, Jack fell into a thoughtful silence as Demigos watched him with a sideways glance. Then Demigos asked curiously, Jack, what do you think a hero is? Jack simply replied, Sir, he explained, heroes are people blessed by the gods, who defeated the Demon King in the war 665 centuries ago. Demigos cut him off. Don't give me that textbook answer. The comment caught Jack completely off guard before the man clarified what he really wanted to know. I'm asking about the title of hero that you, your ancestors, and your siblings are all risking your lives for. Surely you have your own definition, right? What you truly think. At this, Jack was completely stunned. He looked up, lost in thought, and then a small smile appeared on his face. I think it's bottomless courage. The answer surprised Demigos. Jack's eyes fell, a hint of sadness in his voice. Because the Demon King is terrifying. No, forget the Demon King. This world is full of countless monsters. There's not a single creature weaker than humans. Compared to them, we are incredibly weak. But the moment a hero appears, hope is rekindled. He continued, then asked, as long as the hero doesn't fall and keeps standing at the front, everyone will believe that, right? Someone's voice seemed to answer, the hero hasn't fallen yet, so let's just push a little harder. His eyes burned with conviction. When 10 people, 100, 1,000, join forces, I believe humans can overcome anything, even if the enemy is the Demon King himself. Demigos finally spoke up. Why are you being so long-winded? So in short, if you're not afraid, you can't fail. Is that it? Jack's face froze. I guess that's right. Demigos continued to press him. Then why bother with F ranks and D ranks? And what's this whole business about pure blood? In the end, if all it takes is willpower, then anyone can be a hero, can't they? So why are some people getting rich off these ranks, while others are looked down on and forced to live in misery? Jack countered. But the Demon King is still incredibly strong. Willpower alone isn't enough. To face and defeat him, don't we need to choose heroes with superior combat abilities? Demigos seemed to ponder this. Combat ability, magic, power, grades in elementary, middle, high school, and college. Is all of that still not enough? Academies, money, sponsors, pure-blooded lineage, it's too much. Then his voice softened, catching everyone's attention. The truth is, he then shared his own thoughts. I used to think heroes were people who received a holy decree from the heavens, completely enveloped in light, an existence that anyone could immediately recognize as the chosen one. His eyes filled with sorrow as he continued. A destiny you could spot at first glance. It scared me a little, but honestly, it's just ridiculous. The golden dragon was reading, but her gaze was fixed on Demigos. Jack spoke up, voicing his own view. By everyone's standards, I have nothing. Education, money, sponsors, bloodline, I don't meet a single one of the conditions. He gave a bitter smile. I guess I really am a pathetic failure. Demigos said nothing, but a thought crossed his mind. That's exactly why I chose you, kid. His gaze sharpened as he thought. And me, a man who's been beheaded for tens of thousands of years, leading fools like you. I must be the greatest loser of all. The golden dragon at his side called out to him. Hey, Demigos, she asked curiously. How did you meet that new servant of yours? He stared into the distance, recalling the story. He answered the golden dragon. I put up a recruitment poster and he just showed up, begging for the job. Something like that. A smirk played on her lips, just as he expected. She then whispered in his ear, causing him to flush slightly. Be careful of him, Demigos asked, surprised. You know him? She said quietly. I have a suspicion, but I can't say it out loud. Hearing this, Demigos let out a loud laugh before giving a cryptic reply. Did you forget who I am? Everything in this world is just a game to me. I don't need to be careful about anything. The golden dragon just gave a token reply. Suit yourself. I've given you my warning. But he just kept on smiling. Obviously, don't worry. I'm being as reckless as I possibly can be. Scott and El Tora seemed to realize something, a dangerous smirk spreading across his face. The group pushed onward as darkness began to fall. They stopped to rest and cook, each person enjoying a simple bowl of noodles. While Demigos kept a watchful eye, the others eventually fell asleep. But now, only Scott and El Tora remained awake, standing guard on a large rock. His eyes lit up before he suddenly leaped from his post. He returned with an entire wild boar, much to everyone's delight. At dawn, the group set out again. The sun climbed high into the sky, then slowly sank toward dusk. Just like always, they stopped to rest. By night, they were asleep, and by morning, they were back on the road before stopping to eat. Night came, and they slept. Morning came, and they traveled. They crossed path after path, walking from dawn until sunset, then deep into the night. The next morning, as they continued their journey, Jack suddenly spoke up. That's the H-Spin mountain range. He explained that the other side was the land of giants, a place where humans couldn't possibly survive. Demigos followed his gaze, but it was Skatun Eltora who pointed, saying, "Look there." He gestured towards a crack in a distant wall. "That is the Wall of Sin." Someone else chimed in, "I've read about it in textbooks." They then began to explain the wall's history. It was the Wall of Sin, a final defensive line hastily built to hold back the giants. During the Great War between humans and giants 500 years ago, they say the bodies of fallen heroes were piled even higher than the wall itself. Jack just grinned excitedly. "I never thought I'd get the chance to see this monument to our heroes' sacrifice with my own eyes." Skatun Eltora announced it was time to go. "We just have to circle these mountains. About 2 more days and we'll reach Fesby village. Let's move." Jack, sitting nearby, simply replied, "Yes, sir." The vehicle moved on, but he seemed a bit dazed as he took in the desolate scenery. This must be the place. Just as he was processing the grim view, a lazy voice from behind snapped him back to reality. Demigos pointed forward, a grin on his face as he gave the order. "Go on, go catch the lich." Hearing this, Jack's face went pale. His voice trembled as he asked, "By myself?" In response, everyone else on the cart just nodded. He was so terrified he turned sheet white, burying his trembling face in his hands and crying out, "I'm so scared." A moment later, Jack was trembling with every single step, moving forward through the shattered landscape alone. He glanced around and muttered to himself, "The smell is horrible. Everything here has been dead for a long, long time." He scanned his surroundings, constantly wondering where the mausoleum could be. "I just want to catch this lich and get out of here." Just as Jack reached a 3-way intersection, his eyes were drawn to something in the distance. Looming before him was a gloomy cathedral, hidden behind countless tombstones. The horrifying scene immediately made Jack's blood run cold. He quickly slapped his own face, trying to steel his nerves. "I've fought giants and dragons before. Get a grip, man." After a quick pep talk, Jack finally mustered the courage to step inside the cathedral. He forced a nervous laugh to calm himself as he entered. "Excuse me." But amidst his panic, he heard a faint humming sound coming from within. "I have 5 silver coins in my hand. Passerby, please help with 7 silver coins, and heaven will be closer." As he turned, he saw a strange man muttering to himself, "I'm just 7 coins short. If you want to pass, you'd better pay up." 7 silver coins. The man held out his hand, a twisted smile plastered on his face. "If you don't want to, then I'll just have to push the boat that carries you to the other side myself." This bizarre act left Jack completely stunned. After a moment, he finally regained his composure. Jack gave an awkward smile and tried to explain, "I'm sorry, but I don't have that much money. Besides, shouldn't I be the one sending you off? Why would you send me? Oh, and sir, you really shouldn't be here alone. There's a lich here." After everything he'd been through with Demigos, he'd stopped being bothered by strange things. The moment the man heard his words, he frowned. He leaned down and asked, "Young man, are you here to find the lich? Why are you looking for it?" Without any suspicion, Jack naively smiled and stated his purpose. "To destroy it, of course. I'm a hero, after all." The second the words left his mouth, a strange light flashed in the hooded man's eyes. The man's voice was a low rasp as he asked softly, "A hero, you say? Are you perhaps a blood soldier?" Startled by the question, Jack gave a stiff laugh. "Yeah, though not exactly pure-blooded." Just then, the man's tone grew incredibly dark. The shift instantly put Jack on high alert, his hand tightening around his weapon. The trap was sprung. He stared cautiously and replied, "Sir?" The man aimed his scepter right at the boy, his voice a piercing shriek. "I don't need your silver, Nakosum. To open the gate to the underworld, I need your blood." Instinctively, Jack threw up his shield, blocking the wave of dark energy just as it closed in. But his dark power was just too overwhelming, and Zik was instantly blown backwards. Zik furiously tossed his shield aside, channeling his own power. "So you're the lich," he roared. "Fireball!" But just as his attack reached the man, he vanished into thin air. This impossible sight left Zik stunned. He disappeared? Just then, the lich reappeared directly above him, sneering. "You know a few cheap tricks, don't you?" He roared out Dark Strike, and slammed his staff down right where Zik stood. Luckily, he was just fast enough to dodge. After dodging the blow, Zik grit his teeth and charged straight toward the lich once again. Even so, The moment his blade swung towards the man, he dissolved into a puff of smoke. A second later, he reappeared from behind, landing a devastating blow to Zik's side. Constantly provoked, Zik instinctively swung his sword backwards in a rage, but all he hit was empty space. Damn it. Watching Zik flail, the lich let out a mocking laugh. Struggle, little hero. Did you really think you could keep up with my teleportation? Still laughing, he shot a blast of pure dark energy at him from his staff. Die. Attacked by countless shadowy tendrils from all sides, Zik couldn't resist any longer and let out a blood-curdling scream, but through a small gap in the darkness, his eyes burned with unwavering defiance. As the afterimages circled around him, Zeke grit his teeth, thinking, he's too fast. I can't track him. Just then, Skaten El Tora's voice echoed in his mind. Calm yourself. Open your eyes. Observe the smallest changes in his movements. With every ounce of strength he had left, Zik finally found the lich's true body. Found you? Without a second's hesitation, Zik thrust his sword straight at the real target. However, right as the blade was about to connect, he vanished again, leaving only a taunting voice. I told you, you'll never keep up. At that moment, Kandin Xia's words echoed once more. The dagger is just a distraction. In a flash, Zik's blade finally connected with the lich's neck. The first attack was just a feint, and within seconds, the lich's head was sent flying to the ground by a single sword strike. But Zik didn't stop, drawing his blade for the sixth moonlight extinction. He then lunged forward, aiming to pierce the body through. Demon King Pierce! But the moment his sword touched the corpse, something bizarre happened. The body began to tremble, making Zik pause with suspicion. In the next instant, a torrent of pitch-black liquid erupted from the body, blasting Zik backwards. He slammed onto the ground, screaming, "What is this stuff?" The smell is absolutely horrific. He stopped mid-sentence. Staring at the limp corpse before him, he collapsed in excitement, shouting, I killed him! I actually caught the lich! But in the middle of his celebration, the corpses hanging from the ceiling suddenly began to applaud, causing Zik to look up in confusion. The sight was beyond disturbing, faceless bodies suspended in mid-air, all of them clapping their hands together. Just then, the corpse on the floor began to twitch, drawing his panicked gaze, the head that he'd already severed. Lying a few feet away, it suddenly twisted into a grin and began to mumble. It is complete. Delicious organs, flesh, brain, bone, and a blood soldier possessing the chosen bloodline. The head's smile grew wider as it continued. Offer the blood of Holyocock to resurrect the great Lord Sadimus. As if on cue, a line of blood running down Zik's cheek began to glow faintly. In a flash, the blood trickled down his chin and dripped onto the floor, the sound echoing in the dead silence. From that single drop of blood, the entire floor suddenly burst to life with a thick network of pulsating red veins. They all snaked directly towards the coffin placed on the high platform, crawling with an unnatural speed. And in the blink of an eye, they had swarmed up the side of the coffin and slipped inside. A moment later, a hoarse voice croaked from within the sarcophagus. More. I need more. As soon as the words were spoken, countless grotesque veins poured out from the coffin, crawling up the wall behind it. At the same time, the hanging corpses all opened their eyes in unison, revealing glowing red orbs. While Zik was still frozen by this nightmarish scene, the headless body's bony arm shot up and pointed directly at him. The head let out a horrifying laugh and gave the order, "Seize him." At once, the liches hanging from the ceiling roared and dove towards Zik. They were like a rabid horde, their eyes glowing red, their mouths gaping wide as their flesh and muscle tore apart. They leaped from the ceiling with inhuman power. They looked like they were once ordinary people, but their minds were long gone. At the same time, other ghoulish creatures started clawing their way out from the ground. Their strength was immense, enough to shatter solid stone. They were just mindless monsters, but they were incredibly fast and powerful. How could he possibly fight back against this? Suddenly, they swarmed him like a hurricane, feeling as if a single touch would get him devoured whole or torn to shreds in less than a second. He used every last bit of his strength to hold them off, but it was a losing battle. Fighting one was tiring enough, he was facing an entire swarm. He quickly raised his shield to block them as they clawed and grabbed at him in a frenzy. But judging by the grimace on his face, he couldn't hold out for much longer. One arm, one shield. Against dozens of grasping hands, a counterattack was impossible. Suddenly, the shield was ripped from his grasp, leaving him with only the sword in his other hand. He screamed in panic. His shield! A demon then snatched his sword and let out a savage laugh. He yelled in terror, left with no weapons to fight. They were just too strong. The demons saw their chance and rushed in, grabbing his arms, intending to tear him apart right there. He was terrified, but they had him completely surrounded and restrained. One of them bit into his arm, and blood began to drip to the ground. But then, the coffin in the middle of the cave began to shake violently, glowing with a blinding red light. The demon lord inside burst the lid open and emerged. It let out a vicious roar as its clothes tore apart, its body beginning to transform. Veins bulged on its arms as sharp claws sprouted from its fingertips. These weren't just demons anymore, they were bloodthirsty red monsters. They had long horns and razor-sharp fangs. He trembled in fear, drenched in a cold sweat. He wondered, do they level up every time blood is spilled? He couldn't afford to bleed anymore. The creature roared, its eyes a web of veins and eerie white. Every demon was muscular and incredibly fast. He backed away in fear, activating his tail to unleash a blast of pink light at them. It seemed the light was working. Every demon caught in its path was instantly scorched and split in two. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The scene was absolutely horrific, but there were just too many of them. Z was captured, with no way to escape. One by one, they swarmed in to gnaw on him, and his agonizing screams echoed through the cave. He could only hope for someone powerful to appear and save him, struggling with all his might. Despite the pain, he held on to a sliver of hope. As his blood dripped down, vein-like markings on the coffin began to glow. The coffin suddenly exploded, launching something out into the open. Suddenly, something new caught his eye. He glanced over and saw that all the demons had released him. They were now lined up, kneeling to something. He looked at a demon beside him. It was even offering up its own severed head. The head began to whisper, "Our king, the lord of the leashes, I offer my sincerity. Please, be resurrected." Z looked up, bewildered, as a white-haired figure appeared. He looked like a demon lord, ancient and radiating a chilling, otherworldly energy. This was the being from the coffin, unsealed by Z's blood. He spoke in a low voice that seemed to echo from beyond the grave. "I am Sadimus. From now on, humans, elves, dwarves, and even demons, all living creatures will kneel before me. Let the world tremble in fear. True evil has arrived." Z could only stare, having no idea what was going on. His confused expression, so different from the bowing demons, made the creature angry. He finally took notice of the boy. He asked, "Your expression is rather strange. Are you not afraid of me?" Z naively answered, Can I be honest?" Z gave a slight smile and said, "I'm not afraid. You claim to be true evil, but in reality, you're a bit." Hearing this, Sadimus went berserk. He roared, "I am the king of the liches. Any being with a beating heart should be paralyzed by primal fear in my presence. So, why aren't you?" Z wondered to himself, "Yeah, why aren't I?" Suddenly, the image of a person flashed in his mind. He just smiled without saying a word, but inside he was torn. Why am I thinking of that person right now? Seeing his defiant look, Sadimus screamed in a rage. "You're smiling? You dare smile at me? Do you have a death wish?" Suddenly, from outside, Skaten Eltora, Demigos, and the Golden Dragon arrived to save the day. Demigos shouted with pure arrogance, "You needed my help for a single lich? What's taking so long? Let's hurry up and finish this. I'm starving to death." Z was overjoyed to see his rescuers arrive. He cried out, "Lord Demigos!" But when he saw the demon lord standing by the distant coffin, Demigos was a little surprised. Not showing any fear, he just taunted, "What's that? Who's that gloomy, shriveled-up guy who looks like he's been rotting for 10,000 years?" The comment made the old demon absolutely furious. He was about to scream, "How dare you?" But then his voice just died out, like a battery suddenly going flat. He tried to play weak, saying, "How dare you say such disrespectful words to me?" Then he suddenly roared an order for the demons to attack. "Oh, you legions of the dead, kill them immediately. Grant them the most tragic end." The heroes just stood still, not even taking a defensive stance. Only Z was on alert. The demons were about to charge, yet the three of them were completely calm, even smiling and yawning. With a single wave of his hand, Demigo sent the demons flying back dozens of meters. Z could only watch, his jaw completely dropped. The old demon saw that Demigos was no ordinary foe and asked him, "Did you really defeat my magic-filled minions all on your own? Who are you?" Demigos just fired the question right back. More importantly, who are you? The old creature roared, "I am Sadimus, the strongest being to ever transcend the human world, the demon realm, hell, and even purgatory. If the zodiac hadn't sealed my heart, this world would already be under my rule." Demigos looked at him with pure disdain. "Rule the world? Something even the demon king couldn't do. You think you can?" Hearing this, the old demon just burst out laughing. "The magic flowing in my veins surpasses even the demon king's. If I grasp my true power, no one can stop me." Demigos just smirked. "Sounds interesting. In that case, I'll remove that seal for you. Let's see you try. But if you fail, you have to do one thing for me. Deal? The old demon was thrilled, shouting, "Even I, Sadimus, cannot break this seal." In a flash, Demigos rushed forward and shattered the chains, sealing Sadimus, leaving the demon in absolute shock. But the golden dragon saw how impulsive Demigos was. "That idiot," she muttered, "he's stirring up trouble again." She launched forward, trying to stop Demigos. But Demigos was far too excited, provoking the old demon while casually breaking the remaining locks on Sadimus. "Go on," he said. "Give it a shot." But he froze at the sound of the old demon's laughter. He hadn't realized he'd just helped his enemy escape. With the seal broken, the old demon unleashed his terrifying power. A massive explosion erupted, sending rock and debris flying everywhere. The Golden Dragon's group watched in horror. Amid the fierce gale, his wicked laughter echoed, his eyes glowing red with pure rage. "A new demon king has descended upon this world. All breathing creatures, kneel before me." Demigos maintained his arrogant stance, ignoring the demon's speech. "I don't know how you did it, but thank you very much. You, ruler of death." Sadimus gave a dark command. "Now, you will die." But Demigos treated his words like nothing, and the air grew strangely silent. He casually asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" Sadimus stammered in confusion. "Huh? Why isn't this working?" He quickly regained his composure, roaring in anger. "Oh darkness, show me your power. Everything will return to ash." A fist slammed into his face before he could cause any more chaos. Demigos violently slammed Sadimus into a wall. The demon clutched his face in pain. "I, the great Sadimus." He suddenly stopped, his red eyes wide with terror. Demigos charged forward, taking the offensive. The punch closed in, catching the demon completely by surprise. Sadimus had believed himself invincible for 1,000 years, but now he knew the truth. Golden Dragon, El Tora, and Z just smirked, knowing that punch would hurt even a corpse. Demigos asked with a smile. "All right now?" Sadimus could only meekly reply. "Yes." He risked asking, "Who in the world are you?" Demigos simply replied, "You don't need to know. Just call me Sir Demigos." He waved his hand. "Come on." The bruised and battered Sadimus still didn't understand. A magic screen appeared, showing clear contract terms. Parte A Demigos, Parte B Sadimus. 1. Party B will become a member of Party A's team. 2. Party B must absolutely obey all orders from Party A. 3. This partnership is indefinite, until Party A and only Party 4. All glory and wealth from adventures will be distributed to Party B at a time and amount that Party A desires. 5. Party B is not allowed to raise any objections to the above terms. He stammered. "What is this?" Demigos said cheerfully. "I already told you. If you couldn't rule the world after I broke the seal, then you had to fulfill one condition for me. Besides, I need a new employee for the shop. Sign it." He squinted at the contract with his one good eye. Sadimus couldn't help but say, "This contract seems incredibly unfair." Demigos wasn't surprised. "I know." The carriage sped down the dirt road, carrying Demigos's group. Sadimus watched him enjoying the ride, then looked up, his eyes deep in thought. As the carriage passed through the forest, he spoke up without thinking. "I am Sadimus, a great mage. 1,000 years ago, during the 655th Great War, I fought alongside the last knight against the Demon King." Z immediately asked him, "You were an ally of the last one in that war?" Sadimus's voice was filled with a complex emotion. "That's right." Z hesitated as if wanting to ask, "But how?" He spoke as if reliving the bloody battle. "During the final fight, I was cursed. Struck by the lazy demon's killing intent, my flesh began to slowly rot away," Sadimus said, his voice flat, as if his emotions were worn out. "After the Great War ended, the last knight also passed away. Of the entire party, I was the only one lucky enough to survive." Tears streamed down his cheeks as he gave a bitter smile. "Back then, I actually thought that was a blessing. After the war, he was the only one left to endure endless pain. By day, people hailed me as a hero who survived the apocalypse. But when night fell, the pain from the curse would A trembling hand reached out toward the sinister magic. The Demon Duke's curse is one that nobody can break. In his agony, he slowly became a monster, eventually turning to forbidden magic." "Dark magic?" Jack asked, completely horrified. Sadimus calmly admitted, "Yes. I made a pact with the darkness and received eternal life." He continued, explaining that eventually the Holy Emperor's palace uncovered the truth. And so one night, Joric ambushed him, sealing him away in an ancient tomb hidden deep within these mountains. A dark energy radiated from the tomb, as if he were an unclean thing that wasn't even allowed to exist. He let out a bitter laugh. How could they possibly tell the world that one of their own comrades had joined the darkness and become a necromancer? Jack had listened to the entire story and couldn't help but sigh. What a sad story. His reaction seemed to surprise the man. A sad story? But the sorrow in Jack's eyes revealed everything he was thinking. Yes, Jack said. The story of Sir Sadimus isn't written in any of the hero textbooks. You fought to save the world, but were cursed and forgotten, and now you're trapped alone in this dark crypt. The man answered as if he'd accepted it all. Isn't that the destiny of a hero? It would have been better if I'd died on Doomsday. At least then I'd be in the history books. Sadimus's eyes were heavy with fatigue. That holy war. For those of us who survived, there's never a good ending. He suddenly changed the subject. Oh, right. You're probably 5th generation, so you've never thought about life for us 4th-gen types, have you? Jack's expression grew serious as he hesitated to answer. Sadimus didn't push it, instead looking ahead at the road. 1,000 years ago, before I was sealed in that coffin, I walked this very path. It's strange, he said. 1,000 years have passed and nothing has changed at all. It was Demigos who broke the silence. What, 1,000 years and it's still exactly the same? He recalled the memory as he spoke. That's right. I remember it clearly. It was the last thing I saw. An image of a gloomy coffin, wrapped tightly in iron chains. Through a tiny crack in the coffin, a single pained, red eye let fall one single tear. A procession with a horse-drawn carriage moved slowly down this very road. Demigos asked again, You mean it's looked exactly like this since the 600s? Huang Jinlong glanced at him, speaking flatly. Is there a problem? If there's no reason to change, it stays the same. He didn't say it aloud, but he was thinking that everything here just operated according to some perfect, unchanging system. It was a place of overlapping mountains, with soft clouds drifting gently between them. A world where nothing ever changed, where struggling was meaningless. Everything was simply according to the will of the heavens. Demigos shot a sharp look to the side, but then he let out a tired, dismissive comment. Whatever, this other world is definitely distorted. Huang Jinlong, on the other hand, just scoffed. Distorted? Seems pretty straight to me. He then called out casually. Hey, hired hand, you're a mage, so you must know more than just dark magic, right? From now on, you're Jack's magic tutor. He added. And teach him well, because sooner or later, you're going to have a match with me. Then he gave another order. All right, let's head back to Joric's. I'm starting to miss my bed. As night fell, used bowls and chopsticks lay scattered by a flickering campfire. That's when a deformed zombie appeared. A whole horde of zombies rushed Jack. One of them lunged, roaring. Jack swung his sword down hard, but it had no effect, only making them howl with more excitement. Suddenly, a flash of light shot down from the sky, striking the monsters. They all shrieked in pain. Sadimus instructed him from the rear. Physical attacks are meaningless when you're fighting the undead. You have to purify them with holy flame. Under the bright moon, he looked up and said, Awaken the sacred fire inside of you. He told Jack to believe in the presence of the divine, to feel that boundless entity, that source of endless energy. Jack steeled his resolve. I'll try again. The other three watched the fight intently. Demigos suddenly asked, So how is Jack? As a human, is he any good? Or is he so average it's hard to even tell? He's excellent, Eltora said cheerfully. Really? Demigos asked. Yes. At 23, if all goes well, he could fully awaken his potential in about 20 more years. He raised an eyebrow and asked, And after he awakens? Eltora enthusiastically replied, D rank. He added with a smile. Even D+ wouldn't be a distant dream. Demigos turned to look at him and said flatly, D+. Huh. Not bad at all. Eltora also drew her sword and moved forward. Seemed like it was time for someone to go teach Jack some swordsmanship. Huang Jinlong looked over at Demigos, asking, Aren't you going back to headquarters? Your family is in trouble. He answered casually, Forget it. It's probably just another one of their schemes anyway. I was just planning to let those 7 rot away and die, she said, her eyes completely devoid of emotion. What if, hypothetically, there was no Demon King? Demigos looked a little confused. The Golden Dragon added that the war is coming in 20 years. The demons have to attack humanity, but without a king, who would face the hero? He replied, Without a demon king, they probably wouldn't attack the human realm at all. Then Demigos explained that the energy source called demonic spirit aura takes 80 years to create, and it's the very power they need to destroy the surface. Now that their ultimate weapon is gone, what could they even fight with? The Golden Dragon finally got it. So the Great War 20 years from now might not happen? But he just said, It's very possible, she replied. I see. She smiled brightly. That's how you're going to bring Alex and Daros back, isn't it? If you return and resume your role as Demon King, they'll come back on their own. Their entire reason for existing will have vanished, Demigos added with a smile. So I just have to pretend to go back? Her eyes finally showed a spark of emotion. Don't just pretend. Go back for real, you insect, he asked. Has my very existence here shattered the natural order, even the Great War? She replied. For the time being, yes. Demigos closed his eyes in acceptance. All right, I'll go back. The golden dragon was so surprised she shouted, Really? But then he added a condition, if I die. She clicked her tongue, completely annoyed. Meanwhile, under another sky, a castle was shrouded in darkness. A figure stood silently, staring at an empty coffin. A heavily cloaked man stood motionless in the desolate room. Suddenly, a faint moan from behind caught his attention. His hand clenched a piece of cloth, veins bulging, as he said in a cold voice, Another new sacrifice has offered itself to the empty coffin. That same hand grabbed the head of a crazed monster. O soul of the dead, awaken and claim this new vessel. Devour this new spirit. From the ground, pale hands shot up like the roots of a tree. Vicious zombies rose and swarmed the cloaked figure. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed from behind a door. A sharp slash cut the man in half as blinding light tore through the demonic room. It rushed forward, leaving the horde of zombies no time to react. A clean cut sliced right through them. Then the weapon returned like a boomerang to the cloaked man. A massive hand caught the blade. A casual yet provocative voice rang out. Seeing the holy sword Antares fly by, I knew you'd already arrived. Long time no see, Orion. The cloaked figure slowly pulled down his hood. Orion returned to his usual relaxed self to greet his old friend. This is Orion, paladin of the Zodiac Knights, of the holy lineage. He cheerfully rushed forward to throw an arm around him. What's with calling me Sir Orion? Friends shouldn't be so formal. Just call me Orion. The man, Cadinia, slightly sidestepped him. We are comrades, not friends, he added. You're fast, huh? I thought you just got here. But Cadinia replied, It wasn't me. He scratched his head as he explained. Someone else was here first. Cadinia stroked his chin. According to the records, the one sealed here was Sadimus. He began to share what he knew. The great archmage who once fought alongside the hero's party 1,000 years ago. But despite that, he voluntarily signed a pact with darkness and became the Lich King. His eyes gleamed. This was no ordinary lich. If it wasn't for someone on our level, a Zodiac Knight, no one could have defeated him. Yet someone beat us to it. How strange, Cadinia continued. Lately, there have been nothing but unusual events, like the dragons who signed a peace treaty suddenly reappearing. A few days ago, giants even attacked a castle. Giants attacked a city? Cadinia glanced over. The investigation shows they fled their own mountain range in a great hurry. Orion then asked, Fleeing from what? Cadinia replied flatly, It's unclear. That's why I came to this HP mountain range to investigate. A sharp glint appeared deep in Cadinia's eyes. Recently, things have been happening that defy all common sense. Among them, he recalled Zake's embarrassed expression. They were there, too. Orion suddenly got excited. Them? You mean the group with that Zake kid? He cheerfully tapped Cadinia on the shoulder. I heard you've been obsessed with some kid lately. The entire Holy Temple is buzzing about it. Just how incredible is this kid to catch the eye of a psycho like you who only cares about the gods? Cadinia looked helpless. I believe his abilities have already surpassed G rank. A generous estimate would put him at the top of D rank. And he's only 17. Orion yelled. What? Then we have to bring him to the Holy Temple immediately. You've been hiding him this well, trying to keep him all to yourself? Cadinia's gaze turned ice cold. He's the one who refused. He spoke gravely. But he will come eventually. Because God never uses his tools carelessly. He then turned to leave, leaving only a few words behind. Enough small talk. Let's move out. Investigating this giant phenomenon won't be easy. Orion suddenly moved forward and slung an arm over his shoulder. He laughed freely at Cadinia's helpless expression and said, What do the two of us have to be afraid of? This is the first time we've been on the same team since we were rookies, isn't it? The tension is thick. He reminds the other with clear annoyance. That last time was a total disaster, you know? They haven't been on the same team since. So why did the Holy Temple send you here after I specifically objected? Orientin just throws an arm around his shoulder as they walk, saying cheerfully, I'll just assume you're happy to see me. The guy is clearly confused. As they walk, one can't help but ask, Hey, the Holy Temple gave you a private airship? Why didn't I get one? Cadinia replies without skipping a beat. Obviously, It's because you already wrecked 3 of them. Orientin feigns ignorance, I did? The 3 of them train with intense passion. While nearby, Demigos and the Golden Dragon are fast asleep. Sadimus watches closely, explaining the origin of magical power. Rake holds white magic in one hand and black magic in the other. The young man looks startled. Sadimus calmly explains that magic is divided into black and white, based on its offensive or defensive nature. He continues, explaining there are countless other types based on the natural elements, but at their core, they are all the same. He adds one more thing, that it's a sacred energy, a gift from the gods themselves. El Tora speaks with a serious tone, saying that even apprentice mages need at least a year of training just to form a magic crystal, and yet, this kid managed to materialize one instantly. Z is developing at an absolutely frightening, unnatural speed. His expression is grave, as if he senses something approaching fast, as if Z is being artificially groomed for a coming threat. Rake just stares at the magic in his hands, completely astonished. Moonlight gently falls on the forest, revealing a city in ruins, burning in the deepest part of the world, Mado Adidos, the city of 1,000 black towers. Ifit swings the door open and barges into the room, but then his eyes go wide with utter shock. Alex and Daros were waiting for him. Ifit panics, screaming, "You're still alive?" The two just stare back with murder in their eyes. He's still completely stunned. "What happened?" "We held a funeral. We thought you were dead." Their voices echo, cold as ice. "Now, it's your turn. You, Ifit, are the final piece of the puzzle." From behind the door, Alex's eyes glow red like magma, a volcano ready to erupt and scorch their continent. The man screams that his plan means annihilation for everyone, for both the human and demon worlds. But Alex? He just smirks and says, "That's exactly what I want." The morning sun shines across the forest, where Demigos' group is still passed out on the ground. Flowers bloom brilliantly, creating a rare moment of peace. But then, a huge crack splits the earth, and a piercing red light shoots out. The violent tremor jolts everyone awake in an instant. Strange, intersecting circles fill the sky as the ground begins to dance. The entire forest shakes, the mountain splits into 4 pieces, and a blood-red light pours out. The mountain cracks open, revealing another, inner mountain pushing its way out from the core. A colossal black horn emerges from the ground. It grows higher and higher, its sharp tip reaching for the circles in the sky. From the peak, something like boiling lava erupts, shooting into the air before raining down everywhere. A nearby castle is instantly swallowed by the furious flames. The fire consumes everything it touches without mercy. Lava rains down from the sky, sending people fleeing in terror. A small sandcastle, built by tiny creatures, is washed away without a fight. An airship happens to be flying by just as the volcano erupts. Inside, Orientin and Cadinia can only watch in absolute horror. With no signs of stopping, the volcanic eruption only grows more and more violent. Cadinia stares in disbelief. The cracks on the mountaintop form a star shape, with a glowing circle of lava at its center like an eye. Thick black smoke blankets the world, blocking out all light as black ash begins to fall like rain. The volcanic eruption looks like it's setting the very sky on fire. What a horrifying day this has turned out to be. It's the end of the world. From the forest, Demigos' group is frozen in place, staring at the disaster. Z stammers in fear. How could this be happening? Demigos lets out a grim laugh and says one thing. "Alex, you absolute madman." The Golden Dragon just rubs his head in frustration, and so, that fateful day began 20 years ahead of schedule. That's all for this video. If you enjoyed it, please leave a like to support the channel. Thank you for watching, and see you next time.